The playground of the 3rd Middle School in Ping'an District was bustling with people. On the high platform, several impressive school leaders sat solemnly, with the principal seated in the center, his gaze intense. A magnetic voice echoed above the playground, as students whose names were called walked towards the awakening stone, extending their hands with nervous anticipation. This land has witnessed countless fierce changes. Since the fateful meteor crash, void rifts tore through the sky, star beasts descended, and wild creatures mutated one after another. The proud thermal weapons of humanity seemed powerless in this catastrophe, as defense lines collapsed one after another. In the first year of the disaster, small countries vanished. By the second year, the Sakura nation sank beneath the sea, leaving devastation in its wake. In the 10th year, the last bastion of the beautiful country fell. By the 15th year, only the vast dragon nation remained standing. In the midst of despair, awakeners emerged in the dragon nation, able to sense the forces of nature, pushing human limits and turning the tide. Lin Xiao stood among the crowd, chewing over these memories. As a transmigrator, he should have been thrilled, but reality had dealt him a heavy blow. Orphaned, frail, and impoverished, with nothing to his name but a passable face, even the hope of awakening seemed distant in this world where strength ruled. Beside him, Wang Yi was brimming with excitement. The chubby young man, with his arm around Lin Xiao's shoulder, boasted about having his fortune told, predicting he would awaken up-level ability. Despite his well-off background, he always treated Lin Xiao as a close friend, promising to share his fortune with him in the future. Sure enough, when Wang Yi touched the awakening stone, it flashed white, yellow, blue, and finally settled on a light cyan. Awakening successful, level ability fission, the director of education announced with a beaming smile, drawing gasps of amazement from the crowd. Wang Yi returned to Lin Xiao's side, beaming as he patted his shoulder. Next up was the athletic class president, Zhang Tianran. The awakening stone glowed deep cyan, and he obtained an A-level ability enhancement. At that moment, even the director of education showed a flattering smile, while followers cheered, and youthful admirers cast admiring glances. Finally, Lin Xiao's name was called. He suppressed his inner turmoil and walked step by step towards the platform. Just as his right hand was about to touch the awakening stone, an electronic voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding! Detecting the host's intense inner call, the divine cultivation system is binding. This unexpected prompt sent waves of excitement through Lin Xiao. The system continued. Ding! Binding successful. Detecting the host's strong anticipation for the system, a beginner's gift pack is granted. Would you like to accept? Accept! Lin Xiao responded without hesitation in his mind. Ding! Beginner's gift pack opened. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a portion of the time-space sacred law origin, which transcends SSS level in this world's hierarchy. Would you like to fuse it? Fuse. Ding. The system notification sound chimed, and Lin Xiao felt an unusual energy coursing through his body. He knew this was the beginning of his awakening, the first step towards reaching the pinnacle. During the fusion process, there might be some unusual phenomena. Don't be alarmed, host. Don't bring down the standard of this system, the system quipped. Lin Xiao shook his head helplessly, deciding to endure the system's banter. He closed his eyes, focusing on the changes within his body. However, he didn't notice the strange phenomenon occurring above him. The sky suddenly changed, shifting from a clear blue to a somber gray. Thunder rumbled as dark clouds rapidly gathered, forming a massive vortex over 3rd High School. The center of the vortex remained eerily still, as if time and space had frozen. The people on the ground were oblivious to all of this, including the head teacher silently cheering for Lin Xiao. Meanwhile, the capital's meteorological bureau was a hive of activity. Minister, there's an anomaly over the Western Peace District, a subordinate hastily reported. The middle-aged man with glasses frowned in thought. Peace District? How could this be? Could those guys be causing trouble again? He pondered for a moment before decisively ordering. Notify the intelligence department to investigate the cause immediately. You continue monitoring and report any anomalies at once. Yes. The subordinates responded in unison, quickly springing into action. The middle-aged man gazed out the window, muttering to himself. It seems the winds of change are blowing again. Just then, the system's voice sounded once more. Ding! Fusion successful. Lin Xiao opened his eyes and looked up at the sky, only to see it was calm. Strange, where's the phenomenon? Could the system be exaggerating? The system retorted indignantly. This system never deceives anyone. It's just that you're too weak to see the phenomenon. Lin Xiao chose to endure again, shifting his attention to the head teacher beside him. The head teacher had a look of regret on his face, as if worried that Lin Xiao would give up if his awakening failed. Head teacher, I'm here, Lin Xiao declared firmly, as if announcing his arrival to this unfamiliar world. The head teacher was momentarily stunned, looking around, thinking Lin Xiao was talking to someone else. He breathed a sigh of relief, believing nothing unexpected would happen. However, that's precisely when the unexpected occurred. When Lin Xiao's hand touched the awakening stone, the previously calm stone suddenly began to tremble violently. Beams of light burst from its surface. White, yellow, green, blue, purple, finally settling on a dazzling red. The head teacher was dumbfounded, his whole body trembling uncontrollably. He stared in disbelief at the awakening stone, now glowing red, as if witnessing an incredible miracle. The red light was so dazzling that in Lin Xiao's memory, he had never seen such a scene in his more than 10 years at the 3rd middle school. Not only had he never seen red, but he had also never witnessed the awakening of purple-level abilities. Suddenly, a figure appeared before him, startling him. Upon closer inspection, it was the principal. This white-haired elder was the helmsman of the 3rd middle school. At this moment, the principal's eyes were fixed intently on the awakening stone, as if trying to bore a hole through it. After confirming there were no malfunctions, he let out a long sigh of relief and then waved his hand to block certain areas. The principal's gaze shifted to Lin Xiao, his eyes gleaming with delight, as if he had discovered a rare gem. In the obscured blood-red light, the words SSS time-space were clearly visible. With the appearance of this final piece of information, the principal could no longer contain his excitement and burst into laughter. Ha! Lin Xiao, right? Well done. Ha ha ha. Behind the principal, the director of studies was at a loss for how to react. The awakening stone emitting a red glow was something he had never encountered before, and he had a vague suspicion in his heart. The principal finally turned to look at the director, smiling. It's Xiao Lu, isn't it? You're doing well. Director Lu was flattered by the principal's praise, hurriedly expressed his thanks, but looked at the principal with uncertainty. The principal understood and turned to Lin Xiao, saying, Lin Xiao, you have awakened an SS-level ability time-space. After speaking, he watched the young man closely to see how he would react. Lin Xiao, hearing the principal's words, remained expressionless. He knew well that his ability was not just SS level but exceeded it. It was like scoring full marks, not because the score couldn't go higher, but because the maximum score on the paper was 100. However, out of respect for the principal's position, he gave a slight nod to show he understood. The principal looked at his student, growing more satisfied the longer he watched. He continued, no wonder you're an SS-level prodigy. This calm demeanor is not something ordinary people possess. After a pause, he asked, would you like to make your ability known to the public? The principal's tone became serious, as if issuing a warning. This world consists not only of our dragon nation, but also the powerful Beast Alliance and the Stellar Forces. Yesterday, you were just an ordinary person, but now that you possess this ability, your life will change dramatically. This change will bring you immense glory, but it also comes with deadly risks. Think carefully before you answer. After speaking, the principal did not rush Lin Xiao, waiting quietly for his response. As the principal of the 3rd middle school, he had seen many prodigies, but the most extraordinary among them only had S-level purple abilities. He understood the importance of an SS-level ability to the entire Dragon Nation. Such talent was truly strategic. Out of personal interest, the principal hoped to protect this extraordinary talent until he could stand on his own. But he also knew that he should not interfere too much with a genius of this level and must respect his own wishes to ensure his peace of mind. At this moment, the principal was filled with anticipation, waiting for Lin Xiao's decision. Hearing the voice, Lin Xiao immediately grasped the deeper meaning. His thoughts were swirling, and he quickly called out to the system. System. Ding. What can I do for you, host? The system responded promptly. Lin Xiao got straight to the point. Is there anyone in this world who can deal with you? Ding. This system is a god-level cultivation system. Please, host, do not insult this system by comparing it to the level of this world. The system's tone carried a hint of pride. Ding. The system senses discrimination from the host, rewarding you with a beginner's gift package. Ding. The beginner's gift package has been opened for the host, granting a permanent tenfold increase in cultivation speed. The system's continuous notifications made Lin Xiao's heart race. Ding. This system is committed to safeguarding the host. Don't hesitate, just go for it. Hearing the system's series of actions, Lin Xiao was left with only 2 words in his mind. It's secure. As a young man of the 21st century, Lin Xiao naturally harbored ambitions. He calmly responded to the principal. Principal, the word cowardice has never been in my vocabulary. With that statement, Lin Xiao understood that a new chapter in his life was about to begin. He thought to himself, Otherworld, here I come with my system. Good, the principal exclaimed, waving his hand to unveil the concealed area. When the words SSS time and space appeared before everyone, the entire field fell silent. Hey, someone hit me, a student suddenly said. Slap. Damn, you really hit me, my face is swollen now. So this is real? Don't change the subject, I asked you to hit, not slap hard. Were you just waiting for me to say this? Holy, SS level ability, who's got this kind of backing? The scene erupted, filled with chatter. Oh my god, SS level ability, I. Which class is this big shot from? Do you need any sidekicks, big shot? The guy on stage is so handsome. I'm Lu Ruyan, the flower of Class 4. Can we get to know each other? No one's home tonight, and I'm a bit scared. You flirt, go flirt elsewhere. Big shot. Gender doesn't really matter, you know. Lin Xiao stood on the stage, expressionless, but inside he was ecstatic. Down below, a chubby friend stared at him, dumbfounded. Lin Xiao noticed his best friend, his lips curling slightly before regaining composure. Wang Yi, catching his friend's subtle expression, still found it hard to believe. His emotions were mixed, worried about his friend's hardships yet annoyed at his good fortune. The principal finally said to Lin Xiao, "Come to my office after this, Lin Xiao." He patted Lin Xiao's shoulder and left. Such a moment of glory wasn't his to linger, as the future held ample opportunities for his talents. Watching the principal depart, Lin Xiao nodded to Director Lu and slowly descended the steps. Instantly, it was as if an invisible force parted the crowd, creating a wide path for him. Though the students buzzed with excitement, none dared approach him. Only the screams of the girls echoed, their enthusiasm almost bursting at the seams. Lin Xiao stood expressionless, calculating silently in his mind. Romantic entanglements were not on his mind at the moment. Since he had made his vow, he only wished to be a focused Sigma male until he reached his pinnacle. Wang Yi caught up, panting heavily, looking distressed. Lin Xiao, didn't we agree that you'd have the soup and I'd have the meat? How come it's the other way around now? Lin Xiao chuckled lightly and said indifferently, "From now on, I'll eat the meat, and you can gnaw on the bones." Wang Yi's eyes darted around, and he immediately put on a fawning smile. Sure thing. He was already calculating in his head, thinking he needed to cling tightly to this opportunity. He planned to discuss with his dad about stepping down early so he could invest in Lin Xiao, who seemed like a promising prospect. On stage, Director Lu announced loudly, "Everyone, quiet down. Those who haven't awakened yet, continue to do so." Under his commanding presence, the noisy scene gradually calmed. However, Lin Xiao could still feel the intense gazes of many admirers, making him somewhat uncomfortable. "Fatty, you stay here. I've got something to do." Lin Xiao tossed this remark over his shoulder and hurried off before Wang Yi could respond. He remembered the principal had asked him to come to the office, so he needed to head there quickly. Lin Xiao walked briskly to the principal's office and knocked gently. "Excuse me, is the principal here? I'm Lin Xiao." "Oh, Lin Xiao, come in." The door swung open instantly, and the principal greeted him with a beaming smile. As Lin Xiao stepped inside, he noticed a stunning woman with a graceful figure. Her skin was as fair as jade, her long hair flowing, and her fitted attire perfectly accentuated her alluring curves. The principal enthusiastically introduced them. "Lin Xiao, this is Director Lin, the main person in charge of the Western Prodigy Training Camp. Director Lin, meet Lin Xiao, the top prodigy of our school." Director Lin rose elegantly, her high heels clicking rhythmically on the floor. She walked over to Lin Xiao and extended her delicate hand. "Hello, Lin Xiao. Nice to meet you. I'm Lin Yanran." "Hello." Lin Xiao replied courteously as he shook her soft hand, though a thought flashed through his mind. Prodigy Training Camp? Could this be the first quest? Lin Yanran's gaze fell on the young boy in front of her, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. She gently touched the corner of her eye and turned to Principal Chu, saying, "It seems I should congratulate you in advance. This year's intake has a promising talent." Principal Chu, hearing this, displayed a satisfied smile. As the head of the Western Elite Training Camp, she had encountered countless geniuses, and few earned her praise. "Director Lin, you're too kind," she responded modestly, though her eyes couldn't hide her pride. Lin Xiao looked at Principal Chu with curiosity and politely asked, "Principal, may I know why you've called me here?" Although he vaguely guessed it might relate to the elite training camp, he wasn't sure about the specifics. Principal Chu replied seriously, "Lin Xiao, I've called you here to offer you an opportunity. I just mentioned the elite training camp. Have you heard of it?" "Principal, I'm not familiar with it," Lin Xiao answered honestly. Principal Chu nodded and began to explain. "Let me give you a brief introduction. The Elite Training Camp is an initiative by the Long Kingdom, designed to nurture top-tier talents. After awakening, the outstanding students are selected to undergo a 3-month intensive training at the camp. Those who enter are the best from various regions. The government invests substantial resources and top-tier instructors to focus on developing these talents." She paused, her expression turning serious. "Of course, where there are people, there is competition, especially in a place like the Elite Training Camp. Everyone there is a genius, and resources are limited." At this point, Principal Chu stopped, looking at Lin Xiao with a meaningful gaze. She believed that with Lin Xiao's intelligence, he already understood the purpose of this meeting. "Our third high school currently has only one spot, and I'm recommending you for it," Principal Chu stated directly. "Of course, it's a place where talents gather, and some have a high starting point. Although your starting point is lower, your talent is significant. Even the most extraordinary genius needs time to grow. If you have reservations, you can decline, and I'll recommend someone else." Lin Xiao replied without hesitation. "Principal, I'll go." He wasn't one for grand speeches, but he knew this so-called elite training camp would be his first step towards the pinnacle. "Good. That's the spirit, worthy of being a student at our third high school. Principal Chu nodded approvingly, clearly pleased with his response. She then turned to Director Lin, who had been quietly observing Lin Xiao. Director Lin, what do you think? Lin Yinran nodded gently, her voice soft yet authoritative. Student Lin Xiao. In a month, someone will come to pick you up. After speaking, she turned to Principal Chu. Principal Chu, now that the matter is settled, I'll take my leave. As soon as she finished speaking, her figure vanished without a trace. Watching Lin Yinran disappear into thin air, Lin Xiao felt a surge of astonishment. Since arriving in this world, he had only heard of the existence of superhumans, but had never witnessed one. Now, seeing a person vanish before his eyes, he would have been utterly amazed in the past. Principal Chu, however, was accustomed to it. She took a bank card from her pocket and handed it to Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao, this is the school's reward for you. 2 million. I'm personally adding another 500,000, making it a total of 2.5 million. Hearing about the reward, Lin Xiao's usually calm eyes suddenly sparkled with a strange light. He abandoned his usual indifferent demeanor and accepted the reward with a beaming smile, repeatedly thanking the principal for his generosity. This sudden change left Principal Chu momentarily stunned, but he then shook his head with a light laugh, thinking to himself that this kid really must love money. Principal Chu looked thoughtfully at Lin Xiao and suddenly had a flash of inspiration. If you manage to rank in the top 10 at the Tianjiao training camp, I'll personally reward you with 5 million. How's that? Do you have the confidence? Lin Xiao's eyes lit up as he asked. Top 10? Principal, do you mean it? Without waiting for a reply, he added, a man of his word. What if I take first place? First place? Principal Chu was taken aback by Lin Xiao's audacious words. He quietly calculated. In terms of talent, Lin Xiao's SS-level ability was indeed extremely rare, scarcely found in the entire Dragon Country. However, he also knew Lin Xiao's background, orphaned, impoverished, and previously with average physical fitness. In contrast, most of the students entering the Tianjiao training camp were from wealthy families, having enjoyed the nurturing of precious resources from a young age to quickly rise after awakening. Despite this, as a principal, he didn't want to crush a student's ambition. After a moment of contemplation, Principal Chu solemnly said, if you truly win first place in the Tianjiao training camp, I'll personally reward you with 10 million. Moreover, I'll apply on behalf of third high school for an additional 20 million, totaling 30 million. Let's see if you have what it takes. With that, Principal Chu leisurely walked to his seat and sat down. To him, 10 million wasn't a significant amount, but if Lin Xiao could really win, it would be a historic achievement for third high school. All right, Principal, 30 million it is. Lin Xiao agreed with a cheeky grin and then took his leave. Watching Lin Xiao's departing figure, Principal Chu couldn't help but be amused. This kid, not even started yet, already looked so confident, coupled with that money-loving demeanor, was a bit exasperating. Principal Chu shook his head, picked up the phone on his desk, and dialed a number. Hello? Principal Wu, how's the awakening situation at your school this year? After hearing the response, Principal Chu feigned surprise. What? 3 level abilities, 1 level ability? Congratulations, no wonder second high school is so strong. The other side seemed to inquire about third high school's situation, to which Principal Chu humbly replied. Our third high school can't compare to yours. We just have 1 SS level ability, nothing worth mentioning. With that, he made an excuse and hung up quickly. Immediately, he dialed another number. Hello? Principal Lee, I suppose your first high school has produced quite a few talents again this year. Meanwhile, in the office of the principal of Peace District's second high school, an elderly man with a long beard slammed the phone on the desk in anger. SS level ability? Is it true? That old fox isn't pulling my leg, is he? Principal Wu muttered to himself, clearly shocked. If there really was an SS level ability, it would indeed be big news. For years, there hasn't been a new SS level superhuman in Longhua. After listening to old Chu's mocking for half a minute, Principal Lee of the first high school was furious and abruptly hung up the phone. He cursed inwardly. So what if there's an SS level superhuman? It's no big deal. Does he really think he's awakened an SS level power? Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Imperial Capital Meteorological Bureau, in the minister's office, a middle-aged man sat upright, holding a newly delivered envelope. He slowly opened it, his eyes scanning the text, squinting slightly. You may go, he said to the subordinate who delivered the letter. Once the subordinate left, the middle-aged man gazed again at the words on the envelope. Pinyin District 3rd High School, Lin Xiao, SS level ability time and space. He murmured to himself. Has another SS level power emerged in Longhua? Time and space, time and space. After pondering for a moment, he dialed a number. A hoarse voice answered on the other end. Old Jiang, what's up? The middle-aged man briefly explained the situation. The person on the other end was silent for a long time before simply replying, I understand, and then hung up. The minister wasn't bothered by the other's indifference. He gently crushed the envelope in his hand, watching it disappear instantly. This is truly exciting, he muttered to himself. I've been wanting to get rid of those beasts from the Alliance for a long time. At this moment, Lin Xiao had already returned home. He hurriedly locked the door, rushed into his room, and added another lock. He threw himself onto the bed, his heart racing, silently chanting, "System, system, are you there? Ding, what does the host need?" The system's voice echoed in his mind. It's not a dream. It's really not a dream. Lin Xiao almost jumped up in excitement. Haha, novels don't deceive me. Ding, please don't go crazy. This system doesn't play with fools, the system said coldly. Lin Xiao paid no heed to the system's mockery and eagerly asked, "System, quickly tell me your abilities." The system began its introduction. Ding, this is a divine-level cultivation system. Currently, there are 3 main functions. 1. Passive Divine Cultivation System Phase 1. Enhances the host cultivation speed by 20 times, stackable and upgradable. 2. Daily Sign-in feature, allowing the host to receive rewards such as techniques and cultivation resources through daily sign-ins. 3. Attribute Points feature, enabling the host to enhance their abilities using cultivation points, with no side effects. System products are always top-notch. Please feel free to allocate points. Ding, the host currently has 0 cultivation points, exchangeable for 2.5 million in currency, at a ratio of 1 to 100. Ding, would the host like to exchange? After hearing the system's introduction, Lin Xiao couldn't help but smile. He thought, this system is incredibly powerful. A 20-fold increase in cultivation speed. Isn't that practically taking off? And the sign-in feature, based on past experience, is sure to yield many good things. Lin Xiao's heart was filled with anticipation and excitement for the future. Lin Xiao felt a sudden surge of excitement, suspecting he might have gained a special ability. He tried, "System, open my personal panel." Immediately, a virtual interface appeared before him, displaying his personal information. Name, Lin Xiao. Gender, male. Age, 16. Race, human. Talent, SS level time-space ability. Super SS level time-space holy law origin. Awakening level 1. Level 0. Vitality, 10 points as weak as a chicken. Mental power, 5 points, even a dog would disdain this. Cultivation method, none. Cultivation points, 0. Just as Lin Xiao was about to examine it closely, the system suddenly prompted, detected that the host can currently exchange for 25,000 cultivation points. Would you like to exchange? Looking at the pitiful values in the vitality and mental power sections, Lin Xiao couldn't help but feel frustrated. To test his theory, he decisively ordered, "System, exchange for 10,000 cultivation points." Exchange completed, the system responded. Detected that the host can still exchange for 15,000 cultivation points. Hurry and become stronger, young man. Money is just a worldly possession. Ignoring the system's teasing, Lin Xiao carefully examined his panel. Sure enough, there was a sign next to the level, vitality, and mental power sections. He excitedly realized that another obstacle on his path to becoming stronger had been removed. System, add points to vitality. Lin Xiao eagerly commanded. With the system's allocation, his vitality shot up from 10 points to 110 points, and his cultivation points decreased by 1,000. Lin Xiao immediately felt a surge of power throughout his body, itching to find a wild beast to battle. He restrained his impulse and did 10 sets of 100 sit-ups to calm down. Wow, that was money well spent. Lin Xiao thought to himself, then added, "System, add points to mental power." This time, the point allocation consumed 2,000 cultivation points, boosting his mental power by 20 points. Lin Xiao felt a sudden clarity in his mind, as if enlightened, and the side effects of the vitality boost disappeared. He was thrilled to realize that his strength had improved significantly, enough to easily defeat his former self from just a minute ago. Finally, Lin Xiao's gaze fell on the level section. "System, add points to level," he ordered decisively. The system responded, "Points added successfully." The cultivation points were instantly depleted, but Lin Xiao didn't feel the least bit of regret. Sensing the surging power within him, he couldn't help but smile. "So this is the power of a warrior? It feels amazing," Lin Xiao exclaimed, filled with anticipation for his future journey to becoming a strong warrior. Ding! The system notification sounded in Lin Xiao's mind, and he immediately focused his attention on the panel. Detected that the host can still exchange cultivation points. Would you like to exchange? Lin Xiao's gaze fell on the level bar, and he was pleasantly surprised to find that he had advanced from level 0 to the early stage of Tier 1. This upgrade had successfully placed him among the ranks of Tier 1 warriors, but it came at a hefty price: 7,000 cultivation points, equivalent to 700,000 gold coins. Oh my! Lin Xiao gasped. "System, besides exchanging with gold coins, are there other ways to acquire cultivation points?" The system promptly responded. The host can also acquire cultivation points through resource exchange, defeating exotic beasts, and other methods. This system offers transparent pricing. It's worth your while. Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow, thinking that the system didn't seem as rigid and mechanical as he had imagined. But he quickly dismissed the thought and suddenly remembered something. Right. There's also the daily check-in system. Check-in. Ding. Check-in successful. Rewarded with an Emperor-level technique void scripture. Would you like to receive it? Lin Xiao's pupils contracted, and without hesitation, he replied, receive. In an instant, a wave of excruciating pain swept through his mind as massive amounts of technique information surged in like a tide. Lin Xiao gritted his teeth, gripping the edge of the bed tightly, enduring the onslaught of information. Phew. Finally, the pain subsided. The system prompted, technique received. Host, please work hard to cultivate and rid yourself of the title of trash. Lin Xiao shook his head, inwardly marveling at the Emperor-level technique. Without the system's assistance, he would have been incapable of fully receiving the void scripture with his current abilities. He closed his eyes and silently recited the technique, a phantom image appearing in his mind. The figure stood tall and heroic, with his back to the world, never retreating even in the face of a million enemies. It seemed to declare that he would never be inferior to anyone in this lifetime. The next morning, Lin Xiao arrived at the classroom early. After yesterday's exploration, he had a preliminary plan for the future. The SS-level ability, time and space, was still in the development phase, and he understood that talent required constant exploration. Lin Xiao looked at the sign on the panel, pondering how far he could develop it. The divine cultivation system not only increased basic cultivation efficiency by 20 times, but with the system's additional 10 times bonus, it totaled a 30-fold cultivation speed. After just one day of cultivation, Lin Xiao had already noticed a significant increase in his abilities. Thinking about the upcoming Prodigy training camp, Lin Xiao felt a surge of anticipation. The 30 million prize money had become 300,000 cultivation points in his eyes, a tempting allure. In the classroom, classmates arrived one after another. Soon, the teacher entered, surveyed the room, and began speaking. Students, after yesterday's awakening, 8 students in our class, 3 successfully awakened. Lin Xiao, Wang Yi, Li Ming, Sun. Congratulations to you all. The teacher's voice carried a note of satisfaction. Out of the 50 students in class 3, only 8 successfully awakened, showing the difficulty of awakening. The faces of the students who hadn't awakened showed envy. They understood that while they were still classmates, once they left school, there would be a vast difference between them. Those who have successfully awakened will be placed in a special training class. It's a class the school has set up specifically for awakened students, the teacher said passionately. I hope you all soar like great birds, rising high into the skies. The training methods for awakened students are naturally different. Thank you, teacher. The awakened students responded in unison, their eyes shining with hope for the future. Lin Xiao and his friends bowed to the teacher as a sign of respect before being led by their classmates to the special training class. The classroom was already full of students, and their entrance caused quite a stir. Is that Lin Xiao? One girl whispered, her eyes shining with curiosity. Yes, that's him. Another girl replied, her voice tinged with envy. He's the super genius who awakened an SS-level ability. In a corner, Lu Rian's gaze was fixed on Lin Xiao. She thought to herself, I've awakened a B-level ability charm. That should qualify me to be his girlfriend, right? A blush crept onto her cheeks. He's so handsome. The classroom buzzed with chatter about Lin Xiao. His presence undeniably became the center of attention, as apart from him, the most powerful students at the school had only awakened A-level abilities. The gap in strength was so vast that the typical villain challenges the hero scenarios couldn't play out here. Zhang Tianran, the former class president of Class 1, had awakened an A-level ability enhancement. If not for Lin Xiao's sudden emergence, he would have been the brightest talent of the year. Now, he could only watch from afar as Lin Xiao basked in admiration, feeling a mix of emotions. Challenging an SS level with an A-level ability? He wasn't that reckless. Wang Yi stood beside Lin Xiao, noticing how all the girls' attention was glued to him. He couldn't help but complain. Lin Xiao, you're really enviable. I consider myself quite handsome too, so why don't any girls look at me? Lin Xiao glanced at Wang Yi with resignation. Take it easy. If you keep dreaming big with those skinny arms and legs, you'll wear yourself out. Wang Yi retorted indignantly. What do you mean by that? Are you looking down on me? Just because you're the top dog now doesn't mean you can insult me. Ignoring Wang Yi's grumbling, Lin Xiao found an empty seat and sat down. Wang Yi continued to mutter as he took the seat next to him. At that moment, a burly, stern-looking middle-aged man strode into the classroom. A noticeable scar marked his left cheek, and his sharp gaze swept across the room, instantly silencing the chatter. All right, the man began, his voice deep and authoritative. I'm your teacher, Mr. Qi. You can call me Coach Qi, though I prefer the title Instructor. I'm the deputy leader of the 3rd Squad from the Northwest Division's elite unit. I'll be training you for the next 6 months. Instructor Qi scanned the room, frowning slightly. To be honest, I had high expectations. But from what I see now, you might be the worst class I've ever had. His words sparked a wave of murmurs and protests among the students, as they exchanged glances and whispered their discontent. As soon as Instructor Qi finished speaking, the the classroom erupted in chaos. The new students, fresh from admission, began to voice their discontent. You've just met us today, how can you say that? A boy stood up angrily. Exactly. I could say you're the worst instructor I've ever seen, a girl chimed in. That's right, we won't accept this. More students joined in the protest. A particularly arrogant boy slammed his desk. I've always been at the top of my class, and I'm supposed to take this? Lin Xiao watched with interest. Having been through this before, he immediately saw through Instructor Chi's strategy. It was obviously a provocation tactic, but it wouldn't work on him. Instructor Chi remained unfazed by the students' rebuttals. He swept his gaze coldly across the classroom, a disdainful smile playing on his lips. A bunch of kids who haven't even grown up yet. Just talking won't change how lacking you are. He paused and continued. This is your first lesson with me. I won't give you too heavy a task, wouldn't want to burden you too much. Instructor Chi deliberately stretched his words. 30 minutes, 20 kilometers. I assume no one here can't manage that. The classroom fell silent, eyes wide with shock. Instructor Chi looked around challengingly. If you think you can't do it, you can say so now. I won't laugh at you for being weak. After a minute of silence, no one dared to speak up. The boys, already fired up by the instructor's taunts, felt the need to prove themselves. The girls, too, were ready to take on the challenge, as everyone present had awakened abilities, enhancing their physical capabilities beyond the ordinary. Seeing no one back down, Instructor Chi nodded approvingly. Not bad. Everyone stand up. To the field, 20 kilometers, move out. With the command, the students immediately got up, Lin Xiao following suit. Once everyone gathered on the field, Instructor Chi asked again, no one backing out? Even though you're awakened, you haven't been trained yet. Completing 20 kilometers in 30 minutes isn't easy. Stop talking, instructor, just give the order, one of the more rebellious students retorted. All right then, timing starts now. At his words, everyone began running. It wasn't long before gaps started to form. Lin Xiao was leading, already 2 laps ahead. The second group was led by Zhang Tianran and included 3 other A-level students. Instructor Chi observed them, making mental notes. Normally, running 10 kilometers in 30 minutes isn't too difficult for someone who trains regularly. But 20 kilometers is a challenge only those with rigorous training can meet. At this moment, Lin Xiao, at the front, found the 20 kilometers no challenge after his recent enhancements. He was still accelerating. He completed the 20 kilometers in under 10 minutes. Instructor Chi looked at him, surprised. Impressive. What's your name? Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao is it? You're done for the morning. You can go, but don't be late at 2 p.m. Lin Xiao nodded, not asking for more. If the training was only at this level, it was indeed slower than his own practice at home. Back home, Lin Xiao immediately called out to his system. System, check-in. Ding, check-in successful. You've received a bottle of ability pills. Ability pills? Lin Xiao examined the bottle that appeared in his hand, puzzled. System, what do these pills do? Ding, host. These pills can help you quickly enhance your ability cultivation. That's how it is. Lin Xiao's eyes lit up, and he immediately took one, starting to cultivate. 2 hours later, a sound came from his body. Did I break through? Lin Xiao opened his eyes, feeling the abundant energy within, delighted to find he had easily advanced to the mid-first level. I'm truly a cultivation genius, he thought proudly. There's still time, let's keep training. In the afternoon class, Lin Xiao glanced around and noticed that many of his classmates were slumped over their desks, looking utterly drained. Their eyes silently protested the torment of the class. Wang Yi, who sat next to Lin Xiao, looked particularly defeated. Usually preoccupied with eating, drinking, and playing, he was now rolling his eyes incessantly. Lin Xiao couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. I always told you to exercise more. Look at all that flap. Wang Yi retorted defiantly. What do you know? This is called being sturdy. Those romantic girls love guys like me. They cling to me all the time. You wouldn't understand a man's charm. Just as he finished speaking, a boy sitting in front of Wang Yi turned around abruptly, glaring at him in exasperation. Shut up, fatty. It's because of your dawdling that we had to run extra laps. Knowing he was at fault, Wang Yi laughed awkwardly and buried his head. In the entire classroom, only Lin Xiao and 3 other Class A ability users remained composed. Suddenly, a stern voice rang out from afar. Special training class, assemble on the field. Anyone not there in a minute will run 30 minutes for 20 kilometers. Upon hearing the instructor's voice, everyone rushed towards the field, ignoring their discomfort. In under a minute, the entire class gathered at the center of the field, clearly intimidated by Instructor Chi. Instructor Chi surveyed the students coldly and said, "This morning was my first lesson with you. You should know how it went. Anyone still want to argue when I say you're the worst class ever?" Most students blushed with embarrassment. Although they barely passed, their performance was indeed lacking. However, a few students defiantly raised their heads, staring directly at Instructor Chi. Lin Xiao silently grumbled to himself. Come on, man, saying it once is enough. Why do you love repeating it? Frustrated with having no outlet after his breakthrough, He stepped forward. Instructor, I disagree. Instructor Chi's lips curled slightly. He had provoked the students purposely, hoping to find someone to make an example of. He turned to Lin Xiao with a tone of disdain. Oh, it's you? I know you finished first in the running drill this morning. So, you're satisfied with just being first? Does a basic running drill make you cocky? Kid, do you know? In my eyes, you're no different from the others. You're all trash. On the battlefield, if you can survive a day, I'll write my name backwards. A mere 20 kilometers has left you all in this state. Out here, don't dare say you're students of Qi. I can't bear that shame. Instructor Chi's angry voice echoed across the training ground, like a heavy hammer striking the students' hearts. The other students trembled, their faces filled with shame and fear. From a young age, they had always been seen as exemplary children, praised wherever they went. Now, faced with such humiliation, some of the more sensitive girls couldn't hold back their tears, which silently streamed down their cheeks. Lin Xiao stood among the crowd, his expression calm. He wasn't angered by the instructor's reprimand. Instead, he was deep in thought. In neither his past nor present life had he truly stepped onto a battlefield, so he didn't fully grasp its harshness. But in this life, he was determined to fear nothing. Instructor Qi, Lin Xiao suddenly spoke, his voice firm and clear. Even the strongest started from humble beginnings, didn't they? Maybe we're not that strong right now, but who can say what the future holds? Besides, how can you judge my true abilities if you haven't even tested me? With that, Lin Xiao looked defiantly at the instructor, his eyes shining with an unyielding spirit. The other students looked at him in astonishment, secretly admiring his courage. Wow, you're brave. Daring to challenge the instructor? Someone whispered. Although Instructor Qi was verbally harsh, the students had no intention of confronting him. The reason was simple. They knew they couldn't defeat him. Hearing Lin Xiao's words, Instructor Qi was not angry but smiled instead. He had wanted an excuse to take action, but this kid had willingly stepped up. Good for you. You've got guts. Instructor Qi nodded approvingly. You're right. The strong rise step by step. How about this? You just awakened yesterday, so I won't use any powers against you. If you win, I'll take back what I said. But if you lose, he gave a meaningful smile. You'll go back obediently, and your training will double. Do you accept? I accept. Lin Xiao agreed without hesitation, a flicker of confidence in his eyes. But coach, you should use your powers. Before he finished speaking, a powerful energy wave radiated from Lin Xiao. The aura of a mid-tier first-level warrior instantly filled the training ground, astonishing everyone present. Instructor Qi's pupils contracted as he stared at Lin Xiao in disbelief. This aura, a mid-tier first-level warrior? This isn't right. He should have just awakened his powers yesterday. How could he have already broken through to mid-tier first level? The strong energy wave left the other special training class students breathless, each of them staring at Lin Xiao in shock. Is this the aura of a warrior? Lin Xiao? Did he really break through to a warrior? Someone stammered. Can someone hit me? A student murmured to himself. Slap. Damn it, you son of a bitch. My face just healed, and you slapped it again. The slapped student cursed. So that means. Damn. Lin Xiao really broke through to a warrior. Standing at the front, Zhang Tianran stared at Lin Xiao as if he were a monster. As a member of the first group of freshmen at 3rd high school, he now felt like a failure. Lin Xiao had already broken through to a warrior, while he was still figuring out how to absorb the energy of heaven and earth into his body. Is the gap between people really this big? He thought bitterly. Instructor Qi finally acknowledged Lin Xiao's strength, admitting he had misjudged. Lin Xiao, I don't care how you broke through, but I take back what I said. You're definitely different from the others. He spoke seriously. In that case, I'll also fight you with mid-tier first-level strength. With that, Instructor Qi waved his hand, and the other students quickly moved aside to give them enough space. The air was thick with tension, and everyone held their breath, waiting for the intense duel to begin. Instructor Qi gazed at Lin Xiao, feeling a surge of admiration. To encounter such a prodigy in a place like this was unexpected. Although they were at the same level, Qi, with his extensive battlefield experience, felt confident in his ability to remain undefeated through sheer combat skill. Instructor Qi, I mean no offense, Lin Xiao said, launching himself forward with explosive speed and attacking like a cannonball. As his fist shot forward, Qi met it with his palm. The impact was so powerful that Qi's face registered shock once again. This kid's strength was astonishing. The force of the punch pushed Qi back several steps, thwarting his attempt to maintain a superior stance. Instructor, please take this seriously, Lin Xiao said, standing firm with a serious expression. He was eager to understand his current level of ability. All right, kid, I underestimated you. Let's go, Qi responded, and the two clashed again with renewed intensity. Punches and kicks flew, making it hard to determine who had the upper hand. The surrounding students were dumbfounded. Someone exclaimed, wow, is Lin Xiao really that amazing? He's holding his own against the instructor? I heard from my family that Instructor Qi is quite formidable, with a solid 3rd stage level. Seriously, 3rd stage? That's impressive. If I ever reached the third stage, I'd be satisfied. And you're telling me Lin Xiao is going toe-a-toe with a third stage instructor? Didn't you see? Instructor Qi lowered his level to match Lin Xiao's, both at mid-first stage. So what? Could you do it? Really? You think you know everything? Wang Yi watched Lin Xiao intently, feeling thrilled. This is it. My brother is incredible. No way. Tonight I have to convince the old man to step aside. I've got to stick with Lin like glue. I should figure out what Lin might need. As a follower, I've got to be proactive. The intense battle continued, and Lin Xiao began to fall behind. His combat skills were raw, as this was his first real fight. However, Qi was also feeling the strain. This kid's strength was nearly on par with a late first-stage fighter. Even more surprising was Lin Xiao's quick reflexes, allowing him to dodge potential hits skillfully. Qi was amazed to see Lin's combat awareness rapidly improving. What incredible talent, Qi thought to himself. As they separated again, Lin Xiao was panting, but his eyes sparkled with excitement. Qi was also exhausted, constantly on guard to avoid Lin's powerful punches. Instructor, I have one last move. Be careful, Lin Xiao suddenly shouted, focusing his inner energy. Suddenly, a rift opened in the previously calm air. What? Qi could hardly believe his eyes. What kind of technique was this? The terrifying void blade. From the shattered rift emerged countless fragments, gathering into a sharp blade under Lin Xiao's control, aimed directly at Qi with a terrifying force. Feeling the intense energy wave, Qi's scalp tingled. He quickly unleashed his full power, forming a defensive barrier in front of him. Boom! A massive cloud of smoke suddenly filled the area, accompanied by the faint sound of something shattering. After executing this move, Lin Xiao was completely exhausted and collapsed to the ground. This was a skill he had mysteriously mastered after awakening his spacetime abilities, which he named Blade of Void. However, despite its great power, the move consumed an enormous amount of energy and could only be used once in actual combat. Lin Xiao kept his eyes fixed ahead, pondering silently. With Instructor Qi's strength, he should be able to handle this move without issue, but Lin Xiao was unsure of the exact level it had reached. As time passed, the smoke gradually dispersed, revealing a faint silhouette. The surrounding students held their breath, not daring to make a sound. Lin Xiao's terrifying display of power had truly left them in awe. Wang Yi stammered, "Woe, who won?" At that moment, Instructor Qi's voice came from a distance. Lin Xiao? You won. The instructor stood in place, gazing silently at a wound on the palm of his right hand. Lin Xiao won. Wow, that's incredible, someone exclaimed. Someone hit me. I must be dreaming. A sharp slap echoed. Hey, missed it. I knew you were going to try that. Another slap followed. Damn, why did you hit me again? I wanted to see if I was dreaming. Turns out it's real. Damn it. Hearing this, Lin Xiao slowly stood up, walked over to the instructor, and bowed slightly. Thank you, instructor. He knew that if it had been a fair fight, he wouldn't have won. Moreover, during the duel, the instructor had consciously guided him, a kindness he would not forget. Instructor Qi paused for a moment before finally speaking. That move you just used was impressive. In terms of sheer destructive power, it has reached the third-tier level. You're quite the prodigy. Third tier, huh? Upon hearing the instructor's assessment, Lin Xiao gained a preliminary understanding of his current strength. All right, you can skip today's training. Go back and rest. Instructor Qi waved his hand, clearly astonished by Lin Xiao's extraordinary talent. Thank you, instructor. I'll take my leave then. Lin Xiao bowed slightly again before turning to leave. As he watched Lin Xiao's departing figure, Instructor Qi was filled with emotion. Then, his expression changed abruptly as he shouted at the remaining students. What are you staring at? A bunch of slackers. All of you will run 50 kilometers with weights this afternoon. If you don't finish within an hour, add another 10 kilometers. Instructor, no. I'm sorry, instructor. I'm a slacker, please spare me. The remaining students wailed in despair at the announcement of their training regimen, their cries echoing miserably. Lin Xiao rushed home and eagerly opened his personal panel. The system's notification sounded, and the information was clearly displayed. Name, Lin Xiao. Gender, male. Age, 16. Race, human. Talent, SS level Spacetime Ability, Super SS level Spacetime Holy Law Essence Awakening level 1. Level, first stage mid-level. Vitality, 320 points. Mental power, 25 points. Cultivation technique, Void Scripture Initial Understanding. Martial skill, Blade of Nothingness Beginner. Cultivation points, 0. Exchangeable cultivation points, 15,000. The system asked if he wanted to exchange cultivation points. Lin Xiao pondered for a moment, deciding to keep 100,000 for emergencies and exchanged 14,000. As the system notification sounded, the exchange was successful, and Lin Xiao felt a step closer to becoming stronger. Reflecting on his sparring with Instructor Qi, Lin Xiao realized his lack of control. He decisively chose to increase his mental power. A refreshing sensation washed over him. His mind felt like it had undergone a deep transformation, and his mental power surged to 50 points. Next, he chose to increase his vitality. Instantly, a powerful energy surged from within, boosting his vitality to 500 points. Driven by curiosity, Lin Xiao asked the system about the meaning of the ability awakening level. Learning that a higher awakening level meant better control over his abilities, he unhesitatingly chose to increase his talent points. Suddenly, the surrounding space became exceptionally clear, and touching it felt strangely unique. Checking the panel again, his awakening level had reached 3, but his cultivation points were now 0. So poor, just so poor, Lin Xiao mocked himself. He confirmed with the system that defeating beasts could earn cultivation points and resolved to ask the instructor about it the next day. As night fell, Lin Xiao took out his last 2 ability pills and swallowed them in one go. With the dual boost of 30 times cultivation speed and the pills, his ability growth was astonishing. He trained through the night, and as dawn broke, he slowly opened his eyes, feeling his bones crackle and his abilities nearly saturated, sensing that he could break through today. This feeling, it's just amazing, Lin Xiao exclaimed. He then proceeded with his daily check-in, and the system notified him of obtaining the 10 Great Heavenly Eye Spacetime Divine Eye. Spacetime Divine Eye? Wow, just the name sounds incredible, Lin Xiao exclaimed, immediately choosing to receive it. The system began the fusion process, simultaneously notifying him that World Rules Interception was detected and automatically blocked. Lin Xiao held his breath, eagerly anticipating the changes this powerful eye would bring. Lin Xiao sat cross-legged on the ground, eyes closed and brow furrowed. Even with the system's assistance, merging with such a divine object was still a huge challenge for him. His eyes burned, and a faint divine light flickered. Ding! The system announced the successful fusion. Lin Xiao's eyes snapped open, his dark pupils shining with a mysterious light that was hard to look at directly. He gazed forward and whispered, "Condense." His eyes sparkled, and a powerful force of rules emerged, instantly forming a spatial barrier. "Stop," he commanded again, his eyes turning red as a terrifying force overflowed. Lin Xiao realized the surrounding air had stilled, as if time itself had frozen. A second later, everything returned to normal. Breathing heavily, Lin Xiao felt his internal energy nearly depleted. Despite the immense consumption, the power was exhilarating. The Spacetime Divine Eyes truly lived up to their reputation. With just simple manipulation, he could freeze space and halt time. Against enemies in the future, wouldn't he be invincible? System, what other functions do the Spacetime Divine Eyes have? Lin Xiao eagerly inquired, immersed in the thrill of his newfound abilities. Ding! These divine eyes can see through all illusions, possessing supreme rule power and containing infinite might. The system responded. Can see through all illusions? Lin Xiao pondered, then checked his status panel. A new line appeared, SS level ability Spacetime, Super SS level Spacetime Holy Law Origin, Awakening level 3, Spacetime Divine Eyes, one of the 10 Great Divine Eyes, Awakening level 1. He couldn't help but chuckle wryly. I'm so poor. In the classroom, Instructor Qi was explaining how to effectively communicate with the energy between heaven and earth. After yesterday's ordeal, no one dared to object, except for Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao, you've broken through as a warrior. Come up and demonstrate for everyone. Instructor Qi called out, deciding it was better to have this anomaly demonstrate. Yes, Instructor. Lin Xiao responded, stepping onto the platform. He closed his eyes and focused, and in an instant, the surrounding energy surged toward him like ravenous wolves pouncing on a whole roasted lamb sprinkled with cumin and chili powder. Instructor Qi stood silently to the side, realizing that having this kid demonstrate might have been a mistake. Lin Xiao's breakthrough was like a bolt of lightning, shattering the calm surface of the class. Instructor Qi was dumbfounded, staring in disbelief at the scene in front of him. Right under his nose, this kid, who had just awakened the previous day, had reached the late stage of the first level? How is this possible? Instructor Qi exclaimed, recalling how it had taken him over half a year to progress from awakening to the late stage of the first level. Yet, this kid had done it in just 2 days? The instructor's words were like a bomb, instantly igniting the entire class. The students started buzzing with excitement and chatter. No way. Did Lin Xiao just break through again? Seriously? I need to pinch myself to make sure. Ow. That hurt. Not a dream. How are we supposed to keep up with this? Everyone stared at Lin Xiao, utterly amazed. While they were still struggling to absorb powers, Lin Xiao had already soared to the late stage of the first level. Wang Yi stood aside, his body trembling slightly as he recalled last night's heated discussion with his father. The result of that conversation was his father giving him a bank card with 2 million in it. To Wang Yi, this was an astronomical sum. He usually only managed to get a few thousand from his family. Clearly, Lin Xiao's incredible talent had convinced his father that this was a worthy investment. Wang Yi racked his brain on how to hand this money over to Lin Xiao. Giving it directly seemed too obvious. Trying to think of a clever way, he couldn't come up with anything. Screw it, I'll just be upfront about it, Wang Yi decided. After all, no one can stop me from sticking with this rising star. A bright future is right in front of me. After a brief moment of silence, Lin Xiao opened his eyes, slightly surprised at his rapid progress. He noticed the silent instructor nearby, and stood up, saying, "Instructor, I'm done with the demonstration, I'll head back now." Instructor Chi snapped back to reality. Huh? Oh, oh, sure, you can go. Well done on the demonstration. He offered a simple compliment, still tinged with shock. The other students continued to gaze at Lin Xiao with admiration, especially the girls, whose eyes were practically sparkling. If not for the presence of others, they might have rushed over to him already. Back at his seat, Lin Xiao noticed Wang Yi grinning at him, prompting a slight frown. "What's up, you big guy?" "Hee hee, Lin Xiao, I've got some good news." Wang Yi beamed. "What good news?" "Hee hee, I begged my old man all night," Wang Yi said excitedly. "I told him I have a buddy with amazing talent who will definitely be a big deal in the future. Guess what? He gave me 2 million. With that, he handed a bank card to Lin Xiao. "Heh, Lin Xiao, aren't I a good friend?" Lin Xiao looked at the card in surprise. As his only friend in this world, he never expected to receive anything from Wang Yi. Since arriving here, he had always maintained a certain distance from everything. Wang Yi was the only person he could talk to, and at this moment, he indeed needed the money. Lin Xiao accepted the card, saying calmly, "Then I won't stand on ceremony." In truth, even without this, he would have helped those he valued once he had the means. It was in his nature. "Hee hee, we're like brothers," Wang Yi laughed. "If you need more, just let me know, I'll ask my old man again." "Got it," Wang Yi silently rejoiced. As the class ended, most students had successfully absorbed the energy into their bodies. After their first experience, they were eager for more. They noticed that after absorbing the energy, the fatigue from yesterday's intense training had significantly lessened. "That's it for today's class," Instructor Chi announced. "You have a homework assignment. When you get home, guide the energy through a full cycle in your body. I'll check tomorrow, and anyone who hasn't done it will run 100 kilometers with weights." Class dismissed. The students, having tasted the benefits, waved goodbye to the instructor enthusiastically. "Hey, Lin Xiao, do you have something else to do?" Instructor Chi noticed Lin Xiao still seated and asked curiously. "Instructor, I'd like to ask you something," Lin Xiao said calmly. Instructor Chi was momentarily surprised when he heard Lin Xiao express his desire for wilderness training, but he quickly regained his composure. He assessed the young man before him, nodding silently to himself. In his eyes, Lin Xiao was already a prodigy, a genius capable of unleashing third-tier attacks despite only being at the mid-first tier. "That's right, true strength is forged through trials. I want to grow as quickly as possible," Lin Xiao declared with determination, his eyes shining with resolve. Instructor Chi smiled approvingly. It's rare to see such awareness. He was already planning to discuss with his superiors about recruiting such a promising talent into their ranks. "Come with me, they'll take you to a good place," Instructor Chi said, leading Lin Xiao out of the school. Before long, they arrived at a station. Lin Xiao noticed a sign in the distance that read, "Wild Plains Forest," and he furrowed his brow thoughtfully. Instructor Chi led Lin Xiao into a bustling hall. They approached a window, and Instructor Chi told the staff, "Issue an identity token for this young man." The staff member glanced at Lin Xiao, frowning slightly. "Sir, identity tokens are only issued to first-tier warriors." He seemed skeptical of Lin Xiao's youthful appearance. Instructor Chi smiled knowingly at Lin Xiao, who understood the cue. He gave a slight shrug, and the aura of a first-tier warrior immediately filled the space. The staff member's eyes widened in surprise, and he quickly apologized. "My apologies, warrior. I'll process it for you right away." He began to swiftly register the information. "May I have your name?" "Lin Xiao. Age? 16. The staff member paused momentarily. "Cultivation level?" Lin Xiao decided to answer truthfully. "Late first tier." This revelation left not only the staff member, but everyone in the hall astounded. Conversations buzzed around them. A late first tier at 16? Is he a hidden prodigy from a prominent family? A genius, indeed. When I was 16, I couldn't even channel my abilities. He must be a young master from a noble family. We can't compare. The staff member handed over the identity token with great respect, wary of offending someone who might be from an influential family. Instructor Chi continued to guide Lin Xiao around, explaining, "Keep your identity token safe. It's your proof as a warrior and will record some of your information." He pointed to a wall nearby. "That's the task board. You can accept tasks and earn rewards upon completion." Lin Xiao examined the contents of the task board carefully. Instructor Chi continued his tour. "Over there is the training room, where the energy is abundant, but it requires a fee to use. Next to it is the testing pillar, which can assess various metrics of a warrior." As he spoke, a hint of curiosity flickered in his eyes, clearly intrigued by Lin Xiao's physical capabilities. During the last training session, Instructor Chi was astonished by the young man's incredible strength. At that time, he was only at a mid-level cultivation stage, yet he already possessed power comparable to the later stages. Now, having advanced to a later stage, his strength must be even more formidable. Instructor Chi couldn't help but wonder how this young man trained. Could it be that he was born with superhuman strength? "You must have noticed it on your way here, the wilderness forest?" Instructor Chi looked at the student in front of him. "That's right. You were asking me if there's a place for trials, weren't you? The wilderness forest is a great choice. The outskirts have many first-tier beasts roaming about. With your strength, as long as you're cautious, you shouldn't have much trouble. Instructor Chi carefully examined the student in front of him, who was at the later stage of the first tier. Even though his level wasn't high, his attack power was comparable to the third tier. As long as he was a bit careful, the beasts on the outskirts wouldn't pose much of a threat to him. Lin Xiao nodded and slowly walked towards the task board. His eyes scanned the rows of tasks. Level task: kill a first-tier early-stage Songyuan wolf. Collect its claws and hide. Reward 100,000. Level task: find 10 Baixiang herbs. Reward 120,000. Level task: kill a first-tier mid-stage flame lion. Collect its organs and paws. Reward 500,000. A level task: kill a first-tier latest-stage pinnacle rattlesnake king. Collect its gallbladder. Reward 1 million. Level task: find a second-tier spiritual herb. Wei Lingji. Reward 5 million. Note: powerful beasts lurk around such herbs. Warriors beware. Seeing the wall full of tasks, Lin Xiao's eyes gleamed. To him, these were real money. He turned to the staff member beside him and inquired, "Are there any requirements to take on these tasks?" The staff member glanced at him and answered indifferently, "There are no special requirements. You just need to submit the corresponding proof materials." "Got it, thank you." Lin Xiao nodded in gratitude, then returned to the instructor's side. "Instructor, I'm planning to train in the wilderness forest for a few days. Could you please help me get a leave from school?" "Huh, you're quite eager." Instructor Chi waved his hand. "All right, I'll take care of the school for you. It's good to see some action." He thought to himself, this kid is indeed a bit reckless and bold. "Thank you, instructor. I'll take my leave now." Lin Xiao said goodbye and went to the entrance of the wilderness forest alone, entering without hesitation. "Can't wait." Instructor Chi watched Lin Xiao's disappearing figure, then left as well, as he had other matters to attend to. As Lin Xiao stepped into the forest, his nerves immediately tensed. It was his first training session, and he couldn't afford to fail. It wasn't long before he encountered a beast. Judging by its aura, it should be a first-tier early-stage Biasta Earth Spirit Rat. Lin Xiao observed the creature warily. The Earth Spirit Rat had enormous front teeth, was covered in fur, and its blood-red eyes glowed with ferocity. Clearly, the beast had also noticed Lin Xiao and was baring its teeth, ready to attack at any moment. First-tier early stage. I wonder if it can withstand a punch from me, Lin Xiao thought to himself, as he assumed an attack stance. Bang! With a loud sound, a massive hole appeared in the center of the Earth Spirit Rat's body. Lin Xiao had punched right through it. "Weak," Lin Xiao remarked disdainfully. At that moment, a system notification sounded in his mind. "Ding! You have killed a first-tier early-stage beast, earning 100 cultivation points." "Huh? Only 100 points for the initial stage of the first tier?" Lin Xiao frowned at the system panel, muttering to himself about how stingy the system seemed. But then he thought, even a mosquito's leg is still meat, and asked, "System, can the beast's corpse be exchanged for cultivation points?" "Ding, yes, host." Detecting exchangeable beast corpse. First tier initial stage Earth Spirit Rat. Exchangeable for 200 cultivation points. Proceed with exchange. "That's so little. Fine, exchange it." Ding, exchange successful. The Earth Spirit Rat's corpse vanished instantly. Lin Xiao noticed that he felt no emotion after slaying the beast. A strange calmness that left him puzzled. When had his heart grown so cold? With this question in mind, he continued his exploration. By the end of the day, he had encountered and easily defeated over a dozen first-tier initial stage beasts, each unable to withstand the force of his punch. By now, his cultivation points had accumulated to 4,500. Not bad, this efficiency is acceptable. Lin Xiao was talking to himself when he heard the sounds of a battle ahead. He could sense human and beast auras. Let's check it out. Maybe I can pick up something valuable. In a clearing, 3 warriors were fiercely battling a beast. "Boss, it's not working. This beast's hide is too thick. We can't break its defense." "Yeah, boss, maybe we should give up. My powers are almost drained. Dragging this out any longer will be dangerous." 2 mid-tier first-stage warriors shouted as they attacked. Their leader was also exhausted, unable to break through the beast's defense despite giving it his all. Second, third, prepare to retreat. "Got it. Yes, boss." After delivering a final combined strike, the 3 quickly retreated. The beast, relying on its strong defense, stood its ground without any intention of pursuing. "Damn, who would have thought this beast's shell would be so tough? We miscalculated this time." "No worries, as long as we 3 brothers are alive." Just then, a leisurely voice chimed in. "Ahem. Well, since you guys are giving up, this beast is mine now." "Who's there?" The 3 brothers were taken aback, only then noticing Lin Xiao standing nearby. Realizing he might have been watching them all along, they broke out in a cold sweat. Lin Xiao paid no attention to their reaction and walked straight toward the beast. It was a mid-tier first-stage pangolin, known for its formidable defense, but today it met its match. "Don't worry, it won't hurt." Lin Xiao smiled and delivered a punch. Bang! The pangolin died with eyes wide open, its proud defense shattered by a single blow. The three brothers, witnessing this, were terrified. The leader immediately shouted, "Second, third, run," and took off first, afraid of being targeted. After running a distance, they dared to stop and catch their breath. "Boss, who was that guy? He was insanely strong." "I have no idea, never heard of anyone like that before. We need to be extra cautious, the wilderness forest might become dangerous." Lin Xiao wasn't concerned about the three who fled. The system promptly notified him. Ding, killed mid-tier first stage pangolin, received 300 cultivation points. Corpse reclaimed, received 300 cultivation points. Mid-tier beasts are indeed more valuable. Lin Xiao nodded and continued on. By evening, he returned to the entrance, having earned nearly 20,000 cultivation points from a day of hunting. After submitting the task materials, he received a reward of about 800,000 gold coins. Back home, Lin Xiao immediately called out, "System, open the panel." Ding, host panel opened. After careful consideration, Lin Xiao decided to prioritize enhancing his mental power. He found that the higher his mental power, the more adept he was at controlling various aspects. If there were any points left over, he would continue to enhance the awakening level of the Spacetime Divine Eye. System, boost my mental power and Spacetime Divine Eye. Ding, enhancement successful. Ah, feels good. Lin Xiao relished the improved sense of control. His mental power had now reached 100 points. The awakening level of the Spacetime Divine Eye increased to 2, and his cultivation points were now depleted. Can't stop spending, more hunting tomorrow. Over the next few days, Lin Xiao's life settled into a steady rhythm. During the day, he roamed the wilderness, hunting fierce beasts. At night, he focused on cultivating his skills, continually enhancing his control over his own power. One day, Lin Xiao stood before the corpse of a beast he had just slain, nodding in satisfaction. "That's enough for today," he murmured to himself, skillfully summoning the system interface. A system notification sounded. Ding. You have slain a mid-tier level 2 saber-toothed tiger, earning 1,000 cultivation points. Do you wish to retrieve the beast's body? Retrieve. Lin Xiao responded decisively. Ding. Retrieval successful, awarding 1,000 cultivation points. Lin Xiao silently calculated his gains. Through relentless effort, he had accumulated 80,000 cultivation points, coupled with nearly 5 million gold coins earned from completing tasks, which could be converted to 130,000 cultivation points in total. Tonight, I'll reap the rewards, he thought to himself. Returning to the Warrior Association's hall, Lin Xiao efficiently handed over the collected task materials to the staff. The staff members' attitude towards Lin Xiao grew increasingly respectful, as a level 2 warrior was already considered notable in this place. This young man not only frequently submitted materials from mid-tier level 2 beasts, but also completed tasks far beyond the usual difficulty. Please wait a moment, Master Lin, I'll calculate this for you right away, the staff member said respectfully. Lin Xiao nodded, thinking it was a lucky day as he had found many materials needed for tasks. The hall was bustling with warriors, most of whom had no backing and relied on hunting fierce beasts to earn cultivation resources. They whispered among themselves. He's here again. Every time he comes, he completes so many tasks on the board, even the level ones. Those tasks require at least mid-tier level 2 strength. He's an incredible young man. Shoo, keep it down. Don't let him hear you. I ran into him in the wilderness once. You know what happened? What? Did he take your stuff? No, but he killed a level 2 beast with a single punch. Nearly scared me to death. No way. One punch to kill a level 2. Absolutely true. Shoo, he's looking our way, keep quiet. The group of discussing warriors fell silent as Lin Xiao glanced over, suddenly finding the floor fascinating as if a rare treasure had appeared. Just then, the staff member returned. Master Lin, thank you for waiting. The materials you provided along with task rewards total 1.93 million. I've managed to round it up to an even 2 million, which has been transferred to your identity token. Please check it. Lin Xiao glanced at the token and smiled slightly. Thank you. I'll come to you again if I need anything. Though it was only an extra 70,000, he appreciated the gesture. The staff member was overjoyed, knowing their efforts had paid off, and became even more respectful. By the way, Lin Xiao suddenly asked, is there a cultivation room available? Yes, there's currently an empty Earth-level cultivation room. The rate is 100,000 gold coins per hour. The staff member immediately replied. Without hesitation, Lin Xiao took out a pile of gold coins. Here's 5 million. Book it for 2 days. Certainly, Master Lin, one moment please. The staff member quickly responded. Shortly after, the paperwork was complete, and the staff member led Lin Xiao to an Earth-level cultivation room. Here's your room card, loaded with 50 hours of cultivation time. You'll receive a notification when your time is up. Happy cultivating. Lin Xiao took the card, entered the room, and prepared to begin the cultivation he had eagerly anticipated. After the staff left, Lin Xiao entered the cultivation chamber, holding his key card. He inserted the card into the slot by the door, and instantly, a dense wave of foreign energy surged in, filling the entire space. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xiao felt the energy fluctuations from all directions and silently acknowledged that the 500W was well spent. He quickly sat cross-legged on the floor and summoned the system panel. His personal information was clear. Lin Xiao, a 16-year-old male, possessed SS-level spacetime abilities and a super SS-level source of spacetime sacred law, with awakening levels of 3 and 2, respectively. He also had the Spacetime Divine Eye and the 10 Great Divine Eyes of the Heavens, with his cultivation at the initial stage of the second tier. His vitality was at 580 points, mental strength at 120 points, and he had mastered the Void Sutra technique and the Void Blade martial skill. Seeing 83,500 cultivation points and 20,000 exchangeable points, Lin Xiao decided to enhance his ability talent. With the system prompt, his cultivation points quickly dropped to less than 10,000. Although he felt a twinge of regret for the points earned from hard-fought battles, the resulting surge of power made him forget his heartache. Lin Xiao clearly sensed a deeper understanding of spacetime, with reduced energy consumption when using his abilities. Upon checking the panel again, the awakening levels of his two talents had increased to 7 and 5, and the Void Blade had progressed from beginner to minor accomplishment. Unsatisfied, he exchanged another 20,000 cultivation points to maximize his vitality and mental strength. As powerful energy filled both his body and mind, Lin Xiao felt incredibly invigorated. He took out a bottle of ability pills, swallowed a few, and entered a meditative state. Instantly, the entire cultivation chamber's energy seemed summoned, rushing madly towards Lin Xiao. His skin glowed with a blood-red light, greedily absorbing the surrounding energy. Above him, a small vortex slowly formed, continuously channeling energy into his body. Amidst this terrifying energy surge, Lin Xiao's cultivation advanced rapidly. However, this unusual situation soon caught the attention of the outside world. A staff member responsible for managing the cultivation chamber noticed that the energy stone consumption in the earth-level chamber far exceeded normal levels. Initially suspecting equipment malfunction, a thorough inspection revealed no issues. Seeing the consumption continue to rise, he promptly reported the matter to his superiors. A sudden rush of footsteps shattered the tranquility outside the training chamber. A middle-aged man with a square face frowned deeply as he briskly approached his reporting subordinate. His expression was grave, clearly having just received some troubling news. What do you mean? Excessive consumption? There was a hint of displeasure in the middle-aged man's voice. The subordinate cautiously replied, "Yes, sir. At the current rate, the Earth-level training room is consuming nearly 10 ability stones per hour on average." What? The middle-aged man widened his eyes in shock. 10 ability stones per hour? How is that possible? His reaction was understandable. Ability stones, the hard currency among warriors, are not only precious but also rich in potent energy that warriors can directly absorb for training. However, due to their scarcity, even the cheapest one on the market costs around 100,000. The middle-aged man was restless and immediately ordered his subordinate to take him to the site to investigate. After a thorough inspection, the equipment showed no abnormalities. "If it's not our issue, then there must be a problem with the person inside," he said, frowning as he instructed a staff member nearby. "Fetch me the information on the person inside." At the same time, he weighed in his mind whether to forcibly interrupt the person's training inside. Such an action is taboo among warriors, and he was reluctant to do so unless absolutely necessary. Soon, a staff member handed over Lin Xiao's personal information. The middle-aged man read it carefully, his frown deepening. 16 years old, late stage of the first tier? Possibly from a noble family, he muttered in disbelief. Even with his extensive experience, such talent left him astounded. At this moment, the staff member who had been attending to Lin Xiao whispered a few additional details in the supervisor's ear. The middle-aged man's expression shifted instantly from shock to elation. Possessing at least mid-second tier strength? This isn't just talent, it's monstrous. He was so excited he could hardly contain himself, contemplating how to seize this rare opportunity. "Sir, how do you propose we handle this?" the staff responsible for the training room asked softly. "Increase it," the middle-aged man said decisively. "No matter how much he uses, top it up. By the way, how long is his training session?" "Sir, it's a total of 50 hours. At the current rate of 10 stones per hour, it requires about 500 ability stones." Hearing this number, the middle-aged man's mouth twitched. 500 ability stones equate to 50 million gold coins. He gritted his teeth, making up his mind. "You have to spend money to make money. Increase it. Keep a close watch here for the next 2 days. If it runs low, refill it immediately. When it's about to end, notify me at once." With that, he hurriedly left, fearing that lingering any longer might make him regret his decision. Meanwhile, inside the Earth-level training room, Lin Xiao was fully immersed in his training. The energy within his body had reached the peak of the initial stage of the second tier. Suddenly, a faint pop echoed within him as he broke through to the mid-second tier. However, Lin Xiao did not stop there. He remained in a meditative state, continuing his deep training. During a brief moment of wakefulness, he performed a systematic sign-in and received a bottle of ability pills. Then, he closed his eyes again, delving into an even deeper level of training. 50 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Inside the training room, a mechanical voice announced, "Dear Mr. Lin Xiao, your training session is about to end. Would you like to extend it?" Lin Xiao opened his eyes, feeling the surge of energy within him. He shook his head gently. No extension. As he stood up, he marveled at the rich energy in this place, which had propelled him to the late stage of the second level in just 2 days. Stepping out of the training room, Lin Xiao noticed several figures waiting for him. A middle-aged man approached quickly, with a friendly smile on his face. "Are you Lin Xiao, young friend?" "I am Lin Xiao and you are?" Lin Xiao nodded slightly. The middle-aged man introduced himself warmly. "Hello, young Lin Xiao. I'm Sun Xian, the person in charge here. If you don't mind, you can call me Brother Sunday." His tone was friendly, as if he were reuniting with an old friend, without any pretense. Lin Xiao was a bit surprised. Brother Sunday." Hearing this, Sun Xian's smile widened, and he patted Lin Xiao's shoulder. "Ha, young Lin Xiao. There are too many eyes and ears here. How about we go to my office for a chat?" Sensing no malice and acknowledging Sun Xian's position, Lin Xiao nodded in agreement. "Please, this way." Sun Xian gestured courteously and led the way. Once they left, the hall buzzed with conversation. "Did I see that right? Was that Master Sun?" "Yes, it was him. Who is that young man who got such a reception from Master Sun, and was even called brother? I'm curious too. Master Sun is the chief here, holding considerable power, and I've heard he's a level 5 expert. Wow, could that young man be from a prominent family? Who cares who he is? I can't stand those types, living off their family's reputation. In a real fight, they're all show. Chill. Keep it down. Don't let anyone hear you, or you might lose your head." In the elegant study, Lin Xiao sat slightly sideways, his gaze sweeping over the fruit on the table. He had a vague suspicion in his mind, but wasn't sure. Sun Xian broke the silence, speaking warmly. "Lin, my young friend, there's no need to be nervous. To be honest, inviting you here was a bit of a whim on my part. I heard from the others that a young prodigy has joined our station. Now that I've met you, I see the rumors are true. Lin, you truly are exceptional." A hint of surprise flickered in Sun Xian's eyes. If his senses were correct, this young man was not merely at the late stage of the first tier, but had reached the late stage of the second tier. 16 years old and already at the late second tier. He marveled silently, never having met such a prodigy before. As long as nothing unexpected happens, this young man will surely be a pillar of the Dragon Nation in the future. Lin Xiao responded with humility. "You're too kind, Brother Sunday. I'm just an ordinary person." He could sense the goodwill from the other, which put him at ease. Sun Xian nodded appreciatively, not arrogant or impatient. "If I had your mindset back then, perhaps I could have gone further." A touch of nostalgia crossed his face. Then, without further ado, he took out a black card from his sleeve. "This is a black gold membership card from our Martial Arts Association. With this card, you can enjoy a 30% discount at any branch of the association across the Dragon Nation. More importantly, it comes with a monthly credit limit of 20 million. Consider it a gift from your older brother." Lin Xiao looked at the black card hesitantly. "Brother Sun this?" Sun Xian interrupted with a smile. "No need to overthink, Lin. Since you call me brother, I won't harm you. This card is just a token of my goodwill, nothing more." Feeling the sincerity of Sun Xian, Lin Xiao accepted graciously. "In that case, I'll accept it with gratitude. Thank you, Brother Sunday." He took the card, silently admiring Sun Xian's way of dealing with people, which naturally engendered goodwill. After a moment, Lin Xiao asked somewhat awkwardly, "Brother Sun, what does the monthly credit limit of 20 million mean?" He felt a bit embarrassed asking about money right after accepting the card. Unperturbed, Sun Xian explained patiently. "It means that with this card, you can apply for a 20 million credit limit each month from the Martial Arts Association, with a maximum of 100 million annually. You just need to repay it within 3 years, with no additional interest." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao's eyes lit up. An annual amount of 100 million. It was like a windfall. With his potential, repaying it in 3 years shouldn't be a problem. Thinking of something, Lin Xiao looked at Sun Xian somewhat embarrassedly. Sensing his hesitation, Sun Xian encouraged, "Feel free to speak, Lin." Gathering his courage, Lin Xiao asked, his cheeks slightly flushed, Brother Sun, is it possible for me to apply for a year's worth of credit in one go?" After speaking, he felt a bit shameless, his face reddening further. Sun Xian was a bit surprised, not expecting such a large request right off the bat. He looked intently at Lin Xiao, as if pondering something. Lin Xiao met his gaze, aware that his request might be difficult, but he still held on to a glimmer of hope. After all, 100 million was equivalent to 1 million cultivation points, which was significant for him. Lin Xiao stood in the station office, inwardly amazed by Sun Xian's boldness. He carefully observed the station leader, pondering his intentions. A shrewd glint flashed in Sun Xian's eyes as he spoke. "Brother Lin, I'm here to lend you a hand. Hearing this, Lin Xiao couldn't contain his joy and quickly responded. Rest assured, brother Sun, I will remember your kindness today. Sun Xian smiled and said softly. Heh, there's never kindness without reason in life, only exchanges of interest. I've already transferred 1 billion funds to your token. Lin Xiao expressed his gratitude once more before taking his leave. Sun Xian sat back, murmuring to himself. Truly, the younger generation surpasses the old. A 16-year-old at the late second stage, such talent is rare even among the noble families in the capital. Lin Xiao ran all the way home, his speed like the wind and lightning after his breakthrough. In no time, he was back in his small room. Eagerly, he called out to the system, convert the entire billion funds into cultivation points. Ding, conversion successful, current available cultivation points, 1 million. The system's voice echoed in Lin Xiao's mind. What immense wealth. Lin Xiao was thrilled to see a full 1 million cultivation points. I've never fought with such ample resources before. He began planning his allocation strategy. I need to enhance my techniques, focus on innate abilities. Mental strength is crucial. I love the feeling of overwhelming power with a single punch. Martial skills go without saying. And if there's anything left, I'll add it to my cultivation. Nodding in satisfaction, Lin Xiao commanded. System, allocate the points according to my plan. Ding. Allocation successful. The cultivation points were instantly depleted, and Lin Xiao suspiciously eyed the system panel, wondering if the system was secretly pocketing some. Ding, please do not insult this system, dear host. The system seemed to sense Lin Xiao's thoughts. This is a divine-level cultivation system, not concerned with trivial amounts. Lin Xiao was half convinced, but the surge of power left him no time to dwell on it. He eagerly checked his latest stats. System, open the panel. The panel appeared before him. Name, Lin Xiao. Gender, male. Age, 16. Race, human. Talent, SS level Spacetime Ability. Super SS level Source of Spacetime Sacred Law, Awakening Degree 12. Spacetime Divine Eyes, one of the 10 Great Divine Eyes, Awakening Degree 10. Level, Early 3rd Stage. Vitality, 10,000. Mental Strength, 1,000 points. Cultivation Method, Void Scripture Beginner. Martial Skill, Blade of Nullity, Peak of Small Accomplishment. Cultivation Points, 0. So these are my current stats? Lin Xiao clenched his fists, feeling the power surging within, eager to fight someone immediately. Tomorrow, I'll go find the instructor at school. After a quick wash, Lin Xiao lay in bed and soon fell asleep. Over the past few days, he had been on edge, but now he could finally relax a bit. Ever since discovering he had traveled to this world, he had been cautious with every step, always feeling out of place. But at this moment, he felt a sense of peace, looking forward to what tomorrow would bring. Lin Xiao spent his life shrouded in insecurity, always treading carefully, as if on thin ice. This deep-rooted insecurity became the driving force behind his urgent desire to improve his skills. To him, only great strength could provide true security. After a long night's sleep, Lin Xiao finally woke up leisurely the next afternoon. As he got up, still groggy, he felt significantly more relaxed. Out of habit, he called out to the system in his mind. System, check in. Ding. A familiar notification sounded in his mind. Check-in successful. You've received a master-level combat skill insight. Would you like to accept it? Lin Xiao's eyes lit up, and without hesitation, he chose to accept. In an instant, countless images flooded his mind like a tide. They were the life experiences of a middle-aged man with master-level combat skills, condensed into a series of essential scenes. Ding, acceptance successful. As the system notification faded, Lin Xiao felt as if he had been reborn. He stood still, a sharp light gleaming in his eyes like never before. If a martial arts master were present, they would surely exclaim. This young man, though seemingly full of flaws, actually had no openings at all. This was the master-level combat skill, an astounding achievement that shouldn't belong to someone his age. Lin Xiao quietly savored this hard-won insight, and suddenly realized how foolish he had been in the past. He used to fight without any strategy, like a reckless brute. Looking back, combat skills are usually categorized into subtle, dawn, master, grandmaster, and supreme grandmaster levels. At 16, he had already reached master-level combat skills, an unprecedented feat in the history of the Dragon Nation. Lin Xiao thought to himself, it's time to find Instructor Qi for some practice. Meanwhile, on the back hill of 3rd High School, Instructor Qi suddenly sneezed. Rubbing his nose, he muttered, strange, in this hot weather, is some brat bad-mouthing me behind my back? Then, he raised his voice and shouted at the students on the hillside. You brats, keep up. Anyone who hasn't reached the top in 30 minutes will have extra training tomorrow. The students, though frustrated, dared not speak out, and could only grit their teeth, trying their best to keep up with the group. As Instructor Qi walked, he continued to scold. Hurry up, hurry up. Look at you bunch of losers, training for so many days, and not a single one has broken through to a warrior. I've never led such a lousy class. Don't ever say it was me who trained you. It's too embarrassing. The students turned purple with anger at his reprimands, but no one dared to resist. They hadn't forgotten how Zhang Tianran, despite having an A-level ability, was punished for defying the instructor due to the harsh training. Now his training load was doubled that of others, with his weight burden raised from 50 kilograms to 100 kilograms. While supervising the training, Instructor Chi thought of Lin Xiao. It's been days since I last heard from that kid. I wonder how his training went. Stroking his chin, he recalled having reported Lin Xiao's situation to his superiors. The leaders made it clear, Lin Xiao wasn't meant for them, implying that the talented youth had caught the attention of higher authorities, leaving them with no chance. This left Instructor Chi feeling a bit disappointed, as it was rare to encounter such a prodigy. Just then, his phone rang unexpectedly. Hello, this is Chi Nua. Hello, is this Instructor Chi? Lin Xiao's voice came through the phone. Oh, it's you, Lin Xiao. Is your training over? Yes, Instructor Chi. I returned to school and found no one around. Where are you and the other students? Oh, I brought them to the back hill for physical training. Come join us. All right, Instructor Chi. After hanging up, Instructor Chi smiled. He thought, it's been a while since I've seen this kid. I wonder how much he's improved from this training. Before long, a figure appeared before Instructor Chi. It was Lin Xiao, who had hurried over. As he looked at the young man before him, Chi Nua's eyes showed a hint of surprise. In just a few days, he found it difficult to see through this young fellow. Instructor Chi. Lin Xiao greeted politely. Lin Xiao, is there something you need from me? Instructor Chi chuckled. The training I'm doing now probably isn't of much use to you anymore. Lin Xiao shook his head and looked directly into Instructor Chi's eyes, speaking earnestly. Instructor, I want to have another match with you. In an open area, the students of the special training class sat in a circle, exhaustion written all over their faces. They were eagerly discussing the upcoming showdown. Who do you think will win this time? One student asked, his voice filled with anticipation. It's gotta be Lin Ge, he's the best. Another student replied confidently. I think Instructor Chi might win this time. Someone disagreed. Last time Lin Xiao won because the instructor went easy on him. Do you really think an instructor would lose to a high school freshman otherwise? Surprisingly, Zhang Tianran sided with Lin Xiao this time. I believe Lin Xiao can win, he said, pursing his lips as his gaze landed on Instructor Chi, noticing an unusual seriousness in his expression. Wang Yi lay on the ground, panting heavily. Despite being exhausted, he managed to cheer for his best friend in broken sentences. Lin Xiao will definitely win. In the center of the field, Lin Xiao and Instructor Chi stood face to face. Instructor Chi frowned slightly, sensing something was off. Lin Xiao seemed too calm, and his stance was riddled with openings, which was entirely inconsistent with the peak combat techniques he knew. Instructor Chi, I have an unusual request, Lin Xiao said firmly, looking directly at him. Please show me your true strength. As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful wave emanated from him, indicating the early stage of Tier 3. Chi Nua's eyes widened in disbelief as he rubbed them. Tier 3. Instructor, are you ready? Lin Xiao's tone grew more serious. Chi Nua quickly adjusted his mindset. After all, he was a seasoned soldier who had survived countless battles. All right, kid, bring it on. Boom. With a loud crash, everyone saw a figure streak across the sky like a meteor, crashing heavily into the distant mountain. Everyone was stunned until Wang Yi stammered. If I'm not mistaken, that was Instructor Chi, right? Yeah, I think so. Another student swallowed hard. Whoa. Summoning unexpected energy, Wang Yi dashed to Lin Xiao's side, patting him all over. Wow, Lin Xiao, Lin Ge, Lin Master. From now on, you're the only master for me, Wang Yi. Feeling uncomfortable from the pats, Lin Xiao grabbed Wang Yi by the collar, lifting him off the ground. Stop being gross. But Wang Yi clung tightly to Lin Xiao's arm, refusing to let go. Just then, a coughing sound came from afar. Chi Nua staggered back, his shirt in tatters, hair disheveled, and a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Seeing this, Lin Xiao scratched his head awkwardly, not expecting Instructor Chi's strength to be so lacking, even after holding back most of his power. Cough, cough. Chi Nua looked at Lin Xiao with a complex expression. The younger generation really does surpass the old. Instructor Chi, are you alright? Lin Xiao asked with concern. Now you remember to worry about me. Chi Nua chuckled bitterly, shaking his head. Don't worry, I'm not that fragile. This little injury is nothing. But you're really something else. Being called a freak by his own instructor left Lin Xiao speechless, unsure of how to respond. Zeno coughed again, suppressing the turmoil within him, and stared intently at Lin Xiao. You kid, he said, his voice betraying his shock, are the most extraordinary person I've ever met in my life. In just half a month, you've gone from being a newly awakened student to someone who can punch me away? If someone else told me that, I'd have cursed them out. Waving his hand with a hint of resignation, Zeno continued. All right, go about your business. You don't need to attend the special training classes anymore. He knew in his heart that this kid had surpassed what he could teach. Lin Xiao nodded in agreement. He had come here today just to spar with the coach and test his abilities. It seemed that hunting fierce beasts in the wild suited his current level better. Amidst the envious gazes of the crowd, Lin Xiao turned to leave. Suddenly, a loud shout came from Wang Yi, ignoring the looks from others. Master Lin, don't forget you have a godson here. Wang Yi felt secretly pleased, looking down on the short-sighted people around him, imagining a future of prosperity following Lin Xiao. Hearing this, Lin Xiao couldn't help but smile. That Wang Yi was up to his antics again. However, he quickly frowned, realizing that the match with Coach Qi was too hasty to accurately assess his current strength. An idea struck him, and Lin Xiao thought of the Martial Arts Association's testing ground. He immediately turned back and headed to the association's safe zone station. He was greeted by a familiar face, the staff member previously in charge of the task board, now promoted to the hall manager. Seeing Lin Xiao, the man respectfully said, Master Lin, we meet again. Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow, noticing the man's more refined uniform, and got straight to the point. It's you. I'm here to test my strength this time. All right, Master Lin, please follow me. The man led the way while explaining the testing options. We have two types of tests. One is directly striking the measuring device, and the other is sparring with posts. Our device can measure up to early stage 5th tier strength. The sparring posts are more realistic as they have been specially treated to possess considerable combat skills. Lin Xiao nodded in understanding. I'll try the first one, then the second. The staff quickly prepared the necessary equipment. Although there was usually a fee for testing, he did not charge Lin Xiao. Master Lin, the equipment is ready, please come this way. Lin Xiao followed the staff into a secluded room. Inside was a set of precise instruments, with a thick striking board at the center. Master Lin, just strike this board with full force. It can withstand up to early stage 5th tier attacks, the staff explained. Without further words, Lin Xiao raised his right fist, gathering all his energy into his fist. He punched out, and the room echoed with a deafening sound. The instruments immediately began calculating, buzzing as if under tremendous strain. The staff stood aside, dumbfounded as a faint crack appeared on the board designed to withstand 5th tier attacks. Amidst the buzzing of machines, Lin Xiao's data was finally calculated. The staff member's eyes widened in disbelief as he stammered. Blood energy value over 10,000 points. Fist power comparable to the peak of the 4th tier. Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow and, without waiting for the other to regain composure, decisively said, In that case, let's proceed with the second test using a 5th tier wooden dummy. As soon as he finished speaking, he strode into another spacious room. A human-shaped wooden dummy stood in the center, and with a slight smile, Lin Xiao leaped forward without waiting for instructions. The sound of fists striking echoed throughout the room. This 5th tier dummy was extremely sturdy, and each contact left Lin Xiao's knuckles tingling. He muttered to himself, Wow, is this made of a 1,000-year-old turtle shell? It's ridiculously tough. Lin Xiao shook his aching hand, realizing that sheer physical strength alone wasn't enough to tackle this thing. Outside the room, the staff quickly reported the situation to Supervisor Sunday. Upon hearing the news, Sun Xian immediately put down his documents and rushed to the scene. The moment he opened the door, Sun Xian was speechless at the sight before him. The seemingly thin young man was completely dominating their station's strongest 5th tier humanoid dummy. It was something even their adult martial artists struggled to handle. This boy is truly terrifying. Sun Xian muttered to himself, eyes full of shock. A cultivation level at the early stage of the 3rd tier, a blood energy value exceeding 10,000, and strength comparable to the 5th tier. How should one deal with such a prodigy? Sun Xian was momentarily at a loss. Even he, a mid-5th tier martial artist, had a pure blood energy value just over 10,000. Inside the room, the battle was nearing its end. The indestructible dummy eventually succumbed to Lin Xiao's relentless onslaught. With a final loud crash, the dummy was completely destroyed, its pieces scattered across the floor. Phew, that was satisfying, Lin Xiao exclaimed, shaking his fists with satisfaction at the pure physical confrontation. However, seeing the mess he created, he couldn't help but feel a bit guilty. I hope I don't have to pay for the damages. This thing doesn't look cheap. Just as Lin Xiao was feeling uneasy about his achievement, Sun Xian entered the room. Lin Xiao quickly approached him. Brother Sun, there's something I need to. Before Lin Xiao could finish, Sun Xian waved his hand with a smile. No need to be so formal, Brother Lin. It's just a dummy. If it's broken, it's broken. Asking you to compensate would be an insult to me. Hearing this, Lin Xiao breathed a sigh of relief, his smile brightening. Brother Sun, you're the best. I won't linger any longer. I'll visit again next time. Before Sun Xian could respond, Lin Xiao dashed off, as if fearing Sun Xian might change his mind. Sun Xian watched Lin Xiao's disappearing figure, then glanced at the scattered pieces of the dummy, unsure whether to laugh or cry. This young man, is he a blessing or a curse? In the days that followed, Lin Xiao immersed himself in the wilderness of the forest. His reputation spread like wildfire among the beasts in the outer regions, a hunter more ruthless than the fiercest creatures. This led to him sometimes going half a day without encountering a single beast. With a single punch, Lin Xiao killed the second-tier beast in front of him, and the mechanical voice of the system echoed in his mind. He looked up at the sky, contemplating that it was time to return. Tomorrow marked the end of a month, and today he should stop and head back for some rest. He vividly remembered the day he awakened, when the principal had given him a spot in the elite training camp. After exchanging his mission materials, Lin Xiao concluded his month-long adventure in the wilderness. As he left, he heard other hunters discussing behind him. Finally, he's gone. With him around, we couldn't get a chance. Don't you know? We haven't even seen the shadow of a first-tier beast during this time. It's like they're all gone. They've almost gone extinct because of him. Returning to his shabby hut, Lin Xiao checked his panel. Training points 43,548. Exchangeable training points 18,354. He frowned, dissatisfied with the fruits of his labor over the past few days. Shaking his head, Lin Xiao realized that the beasts on the outskirts of the forest were nearly wiped out, while the depths were blocked by a mysterious seal. The system had told him that it was a formation beyond his current power. Lin Xiao scratched his head, curious about what was happening deeper inside. System, exchange training points. Ding, exchange successful. His training points increased to 61,902. Lin Xiao decided to continue investing in his innate abilities. System, upgrade talent. Ding, upgrade successful. Talent, SS level ability. Time and Space Super SS level Time and Space Holy Law Source, Awakening Degree 14. Time and Space Divine Eye, one of the 10 Great Divine Eyes, Awakening Degree 12. That's it. Lin Xiao was surprised to see that after spending 60,000 points, the two major innate abilities together improved by less than 5. He spoke with dissatisfaction. System, you're not skimping, are you? Ding, this system is fair and just, and would never engage in such despicable behavior. Suddenly, a knock on the door interrupted Lin Xiao's thoughts. A familiar voice came from outside. Is this the home of Lin Xiao from 3rd High School? Puzzled, Lin Xiao opened the door, and it was indeed the principal. Lin Xiao, hope I'm not disturbing your rest, Principal Chu said with a smile, introducing the middle-aged man beside him. District Head Ma, this is Lin Xiao, a student at my 3rd high school. Lin Xiao observed the middle-aged man, well-defined facial features, dressed in a traditional suit with neatly combed hair. Hello, Lin Xiao. I'm the district head of Pingan District. My surname is Ma. District Head Ma extended his right hand. Lin Xiao quickly stepped forward to shake hands. Hello, District Head Ma. Haha, no need to be so formal, District Head Ma said warmly. I heard from your Principal Chu that his 3rd high school has a prodigious talent. Now I see. Old Chu wasn't exaggerating. Standing beside him, Principal Chu chuckled, having spread the news throughout the upper echelons of Pingan District. Lin Xiao's SS-level ability talent caused a sensation throughout the region. The principal's vigorous promotion sparked curiosity among the upper echelons of Pingan District about this young prodigy. When Director Ma and the principal visited Lin Xiao's home, the boy politely welcomed them inside. As the highest official in Pingan District, Director Ma naturally wanted to meet this exceptionally gifted student in person. Lin Xiao, it's nice to meet you, Director Ma said, taking a bank card from the inner pocket of his suit. Here is 10 million as a reward from the government. Lin Xiao's eyes lit up, and he quickly accepted the bank card with both hands, expressing his gratitude repeatedly. Thank you, sir. Thank you, government. Seeing this, Director Ma turned to his old friend Principal Chu, a hint of amusement in his eyes. Principal Chu had already warned him that this kid had a bit of a penchant for money. Lin Xiao, remember to come to school tomorrow. The people from the Prodigy Training Camp will come to pick you up, Principal Chu instructed. After the two elders left, Lin Xiao happily checked the balance on the bank card, planning to save up another 1,000,000 training points for a comprehensive upgrade. Early the next morning, the system notified him of a successful check-in, rewarding him with 10 ability stones. Curious, Lin Xiao took one out and discovered it was filled with rich energy that could be directly absorbed. This reminded him of the spirit stones from novels in his previous life, and he couldn't help but feel lucky. Arriving at the school gate, Principal Chu was already waiting. Before long, a black, extended bus pulled up, and a plainclothes martial artist stepped off. Which one of you is Lin Xiao? The martial artist asked, showing his ID. I'm responsible for transporting you to the Prodigy Training Camp. Lin Xiao stepped forward to respond, ready to embark on a new journey. His heart was filled with both anticipation and nervousness, uncertain about the challenges and opportunities that awaited him at the Prodigy Training Camp. The plainclothes officer pulled out a staff ID card from the Tianjiao Training Camp, stamped with the insignia of the Dragon Kingdom. After a thorough inspection, Principal Chu nodded slightly at Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao glanced at the black bus parked at the school gate, noticing the silhouettes of several people inside. After briefly bidding farewell to the principal, he boarded the bus. As the door closed and the engine roared to life, the bus began its journey. Lin Xiao chose a window seat and looked around, noting that there were nearly 100 young people on board, including himself. He discreetly channeled his mental energy to scan the area quickly, thinking to himself, there doesn't seem to be anyone particularly formidable here. The other passengers noticed the newcomer and cast curious glances his way. These were prodigies from various places, each with prestigious backgrounds and abundant resources. In previous years, the Tianjiao training camp was almost exclusively a training ground for the children of noble families. However, this year had seen an Animalia young man of humble origins but remarkable talent had been directly allocated a spot by the camp's director. The presence of this prodigy from humble beginnings elicited mixed reactions among the passengers. Some sneered quietly, others remained watchful, and some were indifferent. Lin Xiao was unaware that his reputation had already spread among the group. Hey there, mind if I sit here? A slender young man sat down beside Lin Xiao and introduced himself. I'm Morong Yun from the Morong family in the northwest Tianrong district. Lin Xiao turned to look at the friendly young man and replied calmly, Lin Xiao, 3rd High School in Pingan district. So you're Lin Xiao? I've heard a lot about you, Morong Yun said, a curious glint in his eyes. Lin Xiao frowned slightly, sensing something unusual in Morong Yun's tone. He asked, what do you mean by that, Morong? You don't know? Morong Yun seemed surprised. Seeing Lin Xiao's puzzled expression, he sighed. Looks like you really don't know. You're quite the lucky guy. Morong Yun explained that not just anyone could enter the Tianjiao training camp. Every year, thousands of geniuses from the western region were recommended, and after a rigorous selection process, only the top 100 were admitted. Yet Lin Xiao, a young man from a small town, had been directly allocated a spot. If it weren't for the camp director's influential background, intimidating even the most powerful families, Lin Xiao's admission would have been nearly impossible. Despite this, several noble family leaders had already issued directives targeting Lin Xiao. An affront to their dignity could not be tolerated. After listening, Lin Xiao understood but remained unfazed. Morong Yun, observing Lin Xiao's calm demeanor, couldn't help but wonder if he was merely putting on a show. Morong Yun continued, since you were directly appointed, you missed a lot of the initial selections. The final competition is all about individual strength. This year, we've got some real powerhouses. He gestured towards the back of the bus. See that guy back there? That's Tuoba Ashur from the top family in the northwest, the Tuoba family. He has S-rank ability innate strength. In less than a month, he reached the peak of the 1st stage, and his raw physical strength rivals that of a 2nd stage beginner. And then there's Gong Sun Qin, also with S-rank ability netherworld, and he's at the late 1st stage of ability cultivation too. Morong Yun's voice grew more excited. The most terrifying one is that girl with an S-rank ability frost, plus a military background. Some speculate she might have already reached the 2nd stage. Oh, S-rank ability frost. Lin Xiao's gaze briefly rested on the cold and aloof girl, and he murmured, impressive. He interrupted Morong Yun, who was getting more animated. Morong, since you know so much about them, you must not be an ordinary person yourself, right? Morong Yun was momentarily taken aback, then laughed. You're joking, Lin. Compared to them, I'm nothing special, really nothing special. With that, he fell silent, secretly thinking that Lin Xiao was quite good at maintaining his composure. Lin Xiao's brow suddenly furrowed as he looked into the distance, his pupils faintly glinting with a divine light. At the same time, the driver and the plainclothes officer exchanged glances and suddenly vanished from the bus. Just as I suspected, if nothing unexpected happens, I doubt my status as the protagonist, Lin Xiao mused internally. If nothing unexpected happens, the unexpected has occurred. The students on the bus were still immersed in the excitement of heading to the Imperial Capital Academy, completely unaware of anything unusual. However, both the driver and the plainclothes warrior had quietly disappeared, and the long black bus seemed to be in autopilot mode, moving straight ahead. Suddenly, a girl with S-level abilities sensed something was wrong. Her icy demeanor and glassy eyes exuded a chilling aura. She stood up, her sharp gaze fixed ahead, clearly having detected the anomaly. Tuoba Shur and Gong Sun Qin followed closely behind her. Gong Sun Qin spoke first, his voice tinged with tension. Bing Xinru, what did you sense? As an S-level nether power user, his extraordinary sensitivity made him anticipate impending danger. Bing Xinruthis was the girl's name, shook her head slightly, and replied, I just felt something was off, but I can't pinpoint exactly what lies ahead. At this moment, the other students in the bus finally realized something was amiss. Suddenly, questions erupted. What happened? What's going on? Where's the driver? Why is the driver missing? Not just the driver, the warrior who was supposed to escort us is gone too. This is so bizarre. Despite being a group of carefully selected prodigies, they were still just 15 or 16-year-old kids. Faced with the sudden situation, chaos ensued inside the bus. Quiet, Bing Xinru commanded coldly, her powerful presence instantly quelling the turmoil. Everyone, get off the bus immediately. Under her authoritative presence, everyone except Lin Xiao obediently got off. Lin Xiao's unusual behavior quickly drew some discontent, especially from those who already harbored resentment towards him. Hey kid, Why are you still sitting there? Can't you see everyone else got off? One boy mocked. What? Planning to hide in the bus? Another boy chimed in. Huh. This kid's just a lowlife from some backwater place. Probably scared stiff, huh? You might be right. The group of boys continued, clearly having harbored grievances against Lin Xiao for some time. Enough, everyone. Tuobusher sternly interjected, casting a glance at Lin Xiao, who remained seated. He pursed his lips before speaking. Classmate, we're all in this together. Remember, when the nest is overturned, no egg is left intact. He was subtly reminding Lin Xiao that now was not the time for defiance, and that he should follow the group's lead. However, Lin Xiao remained completely still, sitting on the bus with a calm demeanor. This left Tuobusher feeling disgraced, so he merely snorted and turned away. Gong Sunqin gave a brief glance, while Bing Xinru didn't even spare Lin Xiao a look, as if she was naturally indifferent and uninterested in others. As the group stood uncertain, a sudden, intense tremor shook the ground, as if an earthquake had struck. What's happening? Why is the ground shaking so violently? Could it be an earthquake? It's not an earthquake, Gong Sunqin stated gravely. It's a horde of beasts. Using his nether power, he had sensed through his shadow that a large group of fierce beasts was charging towards them. Beasts? Gong Sunqin's exclamation shattered the silence. He looked around, his brows furrowed. Why are there beasts here? Where is our instructor? The surrounding students exchanged uneasy glances, fear spreading in their eyes. These prodigies, carefully nurtured since childhood, had never faced such peril before. Gong Sunqin continued in a low voice, analyzing the situation. There are so many. There must be around 100 beasts, and I sense 2 of them are exceptionally strong, probably at least 2nd tier or higher. Standing nearby, Tuobusher's eyes narrowed. So many beasts, he said, his voice slightly trembling as he instinctively looked toward the girl at the front. Bing Xinru. Do you have any plans? All eyes turned to Bing Xinru. As the strongest among them, and with a military background, she became their pillar of support. Bing Xinru spoke coldly, her voice commanding and indisputable. Everyone, don't panic. Pair up, stick together, and don't get separated. You're all geniuses, show the strength of a genius. The weak have no place in the Tianjiao training camp. With that, she said no more. Her upbringing in a military environment made her more composed than the others. Meanwhile, high above in the clouds, a few figures quietly appeared, including the previous bus driver and plainclothes martial artists. A man in a black leather jacket stroked his chin, speaking with a hint of amusement. I wonder how many beasts these kids will manage to kill. The middle-aged man beside him pondered for a moment before responding. It's hard to say. This batch is stronger than the last. That girl leading them, Bing Xinru, right? No wonder she's from there. She took control of the situation in just a few words. The leader among them, a middle-aged man, looked serious as he gave a low warning. All right, keep an eye on them. They're the treasures of those people, and if anything happens, they'll come after us. His gaze inadvertently fell on Lin Xiao, who was sitting in the vehicle, and he felt a twinge of doubt. Earlier, he had vaguely sensed a mental probe in their direction, but there should be no one else here. Releasing mental energy requires the strength of a 4th-tier martial artist. Could it have been this 16-year-old boy? He shook his head, dismissing the absurd notion. Lin Xiao sat quietly in the car, inwardly scoffing. As expected, how cliché, with his space-time divine eye, he took in the sight of the beasts. Too weak. The strongest is just a late 2nd-tier beast, another is mid-2nd tier, and the rest are all 1st tier. He paused, choosing not to act immediately. Those who had once mocked him would now taste their own medicine. Encouraged by Bing Xinru, the group gradually mustered their courage. After all, those selected for the Tianjiao training camp were exceptional talents, not ones to retreat at the first sign of danger. Suddenly, a cry pierced the air. They're coming. Ahead, dust billowed as countless trees fell. The immense force even altered the wind's direction. The beast horde was about to attack. Dozens of ferocious beasts surged towards them like a tidal wave, the air thick with the stench of blood. The leading 2 beasts emitted powerful auras that made hearts tremble. Bing Xinru's cold face turned serious as she said in a deep voice, I'll handle those 2 2nd-tier beasts. The rest of you, be careful. Before her words had even faded, Bing Xinru was already enveloped in the aura of a 2nd-tier ability, the cold emanating from her spreading towards the 2 beasts. A monumental battle was about to erupt. We're going into. Tuobusher shouted hoarsely, his innate power giving him strength comparable to the beasts. Without hesitation, he charged at a late-stage 1st-tier beast, and they immediately clashed fiercely. Gong Sunqin moved like a phantom, darting across the battlefield with lightning speed, his peculiar abilities constantly harassing the beast horde. The others quickly formed a battle formation, and a brutal clash between humans and beasts began. The battlefield descended into chaos. The beasts had the numerical advantage, while the humans were mostly at the early stage of the 1st tier, with fewer than 10 at the middle stage and only 2 at the late stage. Soon, the humans found themselves at a disadvantage. The beasts fought with increasing ferocity, their tough hides making many attacks feel like mere scratches. On the human side, many were already wounded. Damn it, why are these beasts so tough? I can barely hold on. Someone gritted their teeth, struggling to stay on their feet. Screw it. I'm going all out against these beasts. Some, blinded by rage, ignored their injuries, desperate to trade blows with the beasts. Despite being at a disadvantage, not a single person backed down. They were all exceptional talents, their bloodlines carrying a deep-seated hatred for the beasts. Several middle-aged men hovered in the air, silently observing the battle. The leader nodded approvingly. Not bad, they've got spirit. At least for now, these young people hadn't abandoned their comrades. He reminded, keep an eye out, no fatalities. These are the future seeds of the Dragon Nation. Losing them here would be a loss for the whole country. Bing Shinru faced the two formidable beasts alone, her powerful abilities continuously unleashed, causing the surrounding air to plummet in temperature. Her hands moved rapidly, forming seals, and countless ice blades coalesced, entangling the two beasts. Although their strong cultivation and tough shells barely withstood the attacks, they could do no more. Bing Shinru's S-level ability wasn't fully mastered, limiting her potential against beasts stronger than herself. Tuoba Sure, relying on his formidable physique, managed to kill a later-stage first-tier beast. But before he could catch his breath, another beast set its sights on him. His abilities were depleting rapidly, and he couldn't last much longer. Gong Sun Qin, with agile movements and an unconventional fighting style, successfully killed two beasts, but his face was growing paler. The battlefield situation was turning against them, the beasts growing stronger, while many of their abilities were nearly exhausted. Desperate, Gong Sun Qin thought, we need a plan, or we're surely doomed. He scanned the surroundings, looking for a breakthrough. With Bing Shinru, their strongest, tied up, he couldn't rely on her. Sweat beaded on his forehead, and his own abilities were nearly depleted. Suddenly, his gaze landed on Lin Xiao, sitting in a vehicle. After some hesitation, he mustered his courage and said something even he could hardly believe. Friend, if you can, please help us turn the tide. His shout reached Lin Xiao's ears. He looked at Gong Sun Qin and sensed the unwavering determination in his eyes, silently conveying, we cannot lose this battle against the beasts. Moved by this inexplicable resolve, Lin Xiao paused for a second before standing up. All right, he responded. In the next moment, it was as if divine power had descended. Lin Xiao appeared on the battlefield in an instant, delivering a punch that obliterated a latest-stage first-tier beast on the spot. The scene stunned everyone, causing both sides to momentarily cease their attacks. Even the beasts paused, as if questioning, what just happened? What did we witness? Lin Xiao moved through the battlefield like a bolt of lightning, and wherever he passed, the fierce beasts fell one after another. The students watched in stunned disbelief as the creatures that had been their equals just moments ago were effortlessly defeated. Gong Sun Qin was first shocked, then filled with excitement. Although Lin Xiao's strength far exceeded expectations, the battle ultimately ended in their victory. With a dull thud, Lin Xiao punched through the head of a latest-stage first-tier beast. Blood and gore splattered onto Tuoba Shure's face, freezing him in place with shock. How could this seemingly ordinary boy be so powerful? Tuoba Shure's emotions were mixed, his clenched fists relaxing and tightening before finally letting go. Under the crushing might of Lin Xiao, the battle quickly drew to a close. All eyes were fixed on his upright figure. Perhaps some had underestimated him before, but now, any such thoughts were deeply buried. This was the intimidating power of true strength. The final skirmish on the battlefield took place where Bing Shinru was located. The situation changed suddenly, and both she and the two beasts sensed it. The girl remained expressionless, but her attacks grew more fierce. The beasts facing her had lost their will to fight, longing only to escape this dangerous place. Need a hand? Lin Xiao asked calmly, seeing that Bing Shinru was reaching her limit. Gong Sun Qin stepped forward, bowing slightly. Brother, your assistance would be appreciated. Lin Xiao glanced at Gong Sun Qin, then at the girl still fighting, thinking, she's a stubborn one. Bing Shinru didn't respond, continuing to fight the two beasts, but her strength was fading fast, and she was close to exhaustion. Without hesitation, Lin Xiao stepped forward. Step back, I'll take it from here. He positioned himself in front of the girl, offering a steadfast back. Bing Shinru wanted to say something, but suddenly noticed her torn clothing, revealing glimpses of her fair skin. Her cheeks flushed as she looked again at the figure in front of her, biting her lips slightly. Be careful, their hides are tough, she warned before retreating from the battle. Gong Sun Qin and Tuoba Shure approached, asking softly, are you okay? I'm fine, Bing Shinru replied tersely, and the three of them turned their gaze to the young man not far away. In the sunlight, Lin Xiao's somewhat thin figure radiated a reassuring strength. This unexpected battle was resolved by him alone. High above the clouds, two voices quietly spoke. Who would have thought? A dragon among us this time. Indeed, it's surprising. This Lin Xiao is quite unexpected. She had hoped to use these beasts to give the newcomers a scare, but it seems that plan has fallen through. At the entrance of the training camp, a group of students stood in shock, staring at the scene before them. Two fierce beasts lay on the ground, their heads bizarrely separated from their bodies. Lin Xiao stood by the carcasses, his expression calm, though a hint of regret flickered in his eyes. So many training points wasted. Not far away, a group of middle-aged people wore varied expressions. The leader squinted, recalling a conversation. Boss, if our Western region comes in last again in this year's Supreme Talent Competition, it will be our 5th consecutive year at the bottom. In a dimly lit room, the middle-aged man looked helplessly at the mysterious woman before him, hoping to glean some insight from her demeanor. With her legs crossed, the woman smiled gently. Don't worry, I have a plan. Her confident aura commanded respect from the middle-aged man. Back to reality, the man looked thoughtfully at Lin Xiao. Boss, is he your trump card? Lin Xiao hadn't moved. He merely focused his gaze. The two beasts watched him warily, instinctively sensing the danger he posed. Suddenly, their vision blurred, and their consciousness began to fade. What's happening? My head feels dizzy. Why is the sky spinning? In the blink of an eye, the beasts' heads inexplicably dropped to the ground. The surrounding students were dumbfounded, and someone couldn't help but rub their eyes. What just happened? I didn't even blink, and the beasts' heads just fell off. Smack. Why did you hit me? To see if it's an illusion. Why not hit yourself? I'm afraid of pain. Gong Sun Qin was pleasantly surprised. Tuoba Shi was shocked, and Bing Qinru's beautiful eyes were fixed on Lin Xiao, a strange sense of familiarity welling up inside her. High above, several powerful figures exchanged glances. What the heck just happened? One of them exclaimed wide-eyed. I think I zoned out for a second, and then nothing. The others remained silent, their faces mirroring the same puzzled expression. The leading man paused briefly before speaking. All right, since the beasts are dead, we should head down. With that, he vanished, reappearing instantly in front of the students. Finally showing yourself, old dang. Lin Xiao muttered to himself. Hello, students. Let me introduce myself, the middle-aged man announced loudly. My name is Xiao Kuang, and I'm the chief instructor of this Supreme Talent Training Camp. Two more figures appeared beside Xiao Kuang. I'm Kuang Dao, responsible for your physical training. I'm Xia Qingtian, in charge of your special abilities training. Standing at the forefront, Xiao Kuang scanned the crowd. First, congratulations on successfully completing the initiation ceremony of the Supreme Talent Training Camp. Every move you made has been recorded in our files. None of you retreated when faced with the beasts, so you barely passed. Hearing this, the students straightened up, anticipating praise from the chief instructor. But, Xiao Kuang continued, courage alone isn't enough. Your skill levels are too low. You all come from various prestigious backgrounds, yet. Xiao Kuang's voice hit everyone like a sledgehammer, striking their hearts with force. His cold gaze swept over each person, filled with disappointment and disdain. I expected your skills to be impressive, but the reality is a complete mess. He advanced towards them, each step crushing their pride. I ask you, on a battlefield, what would you do? Rely on such fragile strength? Or cling to a hope that someone will always save you? His words cut like a blade straight into their hearts. Our Tianjiao training camp only nurtures true prodigies. The next 3 months will be a nightmare for ordinary people, and if you're not careful, you might lose your life. Then, unexpectedly, he softened his tone, offering a choice. I'm giving you all a chance now. You can choose to stay or leave. If you can't handle the pressure, you are free to go. Xiao Kuang's expression was stern, and each word pierced the hearts of these self-proclaimed geniuses. They were defiant, their eyes shining with stubbornness. Yet, when he mentioned the potential danger, a few showed a flicker of hesitation. However, no one spoke up. To retreat now, and have their families find out, would mean they couldn't return home. The air seemed to freeze, stretching time endlessly. Xiao Kuang waited a moment, scanning the group again. Seeing no one backing down, he nodded almost imperceptibly. Good. But as your chief instructor, I'll remind you once more, Tianjiao training camp is not a game. With that, Xiao Kuang suddenly leaped into the air, flying away into the distance. He left one last instruction. Kuang Dao, Xia Qingtian, I'll leave the rest to you. The group watched Xiao Kuang depart, full of envy and aspiration. Flying was a hallmark of a 6th-level warrior. Their instructor was such a powerful fighter. Lin Xiao couldn't help but yearn for the day he could experience flight himself. Just then, a rough voice broke their reverie. All right, kids, stop staring. Everyone's attention turned to the voice's owner, a man known as Kuang Dao. His name suited him while his face was fierce, with a faint scar near his brow. Kuang Dao forced a smile, but the rigid expression and his bared teeth sent a chill down their spines. Welcome to Tianjiao training camp. Follow me. With that, he began walking, and another instructor followed suit. Lin Xiao pressed his lips together and followed without hesitation. The others exchanged looks before finally moving forward. Leading the way were 3 individuals. Bing Qinru glanced at Lin Xiao's disappearing figure and gracefully followed. Gong Sunqin and Tuoba Shi were close behind. The remaining people looked at each other until someone couldn't help but mutter. Damn it. It's just training. Who's afraid of who? With that, everyone else followed suit. They arrived at a clearing surrounded by lush trees. Huang Dao gestured for everyone to listen carefully as he introduced the training camp. This Tianjiao training camp will last 3 months. During this time, Instructor Xia and I will train you in both physical and supernatural abilities. You can move within a 1,000-mile radius, and there are fierce beasts around. So, encountering them during training isn't out of the question. He continued, every week, on the first day, Instructor Xia and I will provide you with that day's training content and methods. For the next 6 days, you'll need to train independently. Each month, there will be a ranking competition based on your overall abilities. The higher your rank, the more valuable resources you'll receive. As the session was nearing its end, Crazy Blade announced that the final assessment would take place soon. He briefly explained the rules and then asked, if you have any questions, feel free to ask now. Everyone exchanged glances, remaining silent. Suddenly, Gong Sun Qin raised his hand. Yes, go ahead, Crazy Blade nodded. Gong Sun Qin looked around, noticing the lush trees with no shelter in sight. He swallowed nervously and asked, Instructor, could you tell us how our accommodation will be arranged during this period? Hearing this, Crazy Blade's unsettling smile appeared again. He slowly replied with a hint of mockery in his voice. Have you ever heard the phrase, the sky as your blanket, the ground as your bed? Upon hearing this, Gong Sun Qin broke out in a cold sweat, his face turning pale. Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow, a flicker of interest in his eyes. Several female students couldn't help but protest. One of them said sharply, Instructor, why isn't there even a place to sleep? This is too much. We come from wealthy families, and you expect us to sleep on the ground? Even the dogs at home have their own kennels. Are we not as good as dogs? Crazy Blade shot them a cold glance and replied indifferently. Too much? There are even harsher things. He waved his hand. Any more questions? The female students wanted to say more, but were silenced by Crazy Blade's piercing gaze. At this moment, Lin Xiao spoke up. Instructor Crazy, what is the highest level of beasts around here? His tone carried a hint of anticipation, as if recalling his days in the wilderness. Crazy Blade turned to Lin Xiao with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Oh, there seem to be a few peak 5th-tier beasts in this area. Lin Xiao was taken aback, realizing that such high-level beasts were beyond his current capability. The other students were even more terrified, trembling at the thought. Most of them were only at the early or mid-1st-tier level and would have no chance of escape if they encountered a 5th-tier beast. Even Bing Xinru and the others looked serious, fully aware that they couldn't handle such formidable creatures and could only hope not to encounter them. Seeing no further questions, Crazy Blade declared, no more questions? Then, the illustrious training officially begins now. An invisible tension quietly spread, enveloping the hearts of all the trainees. The brief silence between Huang Dao and Xia Qingtian only added fuel to the fire, intensifying this feeling. Suddenly, Huang Dao pulled out a heavy manual from his pocket and began calling names. The trainees stepped forward one by one to receive a pair of wristbands and what seemed to be an ordinary set of clothing from him. This is a custom-made weight training suit for each of you, Huang Dao explained, with a barely noticeable hint of amusement in his voice. From today on, everyone must wear it. Of course, if you find it too heavy, you can take it off, but that would mean the end of your journey at the Tianjiao training camp. Upon hearing this, the trainees hurriedly donned the training suits, afraid to fall behind even a step. Oh, I almost forgot to tell you, Huang Dao suddenly remembered. The training suit has an automatic adjustment feature. If anyone finds it too light, you can increase the weight using the wristbands. No sooner had he finished speaking than a student eagerly tried it out. It really works, he exclaimed. I just added 10 kilograms, and it definitely feels heavier. However, when he attempted to revert the weight, he found he couldn't. Huang Dao cleared his throat, smiling innocuously. One more thing I forgot to mention, this can only increase the weight, not decrease it. These words left many trainees frustrated. They had just eagerly increased the weight, only to be told they couldn't change it back. Huang Dao's calm demeanor only added to their irritation. Lin Xiao quietly assessed the situation, realizing that with his current blood energy level exceeding 10,000, 100 kilograms felt like nothing. Without hesitation, he maxed out the weight to 9,999 kilograms. In an instant, Lin Xiao sank deeply into the ground. Wow, that's intense, he silently praised. The nearly 20,000 pounds of weight almost halted the flow of blood in his body. Lin Xiao's actions immediately caught the attention of those around him. That guy increased the weight too, someone exclaimed. And it looks pretty heavy. As if a switch had been flipped, Bing Xinru, Tuoba Shi, Gong Sun Qin, and others followed suit, increasing their own weight settings. Other trainees, not wanting to fall too far behind, also adjusted their weights upward. Satisfied, Huang Dao nodded and announced, Great, this morning I'll be overseeing your physical training. For the first day, we'll take it easy. The group then moved to the riverside, where numerous humanoid wooden stakes were set up in various poses. I've arranged the stakes according to each of your strengths, Huang Dao explained. You just need to spar with the stake assigned to you. Remember, only use pure physical strength for your attacks. The requirement is simple. By noon, you must reach your physical limit at least 5 times. Of course, if you can't manage it, I can help. His tone was light, but everyone could hear the underlying threat. Don't worry about recovering after reaching your limit, Huang Dao said, pulling out several bottles filled with pills. After breaking your limit, come to me for a pill. Take it, and you'll recover after meditating for 3 minutes. He waved the roster in his hand, gently adding, don't think about slacking off, we'll be keeping track of everyone's performance. Despite Huang Dao's gentle words, all the trainees felt the hidden pressure. The training was about to begin, and everyone knew it would be a grueling test. On the training ground, the students' initial panic quickly turned into fear. The intensity of the wooden post exercise far exceeded expectations, leaving many to question if this was truly the easy first day. The seemingly sturdy posts were intimidating just to think about striking, imagining the pain they would inflict. Even Bing Xinru, who had military experience, frowned continuously, clearly shocked by the training regimen. Begin. With a command, everyone moved to their designated posts. One young man, filled with frustration, decided to take it out on the post. He struck it with all his might. Suddenly, a rebound force traveled back up his arm, pushing him back several steps. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth as he winced in pain. Only then did the instructor remember to explain. Oh, right, I forgot to mention. These posts have a new rebound feature. Unless you can break them in one hit, all the force will bounce right back at you. The student who had been knocked back looked at the instructor with resentment, silently vowing to get back at this Mad Blade someday. Mad Blade laughed heartily. I think I've covered everything for now. I'll let you know if I remember anything else. He was secretly pleased, thinking to himself, let's see how these little brats handle this. Tuobashir's expression was grim. Born with natural strength, he rarely ran out of energy. Pushing his limits 5 times that morning already left him uncomfortable, and now he had to endure self-inflicted pain? It was almost masochistic. He tried a punch, and the rebound force quickly traveled back through his arm. Damn, that hurts, he muttered, taking a small step back, his expression even more pained. After a moment of thought, he gritted his teeth. Screw it. I'm going for it. The air above the training ground was filled with sounds of agony. Mad Blade watched his masterpiece with satisfaction. Besides Mad Blade, he had another nickname, Devil Blade, given to him by previous students. Suddenly, he noticed Lin Xiao standing still. Lin Xiao, why aren't you moving? He asked curiously, thinking that this kid wasn't usually the type to shy away. Lin Xiao's response caught him off guard. Instructor, this post is too weak. I don't want you to lose it for nothing. Mad Blade was stunned, not expecting this reason. Was this kid really complaining that the post was too weak? Because of Lin Xiao's previous performance with the fierce beasts, Mad Blade had specially arranged for him a mid-tier level 3 post, with defense comparable to late tier 3. And yet, Lin Xiao still found it lacking? What? Didn't you hear your other teammates already screaming in pain? What did you say? Mad Blade cleaned his ears, thinking he might have misheard. Lin Xiao stood in the training field, calmly observing the wooden post in front of him. He turned to his mentor, Huang Dao, and said with a steady tone, Mentor, this post seems too weak to me. Can we switch to a tougher one? Huang Dao raised an eyebrow, a hint of displeasure in his eyes. He replied with a cold smile, Lin Xiao, you want a tougher one? Sure, but first, knock this one down. Without further words, Lin Xiao quietly raised his fist. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the entire field was stunned. The wooden post exploded instantly, sending splinters flying, some even hitting Huang Dao's cheek. The training ground fell silent. Other students stopped in their tracks, staring at Lin Xiao in disbelief. Some looked down at their own swollen fists, suddenly feeling a wave of shame. A flicker of surprise crossed Bing Xinru's eyes, and she intensified her attacks, ignoring the pain from the recoil. Tuobashir's mouth bled, yet he dared not stop his assault. Gong Sunqin thoughtfully observed Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao retracted his fist and tilted his head towards Huang Dao. Mentor, can we switch to a tougher one now? You asked me to hit it, and I can't afford to pay for it. Huang Dao was momentarily stunned, then produced a new wooden post. This is a low-level 4th tier. Before he could finish, Lin Xiao interrupted. Mentor, is there anything stronger? This one is still too weak. Huang Dao was at a loss for words but explained. Kid, this is a 4th tier. Its defense is at least higher than the last 1 inch. Bang! Another loud noise, and the low-level 4th tier post shattered into pieces. Lin Xiao tilted his head again. Is there anything stronger? Huang Dao was thoroughly baffled. He reluctantly brought out a mid-level 4th tier post, just about to speak when bang! It shattered again. With a heavy heart, Huang Dao gathered the pieces, realizing this young man was no ordinary student and regretting his earlier confrontation. Lin Xiao still tilted his head, calmly asking, Mentor, is there anything tougher? Huang Dao's mouth twitched. He did have a peak 4th tier post, but it was his last reserve. Taking a deep breath, he asked seriously, Kid, be honest. What level is your raw physical strength at? Lin Xiao thought for a moment and replied, probably around the early 5th year. Although he had grown stronger recently, the nearly 10,000 kilogram weight he carried did suppress his abilities significantly. Everyone was shocked. Huang Dao scrutinized Lin Xiao, suspiciously asking, are you some old guy pretending to be young to show off here? 16 years old, pure physical strength at 5th year. Even the royal cubs of the beast realm don't boast like this. Bing Xinru suddenly lost her spirit, stopping her frenzied attack. Tuoba Sure fell completely silent, a hint of fear on his face. Gong Sun, however, seemed more intrigued than ever. Huang Dao pondered for a moment and decided to face him personally. All right, come with me, and I'll spar with you myself. Saying this, an inexplicable feeling arose in his heart, as if this was his last chance to suppress this kid. Turning to the following Lin Xiao, Huang Dao suddenly became cautious. Lin Xiao looked back innocently and softly said, old deng, don't expect me to pay you. Xia Qingtian stood at the edge of the training field, his eyes fixed intently on the group of young trainees. He pulled out his phone and excitedly dialed the boss's number. Boss, we've got a real powerhouse here in the West. Xia Qingtian couldn't contain his excitement. That kid Lin Xiao, you wouldn't believe it just shattered a 4th-tier wooden post with a single punch. 4th tier. It's unbelievable. On the other end of the line, Xiao Kuang stood in his office, listening to Xia Qingtian's report with a slight frown. What's going on? Boss, that's not even the most shocking part, Xia Qingtian continued. This kid claims he's reached the 5th tier just by sheer vitality. Damn, he's only 16. What kind of monstrous talent is this? Xiao Kuang remained silent, his gaze falling on a file on his desk. The file prominently displayed the name Lin Xiao, with the talent section marked in bold red letters, SS level ability time and space. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Kuang recalled a conversation with his own boss. Boss, where did you find this prodigy? He couldn't help but marvel, finally understanding why his boss was so calm about this year's Supreme Talent competition. With such an extraordinary talent, what was there to worry about? On the training field, all the students were sprawled on the ground. Even the usually neat girls disregarded the dirt. The intense morning training had nearly drained their energy, leaving them battered and bruised. Some even considered quitting. At that moment, Huang Dao approached with a blank expression, followed by a slightly fatigued Lin Xiao. Xia Qingtian nodded at them in acknowledgement. Although no one knew what had happened earlier, the hint of satisfaction in Lin Xiao's eyes was unmistakable. Everyone, rest in place for an hour, Huang Dao said briefly. In the afternoon, Instructor Xia will conduct ability training. With that, he vanished from sight in a flash, demonstrating the prowess of a 6th-tier warrior. The rest period passed quickly. Xia Qingtian smiled, trying to appear as friendly as possible, but those who knew him understood what that meant. Students, stand up, he cleared his throat. After this morning's physical exertion, your blood circulation is stronger than before. This will greatly benefit your upcoming ability awakening. Xia Qingtian took out a device and explained. This is a tool developed by the Dragon Nation's Ability Research Department to test each of your ability development levels. Now, I'll call your names one by one for a basic test. Yun Shan, Awakening Level 0.8. Bai Ningyu, Awakening Level 0.9. Gong Sun Qin, Awakening Level 1.7. Xia Qingtian nodded, fairly satisfied with these results. Tuoba Sure, Awakening Level 1.6. Upon hearing that his ability awakening level was lower than Gong Sun Qin's, Tuoba Sure clenched his fists, a hint of dissatisfaction flashing in his eyes. Bing Xinru's awakening level showed 2.2. Xia Qingtian glanced a bit longer at this military prodigy, silently admiring her. When the name Lin Xiao appeared, everyone's attention immediately focused on him. Xia Qingtian was also curious about how high the awakening level would be for this young man, who already possessed such formidable physical strength. The machine started to operate, emitting a buzzing sound. The numbers climbed steadily, finally stopping at 14. Lin Xiao was surprised. He hadn't expected the machine to be so precise as to detect the 2 different abilities within him. His Spacetime Divine Eyes had awakened to 12, while the Spacetime Sacred Law Source was exactly 14. The technology developed in this world was indeed more reliable than what he had encountered in his previous life. Coming back to his senses, Lin Xiao noticed everyone staring intently at him. He scratched his head, wondering, is it because I'm handsome? It's understandable for the girls, but why are the guys staring? Aren't they afraid of being mistaken? Xia Qingtian looked at Lin Xiao, who was scratching his head, and suddenly understood Huang Dao's earlier feelings. He couldn't help but exclaim, damn. Lin Xiao, awakening level 14. Xia Qingtian suspected the machine might be malfunctioning, so he placed his own hand on it to check. Xia Qingtian, awakening level 33. The machine was accurate. His ability development indeed reached 33. Wow, Mentor, your ability development is quite high. Lin Xiao was surprised to see the 33 level, nearly 20 higher than his own, truly impressive for a mentor. This compliment, however, sounded particularly harsh to Xia Qingtian. He was approaching his 40s, had been training for over 20 years, working tirelessly, and had risked his life on the front lines multiple times to reach this level of ability development. Yet this 16-year-old, who had awakened only a month ago, had already developed his abilities to 14? The disparity between people was truly astounding. The other students remained silent, feeling numbed. In their hearts, Lin Xiao had become an unattainable figure, like a terrestrial deity, beyond what they could compare to as mere mortals. Mentor Xiao, when do we start ability training? Bing Xinru asked coldly, eager to become stronger. Bing Xinru was a stunning beauty. Her fair skin, eyes like blue enchantresses beneath double eyelids, cherry lips, and flawless cheeks made her a classic ice beauty. Her training outfit accentuated her fiery figure, with perfect curves and a waist that was enticingly slender. However, perhaps due to growing up in the military, she wished she were a man. She longed to lie on the battlefield, commanding with vigor, and become a true warrior. Xia Qingtian shook his head, put away the detector, and slowly walked to the riverbank. He took a deep breath to calm his inner turmoil and glanced at the students in front of him. Students, he began seriously, your ability development so far can only be described as average. As ordinary warriors, you barely pass. But as geniuses, you are far from it. The method I'm going to teach you next must be remembered. Xia Qingtian began to share his accumulated experience and effective methods for developing abilities. He emphasized that everyone's abilities are innate, and improving the degree of awakening relies more on personal effort, with guidance from predecessors being merely supplementary. All right, Xia Qingtian clapped his hands. This afternoon, everyone will practice according to the method I just taught. Remember, staying focused and gaining insight is crucial. Everyone sat down cross-legged, closing their eyes to concentrate. Lin Xiao joined in, silently chanting in his mind, System, system. Ding, I'm here, host. The system's voice echoed in Lin Xiao's mind. Open the personal panel. Ding, the panel is open. Lin Xiao quickly browsed through his attribute panel. Name, Lin Xiao. Gender, male. Age, 16. Race, human. Talent, SS level ability in Spacetime Ultra SS level Spacetime, Sacred Law Origin, Awakening level 14. Spacetime Divine Eyes 10 Great Divine Eyes of the Heavens, Awakening level 12. Level, early stage of 3rd tier. Vitality, 10,483. Mental power, 1,000 points. Cultivation technique, Void Sutra Beginner. Martial skill, Blade of Nihility Small Success Peak. Auxiliary insight, Master level combat skills. Cultivation points, 7854. Lin Xiao noticed his vitality had increased by 483 points and was quite satisfied with the results of the morning's sparring. He decisively instructed, System, exchange cultivation points. Ding, exchange successful. However, Lin Xiao soon realized there was no familiar sign next to the master-level combat skills. System, has the master-level combat skills reached the maximum? Ding, not at all. Above master is grandmaster. Then how come? The system interrupted, detected that the host's cultivation point balance is insufficient for insight enhancement. Please reflect on whether you've been diligently earning cultivation points recently. A bead of sweat appeared on Lin Xiao's forehead at the familiar sarcastic tone, leaving him amused and exasperated. Forget it. Let's save them for now. I had planned to accumulate 1,000,000 before spending. For the rest of the time, Lin Xiao fully immersed himself in cultivation. Perhaps due to the increase in mental power, he felt his mind was more agile than before, making it easier to gain insights. Throughout the afternoon's dedicated practice, he successfully increased the progress of his 2 major talents by 0.1 each through his own efforts, which was quite an achievement. As dusk fell, the students gradually opened their eyes. A day of intense training had left them physically and mentally exhausted. Bing Qinru slightly opened her beautiful eyes, a faint blue sheen flashing within, indicating some improvement through the afternoon's insights. Xia Qingtian smiled warmly at everyone, saying, All right, students, today's training is over. His gentle demeanor made many sigh with relief, thinking this instructor was quite amiable. However, Xia Qingtian's next words shattered their illusions. Students, I announce that the first week's course training is over. Huh? It's over already? Someone asked in confusion. Isn't a week 7 days? What about the remaining 6 days? Only a few sensed something was amiss, their expressions turning grim. Xia Qingtian continued to explain, I said the course training is over. Next comes practical combat training. Simply put, for the next 6 days, you need to survive in this perilous mountain range. Seeing the students' faces growing more apprehensive, Xia Qingtian shared some good news. Our Tianjiao training camp has prepared abundant cultivation resources for you geniuses. As for where these resources are and how to obtain them, that depends on your abilities. He paused, adding, each of you has a blue button on your wristband. In case of a life-threatening situation, you can press it, and we will appear immediately. Of course, this also means your training journey ends here. All right, students, see you next week. With those words, Xia Qingtian launched himself into the sky like an arrow, disappearing into the horizon in an instant. As a sixth-tier powerhouse, such an exit was perfectly normal. He left behind a group of stunned students, filled with both apprehension and anticipation for the upcoming 6-day survival challenge. A slight commotion broke out at the scene as the mentor's departure left everyone momentarily confused. Discussions erupted among the crowd. What do we do now? Someone asked anxiously. What else can we do? Just keep training here. Another voice chimed in with a hint of disdain. I'm staying here for the next week, not going anywhere. This suggestion was like a bolt of lightning, instantly illuminating everyone's thoughts. Someone's eyes lit up, nodding repeatedly. That might be a good idea. With mountains all around, wandering off could easily lead to encounters with fierce beasts. However, doubts soon surfaced. But what about training resources? Without them, just absorbing the ambient energy is too slow. It's easy to fall behind others. The speaker furrowed their brow, worry evident in their tone. As geniuses, we can't let that happen to us. Amidst the ongoing debate, Lin Xiao quietly closed his eyes. He sensed the environment slightly, a faint smile appearing on his lips. There are quite a few fierce beasts here. With his keen senses, he detected the presence of many first-tier beasts within just 100 meters. Even a little is better than nothing, Lin Xiao murmured to himself. Although his current strength made the training points from defeating first-tier beasts negligible, it was still something. Every bit counts, he resolved. Without hesitation, Lin Xiao headed in a certain direction, quickly disappearing from the crowd's sight. After Lin Xiao left, Bing Qinru pursed her lips, a mix of reluctance and curiosity flashing in her eyes. She hesitated momentarily before leaving as well, thinking, I want to see if that person is truly unbeatable. Soon after, Gongsun Qin, Tuoba Shi, and most others followed suit. They came here to enhance their abilities, not to hide away and train. Staying put was no different from training at home. Of course, a small group with weaker abilities chose to remain. They preferred not to take risks, continuing their struggle to train where they were. Everyone has their own ambitions, and as long as they successfully complete the training camp and return home, they would still be considered geniuses. Meanwhile, a discreet micro-robot hovered in the air, capturing and transmitting the scene in real time. In a dimly lit office, several people were intently watching Lin Xiao and the others on a large screen. From the looks of it, this batch is indeed higher quality than the last, one person commented, a prominent scar on his brow, known as Kuang Dao. After speaking, he eagerly looked at Xiao Kuang, who was seated in the center, and asked, Boss, that Lin Xiao is exceptionally talented. Can we recruit such a prodigy to our side? His backing is significant, and bringing him in to grow into a peak powerhouse would be immensely beneficial for the entire organization. Xiao Kuang shook his head slowly, a hint of helplessness in his tone. I reported this to my superior as soon as possible. But all I got was a gesture pointing upwards, meaning Lin Xiao has already caught the attention of those above us. He paused and added, as for which big shot is interested, it's beyond our concern. Kuang Dao's face was filled with regret. He truly admired Lin Xiao, recalling the shock Lin Xiao gave him during their sparring match, which still lingered in his mind. Xia Qingtian couldn't help but chime in. This kid is indeed unprecedented. Boss, you have no idea how shocking it was when we detected his ability development at 14. The two of them, despite their roles as Lin Xiao's mentors, seemed more like his fans at that moment. Listening to their praises, Xiao Kuang concluded, all right, Lin Xiao is already in the sights of higher-ups, and he's beyond our reach. His tone carried a hint of resignation, but more than that, it was filled with anticipation for this exceptional talent. Upon hearing Xiao Kuang's report, Kuang Dao and Xia Qingtian fell silent. Their eyes were fixed on the screen displaying Lin Xiao, who was leisurely moving through the jungle as if it were his own backyard. This kid, it's like he's out for a stroll. Kuang Dao couldn't help but comment quietly. Xia Qingtian nodded slightly. Indeed, this real combat training seems like a piece of cake for him. As long as he doesn't provoke those fifth-tier beasts, he can pretty much do as he pleases. On the screen, Lin Xiao was walking down a shadowy path, his steps light and eyes alert yet calm. Suddenly, he halted, sniffing the air. If my senses are correct, there are about 7 beasts nearby, Lin Xiao murmured to himself, a hint of excitement flashing in his eyes. Not far away, a cave loomed, partially hidden. The entrance was littered with bones, evidence of some beast's handiwork. Instead of retreating, Lin Xiao quickened his pace, deliberately making his footsteps audible. Roar! A thunderous roar echoed from the cave, and 3 burly figures charged out. It was a group of giant apes, or more precisely, Redfoot me-apes. Their aura indicated that all 3 were at the mid-first tier. Lin Xiao didn't back down. Instead, he stepped forward. Cupping his hands around his mouth, he shouted at the apes, Hey, you 3, call out the rest of your buddies. You're surrounded by me. This taunt instantly enraged the apes. They howled to the sky, and one charged fiercely at Lin Xiao, leaping up with its massive fist aimed to crush him. What's the point? Lin Xiao sighed softly, his figure blurring with speed. Thud, thud, thud. After 3 dull thuds, the 3 meat apes lay on the ground, their fate uncertain. Lin Xiao frowned. Oops, used too much force. Hope the ones inside didn't escape. His concern was soon proven unnecessary. Another earth-shattering roar came from the cave as the remaining 4 meat apes emerged. The leader, exuding a second-tier aura, glared at Lin Xiao, eyes filled with rage and murderous intent. Lin Xiao remained unfazed, instead greeting them with a smile. Here you are, my friend. He gestured to the 3 fallen apes. Don't worry, you'll be joining them soon. The Tier 2 Mi Yuan let out a deafening roar, its blood-red eyes gleaming with malice as it led the remaining 3 Mi Yuan in a fierce attack on Lin Xiao. Despite the ferocity of the approaching beasts, Lin Xiao remained unfazed, moving like lightning, his fists and feet swift as the wind. Bang, bang, bang. After a series of dull thuds, the battle was over in an instant. The system notification chimed in. Ding. Host has defeated 1 Tier 2 beast and 6 Tier 1 beasts, earning 500 cultivation points. Would you like to retrieve the bodies? Retrieve. Lin Xiao answered decisively. Ding. Retrieval successful, earning 500 cultivation points. As he watched the beast corpses vanish from the ground, Lin Xiao felt a bit regretful. He calculated silently that if he had dragged these 7 beasts outside to sell, they would fetch a good price, definitely worth more than the cultivation points given by the system. Realizing that his system space was quite spacious, Lin Xiao had a sudden idea and asked, System, can I store the beasts I've killed in the system space? The system's cold voice replied, Ding. Host, the system space currently does not support storing external items. You can unlock this feature by spending 10,000 cultivation points. Would you like to proceed? Damn, Lin Xiao couldn't help but curse inwardly. System, are you out of your mind? This system was clearly trying to deduct his cultivation points on purpose. Ding, please use polite language. This system has been professionally providing systems for many years, ensuring fairness and impartiality. Would you like to proceed? No, Lin Xiao replied angrily. He was now very upset, recalling that no system in any author's work from his past life was ever this exploitative. Do you really think I'm just a workhorse with no temper? Damn, I need to kill a few more beasts to vent my frustration. Closing his eyes, Lin Xiao released a wave of mental power. Sensing a group of beasts to the east, he immediately opened his eyes and dashed in that direction. The nearby beast group was unaware of the impending disaster. They were gathered around a tree, eyeing the translucent fruits hanging from its branches, which exuded a tempting aroma. The fruits were about to ripen, and the beast's eyes were filled with anticipation. Boom! A loud crash shattered the tranquility. Lin Xiao stood awkwardly beside a beast whose head had already been blown off. Sorry, I hit a bit too hard, he said apologetically, looking at the beast. I was aiming for the heart, but I accidentally hit the wrong spot. Seeing this, the entire beast group erupted, charging at Lin Xiao in unison. Hey, 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 I already said sorry. Don't you guys have any sense of chivalry? Lin Xiao said apologetically, but his fists never stopped attacking. His figure weaved through the beast group, each strike precise, as if performing an elegant yet deadly dance. Lin Xiao's strength was like a tidal wave, unstoppable. Under his fierce assault, the beasts fell one after another, as if they were made of paper. In no time, the entire area was cleared, leaving only the carcasses of the beasts scattered on the ground. At that moment, a familiar system notification echoed in Lin Xiao's mind. Ding! Host has defeated the beast horde, earning 1,000 cultivation points. Would you like to exchange the corpses? Lin Xiao looked around and roughly estimated. System, there are about 20 beasts here. How many cultivation points can I exchange for? Ding! You can exchange for 1,500 cultivation points. The system promptly replied. Lin Xiao did the math and frowned. 1,500 points are only equivalent to 150,000 gold coins. That's a ripoff. He then commanded, System, activate space access. Ding. Space access activated. The current space can accommodate external items up to 100 cubic meters. The system responded, adding, Ding. The space capacity can be permanently increased with cultivation points. Lin Xiao couldn't help but grumble. Are you trying to make me a VIP or something? Oh well, let's just store these beast corpses in the space for now. As soon as he finished speaking, all the beast corpses vanished. Lin Xiao calculated in his mind that although 100 cubic meters seemed large, these 20 beasts took up nearly half the space. He sighed, a true greedy capitalist. While Lin Xiao was still troubled over the space issue, a fragrant aroma suddenly wafted into his nose. Following the scent, he arrived at a fruit tree bearing a few fragrant fruits. Curiously, he asked, System, what are these fruits? Ding, host, these are second-tier spiritual fruits called Tianxiang cardamom. Consuming them will increase your vitality, the system explained, then asked, Ding, detected second-tier spiritual fruit. Would you like to recover it? Lin Xiao chuckled at the system's greed. Do you want everything? However, upon hearing that the fruit could boost vitality, he didn't want to miss such a great opportunity. Sensing the fruits were ripe, Lin Xiao quickly picked a few. Sitting cross-legged, Lin Xiao began to savor the tianxiang cardamom. The fruit was sweet and refreshing, melting in his mouth, and instantly transformed into rich vitality energy within him, coursing through his veins. He calmly refined it, quickly absorbing the energy from the spiritual fruits. He felt his vitality points surge to 11,000. Standing up and dusting himself off, Lin Xiao pondered. This must be what the mentors refer to as resources. He couldn't help but marvel. Pretty impressive indeed. A second-tier spiritual fruit, obtained so effortlessly? Huang Dao gazed at the scene on the screen, his brow furrowed. This resource was one he had personally placed, considered one of the more advanced resources. He hadn't expected this young man to acquire it so easily, thus enhancing his strength. Standing nearby, Xia Qingtian couldn't help but exclaim. With so many fruits consumed, his vitality must have increased by at least several hundred points. For martial artists, their vitality is crucial, as it largely determines their future potential. Currently, martial artists are ranked from the lowest 1st tier to the highest 9th tier. When advancing from the 6th to the 7th tier, there are 2 key thresholds to cross, one of which is vitality. To successfully become a 7th tier martial artist, one's vitality must reach at least 50,000 points. This threshold has blocked many self-proclaimed genius martial artists because the difficulty of increasing vitality becomes greater in the later stages. Therefore, the value of the 2nd-tier spiritual fruit is quite significant. Lin Xiao himself was unaware of the true value of the tianxiang cardamom he had just consumed. If he had known, he might not have consumed it directly, but rather sold it to acquire more cultivation resources. Looking around, Lin Xiao frowned slightly. The beasts in this area generally had low strength, and the cultivation points gained from defeating them were quite minimal. He found himself momentarily conflicted, pondering whether to seek out more powerful beasts or first deal with these weaker, small fry. Let's take down the big ones first. Lin Xiao quickly decided. His eyes narrowed, and in the dark night, his time-space divine eyes emitted a divine glow. Suddenly, a massive, blurry eyeball appeared in the sky above the entire mountain range, radiating a dazzling light. Its presence caused a slight distortion in the surrounding spacetime. This mysterious eyeball emitted a peculiar wave, enveloping the entire mountain range. What? What is that? Someone on the ground looked up at the sky, their face filled with terror. What is that? Why is this appearing in the sky? Another person pointed at the sky with a trembling hand, continuously retreating, accidentally falling over, but still desperately pushing backward with their legs. The mysterious and enormous eyeball covered the entire mountain range, existing only for a brief moment before vanishing as if it had never been there. Huh? What's with you guys? Why the expressions? A newcomer asked, seeing his companions lying on the ground like frightened dogs, their legs trembling and eyes full of fear. He looked up at the sky and muttered, the moon is quite round tonight. Hey, 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 what's wrong with you? What happened? The frightened person heard a companion's voice and quickly called out, quick, there's something terrifying. He grabbed the other's hand tightly, trembling as he pointed to the sky. Look, there's a massive eye over there, as tall as a 50-story building. We need to run. Someone shouted in terror, burying his head and focusing solely on escaping the frightening sight. However, the person next to him looked puzzled. He lifted his head again, looked around, and saw nothing but the high-hanging moon. Are you out of your mind? If you're scared, just admit it. Stop pretending, he scoffed, shaking his head dismissively before walking away. To him, such cowardice was truly contemptible. Meanwhile, in the control room, Xia Qingtian abruptly stood up, eyes fixed on the screen. What was that I just now? Did a little mouse sneak in? His voice was filled with caution. Xiao Kuang immediately gave orders. You two, go to the site and investigate. If any intruders are found, deal with them at once. The boys on screen are the future of Longhua, and nothing must go wrong. Yes, understood. 2 subordinates responded promptly and vanished from sight. At that moment, Lin Xiao was still reflecting on the recent experience. It was his first time using the awakened ability of the time-space divine eye vision. The power was unbelievably strong. In that brief moment, he could see everything in the entire mountain range. The positions, numbers, and power levels of the fierce beasts, and even hidden cultivation resources, all laid bare before his eyes. What an incredible cheat, Lin Xiao thought excitedly. However, he also realized that while the divine eye vision was powerful, it wasn't subtle. The phenomenon in the sky had startled even him. After some consideration, Lin Xiao spoke into the wristband on his arm. Mentors, this is Lin Xiao. The giant eye phenomenon in the sky was an accident from my cultivation. I apologize. After speaking, he glanced up at a small black dot in the sky and waved slightly. With his keen mental strength, he had already noticed the monitoring robot used to observe the students. Not far away, Huang Dao and Xia Qingtian, who were rushing over, suddenly stopped in midair. They exchanged glances, having heard Lin Xiao's explanation. So it was this kid causing all the commotion? Xiao Tian asked quietly. What should we do? Still inspect? Inspect? What's there to inspect? Huang Dao responded, exasperated. I knew this kid wasn't going to behave. If he could, he'd fly over to Lin Xiao and give him a good scolding. In the office, Xiao Kuang watched Lin Xiao waving at him on the screen, his expression a mix of surprise and resignation. This young man always managed to bring unexpected surprises and trouble his way. Lin Xiao's lips curved into a sly smile. This kid is quite a handful. He keenly sensed that the commotion earlier was likely caused by Lin Xiao, and now his words were merely to reassure them that everything was fine. After exchanging greetings, Lin Xiao, relying on his memories, embarked on his treasure hunt. With his current strength and comprehensive understanding of the entire setup, this mission was more of a leisurely treasure hunt than a risky venture. Meanwhile, Bing Xinru was making her way through the forest alone. Her expression was serious, and her light blue eyes constantly scanned the surroundings, wary of any potential danger. Suddenly, from the bushes to her left, a gaping maw lunged out. It was a latest-stage first-tier greenspot snake. This venomous snake had been lurking there for some time, its crimson eyes fixed on its prey, ready to strike with deadly precision. However, as a second-tier martial artist, Bing Xinru was not an easy prey. She swiftly dodged the ambush from the left. Regaining her stance, she immediately unleashed a powerful aura, a chilling frost spreading around her, activating her SSS-rank ability, Frost. Channeling her inner abilities, Bing Xinru faced the sudden attack with a cold and composed demeanor. She raised her arm, and the air around her solidified into countless sharp ice spears, encircling the greenspot snake, leaving it no room to escape. Fall. Bing Xinru's lips parted slightly, and as her words fell, a barrage of ice spears rained down upon the encircled beast. The air was filled with a biting chill, and combined with the relentless ice spear assault, the greenspot snake soon succumbed, meeting its end. After confirming the snake was dead, Bing Xinru retracted her powers, quickly checked the scene, and continued her journey. To her, this was merely a minor episode. In fact, she had already slain several first-tier beasts, and such battles had become routine for her. Standing at the edge of the forest, Bing Xinru, an S-level superpower wielder with second-tier cultivation, gazed intently ahead. To her, the beasts in this area were merely a warm-up. Her true targets were those formidable creatures at the late second tier or even the third tier. She yearned to quickly enhance her strength, once confident that her innate talents would make her unrivaled among the younger generation in the Dragon Nation. However, the emergence of a mysterious young man shattered her pride completely. The absolute power and unparalleled talent displayed by the young man left Bing Xinru without any reason for arrogance. Although naturally aloof and not good with words, she found herself burning with intense curiosity. She was eager to understand how he had achieved such a level. If possible, she even hoped to become friends with him. Yet, at present, she lacked the qualifications. This thought drove Bing Xinru to continuously strive for improvement, until one day, she could confidently approach the young man, extend her hand, and say, "Can we be friends?" Every time she envisioned this, a rare blush would spread across her usually cold cheeks. This unfamiliar feeling, though somewhat embarrassing, was not unwelcome to her strong-willed nature. At this moment, Bing Xinru was fully committed to achieving this goal. She vigilantly scanned her surroundings, searching for worthy opponents. Not far away, a towering tree caught her attention. A strange shadow whispered along its trunk. Suddenly, the shadow flowed down the trunk like water, heading toward a certain spot. Moments later, a chilling beast's roar pierced the silence. Bing Xinru looked towards the sound, seeing a mid-first-tier beast ensnared tightly by a mass of black shadow, unable to move. The shadow on the tree trunk swiftly moved in response to the sound. Bang! With one swift strike, the beast's head separated from its body. The shadow gradually revealed its true form. Gong Sun Qin. S-level ability Netherworld. Gong Sun Qin muttered to himself. Indeed, real combat is the best way to enhance abilities. He quietly sensed the slight increase in his internal power, then looked into the distance, as if searching for his next target. Meanwhile, on the other side of the forest, Tuoba Ashur was engulfed in deep regret. He had intended to show off, but hadn't expected the other guy to be so formidable. In terms of strength, talent, and background, he felt inferior. If this incident reached his family, he would surely face a scolding. Tuoba Ashur knew well that he couldn't rely on his family to exert pressure in such matters. His father had made it clear that the family would not interfere in the struggles of the younger generation. With no other choice, he decided to find an opportunity to apologize. Although it was humiliating, it was better than enduring internal turmoil. At that moment, a large brown bear suddenly appeared in front of Tuoba Ashur. The hungry beast regarded him as a tasty prey, baring its teeth, ready to attack. Damn it! Even a beast like you dares to bully me. Tuoba Ashur seethed with rage, realizing that this beast was only mid-first tier, which fueled his anger further. Damn it! Watch me beat you to death. Before the words were fully out of his mouth, Tuoba Shi's arm muscles bulged, and his level ability innate strength spread throughout his body. He intended to use this power to utterly crush the insolent beast before him. The brown bear, unaware of the impending disaster, continued to glare at the seemingly weak human. Little did it know, it was about to face the full force of an enraged level superpower wielder. Over the past few days, the geniuses at the Western Prodigy Training Camp have shown significant improvement. Those who considered themselves highly capable ventured alone into the vast mountains from the start. Through battles with fierce beasts and the search for training resources, their skills have noticeably advanced. Some have even surpassed their previous levels of cultivation. Meanwhile, those with relatively weaker abilities chose to pair up. Although their progress wasn't as rapid as the solo adventurers, they gained the advantage of safety. Xia Qingtian glanced at the documents in his hand, occasionally looking up at the images on the screen. Based on the performance of the camp members, he and Kuang Dao preliminarily categorized them into 3 tiers. First tier, Bing Qinru, with S-level abilities, early stage of the second level, fully developed. Second tier, Gongsun Qin, Tuoba Shi, and Wu Lei, all with S-level abilities, late stage of the first level, fully developed. Third tier, the remaining members, generally at the mid-stage of the first level. As for Lin Xiao, his performance exceeded the typical evaluation criteria, so he was not included in this tier ranking. At this moment, Lin Xiao found himself in the territory of a latest stage 5th level beast. This situation left the two mentors initially worried, now speechless. Lin Xiao was lying by a small creek, his clothes somewhat disheveled, with faint marks on his arms. This beast is really tough to deal with, Lin Xiao muttered to himself. On the 4th day, he had arrived in this territory. As he approached, a thunderous roar echoed from deep within the mountains, freezing the nearby beasts in their tracks. The source of the roar was the area's ruler, a latest stage 5th level Tiger King. Lin Xiao realized he wasn't yet equipped to face such a formidable foe hidden, but the Tiger King was already charging toward him. With no other choice, he engaged in battle. As expected, Lin Xiao was defeated and ultimately had to rely on his spatial abilities to escape. However, Lin Xiao was not ready to give up. In the following days, he frequently wandered into the Tiger King's territory, sometimes using plants to mask his scent and launching surprise attacks. This behavior thoroughly infuriated the Tiger King. Damn human, if you have the guts, don't run. Watch as I tear you apart. The Tiger King roared to the sky, having never been so humiliated as the ruler of this domain. It was furious beyond measure. That damned human was no match for it, yet always managed to use some trick and then vanish without a trace. What infuriated it even more was that every time it was about to catch up, the human would suddenly disappear into thin air. Lin Xiao's situation wasn't looking good either. This latest stage 5th tier beast was even more powerful than he had imagined, and his attacks couldn't even pierce its defenses. This beast's hide is ridiculously tough, Lin Xiao gritted his teeth, thinking, I need to come up with a plan. Just then, a familiar system notification sounded. Ding, sign-in successful, received a comprehension of fist intent. Would you like to accept? Something good again. Lin Xiao was somewhat surprised. The past few days had only yielded ability stones from the sign-ins, but today his luck seemed to have turned. System accept. Ding, integrating comprehension, integration successful. Lin Xiao closed his eyes tightly, and an image appeared in his mind. An elder in a long robe stood in the void, composed and resolute. The elder's fists were imbued with a powerful will, and as he struck, the void seemed to shatter, the overwhelming fist intent filling the surroundings with unstoppable force. I possess a fist intent that can break through any enemy in the world. This vision exploded in Lin Xiao's mind. Immediately, Lin Xiao felt a mysterious energy surge into his fists. He closed his eyes, swinging his fists in the simplest punching motion. What seemed like a simple punch erupted with an unbelievable aura of destruction. With each swing, the air was filled with fierce fist intent, causing the surrounding trees to break apart under the pressure. Wow! Lin Xiao slowly opened his eyes, looking around and then down at his hands. So this is fist intent. It's powerful. He could feel that with the fist intent, his punching power had increased by at least 10%. And this was just the beginning of his comprehension. As he continued to understand it better, the enhancement from the fist intent would become even more terrifying. Time to spar with that guy. With a thought, Lin Xiao dashed swiftly in a familiar direction. Come out, kitty. Lin Xiao's voice echoed through the forest. You damned human, you're not escaping today. The Tiger King immediately charged out of its cave, fixing its gaze on the figure standing on a nearby rock. Haha, kitty, don't be so angry. We're old friends now, Lin Xiao said with a chuckle. What do you want, human? The Tiger King looked at him, its mood increasingly irritable. This human, who couldn't defeat it yet always managed to escape, kept coming back to cause trouble, making it more and more agitated. I don't want anything, I just missed you. Lin Xiao stood there, a teasing smile on his face. You damned creature. Do you think I, the Tiger King, can't deal with you? The Tiger King, enraged by Lin Xiao's taunts, immediately lunged at him. Roar. The Tiger King unleashed a deafening roar, its signature move roar of the forest. The powerful sound waves shattered the surrounding trees, cracked the ground, and sent rocks flying. This kind of sonic attack could easily kill if one wasn't careful. Lin Xiao quickly leaped into the air, dodging the deadly blow. He had suffered from this move before, and it was only thanks to his strong mental strength that he had survived. Now, suspended in the air, he focused intently on the Tiger King below, ready to unleash the power of his newly comprehended fist intent. Lin Xiao's gaze suddenly sharpened as an invisible force of space gathered beneath his feet. He stood on this shifting space, eyes fixed on the fierce Tiger King below, ready to strike. Little kitty, here's a gift for you. Take this, Lin Xiao shouted, unleashing the newly comprehended power of his fist. Bang! The collision of fist and air created a deafening sound. The formidable force of his punch, enhanced by his newfound technique, became even more terrifying. The fourth-tier peak beast couldn't withstand the blow. Hiss! The Tiger King staggered back a few steps, a hint of surprise flashing in its eyes. Human, have you grown stronger? It asked, uncertainty in its voice. Lin Xiao hovered in the air, looking down. He realized that with the enhancement of his technique, his attacks could now inflict some damage on this little kitty. However, he wasn't complacent because the fifth-tier latest stage beast had taken several of his punches without even breaking its skin. Human, how about a chat? The Tiger King looked up at Lin Xiao, a hint of hesitation in its tone. Continuing the standoff seemed disadvantageous for it. Lin Xiao retracted his power and slowly descended to the ground. Little kitty, what do you want to talk about? He asked with interest. The Tiger King retrieved a few rings from somewhere and tossed them on the ground. Human, these are storage rings. They contain many good things. If you agree not to disturb me anymore, these will be your gift. How about it? Lin Xiao looked at the storage rings on the ground in surprise, squinting as he asked. Little kitty, how did you get these? Hearing the nickname, the Tiger King bared its teeth. Human, I am the Tiger King, not a little kitty. All right, little kitty. Lin Xiao teased deliberately. The Tiger King was clearly annoyed but restrained its impulse to strike. Just say whether you agree or not. It just wanted this human to leave its territory and never return. Lin Xiao feigned reluctance. Sigh, little kitty, I'll miss you. Human, my patience has limits, the Tiger King roared, internally plotting how to tear this human to pieces. After pondering for a moment, Lin Xiao said, all right, I, Moron Yun, agree. He pointed at the Tiger King and waved his hand. The Tiger King snorted coldly. Human, I hope you keep your promise. With that, it turned and returned to its cave. Once the Tiger King left, Lin Xiao stepped forward and collected the storage rings. He chuckled inwardly. What does Moron Yun's agreement have to do with me, Lin Xiao? Judging by the Tiger King's reaction, it certainly wouldn't spare him if given the chance, just that its current strength didn't allow it. Little kitty, just wait. It won't be long. Lin Xiao vowed silently. With his spoils, Lin Xiao left the area. He curiously examined the storage rings in his hand, wondering, how do you use these things? He tried using his mental power to sense them and discovered it worked. With the influence of his mental power, he could perceive everything inside the storage rings and even retrieve items with a mere thought. Eagerly, Lin Xiao checked the contents of the storage rings. So poor, nothing but clothes, he muttered in disappointment. However, he soon found some valuable items, a few ability stones, a purple stone that seemed to be of a grade, and a grade technique manual titled Grappling Hand. Lin Xiao quietly stored these items, feeling a bit shortchanged. It seemed he wasn't the legendary child of fortune, he thought wryly. Just then, his wristband suddenly emitted a familiar voice. Students, this week's field exercise will conclude at midnight tonight. A number of students had already gathered by the lakeside, chatting in small groups and sharing their experiences from the week. One young boy was animatedly recounting his heroic encounter with a fierce beast, drawing gasps of amazement from those around him. Suddenly, a cool breeze swept through the air as Bing Xinru quietly appeared at the lake's edge. She sat alone, cupping the lake water in her hands to gently wipe the dust from her face. The lively atmosphere quieted slightly with her arrival. As more students returned, 2 instructors appeared before the crowd. Huang Dao clapped his hands and announced, students, the first week of training has come to an end. The audience remained silent, as the week of life and death trials had stripped these young people of their naivety. Huang Dao nodded approvingly and continued, as a reward, each of you will receive 100 points. I will explain the use of these points shortly. Now, let's head to the real Tianjiao training camp. As soon as he finished speaking, several helicopters appeared in the sky. The students boarded in an orderly fashion, feeling both nervous and excited. Soon, they arrived at their destination. What greeted them was not the opulence they imagined, but an ancient and profound stone gate, with the words Tianjiao Training Camp carved on a nearby boulder. Huang Dao smiled and said, welcome to the Tianjiao Training Camp. From today, you will spend the most crucial time of your lives here. As he introduced the camp, he led the students on a tour of the various areas. The central plaza for daily training and sparring, the Shumi Illusion in the east for accelerated cultivation, the Dawn Tower in the north, the Mission Hall in the west, and the Treasury in the south, which stored countless cultivation resources. A student raised a hand to ask, "Instructor, can we use all these resources?" Huang Dao turned to answer, "As long as you have enough points, everything is available. Points are the currency here, and the key to quickly enhancing your abilities." Lin Xiao listened and had a general understanding. At that moment, a young man approached, saluted Huang Dao, and said, "Instructor Huang, you're here." Huang Dao nodded in response. "Ah, it's Xiaomu. I'll leave the next part to you." Huang Dao glanced at the newcomer, nodded slightly, and then vanished from sight. The newcomer was named Mu Yuan, an elder here. He adjusted his attire and scanned the group of 100 young men and women before him, offering a warm smile. "Hello, everyone. I'm Mu Yuan. Welcome to the Tianjiao training camp. Please follow me to arrange your accommodations." Mu Yuan led the new students down the main path of the training camp, introducing the different areas along the way. Soon, everyone was settled in. During this process, Mu Yuan became acquainted with many and got a general understanding of the new batch. With his hands in his pockets, he stood in the center of the dormitory area, contemplating. Welcoming newcomers didn't offer much tangible benefit, but he volunteered for the task to build connections with some of them. Although his own background wasn't particularly strong, he understood the importance of networking. Mu Yuan's gaze lingered on a new student named Lin Xiao. It was said that Lin Xiao was very talented, though from a humble background. Mu Yuan shook his head, believing that talent was not as advantageous as a strong background. How could individual strength compare to the legacy accumulated over generations? Of course, he wouldn't offend Lin Xiao either. At that moment, Lin Xiao was standing in his dormitory, looking around. It was much better than his home in the safe zone. He thought to himself, "Being new here, I should first get familiar with the place." Just as Lin Xiao was about to head out to gather information, he opened the door to find someone standing there. "Who are you?" Lin Xiao asked, puzzled by the unfamiliar man. "Lin Xiao, I'm Tooba Sure," the visitor said somewhat awkwardly, his breathing a bit constrained. "What do you need?" Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow. Tooba Sure took a deep breath, mustering the courage to say, "Lin Xiao, I came here specifically to apologize. I shouldn't have shown off at your expense before. It was wrong of me. Please don't hold it against me." With that, he bowed deeply. Lin Xiao was taken aback, not expecting an apology. He pretended to ponder for a moment, then patted Tooba Sure on the shoulder, saying with feigned composure, "Since you're sincere, I'm not one to hold grudges. Let's put it behind us." Tooba Sure sighed in relief, looking up at Lin Xiao, and said earnestly, "Thank you. If anything comes up in the future, I'll be sure to have your back." Realizing he misspoke, his face turned red. Seeing this, Lin Xiao seized the moment to ask, "Brother Tooba, I actually wanted to ask you something. Could you tell me about the Tianjiao training camp?" Tooba Sure immediately agreed. As a member of the leading family in the Northwest, he was well versed in the workings of the Tianjiao training camp. He explained in detail to Lin Xiao that besides the newly awakened newcomers like them, there were also veterans from past years. Due to the abundant training facilities and the influence of the family, each person could stay here for a maximum of 3 years. The Tianjiao training camp has been running for many years and has developed a complex hierarchy, even forming independent factions. The camp's management tends to turn a blind eye to this. Lin Xiao and Tooba Sure stood at the dormitory entrance, speaking in low tones. Tooba Sure explained with a serious expression, "There's an unwritten rule here. Newcomers always get bullied, no matter what background you have outside." Lin Xiao squinted, thoughtful. "Their target is our points, right?" Tooba Sure nodded in confirmation. "That's right. Points are crucial here. Without them, you can't move an inch." He hesitated before continuing. "Lin Xiao, I have a cousin in the Divine Wind Hall, and I've already joined. Do you want to come along?" Tooba Sure looked at Lin Xiao expectantly, knowing Lin Xiao was the strongest among the newcomers. Lin Xiao politely declined the invitation. "Thanks for the offer, but I'm not considering it for now." He didn't like the feeling of being tied down. Tooba Sure didn't press further. Since everything was clear, he took his leave. Lin Xiao closed the door, a slight smile on his lips. Interesting. For the next 2 days, Lin Xiao stayed in his room, focusing on training and using the ability stones he recently acquired from the system to enhance his strength. On the 3rd day, as Lin Xiao stepped out of his room, the noise from the central square caught his attention. He followed the sound and saw a man on the stage stepping on another opponent, who was covered in injuries. "Useless. Dare to boast next time." The man insulted while kicking his opponent, who was powerless to fight back, lying on the ground at his mercy. Finally, the man grew bored and kicked his opponent off the stage, coldly warning, "Kid, keep your head down in the Tianjiao training camp from now on." Afterwards, he walked to the points container and placed his wristband inside. Moments later, his wristband showed an additional 200 points. A satisfied smile appeared on his face. 100 points secured. Lin Xiao recognized the person kicked off the stage as a fellow newcomer, but chose not to get involved. To him, the world's affairs had little to do with him. Just as Lin Xiao was about to leave, the winner noticed him. "Hey, you look unfamiliar." Are you new here, Junior? He feigned friendliness, blocking Lin Xiao's path. Lin Xiao immediately acted timid, stammering. Why, wise, Senior? Is there something you need? He stepped back slightly, showing apparent fear. The other man noted these small actions, amused internally. Spineless. But I like it. He continued. Since you're new, you must not be familiar with the place. How about this, Junior? I happen to have time now, and can show you around. You just need to give me 90 points. Lin Xiao pretended to be troubled. 90? Senior, isn't that a bit much? The man's smile stiffened. Too much? It's not. You just got here. You'll earn points quickly. Plus, spending these 90 points will not only help you quickly understand this place, but also gain a friend. If anything happens, come to me, and I'll take care of it. How about it? Lin Xiao continued to back away, seemingly breaking into a cold sweat. Senior, I want to use the points to improve my strength, you see. The man's voice turned cold. So you don't want to call me a friend, huh? Lin Xiao quickly explained. No, that's not what I meant. Then what do you mean? Lin Xiao's face twitched slightly. Well, maybe you could give me some pointers, Senior. The man froze, scrutinizing Lin Xiao, suddenly wary. Is this kid playing dumb to catch me off guard? He recalled the newcomer's information and confirmed. Junior, what's your name? Lin Xiao hesitated for a moment before replying. Senior, my name is Murong Yun. Lin Xiao hesitated for a moment before finally nodding in agreement to the senior's proposal. The two of them approached the arena, each depositing 100 points into the score container. Lin Xiao secretly breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that he had finally taken the bait. The senior put on a friendly demeanor and said, Murong Jr., since this is just guidance, why don't you make the first move? He had already considered Lin Xiao a long-term target for easy points, planning to regularly exploit him in the future. However, Lin Xiao's attitude had undergone a dramatic change. He stood calmly in place and said softly, Senior, please, you go first. The senior immediately sensed something was off and frowned, asking, Murong Jr. you? Lin Xiao responded coldly. There's no need for words, Senior. Let's just proceed. This sudden shift made the senior's expression sour, and he snorted. In that case, don't blame me for not holding back. He thought to himself that newcomers needed a good lesson to learn their place. The senior unleashed his late second-tier power and roared, Kid, who are you trying to fool? He then dropped his pretense and charged at Lin Xiao with astonishing speed, intending to end the fight with a single punch. Lin Xiao deftly sidestepped and simultaneously lifted his left foot, delivering a precise kick to the senior's vulnerable spot. Although he didn't use his full strength, the kick still caused the senior immense pain. Are you all right, Senior? Lin Xiao asked with feigned concern. The senior gritted his teeth and glared at Lin Xiao with fury. Damn it, you've really angered me now. He activated his A-level ability, Fury Flame, causing massive flames to gather in his palms and merge into a fiery lotus under his control. Flame burst. With a furious shout, the fiery lotus erupted with dazzling light, surging toward Lin Xiao. The senior's face turned pale with rage as he yelled, You've brought this upon yourself. Boom. A loud explosion echoed across the arena, drawing a crowd of onlookers. Isn't that Zhang Heng from the second year? Who's he fighting against? Who else could it be? He's definitely bullying a newcomer again. He's been picking on new students recently, making us second years look bad. This newcomer has some skills. He's actually forced him to use his ability? Some of the upperclassmen were surprised, recognizing the people on the stage. Meanwhile, many of the freshmen watched the arena with worry. In recent days, they had been bullied by the upperclassmen, feeling powerless to resist due to their lack of strength and connections. Although some wanted to fight back, they often ended up beaten and coughing up blood. They felt frustrated, yet helpless. As the smoke cleared, Lin Xiao's figure was nowhere to be seen. Zhang Heng was startled, fearing that he might have accidentally finished him off in one move, which would lead to big trouble. Senior, I'm here. Lin Xiao's voice suddenly echoed from above, breaking the silence of the arena. Zhang Heng looked up sharply, his pupils contracting as he saw Lin Xiao standing midair, like a deity. Flying? Could he be a 6th-level expert? Zhang Heng was shocked, but quickly dismissed the thought. Impossible. It must be an illusion caused by his powers. He didn't feel the overwhelming aura that a 6th-level expert should have. Zhang Heng quickly gathered flames and launched a fierce attack into the sky. In no time, the sky was filled with dense fireballs, encircling Lin Xiao completely. Boom! The explosion was deafening, with sparks flying everywhere in a dazzling display. Breathing heavily, Zhang Heng felt the rapid depletion of his powers. Controlling so many flames was a huge burden for him. That should do it. He stared intently at the sky, anticipating his victory. Suddenly, a hand landed on his shoulder. Senior, what are you looking at? Zhang Heng turned around in shock to find Lin Xiao standing behind him. He immediately stepped back, finally realizing that he was being toyed with. Damn you! Feeling the dwindling energy within him, Zhang Heng gritted his teeth and formed seals with his hands. Great fire technique. He roared, and a fire several times larger than before appeared out of nowhere, engulfing the entire arena. Let's see how you escape this. Zhang Heng shouted. The power of the flames was terrifying, as if it could turn everything to ashes. However, at the center of the raging flames, unseen by others, Lin Xiao stood, unharmed. An invisible barrier kept the flames at bay, unable to touch him. Wow, this is like something out of a shonen manga, Lin Xiao thought as he looked at the surrounding sea of fire. As the flames gradually dissipated, Zhang Heng was drenched in sweat, panting heavily. This great fire technique had nearly exhausted all his powers. Kid, you're gonna pay for this. Zhang Heng was blinded by rage. No one had ever dared to humiliate him like this. He looked up to see a figure walking out of the flames, and scathed. Zhang Heng's eyes widened in disbelief as he watched Lin Xiao emerge unhurt. Senior, your guidance seems rather ordinary. Lin Xiao looked down at Zhang Heng, a teasing tone in his voice. Under the glaring sunlight, his shadow stretched long, as if it was about to engulf Zhang Heng's heart completely. Since the senior's guidance is over, it's my turn now. Before the words finished, Lin Xiao kicked towards Zhang Heng's chest. Ugh! Zhang Heng couldn't dodge in time, and the violent impact shattered his internal organs. He flew out of the arena like a kite with a broken string, landing heavily on the ground, unconscious. Lin Xiao looked at the unconscious Zhang Heng, contemplating. He had intended to kill him, as the earlier fire attack was clearly meant to kill him. But in the end, he decided to give him a chance. 200 points, Lin Xiao thought, feeling slightly relieved. Just stepped out and already earned 100 points. Life is looking up. Watching Lin Xiao's departing figure, many of the older spectators sighed. That kid looks like a newcomer, but he's quite powerful. Who would have thought Zhang Heng would be defeated by him? He's got some skill, but he's in for some trouble. Huh. That Zhang Heng always relied on having an older brother in the third year, acting all high and mighty. Didn't expect him to hit a hard wall this time. Just watch, that kid's gonna be in hot water soon. Two people carried the unconscious Zhang Heng away. Meanwhile, in a luxurious training room, a figure sat cross-legged, surrounded by energy stones emitting power. Boss, your brother Zhang Heng has been hurt. Someone rushed in to report. The figure slowly opened his eyes, stabilizing his energy, and looked calmly at the intruder. Don't you know interrupting someone during training can turn them into a mortal enemy? As soon as he spoke, a terrifying pressure filled the space. The messenger immediately knelt, apologizing profusely, his back soaked with cold sweat. Forgive me, boss, forgive me. I'll let it go this time, but don't expect mercy next time, the figure said coldly. Now what's got you so flustered? After hearing the detailed report, the figure simply said, Moronian? Let Tangshan handle it. My brother might be useless, but you still have to respect the owner when hitting the dog. With that, he closed his eyes again, as if the matter didn't interest him at all. This was Zhang Heng's brother, Zhang Xian. Lin Xiao headed north, recalling there was a tall tower in that direction. Sure enough, after a short walk, a towering structure came into view. Dawn Tower. He gazed up at the majestic tower, noticing a crowd had already gathered around it. Will I be able to reach the 30th floor this time? Lin Xiao pondered, observing others clenching their fists with determination in their eyes. Clearly, these people had improved their skills through hard training and were eager to push their limits in this challenge. This tower isn't that simple, Lin Xiao overheard someone whisper. You need at least third-tier initial strength to reach the 30th floor. Turning his gaze, Lin Xiao noticed a leaderboard standing on one side of the tower, engraved with numerous names. As he examined it closely, he found that the minimum floor reached by those on the list was an impressive 40 floors. Li Qing 40 floors. Wang Long 40 floors. Zhang Xin 43 floors. Bei Ao 44 floors. Lin Zhao's eyes continued upward, finally landing on the top three. Feng Bing 12 floors. Ba Tian 53 floors. Ji Zi 57 floors. Driven by curiosity, Lin Xiao approached a nearby man and politely asked, Excuse me, senior, could you tell me about this leaderboard? The man glanced at Lin Xiao, a hint of arrogance in his eyes. Oh? A newcomer, Lin Xiao responded humbly. Hello, senior. I'm new here and would appreciate your guidance. Ah, a rookie, the man said bluntly but then added. Well, I'm in a good mood today, so you're in luck. Pointing to the tower, he explained, This is Dawn Tower, with a total of 60 floors. Every 10 floors correspond to a tier of our martial skills. Each floor presents a beast that must be defeated to advance. Successfully completing a level for the first time also earns you points. Lin Xiao nodded in understanding and asked, Senior, what about the leaderboard next to it? The man's expression turned serious, his eyes filled with respect and envy. Oh, you're asking about the Dawn leaderboard. That doesn't really concern you. It's reserved for the truly gifted. The minimum requirement to make the list is reaching the 40th floor, which means having at least 4th-tier strength. It's considered top tier within the entire elite training camp. Plus, once you're on the list, you receive fixed points daily. After speaking, the man turned his gaze away from the leaderboard, seemingly recalling his last attempt, which ended at the 26th floor. He planned to try and surpass 2 more floors today. After thanking the man, Lin Xiao prepared to enter the tower. The man was surprised. Hey, Are you planning to go in now? He advised with a hint of sympathy. As someone who's been there, I'd suggest not rushing. Every newcomer has one free opportunity to climb the tower. You might want to wait until you're stronger. Once you've used the free chance, each attempt costs 50 points. From his tone, Lin Xiao realized that 50 points were not insignificant. Thank you, senior, but I'd like to give it a try. Lin Xiao politely declined the advice, resolutely stepping into the tower. Watching Lin Xiao's back, the man shook his head, thinking, a rookie is just a rookie, probably won't make it past the teens at best. When Lin Xiao first arrived, he attempted to challenge the tower, but could barely reach the 13th floor, wasting a precious free opportunity. Over time, he realized just how valuable the points in this place were. This time, as Lin Xiao stepped into the Dawn Tower again, he immediately sensed something strange. Looking down at his body, he was surprised to find it wasn't his real physical form. Is this a projection? He murmured, suddenly understanding. So this tower is not a real battle, but a virtual one. Before he could finish his thought, a faintly breathing first-tier early-stage beast projection appeared before him. Although it was just a virtual presence, Lin Xiao could clearly sense the beast's strength. He moved his body leisurely, marveling to himself. This tower can replicate my abilities perfectly? How amazing! Lin Xiao quickly assessed his condition and found all his abilities intact. System, are you there? He called out tentatively, but there was no response. Relieved, Lin Xiao was secretly glad. Fortunately, the system was his greatest trump card. If even the system were replicated, that would be truly terrifying. Since that's the case, let's give it a try. Lin Xiao resolved to embark on his challenge journey. Bang! The first floor, cleared with ease. Bang! The second floor, effortlessly conquered. The beasts on the initial floors were too weak, and Lin Xiao's speed in clearing them was astonishing. Soon, he reached the 10th floor. Bang! The 10th floor successfully passed. A sweet notification sound followed. Congratulations on passing the 10th floor for the first time, earning 100 points. Keep going, future Dawn Seeker. Only 100 points for 10 floors? So stingy. Lin Xiao muttered to himself, but didn't stop. Keep going. Bang! The 11th floor, easily defeated. Bang! The 12th floor, finished with one punch. Lin Xiao's fighting style was straightforward and brutal. With each floor, a single punch would cause the beast projection to explode, unable to withstand his strength. Meanwhile, outside the tower, a crowd had gathered, watching the rapidly changing numbers in amazement. Hey, who's challenging the tower? They're so fast, someone exclaimed. Look, their speed is incredible. They're already on the 18th floor. Wow, the 20th floor already. Is this guy the Speed King? It must be one of the third-year students. Their strength typically exceeds 30 floors, so the earlier ones are easy for them. As people discussed, the numbers jumped again. Wow, broke through 30. What? Already past 30. More and more people gathered in front of the Dawn Tower, eyes fixed on the number indicating the challenger's current floor. Already at the 35th floor. Who is this big shot? Could it be one of them? But even those people aren't this fast. Wow, they've broken through 40, someone shouted, voice filled with disbelief. In less than 10 minutes, from 0 to 40. Terrifying. At that moment, a stern-faced man gazed intently at the Dawn Tower, his eyes glued to the ever-rising number, puzzled. Who could it be? Those guys can't have such strength. Just then, a passerby noticed something astounding, pointing at the man and stammering. You, Bei Ao? The man merely glanced at him indifferently, silencing the person immediately. Bei Ao, a renowned genius on the Dawn list, with a top score of 44 floors. He was among the elite in the Heaven's Chosen training camp. Unexpectedly, he was here too. After some time of training, Bei Ao felt his strength had reached a new level, and now he wanted to test himself to see if he could surpass his previous record. Unexpectedly, Bei Ao found himself witnessing such an event. His gaze was fixed on the Dawn Tower, eyes filled with astonishment. The levels inside the tower were rapidly increasing, reaching the 48th floor in the blink of an eye, and then climbing to the 49th. The surrounding crowd gasped in disbelief, some even covering their mouths in shock at the unfolding spectacle. Bei Ao's mind raced as he considered all possible candidates. Yet he couldn't identify who was achieving this miracle inside the tower. The Dawn rankings recorded heroes who had surpassed 50 levels, but those were from the past, and no one in the current elite training camp had broken through the 50-level barrier. At that moment, Lin Xiao had already stepped onto the 50th floor. Awaiting him was a formidable 5th-tier Biasta, human-faced lion. The beast stood proudly, exuding the commanding presence of a demon general. It looked down at Lin Xiao, sneering. Human, your strength is commendable, but this is as far as you go. Unfazed, Lin Xiao studied the beast with a playful smirk. Little kitty, stop puffing up your chest. It's embarrassing with such a small frame. His words instantly enraged the human-faced lion, which roared, unleashing its 5th-tier pressure, causing the surrounding space to tremble. The beast activated its bloodline power, with vivid red energy gathering around it to form the apparition of an ancient lion ancestor. It launched its attack with a roar that swept through the 50th floor space. However, as the smoke cleared, Lin Xiao stood firm and unscathed. Lin Xiao exhaled gently, and a crack appeared in the void before him. His SS-level ability, Time Space, had created a solid barrier at the crucial moment, blocking the beast's fierce assault. Immediately after, he activated his second innate ability, Time Space Divine Eye. A massive divine eye emerged in the void, radiating an enigmatic and unfathomable aura. Faced with this seemingly higher-dimensional strike, the human-faced lion reacted like a mouse before a cat, its brain overwhelmed with fear. It cowered on the ground, trembling, its previous arrogance gone. Without hesitation, Lin Xiao summoned the Blade of Void, an invisible edge that pierced through space, targeting the beast's vital point. Level 50, cleared. Congratulations on passing the 50th floor for the first time. You have earned 1,000 points. Keep it up, Dawn Seeker. The system's notification announced Lin Xiao's victory. As Lin Xiao cleared the 50th level, a deafening cheer erupted outside the tower. The crowd was in an uproar, voices filled with excitement echoed around. Oh my god, he passed the 50th level. No way, really. The onlookers stared in disbelief, as it was their first time witnessing someone conquer the challenging 50th level since they joined the Tianjiao training camp. The man who had previously explained things to Lin Xiao looked up at the number, symbolizing glory, admiration shining in his eyes. He murmured to himself, to think I encountered such a prodigy. Just exchanging a few words with someone like this would make this trip worthwhile. Bei Ao gazed at the ever-changing numbers, his tense expression slightly relaxing. He understood well that whoever was inside the tower, he was currently no match for them. I didn't expect there to be such a hidden expert, he mused. Probably a genius of the same cohort, hiding their true abilities all this time. With the college entrance exams approaching, are you finally revealing your prowess? In fact, the reason this group remained at the Tianjiao training camp was to utilize its resources to enhance their abilities, aiming to stand out in the upcoming college entrance exams. With only a little over 2 months left until this year's exams, time was of the essence. While everyone was still in shock, the number jumped to 52, indicating that Lin Xiao had already passed the 51st level. Bei Ao's eyelid twitched involuntarily. He knew that above the 50th level, the beasts guarding each level were terrifyingly strong. At this moment, Lin Xiao was also feeling immense pressure. He was still at the early stage of the 3rd tier, relying solely on his powerful innate abilities to reach this point. However, upon reaching the 52nd level, he was startled to find that his attacks barely affected his opponent. The guardian of this level was a massive azure python, its power nearing the peak of the early 5th tier. Its body was covered in thick scales, providing formidable defense. Even with the added force of his fist intent, Lin Xiao struggled to inflict significant damage. Void Blade, Lin Xiao shouted, as an invisible blade sliced across the python's skin. Yet, this powerful strike only managed to break a single scale, leaving Lin Xiao speechless. He realized that his journey through the levels might end here. Through this tower-climbing experience, Lin Xiao became acutely aware of his shortcomings. His attack methods were too simplistic, and his use of innate abilities was still quite rough. As he pondered, the azure python opened its massive jaws, releasing a terrifying blue flame that engulfed Lin Xiao in an instant. This time, Lin Xiao made no defensive moves and was obliterated by the attack. When Lin Xiao opened his eyes again, the recent experience of death still lingered in his mind. The system's voice chimed in. Lin Xiao successfully cleared the 51st level. He looked down at the points displayed on his wristband. 100 points for the 10th level, 200 for the 20th, 500 for the 30th, 800 for the 40th, and a whopping 1,000 for the 50th. Combined with his original 200 points, he now had a total of 2,800 points. This number was truly exhilarating. Outside the tower, Lin Xiao's progress halted at the 51st level. The Dawn leaderboard instantly shifted, pushing the original 4th place down and revealing Lin Xiao's name in the 4th position. Lin Xiao 51 SD level. Zhang Tianshi 50 TH level. This change reverberated like a clap of thunder among the onlookers. Look, the Dawn leaderboard has changed. Lin Xiao, it's Lin Xiao. Who is Lin Xiao? Does anyone know this big shot? Many people bowed their heads in thought, and the 3rd-year students exchanged puzzled glances, trying to recall their peers. Lin Xiao? I've never heard of such a big name in our year. It seems we don't have anyone named Lin Xiao in our class. Bei Ao scratched his head, frowning. This suddenly mentioned name left no trace in his memory. A bold speculation quietly took root among the crowd. A 3rd-year student, voice trembling, said, could it be? Lin Xiao is from the 2nd year. This speculation, like a seed, quickly sprouted in everyone's mind. 2nd year? Other 3rd-year students also trembled slightly, unable to believe this possibility. A 2nd-year student reaching the 51st level? However, this guess was quickly dismissed. Voices from the crowd unanimously denied. No, it's not one of us in the 2nd year. There is no Lin Xiao among us. Although these 2nd-year students were disappointed, they still hoped such a formidable figure was from their year, as it would bring them pride. The third-year students murmured in disbelief. Not from the second year? Not from our third year either. Could it be? They instinctively ruled out the last possibility. The new rookies. This idea was too absurd, more ridiculous than pigs flying. At that moment, a faint voice emerged from the crowd. Among the freshmen, there is indeed someone named Lin Xiao. This voice came from Murong Yun, a freshman who happened to be passing by. At that moment, he was shocked, his mind flashing back to the plain yet memorable figure of Lin Xiao, the transfer student from the third high school. Murong Yun recalled their first conversation, where Lin Xiao's calm tone left a deep impression. Due to the reserved spots, many in their circle looked down on Lin Xiao at the time. Suddenly, a sharp voice pulled Murong Yun back to reality. What's your name? What did you just say? Speak up. Murong Yun then realized he was surrounded by numerous second and third-year students. These seniors generally had second or third-tier strength, while he was just a mid-first-year freshman, making him extremely nervous. Kid, we're talking to you, someone urged impatiently. Murong Yun replied softly. I'm Murong Yun, a first-year freshman. We didn't ask your name, a third-year student waved dismissively. Did you just say there's a Lin Xiao among your class? Murong Yun took a deep breath and mustered the courage to answer. Yes, senior. There is indeed a freshman named Lin Xiao among us. Outside the Dawn Tower, the crowd was bustling. A disdainful chuckle pierced through the noise. You mean to say this Lin Xiao is the one who cleared 51 levels? The speaker's eyes were filled with contempt, clearly unwilling to believe that a newcomer could possess such strength. The surrounding seniors nodded in agreement. They had all been newcomers once and were well aware of the rookie level during the initial awakening stage. To suggest that someone among these new recruits had surpassed their achievements of 2 or 3 years in just over a month seemed utterly absurd. However, Murong Yun eagerly defended. It's true. Seniors, there's indeed someone named Lin Xiao in our cohort, and he's incredibly strong. He was convinced that the Lin Xiao who set the 50-on level record was the very person he knew. A senior looked at Murong Yun coldly. Little rookie, do you know what that implies? Without waiting for a response, he continued. It implies that a newcomer, awakened for less than 2 months, has surpassed us who have been training hard for 2 or 3 years. Are you trying to say we're all useless? Hearing this, Murong Yun involuntarily shrank back. Although he firmly believed in Lin Xiao's strength and wanted to defend him, faced with the potential threat of violence, he chose silence. People continuously emerged from the exit of the Dawn Tower, some puzzled by the commotion and inquiring about the situation from friends nearby. Once they understood the story, they were all left speechless in shock. Since the Dawn Tower could accommodate multiple challengers at once, no one knew who the mysterious Lin Xiao was. As they glanced around, trying to spot the target in the crowd, Lin Xiao had quietly slipped away. This news spread like wildfire throughout the Tianjiao training camp, and Lin Xiao's name soon became widely known. After thorough investigation by interested parties, Lin Xiao's identity as a newcomer was finally confirmed. His achievement of 51 levels indicated his strength had reached the 5th tier, making him the top contender in the training camp. This fact undoubtedly dealt a heavy blow to those who prided themselves on their strength. At the edge of a cliff, a man in a blue robe gazed solemnly at the starry sky. He was Lei Jinzi, possessing an class ability known as Thunder Punishment, with his strength at the peak of the late 4th tier. In the Dawn Tower, his record stood at 49 levels. He had originally thought himself unbeatable here, with his sights set beyond the training camp to the entire Dragon Nation. Unexpectedly, such a formidable opponent had emerged, like a colossal dragon descending from the abyss. Meanwhile, Bing Qinru sat cross-legged in meditation in her room. She had also heard about Lin Xiao's record in the Dawn Tower. Her usually cold face showed a rare hint of irritation. With someone as outstanding as you, when will I ever catch up? Wanting to be your friend is really challenging. She seemed to be lamenting the slow pace of her own strength improvement, unable to stand alongside that dazzling figure. As expected, Lin Xiao is not one to stay put. In the office, Huang Dao sat leisurely in his chair, his teacup gently swaying as the aroma filled the air. He savored the news he had just received. Lin Xiao arrived and immediately challenged the Shuguang Tower, reaching the 51st floor. This was no surprise to him, as he was well aware of Lin Xiao's abilities. The 51st floor, those older students must be feeling the pressure, Huang Dao chuckled, a hint of amusement in his eyes. Sitting beside him, Xia Qingtian also smiled. They have only themselves to blame for not working hard enough. After all this time training, their skills are still inferior to a freshman's. If I were them, I'd be too embarrassed to stay here. Huang Dao nodded in agreement. Indeed, Lin Xiao's presence has put immense pressure on all the senior students. They never imagined this day would come. He paused, then continued. Many of them have resolved to enter seclusion, determined not to emerge until they've advanced their skills. Lin Xiao's actions have sparked a cultivation frenzy in the Tianjiao training camp. Once this frenzy subsides, many of them will have significantly improved their skills, Huang Dao mused. After all, everyone here is a genius in their own right. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao had arrived at the Shumi illusion realm in the east. He noticed the descriptions nearby. Ability space, 10 points per hour, can triple cultivation speed. Blood Chi Desert, 10 points per hour, can greatly enhance blood chi value. Mental world, 10 points per hour, can significantly boost mental strength. Lin Xiao thought to himself, the Shumi illusion realm is divided into 3 secret realms, corresponding to abilities, blood chi, and mental strength. Truly one of the foundations of the Tianjiao training camp. He pondered carefully. In terms of cultivation speed, I'm already at 30 times the speed, so the ability space doesn't offer much help to me. Lin Xiao was unaware that as a 16-year-old at the 3rd stage, he was uniquely unmatched in the whole Long Nation, at least on the surface. Let's see what this mental world is like first. Among the Blood Chi Desert and mental world, Lin Xiao chose to explore the mental world first. He felt that the stronger his mental strength, the better he could control himself in all aspects. 10 points an hour, that's 240 points a day, not cheap at all. Lin Xiao calculated silently. Without the points reward from the Shuguang Tower, I wouldn't even have enough points to train here for a day. Lin Xiao paid the 240 points and entered the mental world. As soon as he stepped in, he felt a unique atmosphere. The training here focused more on a certain mental discipline than anything else. Lin Xiao found that he didn't exist in his physical form, but as a shadow, more like a projection of his soul. This shadow, while possessing his consciousness, appeared extremely fragile, like a flower in a greenhouse. Looking around, Lin Xiao discovered it was an isolated space, with no one else present. Suddenly, his arrival seemed to trigger something, as the once calm space erupted into violent winds and lightning. Endless cold and heat alternated, and in just a moment, Lin Xiao seemed to experience the changing of seasons. His shadow began to blur amidst these intense changes. So this is the mental world. Lin Xiao felt an unprecedented mental challenge. This sensation was unlike physical pain, but rather an indescribable emptiness and fatigue, as if he were being utterly drained. Lin Xiao closed his eyes, feeling the pressure from all directions. He let down all his defenses, allowing the entity embodying his entire mental strength to gradually solidify in this unique environment. A week passed quietly, and Lin Xiao extended his training time as he realized the immense benefits this mental world could provide. During these 7 days, he consumed a total of 1680 points, half of his reserves. But the results were remarkable. Lin Xiao had never felt so refreshed. The initially vague silhouette had now become incredibly solid. The transformation was astonishing. It's time to leave, Lin Xiao thought to himself, realizing the need for his mind to rest from the prolonged tension. He exited the mental space and immediately opened his personal panel to check his progress. The data on the panel was exhilarating. Name, Lin Xiao. Gender, male. Age, 16. Race, human. Talent, SS level ability timespace, super SS level timespace, sacred law, origin, awakening degree, 14.1. Timespace divine I-10 great divine eyes of the heavens, awakening degree, 12.1. Level, tier 3 initial. Vitality, 11,000. Mental power, 1179 points. Lin Xiao noticed the sign after the vitality value, suggesting the system was hinting at his neglect. In terms of skills, he had mastered the introductory Void Sutra, reached the pinnacle of small success in the Void Blade martial technique, and attained master-level combat skills. His cultivation points reached 97854, and his mental power increased by 179 points over the week. This wasn't merely numerical growth. Lin Xiao clearly felt his control over his body had become more precise. What intrigued him more was the sensation of something brewing in his mind, with that mental cloud constantly gathering and contracting. Back in his dorm, Lin Xiao had a quick wash and fell into a deep sleep. Meanwhile, in front of the Dawn Tower, a graceful figure appeared Bing Xinru. She gazed at the Dawn ranking, a symbol of honor, her blue eyes resting on the 4th place, her usually stern face showing a subtle change. This young lady, I am Qin Tian, a pleasure to meet you. A handsome young man approached, fashionably dressed, with a carefully styled haircut, striking a pose he considered gentlemanly. His eyes sparkled with affection, his words full of elegance. Qin Tian was excited, already fantasizing about a romance with this stunning beauty. I don't know your name yet, but meeting is fate. May I have the honor of being your friend? Qin Tian smiled, extending his right hand, waiting for a response. However, Bing Xinru seemed not to hear him, walking into the tower on her own, ignoring the hand Qin Tian had extended. A breeze blew, ruffling Qin Tian's clothes, but not lifting her hair. Embarrassed, Qin Tian withdrew his hand, his gaze following the graceful figure. Humph, playing aloof in front of me. Just wait, he muttered, deciding to first find out more about her. Soon after, Bing Xinru emerged from the 31st floor of the tower. Her intense training during this period had elevated her to the mid-tier of the 2nd level, her control over her ice abilities becoming more refined, with actual combat power reaching the 3rd tier. She left without a word, contemplating to herself. Not enough. There's still a gap between us. I need to push harder. In the center of the northern desert, a long river runs through the poles, dividing the world in two. On the other side of the river, the dark forest exudes an ominous aura. This is the border between the Dragon Kingdom and the Beast Alliance. After the Great Catastrophe, the three factions signed a non-aggression pact. However, the border is now fraught with undercurrents. Minister, this is the third disturbance this month. A border soldier quickly approached a middle-aged man, saluted, and urgently reported. The frontline detection instruments are frequently issuing red alerts, with constant tremors deep in the dark forest. Tuoba Mu, the border minister here, stood with his hands behind his back, gazing into the distance. The clouds rolled in the sky, thick with dark clouds and occasional flashes of lightning. He remained calm, nodding slightly. Notify all units to increase their vigilance. Have the intelligence department dispatch all reconnaissance teams and report any findings immediately. Yes, sir. The soldier departed with his orders. Tuoba Mu murmured to himself, the storm is brewing. Meanwhile, in the core area of the Dragon Kingdom, the imperial capital, a high-level meeting was underway. Every participant was a formidable figure of the 9th rank and above. What do they intend to do? An elderly woman was furious, exuding an intimidating aura that was hard to face. Indeed, Chief. Their demands are a blatant attempt to test our limits. Do they really think we are pushovers? Another man slammed the table in anger. The other attendees had grim expressions, clearly struggling to contain their anger. Although the elder at the head of the table appeared kind-hearted, his eyes revealed determination. He tapped the table lightly and slowly spoke. The forces from the Stars and the Beast Alliance have jointly sent a message, hoping to open a special passage in the upcoming National College Entrance Exam League for their offspring to participate. What are they playing at? Chief, if they have the guts, let them come. None of our Dragon Kingdom's children are cowards. The military representative said coldly, radiating a murderous aura. Lin Xiao, the current head of the Qin family in the imperial capital, frowned and said, I don't think it's wise. For years, we've barely maintained a balance among the three factions. This sudden move by the two forces seems too coincidental. There might be a conspiracy. Lin Xiao, you're being overly cautious. So what if there are two forces? Our Dragon Kingdom is no longer in the era of being passively beaten. Someone retorted, advocating for a strong response. I think we can accept it, another participant calmly analyzed. The National College Entrance Exam League is held on our territory. Even if something unexpected happens, we have the capability to handle it. We might as well use this opportunity to gauge their intentions. The meeting room buzzed with varying opinions. Most supported accepting the challenge, some opposed it, and a few remained silent. The fate of the Dragon Kingdom seemed to stand at a crucial crossroads. The conference room was solemn. The elder at the head of the table listened intently to everyone's speeches, his gaze sharp as it swept over each attendee. Once everyone had spoken, he slowly raised his aged yet strong hand. Given the situation, let's vote on this matter. Those in favor of allowing both factions to send representatives for the national joint exam, please raise your hands. Arms shot up like a forest in the hall. A few who didn't raise their hands bowed their heads silently, adhering to the principle of majority rule. The elder nodded slightly, then it's decided. Send a letter of reply later, stating that Longwo agrees. He paused, his voice suddenly deepening. Now, let's discuss the second matter. I intend to reactivate the sequence plan. This statement hit everyone like a heavy blow. The room fell into dead silence, the air seemingly frozen. The sequence plan, someone whispered in shock. Most present had lived through those darkest years when Longwo struggled against an unprecedented crisis. It was during that era of blood and tears that the plan to cultivate an ultimate pinnacle warrior was proposed. Memories surged like a tide. At that time, only Longwo remained standing on Blue Star. To survive the upheaval, they had to ride the tide of the era, and Longwo desperately needed an invincible leader to guide them in battle. The last sequence plan was 400 years ago. The 10 prodigies who participated were the most outstanding figures of their time, possessing talents far beyond their peers, unwavering beliefs, and iron will. They accomplished feats deemed impossible by ordinary people, becoming embodiments of miracles. However, the journey was incredibly arduous. In that era, Longwo had no allies, and there was no one to protect these prodigies. They could only rely on themselves. Fortunately, one succeeded in the end. That prodigy surpassed himself in adversity, achieving an incredible breakthrough to a realm beyond the 9th tier, and was honored as the Martial Emperor. Under the leadership of the Martial Emperor, Longwo finally gained a respite. And now, this plan is to be reactivated? Chief, why so sudden? Someone broke the silence, asking. The sequence plan involves extensive resources. The chief slowly shook his head, a hint of worry flashing in his eyes. I have a foreboding sense that a great calamity may be approaching. His voice was low and grave. The Star Force, this civilization from outer space, we know very little about them. This is a clash of civilizations. It's either us or them. He sighed deeply. Though Longwo is much stronger now than before, I am still deeply concerned. We lack an invincible warrior, like the martial emperor who once led Longhua. Unfortunately, he exhausted too much of his life essence for the final breakthrough and has left us. Currently, Longhua lacks peak martial strength. If the peace agreement is torn apart, it will be too late to think about this then. The elder looked around, his gaze piercing. All right, the sequence plan will still have 10 slots this time. This matter requires everyone's concerted effort. All can recommend candidates, and this matter is classified as top secret. Does anyone have anything else? If not, this meeting is adjourned. Meanwhile, within the Prodigy Training Camp, the atmosphere was lively. The Prodigy Training Camp is about to hold a big competition, an excited trainee exclaimed. That's right, I haven't relaxed for a bit this month. I'm sure I'll get a good result this time, another said confidently. Me too. I've been training hard in my room every day for this competition. My goal is the top 10. With the month's deadline approaching, the Prodigy Training Camp was gearing up for the newcomers' first monthly competition. All the new students were eager to showcase their skills in this event. However, someone suddenly asked, "Where's Lin Xiao?" At this moment, Lin Xiao was no longer in the Prodigy Training Camp, but had taken on a mission and headed to a place called Fuzhou District. Lin Xiao carefully reviewed the task details and confirmed that the destination was indeed the remote area in Fuzhou District. Although this region was ranked lower than his hometown of Ping'an District, its flat terrain and sparse population had made it a hub for heavy industry. He stepped onto this land perpetually shrouded in dark clouds, where factories and chimneys were the predominant features. The air was thick with the scent of industry, prompting a frown. Following the task instructions, Lin Xiao arrived in front of a nondescript office building. Pushing the door open, he approached the reception desk and introduced himself succinctly. "Hello, I am a student from the Western Tianjiao Training Camp, here to report." With that, he handed over his credentials. The receptionist, a woman wearing glasses, took the documents and examined them carefully before returning them to Lin Xiao. She responded in a standard customer service tone. "Hello, Mr. Lin, please wait a moment." She then skillfully picked up the phone. "Boss, Mr. Lin Xiao from the Western Tianjiao Training Camp is here." After hanging up, she stood up and guided him. "Mr. Lin, please follow me." Lin Xiao nodded and followed her, soon being led into a spacious and bright office. A man in his 40s, with a welcoming smile, approached and extended his hand. "Young Master Lin, truly impressive. I'm Wu Hao, the owner here. Please have a seat." Lin Xiao got straight to the point and explained his purpose. Wu Hao's smile quickly turned into a worried expression. He explained that although he hadn't awakened any special abilities, he had inherited the family business and ran a moderately sized factory locally. Recently, however, one of his subsidiary factories had been experiencing mysterious worker disappearances. At first, it was just a few people, and I thought it was a minor issue. I hired 2 awakened individuals to investigate, but they found nothing, Wu Hao sighed. But then more and more people vanished, and the remaining workers were scared off. I reported it to the authorities, but there was no result. Lin Xiao listened intently, his brow furrowed. His gaze lingered on Wu Hao for a moment, a barely noticeable glint in his eyes. "Where exactly is this factory? I need to see it for myself." Wu Hao initially wanted to suggest that Lin Xiao rest for the night, but seeing his determination, he relented. Soon, they arrived at the chemical plant. The factory area, having been shut down for days, appeared particularly desolate. "Young Master Lin, this is it." Wu Hao pointed to a certain area on the second floor. The workers disappeared from there. "Would you like to take a look?" "Yes," Lin Xiao replied succinctly. They ascended to the second floor, where chaos greeted them. Various materials were scattered on the ground, and several chemical tanks stood silently, surrounded by dormant machinery. Lin Xiao's gaze searched through the disarray, his eyes flickering with a faint silver glow. Lin Xiao casually walked to the center of the room and suddenly asked, "Mr. Wu Hao, I remember you said you haven't awakened any special abilities?" Wu Hao was taken aback, but then nodded in agreement. "That's right, Lin Xiaoxia. I haven't awakened any abilities. To be honest, I used to envy you awakened ones a lot." He laughed self-deprecatingly. "Some things are just unfair from the start." Lin Xiao narrowed his eyes, his tone sharp. "If that's the case, why have you been transmitting information using some sort of ability since you arrived here?" As soon as he spoke, the room fell into silence. The wind howled ominously, as if heralding an impending storm. Clap, clap, clap. Wu Hao suddenly applauded, his polite demeanor replaced by a playful smirk. "You truly are a genius from the Tianjiao training camp, different from the rest. I bet the flesh of a genius like you would taste better than that of ordinary people." This blatant provocation instantly ignited Lin Xiao's anger. In a flash, he seized Wu Hao by the throat and lifted him off the ground. Wu Hao's face turned red as he struggled in vain, eyes bulging in terror. Lin Xiao coldly said, "I ask, you answer." He tightened his grip slightly, causing Wu Hao to writhe in pain. "Who are you? What's your purpose?" Lin Xiao demanded. Wu Hao gasped. "You'll never find out from me." With a sharp crack, Lin Xiao snapped Wu Hao's neck and tossed the lifeless body aside, saying indifferently, I am quite curious about your group's motives. Before he finished speaking, several dark figures appeared before Lin Xiao, cloaked entirely in black robes. Lin Xiao had already sensed their presence. Through his space-time vision, he noticed the same dark energy flowing within these figures as in Wu Hao. Who are you? Lin Xiao questioned, but they remained silent. The air was thick with a terrifying black energy. Lin Xiao inadvertently brushed against it, frowning as it invaded his pores and coursed through his bloodstream. Suddenly, a strand of the black energy discovered a mysterious light within Lin Xiao. It surged forward excitedly, drawn to it. The moment the dark energy touched the light, it erupted in a dazzling glow. A wave of supreme power swept out, dissolving all the black energy instantly. This light enveloped Lin Xiao, elevating him. In the face of this power, all invading dark energy vanished into nothingness. Lin Xiao stood still, quietly feeling the unusual fluctuations within him. Initially, he was troubled and puzzled by this inexplicable dark power. However, when he realized this force dared to touch the essence of time-space law, his mood shifted to excitement. This supreme source, transcending this world, had been stimulated, causing Lin Xiao's ability to awaken further. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared. As he arrived, the previously present men in black bowed their heads and respectfully stood behind him. The newcomer, upon seeing Lin Xiao, had a flicker of excitement in his eyes and murmured, "I didn't expect to attract a genius." However, as he scrutinized Lin Xiao, his face suddenly showed confusion. He involuntarily stepped back a few paces and exclaimed, "How is this possible? You've clearly been affected by my source of destiny, yet you still have your own consciousness." Lin Xiao sneered and retorted, "So you call this pitch-black stuff the source of destiny?" He stared directly at the mysterious figure. "Who are you?" The man was slightly surprised but quickly regained his composure. He could only attribute this to Lin Xiao possessing some incredible ability. "I am a white-robe cleric from the Destiny sect," he proudly announced. "You can call me Dream Cleric." When mentioning the Destiny sect, the man in white appeared earnest. "Destiny sect?" Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow and asked. "That's right." The white-robe cleric gesticulated excitedly. "Young man, would you be willing to join the Destiny sect and create a great enterprise with us? We have a magnificent vision." Lin Xiao declined without hesitation. "Not interested." The white-robe cleric shook his head in disappointment. "That's a pity. But since you've discovered me, I have no choice but to make you my destiny disciple." Before he finished speaking, the white-robe cleric muttered an incantation, and instantly, numerous figures in black appeared on the scene again. Lin Xiao warily surveyed his surroundings, noticing that all the figures in black had the same eerie fluctuations within them. "Come on." The white-robe cleric raised his hands high. "Enjoy the grand feast bestowed upon you by destiny." At his command, all the figures in black rushed forward, launching a fierce attack on Lin Xiao. However, the strength of these figures was generally only at the first or second tier, posing no threat to Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao's movements were swift, and with punches and kicks, each figure in black fell one by one. Bang! Bang bang! The continuous thuds revealed their true nature, puppets made entirely of skeletons, without a trace of flesh. Lin Xiao felt a slight tremor within, but quickly calmed down. When the last figure in black also fell, only Lin Xiao and the white-robe cleric remained. The white-robe cleric's eye showed a hint of admiration. "Oh?" As expected of someone I've chosen as a destiny disciple. He paid no mind to the fallen figures, speaking loftily. "I'll give you one more chance to join our destiny sect. This is the master's last mercy to you." Without a word, Lin Xiao threw a punch. Bang! The white-robe cleric was instantly sent flying, landing heavily on the ground. Lin Xiao coldly looked at the disheveled white-robe cleric and mocked. "Who do you think you're fooling?" Lin Xiao despised those who put on airs in front of him. His attack was as powerful as a thunderbolt, sending the white-robed priest flying. The walls along the way collapsed with a crash, smoke billowed, and the entire floor became hazy. Yet, Lin Xiao stood like a deity, his eyes radiating a divine aura that pierced through the mist, unaffected by the chaos around him. In the distance, there was a sound of coughing. The white-robed priest struggled to crawl out of the rubble, his previous grace completely gone. His hair was disheveled, and his white robe was in tatters. Despite the strict hierarchy within the Order of Destiny, where gold, purple, white, and yellow robes signified rank, he was now in a pitiful state. "You damned slave! How dare you defy your superior?" the priest raged. "I will grant you eternal life on behalf of the Lord." That someone he regarded as a lowly slave dared to strike him was a severe blow to his pride. Before he finished speaking, he unleashed his powers. In an instant, a vast black energy, known as the Source of Destiny, emerged, dissolving the surrounding walls and stones. Faced with the eerie Source of Destiny, Lin Xiao knew he had to be cautious. He quickly activated his powers, forming a barrier of space to protect himself. His gaze pierced through the mist, locking onto the white-robed priest, as he shouted, "Freeze!" Caught off guard, the priest was instantly immobilized, a look of shock on his face. "What kind of power is this?" Why can't I move? He frantically tried to break free from the invisible shackles. Lin Xiao wasted no time, forming a seal with one hand. Countless fragments appeared in the void, coalescing into a sharp blade. Go, he commanded, and the blade sliced through space, aiming directly for the priest's throat. At the last moment, the priest managed to break free from Lin Xiao's spatial hold, narrowly avoiding a fatal blow. However, a deep cut was left on his neck, blood gushing out. He clutched the wound, eyes blazing with fury, staring intently at Lin Xiao, who was shrouded in the source of destiny. The surrounding walls were nearly melted, and Lin Xiao's space barrier began to waver. This is troublesome, he thought, surprised that the strange black mist could even dissolve space. In the critical moment, Lin Xiao made a swift decision, gathering his energy and vanishing from sight. The priest immediately became alert as the boy disappeared. Suddenly, he sensed movement behind him and instinctively turned to protect himself. Boom! Another powerful punch landed. Lin Xiao reappeared behind the priest, his right fist striking like lightning. The priest was sent flying again, and before he could land, Lin Xiao shouted once more, "Freeze!" The spatial ability was activated again, and the priest was caught off guard, frozen in place. Lin Xiao instantly appeared in front of the priest, looking down at his opponent, who lay on the ground, unable to move, with a look of madness on his face. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of fists hitting flesh echoed relentlessly. Lin Xiao, his blood boiling, broke the priest's limbs one after another with his fists. The intense pain drove the priest into a frenzy, cursing continuously. "Insolent ant! How dare you treat me like this?" The white-robed priest shrieked hysterically, his voice filled with disbelief and rage. "I am the chosen one, the savior selected by the Lord. The world needs me to save it. You ignorant and lowly servant, I am your master." As his frenzied shouts echoed, the aura of destiny began to dissipate slowly. The entire area was in ruins, as if it had been the site of a fierce battle. Lin Xiao coldly watched this self-proclaimed savior and struck out with another sharp punch. Bang! His fist landed squarely on the priest's face, shattering his mouth. Teeth flew, his jaw dislocated, and blood trickled down his deformed cheek. Lin Xiao disdainfully scratched his ear and muttered, "What a load of trash! All talk and no substance." Despite the severe beating, the white-robed priest stubbornly resisted. He emitted muffled sounds, as if still trying to express something. Lin Xiao had to admit, this guy's resilience was remarkable, taking several punches yet still retaining a fierce vitality. Lin Xiao frowned, pondering how to deal with this troublesome opponent. Should he execute him on the spot? Just then, the scene suddenly shifted. The first monthly competition at the Tianjiao training camp had commenced. The central square was bustling with people, and many upperclassmen from the second and third years had come to witness the newcomers' talents. Some out of curiosity, others just for the spectacle. But they all shared a common question. Who exactly was this newcomer named Lin Xiao? "Look, it's Bei Ao," someone in the crowd exclaimed. "A powerhouse on the Dawn rankings. I heard he recently advanced to the 46th level." Soon after, another voice shouted, "Zhang Xian. Zhang Xian is here too. He's Zhang Heng's big brother, a top-tier existence in the third year." Not far away, an intimidating figure quietly appeared. His expression was calm, and those around him instinctively stepped back. Someone whispered, "Li Qing is here too. It's rare to see him around." Suddenly, there was a commotion in the crowd. Many people covered their mouths in shock, their eyes filled with disbelief. He's Lei Zhenzi. This third-year student caused a stir the moment he appeared, even attracting wary glances from Bei Ao, Zhang Xian, and others. At that moment, a figure appeared out of nowhere above the square. "Silence!" Huang Dao's voice boomed like thunder, instantly quelling all noise. "I will host this month's new student competition. The contest will use a points system, 1 point for a win, 0 for a loss. There are 3 rounds, and the top 4 will compete for the top 3 spots." With a wave of his hand, all the martial arts arenas activated their protective mechanisms. "I declare the competition officially open." With Huang Dao's announcement, the new students began to take their places on the platforms. They had trained hard for an entire month to shine at this moment. On one of the platforms, Bing Qinru stood calmly on the left side. Her opponent Wang Biao, however, looked utterly despondent. How could this happen, facing her in the first match? Wang Biao lamented internally. He had trained diligently for a month, hoping for at least an above-average ranking, but luck was not on his side, as he faced the strongest opponent right from the start. "Begin," the referee commanded, and Wang Biao immediately assumed a defensive stance. As a level ability user of Earth, he could absorb natural energy from the ground to enhance his defense. Yet, facing someone like Bing Qinru, he felt no confidence whatsoever. With a graceful lift of her delicate hand, Bing Qinru unleashed a wave of icy coldness that swept across the arena. The temperature around the stage plummeted to freezing, causing the audience to shiver and huddle together. "Freeze," she commanded softly, and in an instant, the entire stage transformed into an ice sculpture, including her opponent, Wang Biao, who was encased in a human-shaped block of ice. Wang Biao's face turned a shade of purple, and his breathing grew faint. He wanted to concede defeat, but the solid ice sealed his voice away. Just as he was on the brink of suffocation, Bing Xinru waved her hand, lifting the ice spell. Wang Biao collapsed to the ground, shivering as he struggled to utter his surrender. The audience gasped in awe. "Wow, what a terrifying power," someone exclaimed. "The temperature dropped so fast, I almost caught a cold." Yet, many eyes were drawn to Bing Xinru's appearance, her exquisite features, light blue eyes, flowing hair, and that intimidatingly cold demeanor all captivating. "This woman is something else," Lei Zhenzi thought to himself, staring at Bing Xinru in amazement. He felt her powers surpassed his own and couldn't help but wonder, could it be an S-level ability? Meanwhile, another battle was unfolding between Gong Sunqin and Li Ming. Gong Sunqin stood motionless, while Li Ming was drenched in cold sweat, feeling an overwhelming pressure. Suddenly, it was as if Li Ming lost control of his body, and he walked to the edge of the stage and leapt off. When he landed, everyone was stunned. The referee declared Gong Sunqin the winner, and he left the stage calmly, as if everything had gone according to plan. This guy is no ordinary person either. Some sharp-eyed seniors noticed something unusual, their gaze following Gong Sunqin's departing figure. Next was the highly anticipated match between Lin Xiao and Chen Ming. However, as time went on, Lin Xiao was nowhere to be seen. Chen Ming, who had been ready to concede, now wore a bitter smile. "Where's Lin Xiao? Why isn't he on stage? Could it be he didn't come? Doesn't he know today is the big competition for new students? Maybe he's too scared to show up?" Speculation ran rampant, with some taking the opportunity to smear Lin Xiao, claiming his ranking on the Dawn list was suspicious and that he was avoiding the competition. Bing Xinru stood by, lost in thought. High above, Huang Dao observed the scene with a sense of helplessness. He recalled how he had specifically reminded Lin Xiao about the competition, only to be brushed off. "That brat, off doing some pointless mission," Huang Dao muttered to himself. "Just wait until you get back and see how I deal with you." In the end, Huang Dao announced Lin Xiao's absence, declaring Chen Ming the winner. Chen Ming was overjoyed at this unexpected turn of events. Meanwhile, Lei Zhenzi and others were puzzled. They had abandoned their seclusion to witness Lin Xiao's prowess. This Lin Xiao, truly an intriguing person. This thought simultaneously crossed the minds of many. While Lin Xiao was patrolling the chemical plant, a plainclothes armed police officer approached him quickly and asked, "Hello, I am Wang Tianming, the captain of the 3rd team of the Fuzhou District Guard Office. Were you the one who reported the incident?" Lin Xiao immediately straightened up and saluted reflexively. "Hello, sir. Yes, that was me." After returning the salute, Wang Tianming gestured for Lin Xiao to explain the situation in detail. Meanwhile, other security personnel swiftly began a thorough search of the entire chemical plant. As Lin Xiao was recounting the events, Wang Tianming suddenly interrupted him with a shocked expression. "Lin Xiao, are you saying this person claimed to be a white-clad cleric of the Tianming sect?" Lin Xiao thought back and nodded affirmatively. "Yes, that's exactly what he said." The two proceeded to the scene of the earlier confrontation. The white-clad cleric was still lying there, barely breathing, with all his bones shattered, his mouth askew, and only his eyes and nose spared from injury, a pitiful sight. After a careful inspection, Wang Tianming confirmed that this indeed was a white-clad cleric of the Tianming sect and a wanted criminal on the official list. Wang Tianming's expression grew serious. "Lin Xiao, this is a significant matter, and I need to report it." Lin Xiao shrugged indifferently. "Go ahead, Officer Wang." Wang Tianming stepped aside, took out his phone, and made a call. "Director, here's the situation." A steady voice from the other end replied, "I'll be right there." After hanging up, Wang Tianming returned to Lin Xiao. "Lin Xiao, I've contacted Director Li from our guard office, and he will be here shortly." The two then headed to the top floor of the chemical plant. Upon arrival, Lin Xiao was hit by a wave of nausea. The air was thick with the stench of decaying bodies, and bloodstains were everywhere, creating an extremely unpleasant atmosphere. Suddenly, a security officer called out shakily, "Captain Wang, look here." Wang Tianming and Lin Xiao hurried over and discovered a concealed secret chamber. Inside, there were numerous instruments and experiment bottles, creating a chilling scene. Lin Xiao's voice trembled. "Is this?" The instruments contained the shriveled, skeletal remains of infants, both male and female, some with severed limbs. The experiment bottles were filled with bloody organs and even infant heads. Most shockingly, there was a blood pool in the room, filled with crimson blood, emitting a strong smell of iron. Lin Xiao fought the urge to vomit, his eyes bloodshot, his body trembling uncontrollably. The horrifying scene overwhelmed him, shattering his worldview. Lin Xiao stood amidst the devastation, utterly shocked by the sight before him. This was not the world he knew, and the scene filled him with an indescribable anger. Although Wang Tianming appeared more composed, the fury in his eyes was equally undeniable. At that moment, a figure quietly appeared. He walked steadily to Lin Xiao's side and gently patted his shoulder. What do you feel? The simple question left Lin Xiao momentarily speechless. He clenched his fists, struggling internally. These children were strangers to him, so why was he so angry? Yet deep down, he felt an overwhelming urge to annihilate the culprits behind this tragedy. The man seemed to understand Lin Xiao's thoughts and softly said, "You've avenged the people here. They will be grateful to you." Lin Xiao trembled slightly, turning slowly to face the stranger. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Li Daoran, the head of the Fuzhou District Police Department," the man said, bowing deeply to Lin Xiao. "Lin Xiao, I thank you on behalf of the children of Fuzhou District for your help." This unexpected gesture deeply moved Lin Xiao. He quickly stepped forward to help the man up. "Director Li, there's no need for that. I was just here by chance on a mission." Li Daoran had already grasped the situation. He gazed at the young man before him, his heart stirred. "Lin Xiao, what do you know about the Tianming cult?" Lin Xiao hadn't wanted to focus on this so-called Tianming cult. As long as they didn't bother him, why should he care? But out of politeness, he answered truthfully, "I don't know." A hint of menace flickered in Li Daoran's eyes as he said, "They are a group of foolish, despicable, vile, and pitiful people who fancy themselves saviors. They deceive people under the guise of saving the world, while secretly committing heinous acts. Doesn't the Long Kingdom government do anything about them?" Lin Xiao asked, puzzled. From what he knew, the authorities should have the power to eliminate such threats. Li Daoran shook his head with a sigh. The Tianming cult is backed by other forces, making it difficult to eradicate them completely. He changed the subject with a smile. "Thanks to your presence, I've applied for a substantial reward for you from the district. It should be approved by tomorrow. Lin Xiao, if you don't mind, you can stay at our police department for the night." Lin Xiao scratched his head, a bit embarrassed. I hope I won't be a bother." "Not at all," Li Daoran turned and instructed. "Wang Tianming." "Yes, sir. Make sure Lin Xiao is well accommodated." "Understood, Chief." Wang Tianming cheerfully went to make arrangements, eager to interact more with this extraordinary young man. "Let's go, Lin Xiao," Li Daoran gestured. Lin Xiao took one last look at the distressing scene before quietly following. In the police department office, Li Daoran smiled and asked, "I hear you're a student at the Tianjiao training camp?" "Yes, Director Li." "Don't call me Director Li. That's too formal. Call me Li Gu if you don't mind." Li Gu. Ha ha. Much better." Li Daoran laughed heartily, and Lin Xiao felt his tension ease. They chatted amiably, getting to know each other better. "Lin Xiao, your skills are truly impressive," Li Daoran remarked genuinely. "You're too kind, Li Gu," Lin Xiao responded modestly. "Do you realize how formidable the white-robed cleric you captured is?" Li Daoran said seriously. "In the Tianming cult, wearing white indicates at least a 4th-level warrior. This cleric has been elusive, and his power has reached the peak of the 4th level, causing us much trouble. We owe this victory to you." Li Daoran marveled at Lin Xiao's talent, having learned he was only 16 years old. Such talent was extraordinary. Just luck," Lin Xiao replied calmly. Just then, there was a knock on the office door. An interrogation officer hurried in, handing over a report. It contained information extracted from the white-robed cleric under intense questioning. "What?" Li Daoran's eyes widened as he read the paper, his expression showing a flash of panic. "What's going on?" Lin Xiao was taken aback by the sudden change. Li Daoran gritted his teeth in anger. "Those beasts from the Tianming cult. They plan to sacrifice the entire Fuzhou district." The silence in the room was suffocating, and Li Daoran's mind was anything but calm. The white-clad priest's words were like a heavy blow to his heart. Tianming cult was planning a blood sacrifice, but no other details were known. Li Daoran's fingers trembled as he dialed the red hotline phone on the desk. "Hello, Daoran, what's the matter?" came a steady voice from the other end. "It's serious." Li Daoran took a deep breath, struggling to control his emotions, and explained the situation in detail. There was a moment of silence on the other end before a stern command was issued. "Li Daoran, I order you to immediately deploy all police officers and thoroughly investigate the entire Fuzhou district. Remember, do not cause a disturbance." "Understood," Li Daoran responded solemnly, then turned to call over Wang Tianming, quickly issuing orders. "Everyone, set out immediately and conduct a thorough covert inspection of the entire Fuzhou district." "Got it." Wang Tianming, sensing the gravity of the situation, sprang into action. Lin Xiao stood nearby, hesitant to speak. Li Daoran noticed his hesitation and turned to him, saying, "Brother Lin, the situation is urgent, so I can't entertain you any longer. You should return to Tianjiao training camp right away. I'll have someone deliver your reward later." Li Daoran didn't want Lin Xiao to get involved in this dangerous operation. If anything happened to such a talented young man, he would feel deeply guilty. "Brotherly, there's no point in saying that now." Lin Xiao shook his head firmly, the horrors of the chemical plant still vivid in his mind. Li Daoran wanted to persuade him further, but truthfully, he hoped Lin Xiao would stay. Fuzhou district was in dire need of strong individuals, and this young man's abilities were not to be underestimated. Brother Lin Yu. Brotherly, there's no need to say more. I'm definitely not leaving. Lin Xiao's eyes shone with determination. Though he was usually low-key, his heart was still filled with passion. Who says youth isn't brash? When the time comes, even the heavens can be pierced. All right, then I won't be sentimental. Li Daoran nodded appreciatively. Meanwhile, in a dark underground space, piles of bones were stacked high. Wah wah wah. Mommy. I want mommy. A black-robed figure callously tossed the crying child in his arms into a blood pool. In less than a second, the child's cries ceased, and the small body quickly dissolved, merging with the pool. A long line of black-robed figures stood behind, each holding a child, mechanically repeating the cruel ritual. The cries echoed, heart-wrenching. Master, we've lost contact with the white-clad Toth in the northern part of the city. He may have been exposed. A man in a white robe reported respectfully to the figure ahead. Before him sat a man in a purple robe, exuding an oppressive aura. The purple-robed man remained expressionless, coldly uttering, "Useless." He calculated with his fingers, frowning slightly. "No, we can't delay any longer. Notify everyone. The operation will commence at dawn in 3 days." "Yes, master." The white-robed man withdrew, leaving the purple-robed figure deep in thought. The purple-robed bishop muttered to himself, "Bai Mu is about to succeed. Lord God, your most devoted follower Bai Mu is about to meet you." His eyes shone with a fervent light, both sacred and longing. After parting with Li Daoran, Lin Xiao returned to the chemical plant. It was here that he first encountered the Tianming cult and glimpsed the dark side of this world. Standing before the ruins, Lin Xiao's emotions were complex and heavy. The gruesome scene seemed to transcend time, pulling Lin Xiao back to that sinister chamber filled with malevolence. The air was still thick with the nauseating stench of decay as he cautiously stepped inside. Suddenly, Lin Xiao activated his time-space divine eye, and the view before him shifted instantly. In his vision, the entire space became granular, with the flow of time breaking down into countless minute particles. The power of the divine eye stripped away all illusions. As Lin Xiao meticulously inspected the area, he quickly sensed something unusual. There was a secret hidden beneath the ground. Without hesitation, Lin Xiao struck the ground with his fist. The tremendous force created a massive crater in the once flat surface. He continued to punch downward relentlessly. After descending nearly 100 meters, his fist suddenly encountered an invisible resistance. "What is this?" he paused, carefully observing. A transparent protective barrier appeared in his view, blocking his fists from proceeding further. Lin Xiao opened his eyes again, activating the time-space divine eye. The divine light scanned below, and suddenly, a massive formation-like pattern emerged before him. "System, what is this?" Lin Xiao asked urgently. The system immediately responded, "What the host sees is a formation base, a component of a larger formation. This formation can encompass everything within its range, and, when activated, can perform a blood sacrifice. It is called the Dragon-Locking Devouring Heaven Grand Formation." "What?" Lin Xiao's pupils contracted as he finally understood the meaning behind Li Daoran's mention of a blood sacrifice. "So it's through a formation. System, can this formation be dismantled?" The system answered, "This formation is not yet fully formed and can be dismantled." Lin Xiao sighed in relief. "Great, tell me how to dismantle it." The system unexpectedly proposed a condition. "Host has encountered the Dragon-Locking Devouring Heaven Grand Formation. The system can provide a master-level formation insight for 10,000 cultivation points. Do you accept?" Lin Xiao stood rooted in place, internally cursing the system for exploiting the situation. But after weighing the pros and cons, he reluctantly agreed to the unequal trade. With the system's notification, the master-level formation insight began to integrate into Lin Xiao's consciousness. He sat cross-legged, immersed in the vast mysteries of formations. Soon, Lin Xiao opened his eyes and stood up. His gaze turned skyward, his left hand behind his back, exuding an air of mastery. The way of formations is truly profound. Lin Xiao marveled. It was the lifelong insight of a master formation expert, akin to a young man comprehending the universe amidst nature, using formations to transform the world into his domain. The extensive knowledge of formations was now deeply etched into Lin Xiao's mind. Though it would take time to fully digest, he was already capable of tackling the challenge before him. Lin Xiao looked once more at the dragon-locking devouring heaven grand formation's base, a hint of disdain and anger in his eyes. Such a crude dragon-locking devouring heaven grand formation. I wonder which incompetent fool set this up. It's utterly shoddy. He quickly identified several flaws and directly dismantled them. "Humph, the Tianming sect? Let me show you what a true dragon-locking devouring heaven grand formation is." With a smirk, Lin Xiao began weaving hand seals, integrating himself into the grand formation. He intended to reshape the formation's true power in his own way. Inside the headquarters of the Fuzhou District Guard, the atmosphere was as tense as steel. Captain Wang Tianming stood in the command center, his brow furrowed as he listened to the latest reports from his subordinates. "Report, Captain, Nothing unusual in the east. Captain, nothing unusual in the west either. No unusual activity in the south. A series of no abnormalities reports did not ease Wang Tianming's mind. Instead, his expression grew even more serious. He understood that in the current situation, no abnormalities were the biggest abnormality. The warning from that mysterious white-robed priest still echoed in his mind, and Wang Tianming didn't think the person was joking. The only explanation was that the enemy was well hidden. Check again, leave no corner unchecked. Wang Tianming ordered, rubbing his weary forehead. For the past 2 days, the entire guard unit had been working tirelessly, turning Fuzhou district upside down, yet they had made no progress. Suddenly, Wang Tianming felt as if he had overlooked some important detail. As he tried to recall, Li Daren's voice came from behind. How's it going? Any breakthroughs? Wang Tianming turned to see Li Daren's expectant face. He shook his head, his expression grim, and said, these people are hidden too well. Our people can't find them at all, not even a single unexpected event. This is too unusual. As an experienced veteran, Wang Tianming realized the situation was on the brink of danger. This eerie calm was likely the last peace before a storm. Where is young Lin Xiao now? Wang Tianming asked, remembering that the young man had also stayed behind. A hint of unease flashed in Li Daren's eyes, but his tone was firm. No matter what, Lin Xiao, this is Fuzhou district, our home, and we must give everything. He was already considering the possibility of evacuating civilians, clearly unsure of the situation. At that moment, a familiar voice interrupted their conversation. Brother Wang. Young Lin, you're here. Li Daren's face lit up with a smile, as if seeing hope. Wang Tianming also greeted him, feeling slightly relieved. Lin Xiao, sensing the worry in the two elders, decided to share his discovery. Brothers, I found a formation in the north. What? Li Daren looked at Lin Xiao in shock. You said you found a formation in the north? Quick, take us there. Li Daren and Wang Tianming said in unison, their faces full of urgency. Lin Xiao quickly reassured them. Calm down, brothers. I've already dealt with that formation. He then explained his actions in detail. Li Daren's eyes widened in disbelief. Young Lin, you mean you cracked that formation? And even took control of the main array through some array angle? He felt like he was dreaming. The art of formations was something he had seen mastered by experts who had spent years honing their skills. Yet, this young man casually claimed he had cracked and controlled it. Yes, that's right, brotherly, Lin Xiao confirmed, completely unaware of how astonishing his words were. Li Daren's expression turned serious. Young Lin, this matter is of great importance. I must see the situation on site. Although he had great respect for Lin Xiao and knew the boy's extraordinary talent, the safety of the entire Fuzhou district was at stake, and he needed to verify it personally. The safety of the entire Fuzhou district was at stake, so Li Daren dared not be careless. He turned to Lin Xiao, speaking firmly. Brotherly, let's go to the site. Lin Xiao nodded in agreement without hesitation. Li Daren then looked at Wang Tianming, who understood immediately and began organizing several teams to head to the chemical plant together. The scene at the northern chemical plant was shocking. Li Daren stood at the edge of a deep pit, his gaze fixed on a mysterious protective membrane below. The surface shimmered with intricate patterns that, although he couldn't decipher, bore a striking resemblance to formations he had seen before. Without hesitation, Li Daren pulled out his phone and quickly contacted his superior. As soon as the call connected, an urgent voice came through. Hello, Li Daren. What have you found? Clearly, the person on the other end was also taking this matter very seriously. Li Daren succinctly reported the situation. After a brief silence, the voice on the other end simply said, wait for me. Putting away his phone, Li Daren couldn't help but look at Lin Xiao with amazement in his eyes. Brother Lin, how did you discover this formation? He asked, unable to contain his curiosity. If I'm not mistaken, this formation is hidden underground over a range of about 100 meters. How did you manage that? Lin Xiao looked slightly awkward and replied vaguely. Brotherly, I just felt something was off underfoot and decided to check it out. He couldn't reveal his ability to see through time and space, his second innate power, unless absolutely necessary. Li Daren wisely refrained from pressing further, though his mind was racing. Everyone has their secrets, and this prodigious young talent from the Dragon Nation was no exception. But this was extraordinary. At 16, he was at least at the peak of the 4th tier and a genius in formations. Had he started training in the womb? Li Daren couldn't help but feel a sense of inadequacy. Compared to Lin Xiao, he felt he had achieved nothing. Aside from his early 5th tier strength, he had little else to show. Remembering once being called a genius himself, he now felt embarrassed. Just then, 2 figures appeared out of nowhere, startling Lin Xiao. Upon closer inspection, one of the figures seemed familiar, as if he had seen them before. The newcomers were a man and a woman. The man approached Lin Xiao with a steady stride, smiling as he asked, "You must be Lin Xiao? Truly worthy of being a prodigious talent of our Dragon Nation." The unexpected praise left Lin Xiao momentarily at a loss for words. Li Daren stepped in with a smile to ease the moment. This is our district leader, District Chief Chi Tianchi. Lin Xiao realized he was in the presence of another important figure and responded with a respectful nod. Hello, District Chief Chi. I'm Lin Xiao. Chi Tianchi looked at Lin Xiao, his eyes showing approval. He turned to the woman beside him and said with a smile, Lin Yanran, you really are lucky. Lin Yanran? The name stirred something in Lin Xiao's memory. Just as he was trying to remember, a familiar female voice spoke. Lin Xiao, we meet again. Lin Xiao snapped back to reality, looking at the approaching woman. It was her, the elegant woman he had met in the school principal's office. This was Lin Yanran. This time, Lin Yanran's outfit was more casual than before, with a loose top and relaxed jeans, her refined makeup highlighting her mature charm. Lin Xiao couldn't help but steal a few more glances, silently admiring her transformation. The arrival of Director Lin caused a slight stir in Lin Xiao's heart, but he maintained a calm demeanor. He couldn't help but think to himself that if this woman were to engage in role-playing, she would undoubtedly become a top figure in the industry. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Chi Tian and Lin Yanran began to closely examine the formation here. They exchanged a glance, confirming without a doubt that this was indeed a formation node. Chi Tian turned to Lin Xiao, a hint of curiosity on his face, and asked, Lin Xiao, I heard from Xiaoli that you've made some improvements to this formation node. Yes, District Chief, Lin Xiao replied succinctly. Hearing this, Chi Tian was somewhat at a loss, as formations were not his area of expertise. Meanwhile, Lin Yanran observed Lin Xiao with keen interest, a faint smile playing at the corners of her mouth. Lin Xiao, could you elaborate on the specifics? Chi Tian pressed on, clearly taking this matter seriously as it concerned the safety of the entire Fuzhou district. Lin Xiao began to explain in detail, from the composition and manipulation of the formation to its intricacies. Those present listened intently, as if hearing something profound and esoteric. Lin Xiao became increasingly animated, even delving into the mysteries of formations, discussing the ways of heaven and earth, and explaining how formations encapsulate the universe. Ahem. Chi Tian had to interrupt Lin Xiao's enthusiastic monologue. We have a general understanding now, Lin Xiao. At this moment, he deeply empathized with Li Daren's earlier sentiment, living for so many years, yet unable to comprehend the words of a younger person. If word got out, it would indeed be quite embarrassing. Lin Yanran's smile grew more pronounced, her eyes shining with curiosity as she looked at Lin Xiao, evidently intrigued by the young man's abilities. After a moment of contemplation, Chi Tian said, since the formation here has already been deciphered by Lin Xiao, the next steps will be much easier. The enemy is in the dark while we are in the light. Why not go with the flow and implement a countermeasure? Lin Xiao had just completed the system sign-in when a mysterious card suddenly appeared in his awareness. The system immediately explained, Host, this is a 100 progress time-space sacred law source experience card. Once used, you will fully grasp the essence of the time-space sacred law for 1 minute, comprehend the mysteries of time and space, and master the rules of time and space, making you invincible in this realm. Lin Xiao's eyes lit up with delight. This card was undoubtedly the most powerful life-saving artifact, and it was rare for the system to be so generous. Just as he was rejoicing, he sensed a disturbance in the formation to the north. It seemed the other side couldn't hold back any longer and was preparing to make a move. Lin Xiao quickly contacted Li Daoran. Upon receiving the message, Li Daoran sprang into action. Recently, everyone at the security office had been on edge, waiting for this moment. Director Chi, they've made their move. Li Daoran had just hung up the phone when there was a frantic knock on his office door. Report. An explosion at a bar in the east has resulted in 5 civilian deaths and multiple injuries. Report. A group of people are committing atrocities on the West Street with extreme cruelty, causing several deaths. Report. In the south, awakened individuals are massacring civilians. In an instant, chaos erupted simultaneously in 3 directions in Fuzhou district, as if premeditated. Li Daoran's eyes were sharp. He understood this was a diversion tactic by the enemy. Immediately deploy personnel to evacuate the public and control the situation while ensuring safety. Li Daoran decisively ordered. Wang Tianming, coordinate all departments. Dispatch personnel to any trouble spots immediately. We must not let the situation spiral out of control. The entire security office sprang into action, urgently responding to the emergent situations. Meanwhile, in a concealed space. Sir, our people have started the operation, and the entire Fuzhou district is in chaos. The white-robed figure reported respectfully to the purple-robed figure. What is the response from the Long Kingdom's officials? The purple-robed figure asked coldly. They seem to have been prepared, appearing swiftly at the incident locations. Subordinate suspects that TOS might have leaked our information, the white-robed figure replied cautiously. Fool. A flash of murderous intent crossed the purple-robed figure's face. Issue orders to intensify their actions. If necessary, they can self-destruct. The white-robed figure nodded in compliance, showing no surprise. The purple-robed by Mao then opened a hidden compartment, entering an even more secretive space. It was filled with mysterious patterns, dazzlingly suspended in the air. In the center of the floor was a compass, with all patterns originating from it, and continuously moving around. Bai Mao was extremely cautious, continuously casting spells, sending one mark after another into the air. Simultaneously, corresponding mysterious fluctuations lit up deep underground in the east, south, west, and north directions of Fuzhou district. They connected across the space, sensing each other, faintly enveloping the entire Fuzhou district. Tremble, weak humans, for the deity is about to descend, and he will lead us to the highest reaches of the universe. Bai Mao's face twisted into a frenzied expression, his hollow eyes glinting with an eerie white light, filled with a fervent excitement. Under his control, the dragon-locking devourer array roared to life, sending terrifying energy waves sweeping outwards. Ha! Bai Mao laughed maniacally, his voice full of madness. I've finally waited for this day. I, Bai Mao, am destined to be a figure at the pinnacle. At this moment, Bai Mao had completely lost his sanity, laughing maniacally without a care. Suddenly, his laughter came to an abrupt halt, his brow furrowing as if sensing something. Have you discovered it? Bai Mao sneered. Then let's play a little game. With that, he waved his hand and vanished instantly, leaving behind a chilling aura. Meanwhile, in the central area of Fuzhou district, at the police headquarters, Qi Tian, Lin Yanran, and others rushed over upon receiving the news. These damned bastards. Li Daoran fumed with rage, his face ashen. I never imagined their stronghold would be so close to our police headquarters. Qi Tian's expression was equally grim as he stood alongside Lin Yanran, hovering in the air. As soon as they arrived, he sensed the abnormality of the place. Just then, a figure appeared in front of them. Old friend, long time no see. Bai Mao, dressed in a purple robe, greeted Qi Tian, as if they were long-lost acquaintances. So it's you, Bai Mao. Qi Tian glared at him, recalling past encounters where he hadn't gained the upper hand. Bai Mao, your Tianming sect is truly insane. How can you commit such bloody acts? Old friend, it's all for the bright future of humanity, Bai Mao chuckled. Sacrificing these useless ones for our promising futurient that worthwhile. Qi Tian stared intently at him, while Lin Yanran stepped forward, her eyes calm but filled with a chilling murderous intent. I don't care about your motives. Today is your last day. Lin Yanran declared coldly, her tone full of authority and pride. Facing such strong words, Bai Mao didn't argue but swiftly formed hand seals. Instantly, a massive light screen appeared in the sky over Fuzhou district. Blood-red threads wove through it, with blood energy surging from all directions, creating a terrifying scene. Li Daoran could no longer hold back. He unleashed his powers in a furious attack against the sky-covering light screen. However, his expression turned even more grim as the light screen absorbed his attack without a ripple. Meanwhile, the light screen continued to coalesce, exuding a suffocating, terrifying pressure. Blood-red mist began to spread in all directions. Wang Tianming reached out to touch the mist, only to find his mind overcome by a surge of uncontrollable rage. His eyes filled with bloodlust, leaving only a desire for slaughter. Terrified, he retreated several steps, struggling to suppress the turmoil within him, his heart gripped by fear of the eerie blood mist. Bai Mu stood in the air, laughing heartily. His laughter was filled with arrogance and confidence, as if victory was already within his grasp. Ha ha ha. Stop wasting your energy. Join me in welcoming the new era and the revered Lord of Heaven. Bai Mu's voice echoed through the sky. At that moment, Lin Xiao, who was standing on the ground, suddenly spoke up. Bai Mu swiftly turned his gaze toward Lin Xiao, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. He steadied himself, a disdainful smile playing on his lips. So, you're the one who defeated that useless fool Tosi? Before Lin Xiao could respond, Bai Mu continued. Young man, I must admit, I have a slight admiration for you. Join me to welcome the arrival of the Lord of Heaven, and I will speak well of you before him, ensuring you gain his favor. As he spoke, he extended a hand, offering an olive branch to Lin Xiao. Yet, a glint of greed flashed in Bai Mu's eyes. Such a genius's flesh must be even more delicious. The Lord of Heaven has just arrived, and will need such a fine delicacy. Meanwhile, Wang Tianming received a report from his subordinates. The uprisings in various locations have been completely suppressed by our forces, though a few in white have fled. Li Daoran nodded, exchanging a knowing glance with Qi Tian. Finally, we can take action. Qi Tian's face lit up with excitement. He hadn't been chatting idly with the opponent all this time. Lin Yanran, let's strike together. Today marks his doom. Qi Tian whispered. Lin Yanran nodded in agreement. Both Shi and Qi Tian were at the peak of the 6th level, while Bai Mu was of the same strength, but alone. The trio erupted into action, their attacks and martial skills clashing midair. Sparks flew, and the powerful shockwaves demolished surrounding buildings, turning the battlefield into a wasteland. District Chief, I'm here to help you. Li Daoran used his internal powers to momentarily levitate himself. Seizing the moment, he unleashed a powerful attack on Bai Mu. Caught off guard, Bai Mu suffered a heavy blow. Qi Tian and Lin Yanran seized the opportunity, relentlessly pressing their advantage and keeping Bai Mu firmly suppressed. Just then, a shout came from a distance. "My lord, we're here." Four robed clerics quickly rushed to the battlefield. "Kill them all." Bai Mu roared at the clerics while fending off attacks. "Slaughter everyone here." The four clerics were formidable, two at the peak of the 4th level, one at the early 5th level, and one at the peak of the early 5th level. Seeing this, Li Daoran immediately left the aerial battle. He activated his powers, intercepting the two 5th-level clerics. The battle erupted instantly. Wang Tianming also engaged one of the clerics in combat. The remaining cleric charged at the other guards, who were no match for him and were quickly overwhelmed, coughing up blood and retreating. Damn! Li Daoran's heart sank at the scene. He wanted to assist, but was tightly entangled by the two 5th-level opponents. The cleric's face twisted into a bloodthirsty grin, ready to unleash a massacre. The battlefield plunged into chaos, with the critical moment of life and death fast approaching. "Hey, your opponent is me." A furious shout shattered the silence. Suddenly, a swift punch appeared before the man in white. Bang! A loud crash echoed as the fist struck his chest with tremendous force, causing it to cave in. The powerful impact shattered the ground, sending debris flying. The man in white staggered back, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He stared intently at Lin Xiao. A flicker of fear in his eyes. She sensed a deadly threat from his opponent. At that moment, he realized in horror that he couldn't move. Lin Xiao seized this fleeting opportunity and delivered another fierce punch directly to his forehead. The man's head snapped back violently, nearly exploding from the blow. Lin Xiao unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks, his abilities continuously overwhelming the man in white. The sound of fists pounding flesh echoed ceaselessly, leaving the man battered and unable to fight back. "Die!" Lin Xiao roared, landing a final punch that pierced through his opponent's body. The man in white finally collapsed, his eyes filled with reluctance and despair. Having eliminated the threat, Lin Xiao cautiously surveyed his surroundings. The air was thick with an increasingly dense blood mist, signaling danger. "I can't wait any longer," he muttered, swiftly forming hand seals. In an instant, a myriad of runes appeared above Lin Xiao's head. His gaze was sharp as he glanced at the mysterious light curtain above. The runes merged into it, causing the curtain to tremble violently. "Disperse," Lin Xiao commanded forcefully. The light curtain, as if summoned, began to absorb the blood-colored mist from the air. Simultaneously, the crimson patterns on the curtain gradually faded. Just then, a thunderous roar echoed from the sky. "What have you done?" In the distance, Bai Mu was being pushed back by the combined attacks of Lin Yanran and Qi Tian. However, he was even more furious at realizing his meticulously arranged formation was slipping out of control. "Dragon Lock Devouring Heaven Array, rise for me." Bai Mu struck with all his might, barely forcing the two back. He rapidly formed hand seals, desperately trying to regain control of the array. "Rise! Rise for me!" he screamed with all his strength. Suddenly, Bai Mu's gaze fixed on Lin Xiao. "It was you, you damned fool, who tampered with it. I'll kill you." He charged towards Lin Xiao recklessly. "Not while I'm here." Lin Yanran instantly blocked Bai Mu's path, her eyes glinting coldly with killing intent. Qi Tian followed closely, and the three engaged in a fierce battle once more. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao continued forming seals. As the mysterious patterns emerged and merged into the dragon-locked Devouring Heaven array, the powerful formation slowly began to dissipate. The light curtain grew increasingly faint until it finally vanished completely. In the midst of battle, Bai Mao suddenly realized the formation had failed and was instantly consumed by rage. His eyes turned bloodshot as he gritted his teeth and shouted, "Damn brat! I'll kill you! I'll take you all with me." Ignoring Qi Tian's threat, Bai Mao launched a full-force attack at Lin Yanran. Lin Yanran let out a muffled groan as the fierce attack forced her to stagger back a few steps. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Bai Mao swiftly moved below. The three white-robed priests still engaged in combat quickly retreated, forming a human wall behind him. Bai Mao's gaze was as sharp as a sword, fixated on Lin Xiao, as if to tear him apart. Meanwhile, Qi Tian and Lin Yanran appeared beside him, shielding Lin Xiao. Qi Tian shouted fiercely, "Bai Mao, stop struggling. Today is your death day." His eyes were filled with murderous intent, determined to end Bai Mao here. Bai Mao sneered, a hint of savagery in his eyes. "Huh. Qi Tian, do you think you've already won?" Hearing this, Qi Tian felt a sudden wave of unease. Seeing this, Lin Yanran immediately activated her inner abilities, preparing to strike again. At this critical moment, Bai Mao suddenly clasped his hands together, and the three white-robed priests behind him exploded, their energies absorbed into his body. "Blood God technique!" Qi Tian exclaimed, "This is bad." He launched a fierce attack, filled with intense anxiety. Unwilling to be outdone, Lin Yinran harnessed her abilities to concentrate two immensely powerful energy beams in the sky, aiming them fiercely at Bai Mao. However, after absorbing all the energy from the three priests, Bai Mao's power was surging wildly. He shouted, "Not enough. Blood God technique, surge for me." Bai Mao spared no expense in consuming his own essence, his power instantly breaking through to mid-stage of the 7th tier, nearing the peak of the late 7th tier. Reaching this level, he casually waved his hand, effortlessly deflecting the full-force attacks from Qi Tian and Lin Yinran. Witnessing this scene, Qi Tian and Lin Yinran involuntarily stepped back, while Li Daoran and others quickly gathered together. Qi Tian gritted his teeth, filled with regret. Damn it, this is bad. Just one step short. Bai Mao relished the overwhelming energy within him, basking in his newfound strength, yet it did nothing to change his resolve to kill everyone before him. He sneered. "I told you, today you all will die." Bai Mao's gaze shifted to Lin Xiao, standing at the back, and pointed a finger. "Brat, you're the one who ruined my plans. I'll kill you first." The power of a 7th-tier warrior is beyond ordinary imagination, and with the Blood God technique, Bai Mao had reached the peak of the 7th tier. His full-force strike was enough to flatten the entire Fuzhou district. Lin Xiao was immediately gripped by an intense sense of impending death as the terrifying attack roared towards him. A desperate will to survive surged within him as he thought in despair, "No, this strike will kill me. This strike can really end me." Just as Lin Xiao was about to use an experience card from the system space, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. It was Li Daoran. Li Daoran stood up, shielding Lin Xiao. The terrifying attack pierced through Li Daoran's body, blood splattering and staining Lin Xiao's entire face red. With his last ounce of strength, Li Daoran struggled to shout, "Lin Xiao, run, run." Bai Mao frowned, evidently not expecting anyone to block this fatal strike. He sneered, "Oh, so eager to die? No need to rush, one at a time." Nevertheless, Bai Mao raised his right hand once more, launching a fierce attack on Lin Xiao. His eyes glinted with an icy intent to kill, determined to put the young man to death. Suddenly, a scream pierced the air. Before anyone could react, Li Daoran's body hit the ground heavily, his chest pierced through, blood gushing out like a fountain. Qi Tian's heart trembled violently, while Wang Tianming, in a frenzy, rushed to Li Daoran's side, holding the lifeless body tightly and bursting into tears. "Damn you, I'll fight you to the end." Qi Tian's entire body shook uncontrollably as his powers surged within him, ready to take the enemy down with him. Bai Mao sneered, "Want to go down together? My dear District Chief Qi, lie down." With a wave of his left hand, a massive palm imprint appeared in the sky, pressing Qi Tian firmly to the ground, rendering him immobile. This was the terrifying power of a 7th-level master. Lin Xiao had not yet recovered from the shock of Li Daoran's death, his body tense once again. The aura of danger was palpable. Bang! Lin Xiao's vision blurred once more, as Lin Yinran suddenly appeared before him. She was stronger than Li Daoran, not dying on the spot, but the powerful attack had severely damaged her internal organs. Her top was torn, revealing her snow-white alluring skin. She staggered, her frail body falling backward. Lin Xiao quickly stepped forward, catching Lin Yinran in his arms. The soft warmth in his embrace made him look down, only to see Lin Yinran coughing up blood, her exquisite face now haggard, her disheveled hair stained with blood obscuring her features. "Run," Lin Yinran said, trembling. Her injuries were too severe to contend with a 7th-level peak master. Suddenly, Lin Xiao's gaze became exceptionally bright, bursting with a dazzling divine light. He held Lin Yinran's slender waist with one hand and placed the other on her chest. "Director Lin, forgive me." Lin Xiao had no time to dwell on the soft sensation in his palm, shouting, "Reversal." Lin Yinran initially thought the young man was taking advantage, her face flushing slightly. But then, an incredulous look appeared in her eyes. She felt a dramatic change happening within her body, all her injuries vanishing without a trace in an instant. Lin Xiao then turned his attention to Li Daoran, who had already died, and shouted again, "Time reversal." Wang Tianming felt as if Li Daoran suddenly lost all weight in his arms, as if separated by an infinite space-time. Li Daoran's body began to change mysteriously, his pierced chest inexplicably healing and reversing. "Ah!" Li Daoran suddenly opened his eyes, meeting Wang Tianming's bewildered gaze. At that moment, a delicate, soft voice came from Lin Xiao's embrace. Lin Yinran shyly said, Could you please stop touching me?" She was still in Lin Xiao's arms, her chest covered by his hand, which was still squeezing. Lin Xiao nonchalantly withdrew his hand, turned away, and pretended not to have heard anything. Lin Xiao was secretly amazed. So big, so firm, so soft. With time running out, he decisively used the experience card. In an instant, Lin Xiao felt as if he had transformed into the supreme god who controlled the rules of the world. He used the power of time reversal to restore Lin Yinran and Li Daoran to their uninjured states. This method, beyond human imagination, even made heaven and earth yield. Bai Mao's expression changed, staring uncertainly at the young man before him. Despite sensing something was amiss, his strength at the peak of the 7th tier gave him enough confidence. Kid, I'll make you wish for life over death. He dragged the struggling Qi Tian with one hand and reached for Lin Xiao with the other. The power of the 7th tier peak was indeed astonishing. Bai Mao's grasp caused cracks to appear in the entire space, as if the void had been pierced. The powerful attack approached Lin Xiao in an instant. Watch out! Lin Yanran stood behind Lin Xiao, looking worriedly at the boy's upright back. Don't worry. I'm fine, Lin Xiao replied without turning his head, his voice filled with confidence. The sunlight cast a long shadow of the boy, making him appear exceptionally dazzling. Stop! As if the supreme god had spoken, the entire space froze instantly. Everyone was immobilized, and Bai Mao's face showed extreme terror. He wanted to beg for mercy, but could only watch as Lin Xiao approached step by step. Standing before Bai Mao, Lin Xiao softly said, "Release." With just one word, Bai Mao grew even more terrified. He watched helplessly as his body disappeared from foot to head, leaving not even a speck of dust. Ding! Experience card time is up. As the time ran out, the surrounding space returned to normal. Exhausted, Lin Xiao sat down heavily on the ground. Although the experience was exhilarating, the brief exertion left him utterly drained. At that moment, all eyes were on Lin Xiao, filled with shock, confusion, joy, and a hint of shyness. Finally, Qi Tian struggled to his feet, brushed the dust off his clothes, and tried to walk calmly over to Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao, are you okay? District Chief Qi, I'm fine. Lin Xiao noticed Qi Tian's hesitation and knew what he wanted to ask. Just as he was pondering how to respond, Qi Tian spoke first. Lin Xiao, you're overthinking it. I'm just here to express gratitude on behalf of all the people in Fuzhou District. With that, Qi Tian bowed deeply to Lin Xiao. Li Daoran, Wang Tianming, and others followed suit. Hey, District Chief Qi, Brother Li, Brother Wang, everyone, please, there's no need for this. Lin Xiao quickly got up and moved aside, feeling unworthy of such a grand gesture. Qi Tian straightened up, watching the scene with admiration. This young man is truly exceptional. Lin Xiao, a magnetic voice called out. Lin Yanran stood not far away, softly calling the young man's name with an unusual tone. Oh no! Realizing who the voice belonged to, Lin Xiao regretted his earlier actions. He awkwardly looked at Lin Yanran and stammered, Director Lin, your body is very soft. Smack! Lin Xiao immediately slapped himself. No. Are you feeling okay? Qi Tian stood frozen, coughing violently. The power of Bai Mu's strike was not to be underestimated, and Lin Yanran's recently calmed emotions were once again stirred by the sudden words. A gentle breeze blew at just the right moment, teasing her hair and barely concealing the blush on her cheeks. Come here, Lin Yanran shouted angrily. Lin Xiao reluctantly shuffled his feet, suddenly feeling a bit nostalgic for that shabby little house. Lin Yanran turned and walked to a secluded spot, stopping in her tracks. Lin Xiao stood like a student caught in a mistake, feeling wronged and seemingly awaiting a scolding. His demeanor only infuriated Lin Yanran more, her chest heaving with emotion. Why do I feel like I'm the villain here? Who's really at a loss? Lin Xiao, you truly surprise me. Just 3 days, and you're a changed man. Director Lin, you're too kind. I'm just trying not to slack off, Lin Xiao replied, maintaining his earnest and respectful facade. Seeing his act, Lin Yanran nearly laughed. All right, stop pretending. I have something to discuss with you. Please, Director Lin, feel free to say it. If it's within my ability, I'll do my best. Lin Xiao continued playing the part of the honest student. Lin Yanran adjusted her posture. With her formidable strength at the peak of the 6th tier, she was a towering figure in the eyes of ordinary people. I heard you're here for a mission. Now that it's done, when do you plan to return? I'm planning to head back tomorrow, Lin Xiao answered honestly, as the mission had indeed taken longer than he anticipated. After a moment of silence, Lin Yanran suddenly turned to Lin Xiao, her eyes meeting his face, making him a bit uneasy. I have a task for you. If you can complete it, I'll reward you with 5,000 points. 5,000, Lin Xiao exclaimed in surprise. The reward was far beyond his expectations, considering the mission he just completed was worth only 500 points and nearly cost him his life. Director Lin, may I know what the task involves? If it's too dangerous, then I might. Don't worry, this task is simple for you. Lin Yanran's eyes twinkled with amusement. In 2 days, the 4 regional camps East, South, West, and North will hold the Champions Tournament. I need you to win the title. If you succeed, besides the reward from the camp, I'll personally give you 5,000 points. I have only one requirement. I want you to dominate the competition. Can you do it? Lin Xiao listened quietly, hardly believing his ears. That's it. When he heard about the 5,000 points, he thought it was a dangerous mission, but it turned out to be just a competition for first place. He asked again to be sure, that's all. For some reason, Lin Yanran found Lin Xiao's current demeanor particularly irritating, her brow furrowing slightly. Lin Xiao quickly noticed and raised his hands, not giving her a chance to speak. I accept the task. Rest assured, I will complete it. Lin Yanran swallowed her words, giving Lin Xiao a fierce look. Once again, silence enveloped the room. In the oppressive atmosphere, Lin Xiao felt as if time was crawling, leaving him caught in a dilemma. His mind began to wander until Lin Yanran's sudden question jolted him back to reality. Am I that frightening? Lin Xiao immediately snapped back to attention and quickly assured her. Oh no, no, Director Lin, you're incredibly powerful and kind. Internally, he berated himself for his lapse. He solemnly promised Lin Yanran that he would complete the task, then swiftly exited the office. Lin Xiao dashed all the way to Li Daren's office at the police department, finally stopping to catch his breath. Phew, no wonder she's a top-tier master. The silent pressure is intense, he marveled, then summoned his system and opened his personal panel. The information displayed made Lin Xiao feel a bit helpless. Name, Lin Xiao. Gender, male. Age, 16. Race, human. Talent, SS level Spacetime Ability, Super SS level Spacetime Holy Law Source Awakening level 14.1, Spacetime Divine Eyes, Top 10 Divine Eyes of the Heavens Awakening level 12.1. Level, Peak of Tier 3. Vitality, 11,047. Mental Power, 1183 points. Cultivation Technique, Void Sutra Beginner. Martial Skill, Blade of Nothingness Small Achievement Peak. Divine Eye, Auxiliary Insight Master Level. Combat Technique, Master Level. Array Master, Fist Intent Beginner. Cultivation Points, 54. Seeing his meager 2-digit cultivation points, Lin Xiao's mood plummeted. In my past life, I worked for capitalists. In this life, I work for the system. Am I destined to be a worker? He looked up at the sky, as if lamenting his fate. Meanwhile, Lin Yanran and Qi Tian had left the battlefield. Both were exhausted from the battle, especially Qi Tian, who had taken a direct blow from a 7th-tier martial artist, leaving him severely injured. Li Daoran was methodically managing the aftermath, while Wang Tianming was executing each task. The crisis in Fuzhou had finally come to an end. Back in the office, Li Daoran greeted Lin Xiao with a beaming smile. Ha! Lin Xiao, my brother, we really owe this to you. He was grateful that Lin Xiao had chosen to stay. Lin Xiao responded sincerely. Brotherly, it's our duty as awakened ones to protect the people. The short time they spent together, especially during life-and-death situations, had fostered a deep bond between Lin Xiao and Li Daoran. Li Daoran had risked everything to shield him from a fatal blow, even facing death himself. Lin Xiao would never forget this debt of gratitude. Li Daoran regarded the young man with growing fondness and asked with concern, "What are your plans next, Lin Xiao?" Lin Xiao replied, "Brotherly, I might stay here for another day or two. The Tianjiao tournament starts in 2 days, and Lin Yanran will take me there, so I won't be returning to the Tianjiao training camp." Li Daoran clapped his hands in agreement. "Great, Lin Xiao. Consider this place your home. Stay as long as you like." He immediately arranged everything for Lin Xiao. "If you need anything, just let me know." Lin Xiao expressed his gratitude. "Thank you so much, brotherly." System, check-in. Lin Xiao habitually shouted. Ding, check-in successful, reward, 100 pieces of power stones. The system's voice echoed in his mind. Lin Xiao looked at the pile of crystals in his space, which had grown into a small hill, and frowned in thought. These power stones seemed quite valuable. Perhaps he could exchange them for more practical resources? An idea flashed through his mind. Sell the power stones for gold coins, then convert those into cultivation points. As he was absorbed in this thought, the system suddenly warned, ding, detected host's intention to exploit a loophole. This system only supports the host in achieving results through personal effort. Please refrain from futile thoughts. There are no shortcuts on the path to becoming strong. Only by defeating monsters can you earn cultivation points. Lin Xiao felt a bit embarrassed and quickly explained, "System buddy, don't take it seriously. I'm a good young man. I wouldn't do such sneaky things." Yet, inwardly, he was complaining. This system is just like a capitalist. In the novels I read in my past life, systems couldn't wait to shower the protagonist with benefits. Why has mine turned out differently? Am I really destined to be a hardworking underdog? The system seemed to sense Lin Xiao's dissatisfaction and suddenly announced, ding, detected host's disappointment with the system. The system will now undergo an autonomous upgrade. This upgrade will take 72 hours. Please be patient. Beep, upgrading. Lin Xiao was stunned. What's going on? System upgrade. Did I trigger this? Is the system really so sensitive? I didn't even say anything major. He tried calling the system, but received no response. With no other option, Lin Xiao focused on his cultivation. During the system's 3-day upgrade period, he secretly anticipated the new features that might appear. After all, the more powerful the system, the more it would benefit him. Meanwhile, in the central square of the Genius training camp, Instructor Kuang Dao was gathering the students. He suddenly sneezed, touched his nose, and wondered, caught a cold? No way, I'm a level 6. Kuang Dao leaped into the air, his voice booming like thunder. Everyone quiet. The square fell silent instantly, all eyes focused on him. In 2 days, there will be a Genius Championship. The participants are talented students from various regions, all first-year students of the Genius Training Camp, Kwang Dao announced, his gaze sharp as he scanned the crowd. My only requirement for you is to showcase the spirit of our Western Genius Training Camp. If anyone embarrasses us in the competition, humph. This blatant threat sent shivers down everyone's spine. They all knew Kwang Dao's methods well, and each silently vowed that even if they had to be carried off the stage, they wouldn't retreat a single step. Kwang Dao added, of course, for those who rank high, we have prepared extremely generous rewards. This statement instantly ignited the students' fighting spirit, and everyone's eyes sparkled with the desire to win. The voice of the fierce instructor resonated through the training ground. Anyone who ranks in the top 100 will be rewarded with 800 points. Those in the top 50 will receive 1,200 points, and the top 10 will earn 2,000 points. These words were like a bolt of lightning, instantly igniting the enthusiasm of everyone present. One trainee couldn't help but shout, 800 points just for being in the top 100? His voice was filled with incredulous excitement. After all, some people had been at the elite training camp for nearly a month without earning that many points. Immediately, another voice rang out with barely concealed anticipation. What about first place, instructor? The moment the question was asked, the speaker regretted it. He felt all eyes on him and lowered his head in shame. Just a few days ago, in the monthly competition, he had ranked second to last. Yet, at this moment, an inexplicable thrill surged through him. The instructor's lips curled into a slight smile as he slowly revealed the final suspense. First place? First place will be rewarded with 3,000 points, and an S-level martial skill book as well. Wow! A tidal wave of exclamations erupted throughout the training ground. An S-level martial skill. This was a high-level martial technique that only fourth-year warriors were eligible to learn. Although most of those present came from backgrounds that could procure an S-level martial skill, who would ever have too much of a good thing? Oh my gosh, I'm still using a B-level skill, and the first place gets an S-level skill as a reward. One trainee shouted in disbelief. Damn it, I just wish I'd worked harder. Is there still time to train? Another voice filled with regret. It's not too late, just focus on training your glutes. You might still have a chance, someone joked nearby. Training glutes? Is there some kind of secret to that? Maybe you can bribe the judges with it. Get lost. Seeing the atmosphere heat up, the instructor nodded in satisfaction. His gaze swept over a few outstanding candidates in the crowd, silently evaluating them. This batch had some promising ones. Among those who caught his attention were Bing Qinru and Gong Sun Qin, whose skills were indeed impressive. The instructor's thoughts suddenly shifted to another individual. And that kid. He had already received news that Lin Xiao would be brought to the scene directly by a senior. This puzzled him a bit. When had that kid connected with the senior? Everyone in the field was gearing up, determined to secure a good ranking in the upcoming elite competition. Bing Qinru scanned the crowd, a hint of disappointment flickering in her eyes before she quickly regained composure. Her skills had advanced rapidly during this time, reaching the peak of the mid-second tier, on the verge of breaking into the later stage. This speed could only be described as astonishing. You'll be participating in the competition too, right? Bing Qinru thought to herself, contemplating how she would greet him if they met. A few days ago, she realized she hadn't even spoken a word to him, a realization that left her feeling slightly aggrieved. She had locked herself in her room, simulating countless scenarios of their first conversation. Do I finally have the qualification to be your friend now? Bing Qinru pondered, tilting her head slightly, worried that her skills might still be too weak to be worthy of his friendship. 2 days later, exceptional talents from all directions gathered together, united by the same determination and enthusiasm for the Tianjiao Championship. Lin Xiao, it's time. Lin Yanran called out, hovering in the air, looking down at Lin Xiao, standing in front of the police station. Lin Xiao looked up at her silhouette in the sky and shrugged helplessly. I can't fly, you know. Under the watchful eyes of Li Daoran and others, Lin Yanran grabbed Lin Xiao by the collar and flew off into the distance. Good luck, brother Lin Xiao. Li Daoran's encouraging voice echoed from behind. You're a true hidden dragon, destined to soar to great heights this time. As they ascended, Lin Xiao feigned panic, exclaiming, I'm afraid of heights. It's too high, I'm scared. Before he finished speaking, he deftly turned around, clinging tightly to Lin Yanran, wrapping his arms around her slender waist and burying his face against her. He trembled slightly, convincingly playing the part of someone afraid of heights. Lin Yanran was wearing a form-fitting outfit that accentuated her curves. Being held so closely made her blush furiously. Lin Xiao, let go, she demanded, trying to pull away from the fearful person, only to find that as a 6th-rank strong practitioner, she was surprisingly powerless against a 3rd-rank martial artist who had lost his strength. Realizing her efforts were futile, Lin Yanran consoled herself, thinking he might truly be afraid of heights. However, Lin Xiao, feeling suffocated by their proximity, had to slightly move his head to get some fresh air. This action made Lin Yinran blush even more. This guy was clearly taking advantage of the situation. As they neared their destination, Lin Yinran finally found an opportunity to pull Lin Xiao to her side. The actor immediately put on a pitiful expression. Feeling the warmth lingering on her chest, Lin Yinran was both angry and annoyed, gritting her teeth. Stop pretending. I'll deal with you after the competition. She shook her fist in front of Lin Xiao, leaving no doubt about her intentions. Lin Xiao quickly fell silent, knowing when to yield. Lin Yinran turned away to adjust her clothes, and the rest of the journey was much quieter. By now, she realized that he wasn't afraid of heights at all. Remembering their earlier closeness made her want to disappear out of embarrassment. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, and she couldn't resist giving Lin Xiao a swift kick. Ouch! Sorry. Lin Xiao pleaded, and only then did Lin Yinran's anger subside a bit. We're here, Lin Yinran announced as she descended onto a spacious field. Go on in by yourself. I have other things to do. As soon as she finished speaking, she glided into the arena like a gentle breeze. Lin Xiao watched her figure with admiration, exclaiming, so graceful. I wonder when I'll reach the 6th level and experience the feeling of flying. Stepping into the arena, Lin Xiao was awestruck by the scene before him. The space was vast, with seating that could accommodate tens of thousands. However, competitions of this level were rarely open to the general public. Soon, Lin Xiao found the main group. From a distance, he spotted his mentor, Quang Dao, and felt a surge of joy, thinking, it's been a while. Quang Dao noticed him too and nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Lin Xiao quickly approached and looked around, recognizing many familiar faces: Bing Qinru, Gongsun Qin, Tuoba Shi, and the Murong Yun brothers. Although they didn't interact much daily, there was a sense of camaraderie among classmates when away from home. Many people greeted Lin Xiao, making the scene quite lively. At that moment, a cold voice reached Lin Xiao's ears. Hello, Lin Xiao. My name is Bing Qinru. Lin Xiao turned to see a young girl standing at the front. She wore a sky-blue fairy dress today, with her flowing hair naturally draped over her shoulders. Her delicate features paired with subtle makeup made her captivating at first glance. Lin Xiao was surprised, not expecting the usually aloof Bing Qinru to initiate a conversation. He clearly remembered their first meeting and the distant aura she exuded. Seeing Lin Xiao's delayed response, Bing Qinru felt a pang of disappointment. As expected, I'm still not worthy of being his friend? How frustrating. Just as she was lost in thought, Lin Xiao suddenly spoke. Hello, I'm Lin Xiao. With that, he extended his hand. Bing Qinru, a bit dazed, reached out her small hand to shake his. So warm, she thought to herself, while Lin Xiao noted, so cool. This scene left those around them stunned. Many began to whisper, wow, did I just see the aloof goddess Bing Qinru take the initiative to talk to Lin Xiao? No way, Lin Xiao is impressive. Just like that, he won over Bing Qinru. Is this the charm of Lin Xiao? Simply unbeatable. Others felt a pang of heartache, not expecting their goddess to be won over so easily. Worse yet, they couldn't surpass this man. So far, no one in the Tianjiao training camp's Shuguang list had exceeded Lin Xiao's 51 floors. As everyone was deep in discussion, a man's voice came from not far away. Quang Dao, are you leading the team this year? Quang Dao turned to see a familiar figure. Oh, it's you, Lu Fei. It was Lu Fei from the southern Tianjiao training camp, also a 6th level expert. Lu Fei chuckled and said, Quang Dao, it looks like your Western team is going to come in last again this year. As he spoke, his gaze swept over to Lin Xiao's side. Quang Dao retorted without backing down. Lu Fei, this year's Southern team doesn't seem that great either, much worse than the last. Your teaching skills have declined. Although they were in the same camp, the rivalry between the two was palpable. The atmosphere on the field immediately became tense. The tension between the two was palpable. Behind Lu Fei stood a group of young men and women, and one of the boys stepped forward, his gaze fixed on Lin Xiao. He naturally assumed Lin Xiao was the strongest among the opposing group. Looks pretty ordinary. The boy scrutinized Lin Xiao, shaking his head in disappointment. Who are you? Before Lin Xiao could respond, Bing Qinru, standing beside him, interjected. Oh. The boy's eyes shifted to Bing Qinru, instantly lighting up. So, you're the strongest one here. He sensed a powerful energy emanating from her. Great. Since you asked so sincerely, I'll graciously tell you. The boy struck a pose he thought was dashing. I'm Jiang Ming, a man destined to stand at the pinnacle. Clown, Lin Xiao muttered under his breath. Jiang Ming immediately turned his gaze on Lin Xiao, a flicker of annoyance in his eyes. He hated being interrupted at such a moment. If you're weak, then stay silent. Hiding behind a girl, coward. With that, he turned and rejoined his group, dismissing Lin Xiao entirely. Seeing Lin Xiao humiliated, Bing Qinru's expression turned fierce. She couldn't allow anyone to insult Lin Xiao in front of her, especially since she considered Jiang Ming to be trash, not even on par with herself, yet he dared to call Lin Xiao trash? Hey, don't get worked up. Lin Xiao quickly grabbed Bing Qinru's arm, feeling a bit embarrassed. He hadn't expected the seemingly cold and aloof girl to be so easily provoked. But he insulted you. Bing Xinru's eyes flashed with a hint of grievance. She had worked so hard and finally had a chance to speak up today, only for someone to suddenly call Lin Xiao trash and a coward. At that moment, she wanted nothing more than to freeze that foul-mouthed guy into an ice sculpture and let him freeze to death. It's fine, words are just words. Lin Xiao dismissed it with a wave of his hand. When the competition starts, I'll definitely get revenge for you. Bing Xinru declared fiercely, shaking her fist. This display made Lin Xiao chuckle. He realized that this ice-cold girl had an unexpectedly adorable side. The venue was packed to capacity, with crowds as far as the eye could see, as the annual event of the Tianjiao Championship drew countless spectators. Lin Xiao was scanning the surroundings when he suddenly heard a familiar voice. Brother Lin. Hey, it's me Yun. Turning to look, Lin Xiao saw Murong Yun. Smiling, he replied, Ah, it's Brother Murong. Lin Xiao had always maintained a friendly attitude towards this descendant of a noble family. Murong Yun excitedly said, Brother Lin still remembers me. This scene drew envious glances from those around them. Of course I remember, Brother Murong. Is there something you need? Lin Xiao asked. Murong Yun leaned in closer, mysteriously producing a small booklet. Nothing major, really. I just used my connections to gather some information about the competition. Lin Xiao took the booklet and flipped through it, finding detailed records about the participants. He asked in surprise, Did you compile all this? Murong Yun beamed with pride. Yes, Brother Lin. I put a lot of effort and resources into obtaining this information. I hope it helps you. With that, he left, his straightforward manner leaving a strong impression on Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao couldn't help but reflect that these scions of noble families were indeed remarkable, far from the spoiled second-generation rich kids he had imagined. Just then, an announcement rang out. All participants of the Tianjiao Championship, please proceed to the competitor area. The competition was about to begin. On the podium sat several esteemed elders, with a speaker standing beside them. He announced loudly, Welcome to the Tianjiao Championship. I am the host of this event. Now, allow me to introduce some of our distinguished guests. He introduced them one by one. In the center is the Director of Academic Affairs at Longwu Academy Zheng Guiqing. An elderly man with a white beard stood up, exuding an aura of authority. This is the Director of Academic Affairs at Dan University Kai Rongguan. The Director of Academic Affairs at Liming University Qin Li. The Director of Academic Affairs at Bada University Zhang Ge. The audience erupted in applause, with someone exclaiming, All four of the top universities in Longhua are here. These universities annually produce a significant number of top talents for Longhua. The host continued, This is the Director of Academic Affairs at Zhenhui University Lilong. Known for its unique educational methods and high mortality rate, Zhenhui University, though slightly less comprehensive, produces truly formidable graduates. Finally, this is Ji Li, the overall head of the Tianjiao training camp. Compared to the others, Ji Li was much younger, but as a member of Longhua's upper echelon, she was responsible for the entire Tianjiao training camp. Lin Xiao's gaze swept across the distant stands, and he couldn't help but marvel internally. Seated there were truly influential figures, and even from afar, he could feel the overwhelming aura of strength emanating from them. Even the weakest among them possessed a seventh-tier power. This filled him with deep admiration. The commentator's voice echoed throughout the venue, detailing the 3 stages of the Tianjiao competition: heart test, spirit test, and strength test. Lin Xiao listened intently, gradually understanding the meaning of each phase. The heart test examined one's inner self, the spirit test assessed talent, and the strength test evaluated combat abilities. All contestants, please prepare. The first stage, the heart test, is about to begin. With this announcement, Lin Xiao and the other participants stood up. His mind was filled with questions. Heart test? How was this conducted? Suddenly, a blinding white light flashed, causing everyone to involuntarily close their eyes. Lin Xiao's heart raced, and various possibilities flashed through his mind. Was it an attack? Or part of the assessment? When he opened his eyes again, it felt as if he had experienced a dream. In the dream, he seemed to have awakened a powerful talent. However, before he could ponder further, urgent shouts reached his ears. Lin Xiao, keep up. The enemy is coming again. A soldier grabbed his arm, pulling him to run outside. Lin Xiao was momentarily dazed, with countless images flashing through his mind. It turned out he was an ordinary soldier in the Dragon Nation. In high school, he awakened a clever ability, and his parents had worked hard all their lives to send him to a third-rate local university. After graduation, he enlisted in the army. With his limited talent and modest background, he barely reached the late stage of the second tier. After years of frontline battles and countless brushes with death, he finally broke through to the peak of the late second tier, becoming the deputy leader of this assault squad. The sound of explosions drew closer, pulling Lin Xiao back to reality. The enemy launched another fierce attack. Damn, there are too many enemies this time. A team member shouted anxiously while launching a ranged attack. Captain, Deputy Captain, should we retreat? The captain's expression was stern as he shouted, No, our mission is to defend this line at all costs. Behind us are millions of ordinary people. If we retreat, what will happen to them? Anyone who talks about retreating again will face my wrath." The team member fell silent, not daring to speak further. Lin Xiao looked ahead, seeing enemies swarming like a tide. The oppressive feeling filled him with dread. He took a deep breath, fully activating his ability, and launched his strongest attack into the distance. Bang! A loud explosion sounded, but his attack was like a clay ox entering the sea, instantly dissipated. The assault squad leader's face grew increasingly grim. By now, many teams had charged to the front lines, using their bodies to build a wall of flesh and blood, determined to resist the enemy's onslaught. The captain decisively ordered, his voice booming like thunder. "Everyone, follow me to the battlefield." He turned to Deputy Captain Lin, his eyes filled with unwavering determination. "Deputy Captain Lin, you stay behind. The banner of our assault squad must not fall. If we all perish, please carry on our legacy." Before the words could settle, the captain shot forward like an arrow, his entire being brimming with energy, ready to self-destruct if necessary. The other team members saluted Lin Xiao, many pressing their pre-written wills into his hands, hoping he could deliver them to their loved ones. In an instant, the vast camp was left with only Lin Xiao, alone and unsupported. Clutching the letters tightly, Lin Xiao's knuckles turned white. He bit his lip hard, blood trickling down his chin, though he was oblivious to it. He fought back the urge to cry, his eyes bloodshot with struggle and pain. At that moment, his sole thought was to charge into battle alongside his brothers, even if it meant sacrificing his life. "I'm too weak. I'm still too weak." Lin Xiao began to berate himself in agony. He lamented his lack of talent and strength, unable to protect his comrades. "If I had the power to surpass everything, I would annihilate all our enemies. I swear it." He slowly sank to his knees, his fists pounding the hard ground until his knuckles were raw and bloody. He dared not lift his head, fearing to witness the brutal sacrifices of his comrades. "If only I had the strength. If only I had the strength." These words echoed relentlessly in his mind. Then, a mysterious voice suddenly emerged from the depths of his consciousness. "If you had the strength, what would you do?" Lin Xiao seemed unaware of this peculiar occurrence. But at that moment, his once fiery heart suddenly cooled, no longer agitated, as if entering a state of self-preservation. "If I had the strength, I would kill all who wrong us." Lin Xiao answered coldly. "What if an entire race tries to oppress you?" The voice continued to probe. "Then I would wipe out that race." Lin Xiao's tone was filled with icy resolve, as if everything had become an illusion. Just as the voice was about to fade away, Lin Xiao suddenly spoke again. "I will kill all who wrong us." This time, though his tone was still cold, it carried a faint yet genuine warmth. Lin Xiao suddenly opened his eyes and noticed the varied expressions on the faces of those around him. Some were frowning, as if they had experienced something unpleasant. Others wore lecherous smiles, seemingly lost in some kind of fantasy, and a few screamed in terror, clearly frightened by something. Lin Xiao tried to recall the moment before, feeling as though his consciousness had entered a strange space, but he couldn't remember exactly what had happened. Gradually, the others also began to open their eyes, each looking slightly bewildered. Once everyone was fully awake, a voice from above announced, "The first round, heart test, is over. The competitors whose names are called can now leave. Your participation in the competition ends here." A series of names were read out, including Kai Su and Rome Mama. Those named were momentarily stunned, unsure why they had been eliminated. One person complained, "I haven't even competed yet. How can I be out?" Kai Su, more agitated, shouted to the sky, "Why? I haven't even shown my strength yet. I'm an A-level ability user." His outburst resonated with others, causing a commotion. Everyone felt it was unfair. After preparing for so long, they were eliminated in the first round, which was hard to accept. At that moment, an expressionless elder approached. He looked directly at Kai Su and asked coldly, "Do you want to know why you were eliminated?" Kai Su arrogantly replied, "That's right, I don't accept this." Without another word, the elder took out a projection device and displayed an image in the air. It showed Kai Su himself, surrounded by a group of young girls, behaving in a lewd and indulgent manner. Pointing at the image, the elder harshly stated, "This is the true reflection of your inner self. Indulgent and unstable, lusting after beauty, you are unworthy of being called a prodigy." Kai Su's face turned crimson with shame, wishing he could disappear. The elder continued to reprimand him, leaving Kai Su utterly speechless. The elder then surveyed the crowd and sternly asked, "Does anyone else object?" All those who met his gaze lowered their heads, aware of their own actions. With a snort, the elder turned and vanished. The first round, heart test, had eliminated nearly 100 people, roughly 1/5 of the total participants. Next, the second round, soul test, began. 10 tall devices appeared in the center of the venue. These were the latest awakening detectors developed by the Dragon Country's Ability Research Institute, designed to detect human abilities. The remaining contestants lined up, ready for the second round of talent assessment. Suddenly, The second device emitted a dazzling light. A voice boomed across the venue. Jiang Ming, S-level ability Purple Sky Divine Thunder. Jiang Ming was enveloped in powerful currents of electricity, his entire body glowing with purple lightning. He was fully unleashing his inner power, and the previously clear sky was split by lightning. Bathed in thunder, Jiang Ming appeared extraordinarily powerful, as if he were the embodiment of lightning itself. Outside the venue, Jiang Ming's mentor, Lu Fei, couldn't help but laugh heartily, pointing towards Jiang Ming and exclaiming, "This is the prodigy of the South." Reporters and broadcasters turned their cameras towards Jiang Ming. Various channels and streaming platforms broadcasted the event simultaneously. The comment sections were flooded with viewers' exclamations. "Wow, this young man is so impressive. S-level ability, Purple Sky Divine Thunder, truly amazing." Praise poured in like a tide, witnessing the incredible talent of this young prodigy. Suddenly, another machine emitted the same blinding light. Ji Shengnan, S-level ability Emperor. The test results echoed throughout the venue. A handsome young man stepped forward slowly, exuding an invisible aura of majesty. He was naturally extraordinary, as if he carried an innate regal presence that made others instinctively follow him. This prodigy from the East earned a nod of approval from the female lead instructor outside the venue. "Wow, what a powerful aura of dominance," someone exclaimed, eyes filled with envy. Suddenly, a contestant in front of the fourth machine began sneezing uncontrollably. "It's so cold," he shouted. The light flashed again, and the machine displayed Bing Qinru, S-level ability Frost. A terrifying scene unfolded before everyone. Bing Qinru stood quietly in the distance, seemingly isolated from the world. She embodied ice and snow, a symbol of extreme cold. Huangdao Zhengrong smiled, knowing it was his turn to step up. "She's a goddess," the online community buzzed. They watched Bing Qinru, standing in a world of ice and snow, her stunning beauty and proud figure undoubtedly making her the new national goddess. Meanwhile, other areas also flickered with strong lights, though slightly weaker, indicating S-level abilities. Lin Xiao watched the contestant being tested in front of him, knowing he was next. The contestant was revealed to have an A-level ability and appeared calm, clearly expecting the result. Lin Xiao prepared to take his turn, eager to see the reaction when his dual SS-level ability was detected. In this setting, not showing off a bit would be a wasted opportunity. He stepped forward, standing before the machine, quietly awaiting the scan to begin. Suddenly, the entire space became unstable, as if time slowed to a crawl. A dazzling burst of light erupted from Lin Xiao's position, with two massive, vibrant rainbow beams illuminating the entire area. The dignitaries on the podium all stood up, exchanging shocked glances. "That's rainbow light. And double rainbow." They felt the world spinning, unable to believe their eyes. This signaled the emergence of an unseen-a-lifetime genius with dual SS-level abilities. Zheng Guoqing, seated at the center, was astounded. Even the appearance of 3 S-level ability users earlier hadn't stirred this level of excitement, as a few appeared every year. But an SS-level ability hadn't been seen in ages, let alone a dual SS-level ability. This was an unprecedented feat. Qin Li from Liming University also spoke up. "I've never seen such a prodigy." His tone was filled with awe and disbelief. Huang Dao, standing outside, widened his eyes in disbelief. As Lin Xiao's mentor, he was aware that the young man had awakened an SS-level talent, but it was simply unimaginable. He couldn't help but mutter to himself, "Holy crap." At that moment, all the media cameras were focused on Lin Xiao. In the live stream, comments were flying like snowflakes. "Wow, this guy is dazzling. What's going on? Can someone explain?" Soon, a kind-hearted netizen provided a detailed explanation of the phenomenon. As soon as the explanation was posted, the comments section erupted. "What? Dual SS-level abilities? Are you kidding me? Wow, is this for real? Isn't a person only supposed to awaken one talent? I'm only clever, practically worthless." However, some noticed Lin Xiao's good looks. "Did you guys notice how handsome this guy is? Is it really dual SS level? He's like an unbeatable force in the universe. Does this powerhouse need an accessory? He's both good-looking and charming." Live streams across the internet were buzzing, and people began searching for Lin Xiao's personal information. Unbeknownst to him, from this moment on, he was completely in the public eye. This nationwide broadcast had propelled him to an unimaginable peak. In the resting area, Bing Xinru looked at the brilliant young man, feeling no jealousy, only delight. "You've always deserved to shine like this." Ji Xiangnan also gazed at the figure, his eyes gleaming with a golden light, as if to say, "I have the confidence to dominate the world." Jiang Ming was stunned. He never expected that the guy he once underestimated had such terrifying talent. He couldn't help but question his judgment. Did I really misjudge him? With such a strong talent, he should be incredibly powerful. Meanwhile, the students of the 3rd Middle School in Pingan District were also watching the live broadcast. An excited, chubby student was waving his arms and shouting, "Did you see that? That's Lin Xiao, my buddy. His voice echoed through the classroom, unable to hide his excitement. I never thought my best friend was so awesome. In the principal's office, Principal Chu of the 3rd middle school was also stunned. It took him a while to regain his composure, and then he burst into laughter. Ha! His face turned red with laughter. The surprise Lin Xiao brought him was enormous. Dual SS level abilities, what does that mean? Principal Chu wasn't entirely sure, but he knew that the future of the 3rd middle school would see the rise of an unparalleled powerhouse. After the second phase of the Spirit Inquiry session concluded, the contestants returned to the rest area while the judges on the stage began their deliberations. Soon, a large leaderboard appeared out of thin air, listing the rankings of all the contestants. Lin Xiao looked up to find himself at the top. First place, Lin Xiao. Perfect score in the first phase. Perfect score in the second phase. He was closely followed by Ji Xiangnan and Bing Qinru. Ji Xiangnan, observing his second place ranking, maintained a calm exterior, although his mind was in turmoil. As someone born to lead, he couldn't accept being overshadowed by anyone. Jiang Ming widened his eyes in disbelief, realizing he was only in 4th place. He started to recall which part might have gone wrong. 10 minutes later, the host announced that the 3rd phase, Strength Inquiry, was about to begin. This heart inquiry competition was divided into 10 groups, with each group selecting 5 contestants to advance, ultimately allowing 50 elite participants to enter the points competition. Lin Xiao was assigned to the 5th group. He looked around and noticed Bing Qinru in the 1st group. Their eyes met, and Lin Xiao smiled and raised his fist in encouragement, to which Bing Qinru responded with a small clenched fist. As the announcement, the 3rd phase, Strength Inquiry, officially begins, echoed, the venue erupted with excitement. 10 arenas simultaneously witnessed intense clashes, while commentators outside the arena enthusiastically provided commentary. Knowing that experts were present, the contestants gave it their all, showcasing their best performance. From the 5th arena came the announcement, Lin Xiao versus Ning Tian. The spectators' attention immediately focused on this match, eager to witness the remarkable young talent. Ning Tian sighed inwardly, lamenting his bad luck in facing one of the most formidable opponents right in the first round. Lin Xiao stepped onto the arena, giving Ning Tian a slight bow. As soon as the match started, Ning Tian adopted a combat stance. Despite knowing his chances were slim, he decided to give it his all. Please, Ning Tian shouted, unleashing his grade ability Gale ability. His speed surged, and he moved like a whirlwind across the arena, constantly changing positions, searching for an opening in his opponent's defense. Lin Xiao stood motionless. With his master-level combat skills, he quickly discerned Ning Tian's intentions. He slightly moved his left foot forward, deliberately exposing a flaw. Seeing the opportunity, Ning Tian accelerated further, suddenly appearing behind Lin Xiao, gathering force in his hands, and launching an attack towards Lin Xiao's lower waist. You fell for it. Lin Xiao exclaimed softly, stepping back with his right foot, tilting his body slightly to easily evade the attack. Simultaneously, his fist struck out like lightning. Bang! With a loud crash, Ning Tian was sent flying out of the arena, landing heavily outside. Lin Xiao's prowess once again left everyone in awe. The competition concluded with Lin Xiao's unsurprising victory. There was no burst of enthusiastic cheers from the audience, as if his win was a foregone conclusion. However, attentive spectators noticed that Lin Xiao hadn't used any special powers during the match. Ning Tian, watching from the sidelines, wore a bitter expression and sighed silently. Lin Xiao calmly stepped down from the stage, his gaze like a hawk's, sweeping over the other battlefields. His eyes settled on the 3rd stage, where a young man with a commanding presence stood Ji Xiangnan. Lin Xiao squinted, recalling the description Murong Yun had provided in the manual. A natural ruler, S-level power emperor. Ji Xiangnan stood motionless at the center of the stage, exuding an almost imperceptible aura of imperial majesty. This presence was sacred and commanding, like an invisible shackle binding his opponent. Ultimately, under this intangible pressure, his opponent was forced to concede. After the referee declared Ji Xiangnan the winner, the emperor left the stage expressionlessly, returning to his spot as if the surrounding clamor was irrelevant to him. Countless cameras followed his movement, and his regal aura quickly garnered a large following online. As the competition heated up, Lin Xiao found that his opponents were generally of modest skill, mostly at the first tier. He easily secured 10 consecutive victories, clinching the first qualifying spot for the 5th stage. Meanwhile, a commotion erupted from the 1st stage. Bing Qinru also advanced with 10 straight wins. Her mastery of ice powers was extraordinary, and all her opponents ended up as lifelike ice sculptures. She descended from the stage with a blank expression, a hint of disdain in her eyes, clearly unimpressed by her opponent's abilities. By evening, the 50 qualifiers for the 3rd stage had been determined. Today's matches concluded, and tomorrow morning would see the points competition. Those who advanced were elated, while the defeated left the arena dejectedly. Lin Xiao regrouped with the Western team. Kwang Dao nodded at him excitedly. This time, our Western team has 7 members in the top 50. Not bad, he said with satisfaction. Last year, only 3 from the West made it to the top 50, and this year the number more than doubled. With Lin Xiao's exceptional skills, they might even clinch the top spot. Kwang Dao eagerly anticipated bragging to his old friends if Lin Xiao won. At that moment, Bing Qinru approached Lin Xiao. Thinking for a moment, he took the initiative to speak. I watched your match. It was great. Good luck tomorrow. Thank you, I will. Bing Qinru suddenly became nervous, as if startled. She had been thinking about how to greet Lin Xiao on her way over. Lin Xiao looked puzzled, pointing to himself. Am I scary? Oh no. Bing Qinru hastily denied. Then why do you seem so nervous? Lin Xiao pressed. Maybe it's just. I just finished the match and I'm a bit excited. Bing Qinru stammered, growing more nervous until she finally stopped talking and turned to leave, leaving Lin Xiao baffled. Lin Xiao stood there, looking puzzled. He glanced around and asked the person next to him, do I look scary? But all he got was a bewildered look. He sighed, and after learning that all the nearby hotels were booked by the event organizers, he had no choice but to return to his room. Lying on the bed, Lin Xiao calculated the time. In just over 10 hours, the system would successfully upgrade. Anticipation filled his heart. After a quick wash, he closed his eyes to rest. Early the next morning, Lin Xiao arrived at the competition venue. The place quickly filled with people, buzzing with excitement. All qualified contestants, please enter. With this announcement, the competition officially began. The contestants began drawing lots in an orderly manner. Lin Xiao looked at the name of his drawn opponent. SSS Tuesday's class ability Dark Knight, 2nd tier early peak strength. He raised an eyebrow slightly, evaluating silently. Meanwhile, Suoluatu frowned, frustrated with his luck for drawing Lin Xiao as an opponent. Lin Xiao and Suoluatu, please take the stage, the host called, prompting both to step onto the platform. Cameras below immediately started capturing clear images of the 2 contestants. The audience buzzed with conversation. I feel sorry for Suoluatu. Isn't this like a big spender meeting a cheater? Is there any chance Lin Xiao might lose? Lose? Do you even know the value of a double SS class ability? Unbeknownst to Lin Xiao, he had quietly garnered a large number of silent supporters. Let the match begin, the referee declared. Lin Xiao remained standing still, while Suoluatu looked serious. He had seen Lin Xiao fight before and knew he favored counterattacks. Observing carefully, Suoluatu grew more uneasy, as Lin Xiao appeared completely ordinary to his senses. I can't let this continue. The pressure weighed heavily on Tuesday Dark Knight Descend, he shouted, clapping his hands together. A powerful ability enveloped the entire stage, plunging everything into darkness. Lin Xiao, from now on, this is my domain. You're strong, but defeating me easily won't happen. Suoluatu's power surged under the night, boosting all his attributes significantly. He charged at Lin Xiao with fierce aggression. Although Lin Xiao couldn't see at first, his eyes soon emitted a faint divine glow. The darkness lifted, and Suoluatu's figure became clearly visible. Lin Xiao, if you have guts, don't dodge. Let's settle this heathen. Suoluatu launched attacks relentlessly but couldn't even touch Lin Xiao's clothing, growing increasingly agitated. His ability was depleting, and he knew the Dark Knight wouldn't last much longer. I have to use that move. Suoluatu gritted his teeth, gathering his remaining energy in his palm. Lin Xiao, let's see how you dodge this. Death Knight Raid. A massive skull appeared in Suoluatu's palm, causing the ground to tremble slightly. The spectators outside the ring were confused, only seeing darkness. What's happening? Why is it so dark? It's Suoluatu's ability. Damn, how are we supposed to see Lin Xiao's amazing moves? Lin Xiao paused, surprised at the incoming attack. This move is around mid-2nd tier. Suoluatu has some skills. He stood calmly, his spacetime eyes flickering, creating an invisible space barrier. Suoluatu saw Lin Xiao standing still, seemingly ready to take his ultimate move Heathen, and grew even more furious. Lin Xiao, you're too arrogant. He struck with his palm, and the massive skull imprint loomed over Lin Xiao. With a loud explosion, the black mist on the platform began to dissipate. Suoluatu's ability was exhausted, unable to maintain the Dark Knight. All eyes were fixed on the stage, eager to see what happened. Suoluatu, hands on his knees, gasped for air, staring intently ahead. As the smoke cleared, Lin Xiao's figure emerged, unscathed and not even a speck of dust on him. Suoluatu's heart sank completely, a faint smile of despair forming on his lips. He lowered his head, as if crushed by a huge blow, and quietly stepped off the stage. The referee surveyed the scene and announced, Lin Sha wins. The competition was in full swing, and today's match was even more intense than yesterday's. Several dark horse contestants emerged, astonishing everyone. Lin Xiao, while waiting for his turn, was drawn to Bing Qinru's arena. He noticed that the area was filled with professional camera crews, capturing every angle of the event. Bing Qinru's opponent was named Zhang Liang, who possessed an S-level ability called Infinite Storm, with his power reaching mid-2nd tier. Such a talent placed him among the top contenders in the current lineup. Zhang Liang's ability allowed him to create extreme disasters in small areas, akin to a sandstorm in the desert, with formidable destructive power. However, at that moment, Zhang Liang appeared uneasy. The arena seemed to offer him no place to stand. Was the power of an S-level ability truly so terrifying? From the start of the match, Zhang Liang gave it his all, creating several small storms on the platform. This offensive was enough to defeat an average second-tier fighter. But to his surprise, Bing Qianru showed no fear, walking directly into the storm's center. The next scene left Zhang Liang in shock. A layer of ice spread from Bing Qianru's feet, instantly freezing the storms into an extreme ice storm. Standing in the center, Bing Qianru looked like an ice queen descended upon the earth, holy and inviolable. Her powerful aura forced Zhang Liang to retreat continuously. At that moment, Bing Qianru seemed blessed by the goddess of ice and snow, becoming a child of the frost. The ice of the world obeyed her will. Some staff members outside the arena, standing too close, found their glasses covered in thick ice, shivering from the cold. The Ice Queen. She's the true Ice Queen. Spectators continuously shouted in support. The slender girl, with her ice abilities and stunning beauty, had already attracted a large fan base, captivating many. Bing Qianru's light blue eyes flashed slightly, and a stronger wave erupted from within her. Ice World, she called softly, and the entire arena space burst into dazzling brilliance. Zhang Liang sensed danger and quickly activated his ability to defend. Unfortunately, it was in vain. The overwhelming ice instantly destroyed his defenses, freezing him and his shield into an ice sculpture. The referee declared Bing Qianru the winner. The audience outside and fans in various live streams erupted in cheers. As Bing Qianru stepped down from the platform, she noticed Lin Xiao standing nearby. Seeing Lin Xiao's thumbs up, she felt a tinge of joy and responded with a smile. This moment immediately set off a frenzy both on-site and online. Oh my god. Guys, the goddess just smiled at me. She must have a crush on me. I'm over the moon. Get lost. She clearly smiled at me. We even had hot pot together last night. Don't point fingers at my girl. She told me a bedtime story last night. The comments section exploded, with that single smile capturing the hearts of all the fans. It was also the first time Bing Qianru had smiled since the start of the competition, surprising many who followed her. Even Li Long, standing on the podium, noticed the scene. As a military personnel, Bing Qianru would call him uncle due to their family ties. He recalled that this young girl had always been quite introverted. Li Long's eyes sparkled with delight, as if he had discovered a new continent. At that moment, Lin Xiao stepped forward with a slight smile and said softly, "You look even better when you smile." This remark was like a bomb, causing quite a stir among those present. People nearby perked up their ears and turned their eyes towards Lin Xiao. They wondered who was bold enough to speak so candidly to the Ice Queen. Once they recognized it was Lin Xiao, everyone seemed to collectively breathe a sigh of relief, as if to say, "Oh, it's him? Never mind then." Although the crowd quickly settled down, the cameras faithfully captured the scene. As expected, the internet soon exploded with headlines like, "What? The peerless prodigy Lin Xiao has a close connection with the nation's goddess, Bing Qianru?" And shocking, "The double SS grade talent has a secret rendezvous, and the other person is." These titles quickly dominated the trending lists on major social media platforms. On the podium, Li Long thoughtfully stroked his beard, his gaze shifting between Lin Xiao and Bing Qianru, his brow furrowing and relaxing in turn. He sighed inwardly. The kids are all grown up now. Unaware of the commotion he had inadvertently caused, Lin Xiao saw it as nothing more than a heartfelt compliment. Indeed, Bing Qianru's smile was truly captivating. Hearing Lin Xiao's words, a hint of shyness flashed across Bing Qianru's face, but she quickly regained her composure. After all, having grown up in the military, she wasn't one to be overly bashful. On another arena at the competition site, a powerful aura enveloped the surroundings. A young man stood proudly, and just his presence was enough to make others avert their gaze. This was Ji Xiangnan, who possessed the S-grade ability Emperor. In his matches, opponents didn't even dare to fight back, as if they were facing a supreme ruler. Ji Xiangnan's opponent wasn't a great ability user with the power of shadow reversal. This ability should have allowed him to minimize his presence and become an excellent assassin. However, at that moment, he was like an antelope caught in a pride of lions, with nowhere to escape. In the end, he had no choice but to concede defeat. But losing to the Emperor wasn't considered disgraceful. The camera once again focused on the young Emperor. His proud stance, composed demeanor, and well-defined features all conveyed his innate imperial aura. As the competition progressed, the attention across Long Country continued to rise. There was even an online poll titled, "Who is the true Prodigy King?" Ultimately, only 3 names stood out: Lin Xiao, Ji Xiangnan, and Bing Qianru. Among them, Bing Qianru was dubbed the nation's goddess, topping the goddess rankings. Lin Xiao was fortunate. His next few opponents weren't particularly strong. He secured victories with minimal effort. As the declaration, "This round's points contest is over," echoed across the venue, a leaderboard appeared in the sky, summarizing the rankings based on all results thus far. Lin Xiao, in first place. Ji Xiangnan, second place. Bing Xinru, third place. Jiang Ming, fourth place. Tuoba Shi, 10th place. Gong Sun Qin, 17th place. Li Dan, 50th place. Upon the announcement of the top 50, the participants' reactions varied. Some smiled with satisfaction at their results. Others had eyes filled with unwillingness, and some stared intently at their fellow competitors, silently competing. Suddenly, a grand staircase appeared at the competition site, with 50 steps leading up, each with a seat. This scene seemed to set the stage for the upcoming pinnacle showdown. Upon hearing that long-lost voice in his mind, Lin Xiao couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. The system, his most crucial asset in this alternate world, had finally returned. He felt a wave of relief and silently vowed never to complain about the system again, fearing it might disappear once more. Ding. Host, refrain from barking. The system's dormancy was due to your subconscious actions. The system replied coldly. Lin Xiao coughed awkwardly and quickly changed the subject. Should I accept the update package? Accept, he answered eagerly. Ding. The host is rewarded with a low-level cultivation upgrade card. Lin Xiao's eyes lit up as a translucent card appeared in his consciousness. He quickly asked, System, what does low-level refer to? Ding. To the host, it means below tier 4. The system replied succinctly. Lin Xiao calculated privately. He could use the card now, but decided to save it until he reached the peak of mid-tier 3. While he was still exploring the new system's features, the competition outside was already in full swing. The last-ranked Li Dan launched a fierce attack on the 14th-ranked contestant. Both had similar strengths, each being at the peak of Tier 1 as a level ability awakeners. This match was fiercely contested, with both sides exchanging lethal blows. Ultimately, Li Dan seized a momentary flaw in his opponent's defense and struck with full force, sending the opponent off the stage. Li Dan wins, the commentator announced passionately. With this victory, Li Dan moved up to 49th place, while the defeated contestant fell to the last position. After a brief rest, Li Dan pressed on and challenged the 48th ranked contestant. Unfortunately, he fell short this time, and his rank remained at 49. In this cycle of the Prodigy's battle, every participant gave their all, especially those ranked lower, seeking one last shot at glory. Amidst such life-and-death struggles, the rankings of lower-tier contestants shifted significantly, with some soaring high and others plummeting. Outside the arena, professional commentators and a powerful team provided thrilling commentary for the audience, heightening the competition's atmosphere. The guests on the podium watched closely, as they had another important mission to discover outstanding talents. Many exceptional young contestants had already left a deep impression on them, and they couldn't wait to make initial contact with these promising individuals after the competition. Soon, it was time for the 5th-ranked contestant to take the stage. This formidable contender, named Zheng Ming, possessed an S-level ability known as Watchtower. His strength had reached the peak of mid-tier 2. In previous matches, Zheng Ming displayed astonishing prowess, combining extreme defense and sharp offense. Although his ability, Watchtower, leaned towards support, it could triple basic attribute values for a short period. However, to unleash its full potential, a strong personal foundation was essential. This is his unique ability. Zheng Ming stood in the center of the arena, looking up at the competitors above with a serious expression. The oppressive aura of Pass's double SS level power was almost tangible, making him hold his breath. His gaze swept over Ji Xiangnan, whose irresistible imperial aura made Zheng Ming hesitant. Then, he turned his attention to Bing Xinru, the only female among the top 3 competitors. After a moment of contemplation, Zheng Ming realized his ability was not only inferior, but also somewhat restrained by hers, so he shook his head again. Finally, his eyes landed on Jiang Ming, who was ranked 4th. Jiang Ming keenly sensed his reaction and thought to himself, this guy, Zheng Ming, seems to have given up on challenging the top 3, so he should also give up on me, who is even stronger than them. Unexpectedly, Zheng Ming suddenly declared, I choose to challenge Jiang Ming. This announcement was like a bolt of lightning, instantly drawing everyone's attention. A showdown among the top 5 was about to unfold, and the atmosphere became tense. Cameras quickly focused on the scene, and the commentator enthusiastically warmed up the audience for the upcoming match. Jiang Ming's expression darkened as he silently joined Zheng Ming on the battlefield. Just as the referee was about to announce the start of the match, Jiang Ming suddenly spoke. Do you underestimate me? His eyes carried a hint of gloom. Zheng Ming was momentarily taken aback, not understanding the implication behind the question. His confused expression further angered Jiang Ming, whose clenched fists revealed his inner rage. Begin. With the referee's signal, Zheng Ming instantly activated his ability, Watchtower. His speed increased several times, and a powerful attack landed squarely on the stationary Jiang Ming. After the successful strike, Zheng Ming quickly retreated, searching for another opportunity to attack. Staggering backward, Jiang Ming's anger reached a boiling point. Suddenly, he let out an ancient call. Thunder. In an instant, countless bolts of lightning flashed across the sky, enveloping Jiang Ming's body in a dense web of electricity. His eyes gleamed with a dangerous light, and the air around him warped with immense energy. The thunder grew louder, and the lightning in the sky became more violent. The terrifying pressure radiated outward like a tangible force. Zheng Ming's expression turned extremely serious as he watched Jiang Ming cautiously, activating his own defenses. Countless tiny arcs of lightning covered the battlefield, continuously pricking Zheng Ming's body and causing him great unease. Thunder! Jiang Ming roared once more. With this shout, a colossal purple lightning bolt, dozens of meters in diameter, formed above his head. This bolt of lightning contained the power to destroy everything, leaving everyone present in awe. Jiang Ming sharply pointed at Zheng Ming, and the devastating lightning bolt descended with world-ending force. The audience held their breath, not wanting to miss this thrilling moment. Zheng Ming pushed his defenses to the limit, focusing all his energy on resisting this lethal strike. Hold on, Zheng Ming shouted internally. Boom. With a deafening explosion, a figure was blasted away like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily to the ground, motionless. Zheng Ming appeared on the stage, his body charred and covered in marks from lightning strikes. His once jet-black hair was completely gone, leaving him in a pitiful state. Blood gushed from his mouth, clearly unable to withstand the power of the divine thunder, leading to his regrettable defeat. Jiang Ming retracted his abilities and exhaled softly. His gaze fell on Zheng Ming, who was outside the arena, coughing up blood, and his anger subsided slightly. The referee announced, "Victory goes to Jiang Ming." After a brief rest, a defiant look flashed in Jiang Ming's eyes. He surveyed the surroundings, his gaze sharp as a blade, sweeping over the other contestants. "Finally, it's my turn," he declared coldly. "I'll start with you. I will crush all of you beneath my feet. Only I, Jiang Ming, am the true king of prodigies." His eyes finally settled on one person. "I challenge Bing Xinru." The audience erupted with excitement, cheers filling the air. The Prodigy Tournament was about to reach its climax. Bing Xinru, who had been called out, stood up expressionless. She had long wanted to teach this arrogant guy a lesson for daring to call Lin Xiao trash and a coward. Beneath her calm demeanor lay a chilling coldness. Both parties stepped onto the competition stage, and with a command from the referee, "Begin." In an instant, both unleashed their powerful abilities. On one side was Jiang Ming, master of ancient divine thunder, and on the other, Bing Xinru, the embodiment of extreme frost and snow. The arena was instantly polarized, and an intense confrontation was about to erupt. This was a clash between divine thunder and extreme ice. Both unleashed their strongest techniques. Bing Xinru waved her hands, summoning countless ice spikes from thin air. In this world of ice and snow, she was the sovereign deity. Jiang Ming was not to be outdone, surrounded by countless bolts of thunder. Each strike of the purple divine thunder contained destructive power, representing the mightiest assault. This S-class Prodigy showdown was far more intense than any previous match. Other contestants watched in awe, with one remarking bitterly, "With such an onslaught, I wouldn't last a single move." Though all were prodigies, they were not on the same level. Bing Xinru's expression grew colder as she continued to unleash her inner powers. The temperature on the stage plummeted, and her icy domain gradually gained the upper hand. Meanwhile, Jiang Ming relentlessly drove his divine thunder attacks, secretly astonished by the girl's terrifying strength. Their cultivation levels were fully exposed at this moment. Late second stage, peak. Thunder. Jiang Ming could no longer hold back. Continuing at this rate, his abilities would be depleted. He decided to risk everything on one decisive move. The divine thunder once again gathered in the sky, its destructive waves filling the space. The ancient call echoed in the heavens. Bing Xinru's expression slightly tensed, having already witnessed the power of this move. She formed hand seals, and countless ice flowers appeared in the arena. Under her control, the ice flowers coalesced, eventually forming a bud exuding an extreme cold aura. Ultimate Ice 0-degree Snow Lotus. A bud containing unimaginably terrifying energy bloomed in the air, leaving all spectators in awe. Li Long, standing on the podium, smiled faintly, surprised that this girl had mastered such a move. "Go, Purple Sky Divine Thunder, do your thing." Two terrifying attacks collided in midair, unleashing a powerful wave of energy. A massive storm formed in the sky, tearing at the surrounding air. At the center of the storm, two individuals were pushing their abilities to the limit, their faces pale from the immense exertion. Such a level of attack was truly beyond what their second-tier cultivation could handle. Bing Xinru gritted her teeth, a fierce determination flashing in her eyes. Her hands formed seals once more, and the ice lotus blossomed further. Jiang Ming instantly sensed an unstoppable force approaching and immediately assumed a defensive stance. Boom! A tremendous explosion echoed throughout the arena. The audience held their breath, eyes glued to the stage. The intensity of the match far exceeded everyone's expectations, causing a frenzy in all the live streams. This was a level of strength that second-tier warriors should not be able to display. In the stands, many third-tier warriors wore bitter expressions, knowing they couldn't achieve such feats. Even some fourth-tier warriors looked serious, as these attacks had reached a fourth-tier level. Who won? Someone impatiently asked. As the smoke gradually cleared, two figures emerged in front of the crowd. Bing Xinru was gasping for air, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. She had forcibly used a skill that she hadn't fully mastered, disrupting her breathing. Opposite her, Jiang Ming's true form was revealed. His hands were raised in defense, but they were now encased in a thick layer of ice. Suddenly, he couldn't help but cough up blood, his body collapsing backward. Bing Xinru wins, the referee announced. Bing Xinru had successfully taught a lesson to this annoying opponent. After some time of rest and treatment from the organizers, Bing Xinru recovered from her injuries. She stood up, her gaze firm as she declared, "I challenge Ji Xiangnan." The crowd erupted once more. Just moments ago, Bing Xinru's popularity online had surpassed Ji Xiangnan's, placing her in second place. Ji Xiangnan slowly rose and walked straight to the stage. "Your strength is impressive," Ji Xiangnan spoke for the first time in the competition, looking at the stunning girl before him with a hint of admiration in his eyes. Cut the chatter. Bing Xinru didn't want to waste words and unleashed her abilities with full force. Instantly, the entire stage was enveloped in an icy world, and she transformed once again into the Snow Queen. Ji Xiangnan observed her form and nodded slightly. Impressive aura, like that of a queen. This comment sent the audience's imagination racing. Ji Xiangnan was known as the emperor, and now he was saying that a woman had the aura of a queen. What did this imply? What? An explosive revelation. Emperor Queen. What? My brother Xiao has a formidable rival now. Bing Xinru's expression grew colder as she continued her relentless assault. The entire arena was covered by her icy domain, leaving only a few meters of space around Ji Xiangnan. Yet, she couldn't break through his defense. Ultimate Ice 0-degree Snow Lotus. Bing Xinru hesitated no longer as a stunning flower bud bloomed in the air. She didn't want to drag this out any further. At this moment, Ji Xiangnan finally raised his hand. An overwhelming imperial aura emanated from within him. Bing Xinru, this ends now. As he made his move, everyone was taken aback. Ji Xiangnan's revealed cultivation level had already reached the early third tier. The outcome of this battle between the second and third rank was decided the moment Ji Xiangnan unleashed his true power. Ji Xiangnan wins, the referee declared, looking at the exhausted Bing Xinru. In this duel, Ji Xiangnan emerged victorious with an overwhelming advantage. At that moment, his gaze lifted slightly, focusing on the figure seated at the top. Lin Xiao, it's your turn. Lin Xiao, it's your turn. Ji Xiangnan's commanding gaze locked onto the figure standing at the peak. The final showdown has arrived, where two exceptional talents are set to face off in the arena. On one side stands a natural-born emperor, exuding an aura of unmatched sovereignty. On the other, an unprecedented prodigy, firmly seated at the top of the genius rankings. As the ancient saying goes, kings do not meet. Yet today, these two kings are destined to clash in this competition. In the livestream, the host narrates with fervor, who will be the true king of prodigies? As gifts flood the screen, his excitement grows. At this moment, the livestream's popularity is soaring to unprecedented levels, with viewers nearing the 1 billion mark. Under countless watchful eyes, Lin Xiao rises slowly. Suddenly, his figure blurs and instantly appears on the martial arts stage. Holy crap, someone in the audience exclaims. This is the first time we've seen Lin Xiao use his powers. Is that teleportation? Another person asks in awe. It involves the mysteries of space. Definitely a god-level skill. Even the usually impassive Ji Xiangnan can't help but frown slightly. This match has captured the nation's attention, with prominent figures from the top 5 universities gathered on the main platform, their eyes fixed on the arena, clearly invested in the outcome of this duel. Ji Xiangnan is no simple character. Zheng Guoqing from Longwu University murmurs. Being privy to some insider information, he knows that Ji Xiangnan has immense backing. Shifting his tone, Zheng Guoqing continues. But Lin Xiao, I never expected such an extraordinary genius to emerge in this generation. Lin Xiao's personal information has been completely exposed. A freshman at 3rd High School in Ping'an District, with parents who passed away early and a poor family background. This kind of background makes people inevitably surprised. On the field, two top-tier competitors stood facing each other. Lin Xiao remained composed, while Ji Xiangnan looked calm and collected. The referee took a deep breath, anticipating the exciting duel about to unfold. Let the match begin. With the referee's announcement, the atmosphere instantly became tense. However, unexpectedly, neither side launched an attack immediately. Ji Xiangnan stared at the only opponent who had ever surpassed him, studying him closely. As a true prodigy, he was proud but not arrogant. At this moment, he was fully focused on finding his opponent's weakness, preparing for a decisive strike. Lin Xiao keenly sensed his opponent's intention. As a master-level fighter with advanced battle awareness, he couldn't help but marvel. Ji Xiangnan is indeed extraordinary. Lin Xiao reached the master level due to a unique opportunity, while Ji Xiangnan had achieved the master level on his own, just one tier below Lin Xiao, which was truly impressive. The audience outside the arena began to grow restless as they watched the two remain still. What are they doing? Start fighting already, someone couldn't help but shout. Why rush? The emperor isn't worried, so why should the eunuch be? An elder shook his head, saying, the thoughts of such top-tier prodigies are beyond the understanding of ordinary people like us. Some knowledgeable spectators vaguely sensed the unusual tension on the field. Someone explained, these two prodigies are searching for weaknesses in each other. This is an extremely advanced battle sense that can't be mastered without long-term training. The crowd, though not fully comprehending, felt that the match was profound and unfathomable. Finally, Ji Xiangnan broke the silence. I never expected you to also possess master-level battle awareness. He chuckled lightly. No wonder you are the one who makes me second. Lin Xiao smiled in response, without refuting. In that case, let's prove ourselves through action. As soon as the words fell, an incredibly domineering aura emanated from Ji Xiangnan. His imperial power awakened. An endless majesty enveloped the entire arena, and a faint yellow robe phantom appeared over him, making him seem even more sacred and solemn. Some outside the arena were already intimidated by this pressure, their legs trembling slightly, almost kneeling. Lin Xiao silently felt the opponent's power, thinking to himself, indeed, it's quite oppressive. This opponent truly has some skills. His power seems to have faintly surpassed the SS level. Facing such a formidable opponent, Lin Xiao remained unflustered. He extended his hand and lightly pointed, conjuring an invisible spatial barrier in front of him, firmly blocking Ji Xiangnan's imperial aura. Ji Xiangnan sensed the impenetrable barrier, and a resolute glint flashed in his eyes. Then I'll just break it, he growled, as imperial energy surged from within him like a tide. With clenched fists, the imperial energy gathered around Ji Xiangnan, forming a golden aura. He swung his fists with force, each strike carrying enough power to obliterate an early-stage fourth-tier warrior. This was his true strength. On the battlefield, Ji Xiangnan resembled a war god, each attack infused with imperial energy. Golden imperial dragons coiled around his arms, roaring with the wind of his punches. Stop! Lin Xiao pointed at the void again, activating his time abilities instantly. Ji Xiangnan felt a jolt in his heart as he noticed a peculiar wave emanating from the illusion around Lin Xiao, temporarily blocking the effects of the time ability. This unexpected turn of events made Ji Xiangnan halt his offensive, watching Lin Xiao's calm figure intently. Time-space abilities? Ji Xiangnan pondered. The yellow robe illusion on him is the Emperor's robe. It indeed has the power to block everything. But he quickly realized that the stronger the enemy's ability, the more energy it consumed to resist. Just this brief encounter had already depleted much of Ji Xiangnan's own energy. I didn't expect you to be so powerful. Ji Xiangnan spoke again, a hint of resignation in his voice. I didn't want to do this, but to win, I have no choice. Under Lin Xiao's puzzled gaze, Ji Xiangnan took a step forward. Bang! A more terrifying wave of cultivation burst from his body. He broke through. An uproar erupted from the audience. Ji Xiangnan had broken through to the mid-third tier in such circumstances. A 17-year-old at mid-third tier. He's a true prodigy. The audience was in a frenzy, and the 5 deans on the podium stood up, stunned by the scene. Terrifying, truly terrifying. Zheng Guoqing kept exclaiming. Such prodigies already have strength far beyond their peers. Ji Xiangnan, at mid-third tier, has reached the peak of late 4th tier. A 17-year-old at the peak of late 4th tier. How are this year's prodigies so terrifying? Outside the arena, Bing Xinru watched the match expressionlessly. Despite Ji Xiangnan's impressive display and breakthrough, she still held an inexplicable confidence in Lin Xiao. After his successful breakthrough, Ji Xiangnan regained his composure. He hadn't wanted to suppress his opponent with cultivation, knowing that Lin Xiao was also at early 3rd tier and possessed dual SS-level abilities. With his previous strength alone, victory was unlikely. But as a ruler, he couldn't accept defeat. I'm sorry, Lin Xiao, Ji Xiangnan said solemnly. I admit you're strong, the strongest I've faced so far. But this is the end. At this point, Lin Xiao finally understood what Ji Xiangnan's earlier resignation meant. His expression remained calm, lost in thought. Even now, you're still not my match, Lin Xiao said with quiet determination, his eyes glowing with unyielding spirit. Lin Xiao gazed at Ji Xiangnan, a hint of displeasure in his eyes. As a motivated young man from the 21st century, he couldn't tolerate such arrogance in front of him. Without further hesitation, Lin Xiao stepped forward under Ji Xiangnan's surprised gaze, secretly activating his cultivation card. In an instant, a powerful wave of energy erupted from Lin Xiao's body. The scene seemed to replay, but this time, Lin Xiao was the protagonist. His cultivation level skyrocketed to the peak of the third stage, even surpassing Ji Xiangnan. With a teasing smile, Lin Xiao said, "Oops, sorry, seems like I overdid it a bit and got a little higher than you." The entire audience was stunned. The 5 teaching directors on the podium stared at Lin Xiao in disbelief, one of them slapping his thigh and exclaiming, "Since when did breakthroughs become so easy?" The person next to him immediately retorted, "Hey, if you want to slap your own thigh, not mine." The crowd erupted in enthusiastic cheers. The spectators went wild, shouting and cheering for their newly emerged hero, with cries of "Lin Xiao is amazing" echoing throughout the venue. Ji Xiangnan finally showed a serious expression, as the match had completely defied his expectations. Sensing Lin Xiao's stronger aura, his heart sank. The fierce battle resumed in the arena. Ji Xiangnan unleashed the full power of his imperial aura, each punch carrying the force to defeat a mid-4th stage strongman. Yet, Lin Xiao remained unshaken, effortlessly deflecting each attack with a precise flick of his fingers. "Lin Xiao, show me your full strength," Ji Xiangnan roared, feeling that his opponent wasn't going all out. "As you wish." Before the words finished, Lin Xiao's figure vanished, reappearing behind Ji Xiangnan. Freeze. A binding spell struck, only to be barely blocked by Ji Xiangnan's imperial armor. As Ji Xiangnan prepared to counterattack, Lin Xiao flashed to his side, trapping him within an invisible space. Bang! Lin Xiao delivered a punch, the powerful impact sending Ji Xiangnan flying. Before he could land, Lin Xiao teleported again, appearing beneath him. Ji Xiangnan struggled to turn and unleash his imperial punch, but hit only air. Lin Xiao had already flashed above, delivering another heavy blow that drove Ji Xiangnan into the ground, creating a massive crater in the arena. Everyone was stunned. Ji Xiangnan was being utterly overwhelmed by Lin Xiao, unable to fight back. Some peak 4th stage warriors watched with grave expressions, realizing that Lin Xiao's onslaught was enough to threaten them. They couldn't help but wonder just how formidable this young man named Lin Xiao truly was. Before long, Ji Xiangnan struggled to climb out of the pit. His imperial armor had become indistinct, a magical defense that not only protected him but also shielded against ordinary attacks. Coughing a few times, he managed to stand, clearly not giving up on the fight yet. Even so, he was still beaten to such a state by Lin Xiao. On the stage, Ji Xiangnan's figure wavered, the imperial aura rapidly dissipating. He coughed continuously, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, but the intense physical pain was nothing compared to the raging fury within his heart. Ji Xiangnan's eyes were bloodshot, his fists clenched tightly. He couldn't believe he had been pushed to this extent by someone of his own generation. The supernatural energy within him gathered rapidly, and, disregarding the risk of damaging his core, he decided to unleash an incompletely mastered ultimate move, the Emperor Dragon Fist. Above the stage, the imperial aura coalesced into a golden dragon from myth and legend. Its body was entirely golden, exuding a powerful presence that left the audience breathless. Ji Xiangnan continuously channeled his energy, making the dragon more solid until it finally coiled around his fists. Lin Xiao spoke calmly. "Is this your final strike?" He could feel the immense energy reaching a 5th-tier level of lethality and had to admit that Ji Xiangnan indeed had some skill. Hearing this, Ji Xiangnan's desire for victory peaked. "Emperor Dragon Fist," he roared, launching an attack capable of tearing through the void. The golden dragon roared as it charged at Lin Xiao, causing the entire space to tremble violently. Lin Xiao gently pointed a finger and whispered, "Void Blade." Instantly, the space before him split open, and countless invisible blades, under his control, surged toward the golden dragon. The two forces collided fiercely, and the space finally couldn't withstand it, exploding with a loud bang. Debris from the ground was sucked into the depths of the void, and the referee outside the ring turned pale, immediately acting to stabilize the space and prevent the aftermath from spreading. Time ticked by, everyone's hearts pounding with anticipation for the final outcome. On the podium, 5 seasoned figures were too shocked to speak. Zheng Guoqing thought to himself, "Lin Xiao this boy, Lin Xiao this boy." Their keen senses had already discerned the result, but the more they understood, the harder it was to believe. As the dust gradually settled, people finally saw the scene at the center of the stage. Lin Xiao stood with one hand pointed at Ji Xiangnan, who was half kneeling on the ground, an invisible blade suspended above his head. In an extremely calm tone, Lin Xiao declared, "You lost." Kneeling on the ground, Ji Xiangnan's eyes were vacant, his spirit shattered. He struggled to accept this outcome, haunted by the echoes of countless praises from the Patan unrivaled prodigy of his generation, unmatched by anyone. To uphold this glory, he had trained relentlessly in the shadows, persisting when others rested, and doubling his efforts when others trained. He had believed that this battle would once again see him standing proudly at the pinnacle, proving his worth to the world. Yet reality was cruel, prompting him to question. Was he merely a fleeting moment of brilliance, unable even to achieve a brief, yet dazzling bloom? At this moment, Ji Xiangnan was despondent, deaf to the outside world. His will was waning, and his faith crumbling. This defeat had shattered the invincible resolve he had long maintained. The once awe-inspiring Imperial Dragon aura now showed signs of dissipating. Ji Xiangnan. Suddenly, a voice pierced through his consciousness. In the depths of his darkness, Ji Xiangnan barely lifted his head, vaguely seeing a figure standing before him. Who is it? He wondered hazily. Is it the one who defeated me? Ji Xiangnan's unusual state alarmed the 5 individuals on the dais. They recognized it as a sign of inner turmoil and a broken spirit. Zheng Guoqing was extremely anxious, knowing that any loss of a prodigy like Ji Xiangnan would be a heavy blow to Longwar as a whole, especially given the powerful forces backing him. Kai Rongguang from Dawn University frowned, sighing inwardly. This child had too smooth a path before, elevated too high. Now faced with setbacks, he must overcome them on his own. If he can surpass this hurdle, his future remains boundless. If not, Lin Xiao sensed something was amiss and repeatedly called out his name. Ji Xiangnan. Ji Xiangnan. Ji Xiangnan's vacant eyes stared blankly at Lin Xiao, his pale face eliciting sympathy from many in the audience. Once a figure of boundless glory, how had he fallen to such a state? Lin Xiao's spiritual perception grasped Ji Xiangnan's current condition, and his tone suddenly turned indifferent. I once thought you were a respectable opponent, but I didn't expect you to be so fragile, like a thin sheet of paper. Lin Xiao let out a cold laugh, a hint of mockery flashing in his eyes. He spoke slowly, his voice filled with disdain. Someone like you isn't worthy of being called a prodigy. I regret my previous actions. What a waste. With that, he shook his head and turned to leave, the hovering blades above him dissipating. Ji Xiangnan stood rooted to the spot, Lin Xiao's words piercing his heart like arrows. Not worthy of being a prodigy? Me, Ji Xiangnan. I'm not worthy. A whirlwind of emotions surged within him, and his long-suppressed invincible spirit and unyielding will erupted like a volcano. Stop! Ji Xiangnan shouted hoarsely, his body teetering, yet stubbornly standing. Lin Xiao halted, but did not turn around. Taking a deep breath, Ji Xiangnan's voice grew firm. I am Ji Xiangnan. I am the emperor of the mortal realm. I have not yet been defeated. As he spoke, a powerful imperial dragon aura burst forth from within him, enveloping him in golden light. A dazzling golden sword light shone in the air, its presence even more formidable than the previous golden dragon. The imperial dragon sword. Is this a second awakening? Zheng Guoqing exclaimed, his legs nearly giving way beneath him. He stared in disbelief at the scene, muttering to himself. Ji Xiangnan has experienced a second awakening in such a situation. This is a rare opportunity for any awakened one. Ji Xiangnan felt an unprecedented sense of liberation, as if years of shackles had vanished in an instant. He looked sincerely at Lin Xiao's back and said, Lin Xiao, thank you. Without you, I wouldn't know how long it would have taken to reach this level. He took a deep breath and continued. Lin Xiao, this is my strongest move yet. Regardless of the outcome, I, Ji Xiangnan, acknowledge you. Lin Xiao finally turned around, a hint of helplessness on his face. All I did was taunt you a bit, and you broke through? Is there any justice? What on earth is a second awakening? But he quickly composed himself, displaying the demeanor expected of a prodigy. Fine, let's settle this with one move. Imperial Dragon Sword. Annihilation of time and space. Lin Xiao shouted, unleashing a never-before-seen ultimate move. In an instant, the entire arena's space shook violently, countless fissures appearing as if this realm had been abandoned by the heavens, stripped of time and space. Ji Xiangnan's Imperial Dragon Sword was gradually worn down in this shattered space, ultimately vanishing along with the Forsaken Realm. Ugh! Ji Xiangnan spat out another mouthful of blood, but this time he forced himself to remain standing, refusing to collapse. His tangled hair swayed as he forced a bitter smile, a hint of despair flashing in his eyes. I lost. I failed, he murmured softly, then lifted his head to imprint Lin Xiao's image in his mind. With the help of the staff, he slowly left the competition arena. With the departure of the last opponent, the prestigious Tianjiao Championship finally concluded. The true champion emerged. Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao? Lin Xiao? Lin Xiao? The audience erupted in cheers, their voices rolling like waves. All eyes were on the tall figure in the center of the stage, the undisputed king in everyone's eyes. Mentor Kuang Dao couldn't stop grinning, his fierce scar becoming more pronounced in his excitement, sending chills down one's spine. The deans of the 5 major schools exchanged glances and stood up, offering enthusiastic applause to the champion. Below the stage, Bing Qinru's lips curved into a rare, enchanting smile. Tuoba Ashur hugged Gong Suinchin's shoulders, waving his arms in excitement. Wang Yi from 3rd High School was utterly ecstatic, boasting to everyone that he was Lin Xiao's grandson, calling Lin Xiao his granduncle. The laughter in the principal's office hadn't stopped for 2 days, as if they wanted to lift the roof with their joy. In the Fuzhou area, Li Daoran and his team from the security department were also watching the live broadcast, genuinely proud of the young man on the screen. Standing in the center of the arena, Lin Xiao was overwhelmed by the calls and cheers from all directions, the focus of countless cameras. He felt a bit dazed. "System," he called out in his mind. "Ding. Host. I'm here," the system promptly responded. "Am I hallucinating?" Lin Xiao asked uncertainly. "Ding. With your space-time divine eyes, shouldn't you know if it's a hallucination?" the system teased. "It's real." Lin Xiao clenched his fists, feeling the tangible atmosphere and the vibrant energy around him. Everything here, every person, was real. No one knew the secret deep within him. As a traveler from another world, he always saw himself as a passerby, maintaining a certain distance and indifference toward everything in this world. He harbored an inherent aversion to many people. But during this time, he met many individuals: Li Daoran, Lin Yinran, Wang Yi, Wang Tianming, Toba Shi, Sun Xian. Some helped him, others moved him, and some were even willing to die for him. These real experiences made him question, was he truly just an outsider? He saw Mentor Kuang Dao give him a thumbs up, saw Toba Shi and others applauding him, noticed the smile on Bing Qinru's usually cold face. He even sensed a woman, who made him feel awkward, watching him from a corner. As he once again felt the enthusiastic atmosphere surrounding him, Lin Xiao's long cold heart began to thaw. Then, under everyone's watchful gaze, he ascended the supreme throne once more. "I am Lin Xiao," he silently declared to himself, as if truly accepting this identity for the first time. The name, Lin Xiao, struck like lightning, instantly imprinting itself in the minds of countless young people. That thrilling nationwide broadcast turned this young man into an overnight sensation. What followed was a flood of personal information being revealed. To everyone's surprise, they discovered that this young man, hailed as a peerless prodigy, came from an ordinary background. He wasn't some hidden master from an elite family, but a child from a regular family with deceased parents. This contrast only made Lin Xiao's image shine even brighter. "Raising a child like Lin Xiao is the goal," many parents exclaimed. No sooner had they spoken than their children protested. "Dad, are you trying to hurry into the grave?" the children jokingly complained. Despite the unexpected twists, the outcome seemed predetermined. These kids all enjoyed carefree childhoods. However, the significance of this competition went far beyond that. Due to Ji Xiangnan's involvement, many influential figures in the capital turned their attention to this event. Lin Xiao, this young figure, had already left a deep impression on their minds. In the Meteorological Bureau's office, Minister Jiang smiled slightly, as if talking to himself. "I warned you a long time ago. Don't say I didn't tell you." In the empty room, it was unclear whom he was addressing. Meanwhile, in a modest room, an elderly man was engrossed in reading documents. Suddenly, someone knocked and entered, handing him a message. The old man merely nodded slightly and continued to bury himself in the paperwork. No one knew what he was thinking, nor did anyone dare to speculate. After all, he was the top leader of the Dragon Nation. When the competition results were announced, reactions were strong, especially from the deans of the 5 major universities. They almost simultaneously approached Lin Xiao, faces flushed, clearly having debated this for a long time. Finally, Zheng Guoqing spoke first, his voice tinged with excitement. "Lin Xiao, this is your reward for winning first place in this prodigy competition." As he spoke, he took out a storage ring shimmering with a faint light. Inside is enslevel martial technique and 10 awakening stones. Additionally, we have deposited 10 million in prize money into your personal account. The rewards were surprisingly generous to Lin Xiao. Enslevel martial art book is a rare find in the market. The awakening stone, though its use is unknown, is certainly extraordinary. And there's also 10 million in cash, a substantial fortune. Lin Xiao was thrilled, and he respectfully accepted the storage ring with both hands, thanking profusely. Meanwhile, the other 4 distinguished figures looked displeased, obviously unhappy with the elder's unilateral decision. Lin Xiao looked up at the 5 important figures before him and asked curiously, "Is there anything else, leaders?" Kai Rongwang from Dawn University seized the opportunity and said with a smile, "Lin Xiao, we really have a connection. Do you know the origin of the Dawn Tower at your Tianjiao training camp?" Lin Xiao shook his head. "I don't know." Kai Rongwang looked proud. "I come from Dawn University, which shares the same name as your Dawn. That Dawn Tower was made by our university." This statement made the others secretly criticize him. The old man is showing off again. Lin Xiao was shocked, but still a bit puzzled. Kai Rongwang quickly added, "Lin Xiao, just call me Mentor Kai. No need to call me leader." The others could no longer hold back. "Old Kai, you're going too far. Already calling yourself a mentor? Trying to poach him right in front of us." As the 5 important figures spoke one after another, Lin Xiao finally understood their true intention. They hoped he would consider their universities when applying in the future. Lin Xiao cautiously replied, "Mentors, I haven't thought that far ahead yet. I appreciate your kindness and will definitely consider it seriously." The mentors understood, knowing their early contact was just to make a good impression. At this moment, Li Long from the military university suddenly said, "Kid, you're pretty good. I have high hopes for you." He winked at Lin Xiao, leaving him both confused and anxious. Other contestants also received their deserved rewards, and the competition concluded smoothly. After bidding farewell to the mentors, Lin Xiao prepared to return to the Tianjiao training camp with Mentor Kuang's team. However, halfway through, a woman suddenly stopped him. It was Lin Yinran. She had been secretly watching the competition and was clearly pleased with Lin Xiao's performance. Heading back, Lin Yinran asked. Lin Xiao didn't dare look up and responded softly. "Yes. Come with me first," Lin Yinran commanded. Lin Xiao hesitated for a moment, but then obediently replied, "Okay." And so, Lin Xiao was once again taken away by Lin Yinran. Mentor Kuang had already led the other students away in an orderly fashion, and upon hearing the news, he did not wait for Lin Xiao. Bing Qinru asked Mentor Kuang in confusion, "Isn't Lin Xiao coming back with us?" Mentor Kuang smiled faintly. "No need. That kid is getting much better treatment than us." At that moment, Lin Xiao found himself being carried through the air by Lin Yinran, just like when he first arrived. He wanted to experience the angel's embrace again, but Lin Yinran stopped him. She then inexplicably asked, "You seem to have a good relationship with Bing Qinru?" This question left Lin Xiao, a lifelong bachelor in 2 lifetimes, unsure how to respond. He could only truthfully say, "Pretty good, I guess. That girl may seem cold on the outside, but she's actually quite simple inside." "Oh, you really know quite a bit." Lin Yinran snorted, a trace of barely noticeable approval flashing in her eyes. She turned to Lin Xiao, her tone carrying a hint of impatience. "Director Lin, where are we heading?" Before Lin Xiao could respond, Lin Yinran continued on her own. "Humph. Consider yourself lucky. I'm taking you to meet someone." The two traveled in silence, with Lin Xiao feeling an inexplicable chill creeping over him. He wasn't sure if it was just the cold wind from their fast pace or something else. Soon, they arrived at a modest house. Lin Yinran pointed to the building, signaling Lin Xiao to go in. Standing still, Lin Xiao cautiously surveyed the surroundings. This action annoyed Lin Yinran, who coolly remarked, "What? Are you worried I'll harm you?" Although her expression was calm, the threat in her tone made Lin Xiao feel uneasy. Without further hesitation, Lin Xiao stepped inside. Behind him, Lin Yinran's voice grumbled, "Humph. No man is any good." Despite her harsh words, there was something endearingly cute about her demeanor. The interior was simply furnished but fully equipped. A fire stove, a bed, a broom, and an old man. To Lin Xiao's surprise, though he sensed no one earlier, there sat an elder warming himself by the stove. "You've arrived? Sit wherever you like," the old man said without turning, gesturing to a wooden stool beside him. Lin Xiao cautiously approached and took a seat. Silence enveloped the room again, with the old and the young sitting quietly by the stove, as if time had paused. Only when the last embers died did the old man withdraw his hands and turn to Lin Xiao. What kind of eyes were those? Clouded yet clear, dim yet brilliantly bright. The old man spoke. "Sorry to keep you waiting. You've wasted quite a bit of time with an old man like me." "Not at all. I've learned a lot," Lin Xiao replied earnestly. "Oh." The old man was intrigued and prompted him to elaborate. Lin Xiao explained carefully. "Since I entered, I noticed everything here is ordinary, but you, sir, if I may be bold, are truly extraordinary. For someone as remarkable as you to remain so humble teaches me to always stay true to oneself and not be swayed by external things." "Ha ha. Indeed, you are truly exceptional." The old man laughed heartily, clearly pleased with Lin Xiao's response. He pointed to himself and asked, "Aren't you curious to know who I am?" Lin Xiao paused briefly before cautiously replying, "I am honored by your regard, sir. May I be bold to ask who you are?" The old man looked directly into Lin Xiao's eyes and slowly revealed his name. "I am Lin Yaodian." Lin Xiao suppressed his inner shock and tried to remain calm. He intended to feign surprise, but in the presence of this important figure, he couldn't help but feel uneasy and restrained. After all, it was their first meeting, and he wanted to make a good impression. Lin Yaodian, however, appeared approachable and kindly said, "You probably haven't heard of this old man's name." Lin Xiao suddenly felt awkward, unsure of how to respond. Seeing this, Lin Yaodian gently reassured him, "There's no need to be nervous. I invited you today simply to meet one of the outstanding talents of this generation." As he spoke, Lin Yaodian waved his left hand lightly, and a delicate teapot and 2 teacups materialized in midair. The tea was already brewed, though it was unclear when. He picked up the teacup in front of him and gestured to Lin Xiao. "Young friend, please have some tea." Lin Xiao carefully picked up the teacup, and a faint fragrance wafted to his nose. He softly said "please," and then drank it all in one go. The tea was slightly bitter at first, but soon turned sweet. Just as Lin Xiao was about to praise the tea, he suddenly found his consciousness in a strange space. Time flowed differently here, and the space was filled with a sense of mystery, as if invisible rules permeated it. He sensed the source of the time-space sacred law within him stirring, and at the same time, his time-space divine eye felt a slight warmth. Without time to ponder more, Lin Xiao's consciousness immediately sat cross-legged in this mysterious void, silently comprehending the mysteries of time and space. It was unclear how much time passed, or perhaps it was just a moment, before Lin Xiao's consciousness slowly returned to his body. He opened his eyes, a divine light flickering briefly in them. Lin Xiao quickly clasped his hands respectfully and said, "Thank you, Senior Lin." At this moment, he fully understood that the tea he had just consumed was undoubtedly a priceless treasure. Lin Yaodian nodded with satisfaction. "Your comprehension is quite good." Then, he produced a notebook and handed it to Lin Xiao. "This contains insights on time and space that I've explored over most of my life. Consider it yours to reference." Lin Xiao looked up in shock, his expression filled with astonishment and confusion as he asked, "Senior Lin, what have I done to deserve this?" Lin Yaotian chuckled and replied, "Well, we share the same origin, and I find you quite agreeable. That's all there is to it." With that, he waved his left hand lightly. Lin Xiao felt himself being propelled by an invisible force, and when he looked again, he found himself outside the building. As he attempted to approach again, he realized the building had vanished without a trace. Lin Yinran walked up beside him, waving her hand and saying, "Don't bother looking for it, you won't find it. Let's go." Unable to resist, Lin Xiao asked, "Director Lin, who exactly is that Senior Lin?" He looked at the notebook in his hand, with the phrase, "We share the same origin," echoing in his mind, filled with confusion and awe. Could that senior's innate talent also be related to time and space? Lin Xiao asked curiously, his eyes shining with a thirst for knowledge. A hint of pride appeared on Lin Yinran's face as she slightly lifted her chin, speaking with a touch of admiration. "He's, well, a very, very impressive old man." After hearing this, Lin Xiao couldn't help but roll his eyes and said helplessly, "Sis, that's as good as saying nothing. I know he's impressive, but that's not what I was asking." "What do you mean by that look?" Lin Yinran noticed Lin Xiao's attitude, frowned slightly, and raised her fist, warning him with a cooler tone. Seeing this, Lin Xiao immediately surrendered, raising his hands in a placating gesture, and explained quickly, "No, I wouldn't dare." He thought to himself, "I can't beat you now, but I'll bide my time. Someday, I'll show you why flowers are so red." As they spoke, Lin Xiao's gaze inadvertently drifted to Lin Yinran's side, and he secretly admired. "Nice and perky. Must feel great." Lin Yinran seemed oblivious to Lin Xiao's subtle actions and continued, "Well, since you already know his name, just ask around, and you'll find out." She didn't reveal Lin Yaoyan's true identity in the end. "There's one more thing." Lin Yinran changed the subject. "The task reward we agreed upon earlier has already been credited to your bracelet." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao's eyes lit up with excitement. "That's 5,000 points. I can stay in the secret realm for a long time." Lin Yinran then took out a ring from her storage space and handed it to Lin Xiao. "And this, the district chief of Fuzhou asked me to give it to you as a reward for your full assistance last time." Wow, everything's coming up roses today. Lin Xiao was overjoyed, having received so many benefits today that he could hardly contain his smile. He quickly took the ring and carefully tucked it away. Seeing Lin Xiao's eager actions, Lin Yinran couldn't help but feel a bit annoyed. "Why are you in such a hurry to put it away?" "Afraid I'll take it from you." "Oh, that's not it. Really not." Lin Xiao quickly explained, saying it was just a reflex, without any ulterior motive. In truth, he genuinely admired Lin Yinran. Despite her outstanding appearance and figure, what moved Lin Xiao most was how she stood in front of him during danger, telling him to run first. Lin Xiao sincerely said, "I swear, I never thought that way. In my eyes, someone like Director Lin is beyond reproach." His tone was filled with sincerity and respect, hoping to clear up Lin Yinran's misunderstanding. Lin Xiao spread his hands, his face full of innocence. He was about to defend himself when he noticed a sly gleam in Lin Yinran's eyes. She suddenly asked, "Oh, a person like me? Then tell me, what exactly is a person like me?" Lin Xiao's head started to spin, sensing trouble. What's with this woman today? Why does she seem so off? He was about to brush it off when Lin Yinran urged, "Hurry up, or I'll think you're hiding something from me." Seeing Lin Yinran pressing him, Lin Xiao steeled himself, thinking, screw it. At worst, I'll just time travel again. A gentle smile appeared on his face as he sincerely said, "Then, with your permission, I'll dare to express the image of Director Lin in my heart." He took a deep breath and began. "At first sight, you were dignified and graceful, your demeanor truly remarkable. The second meeting left me in awe, as you proved to be an extraordinary woman, wise and magnanimous. Looking back now, you seem like a celestial being, a rarity on earth." Lin Xiao spoke without a hint of embarrassment, as if he truly meant every word. In contrast, Lin Yinran's face gradually turned a shade of pink at his flattering words. She turned her face slightly away, a subtle smile on her lips, unable to hide her delight. "Smooth talker." Moments later, Lin Yanran seemed to regain her composure, giving a soft snort. All right, I'll let you off today, let's go. Before finishing her sentence, she grabbed Lin Xiao and flew off into the distance. This time, Lin Xiao happily found himself in the arms of an angel. His face was buried in Lin Yanran's warm, soft chest, greedily breathing in her scent. The natural fragrance of a woman mixed with a faint, delicate aroma, leaving Lin Xiao intoxicated. Lin Yanran tried to calm her racing heart, attempting to control the rise and fall of her chest, but her cheeks were already flushed. She secretly mused, a woman's tenderness, perhaps, is for one alone. Soon, they were above the western Tianjiao training camp. Lin Yanran stood in the air, and Lin Xiao reluctantly loosened his grip. Just as he wanted to linger a moment longer, Lin Yanran suddenly commanded, "Don't push your luck, get down now." With that, she kicked Lin Xiao's backside, sending him plummeting from the sky. 1,000 curses ran through Lin Xiao's mind as he resolved, "Once I'm powerful enough, I'll make Lin Yanran pay." As he was about to hit the ground, Lin Xiao's powers activated, an invisible spatial force catching him and allowing him to land safely. He adjusted his clothes, looking up to the sky with a respectful salute. "Thank you, Director Lin, for seeing me off. I'll take my leave now." With that, he turned and strode away, fearing she might pull another stunt. Standing in the air, Lin Yanran watched the retreating figure intently. She inhaled softly, sensing the lingering scent, lost in thought. Lin Xiao stepped through the gates of the Tianjiao training camp, silently declaring, "I'm back. Lin Xiao is back." This news spread like wildfire, sweeping through the entire Tianjiao training camp. Trainees stopped to whisper among themselves, their eyes filled with excitement and curiosity. They were eager to catch a glimpse of the King of Geniuses and witness this legendary figure firsthand. Though not everyone had the chance to be there in person, rumors about Lin Xiao emerged rapidly. Videos of Lin Xiao were being shared wildly online, making this already impressive newcomer seem even more enigmatic in the eyes of many. "First place in the Tianjiao Championship," someone exclaimed. "In the past, our strongest contenders barely made it into the top 10. When Lin Xiao didn't show up for the monthly competition, I thought he was scared. Turns out the joke's on me." Another trainee lamented, slapping their forehead in regret. Those fortunate enough to witness the event in person were brimming with pride, vividly recounting the spectacle of the competition, as if it were a badge of honor they could boast about in the future. "I was in the same cohort as Lin Xiao," someone boasted. That year, brother Lin Xiao was a force to be reckoned with on stage. Meanwhile, some senior trainees chose to remain silent. On a tranquil peak away from the commotion, Lei Junzi gazed at the horizon. He recalled his own participation in the Tianjiao Championship, where he had to give his all just to barely make it into the top 10. Only he knew how formidable those ahead of him were, especially the one at the top, whose strength was truly overwhelming. "The Tianjiao Championship really is prestigious," Lei Junzi mused to himself. Apart from the imperial capital, it essentially gathers all the top talents from the entire Long Kingdom. To stand out in such fierce competition, Lin Xiao is in a league of his own. As soon as Lin Xiao returned to the training camp, Mentor Kuang immediately summoned him, saying there was something special waiting for him. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Xiao headed straight to the mentor's room, not even taking time to rest. "Good day, mentors." Lin Xiao greeted respectfully as he stood inside the room, addressing the three mentors. Sitting at the head, Xiao Kuang smiled warmly. "No need for formalities, Lin Xiao. You've brought tremendous honor to our entire Western Tianjiao training camp this time." Kuang Dao and Xia Qingtian nodded in agreement. Indeed, it had been many years since a student from the Western Tianjiao training camp had claimed the title of King of Geniuses. "You're too kind, mentor. It's what a student should do," Lin Xiao replied modestly, standing his ground. Seeing this, Xiao Kuang's eyes showed a hint of approval. He glanced at Kuang Dao, nodding slightly. Kuang Dao grinned, showing a meaningful smile. "Kid Lin, you weren't this well-behaved during the competition." Mentor Xiao Kuang stepped forward and gave Lin Xiao a hearty pat on the chest. "Good lad, you've gotten a lot stronger." This blow came from a sixth-tier powerhouse, and Lin Xiao couldn't help but grimace. "Mentor, easy there, it hurts," Lin Xiao said with a wry smile, rubbing his chest. Xiao Kuang glanced at him. "Don't pretend in front of me. Here, this is your special gift for becoming the King of Geniuses in S-level martial art." He handed over a hefty book. "Additionally, we've awarded you 5,000 points. You're quite lucky. The original reward was 3,000 points, but Lord Xiao Kuang personally added 2,000 more." Hearing this, Lin Xiao quickly accepted the martial art book and expressed his gratitude to mentor Xiao Kuang once again. Xiao Kuang waved it off. "It's what you deserve. Such a genius is worth investing in." He asked seriously, "What are your plans next?" "The time at the Genius training camp is already halfway through," Lin Xiao replied earnestly. "I plan to focus on training. I've realized many shortcomings recently." He explained that through this competition, he understood his control over his innate abilities was still weak. Many competitors with less strength taught him valuable lessons in using abilities, especially Ji Xiangnan. Without the system's support, Lin Xiao felt he wouldn't even stand a chance against such a prodigy. To reach the true pinnacle, I must improve myself in all aspects, Lin Xiao said with determination. Xiao Kuang nodded approvingly. Not arrogant, not impatient. Very good. As an unparalleled genius, it was truly remarkable for Lin Xiao to maintain such humility. If you encounter any problems during your training, feel free to come to us anytime. Lin Xiao respectfully bid farewell to the three mentors and quickly returned to his room. He couldn't wait to tally his gains from this trip, a total of 11,400 points, enough for him to train in the secret realm for a long time. What excited him even more were the two level martial arts techniques, Fist Breaking the Sky and Soul Needle. The brief introduction of Fist Breaking the Sky already made Lin Xiao feel its immense power. It promised that those who mastered it could shake the heavens and earth, breaking the sky with their fists and unlocking human potential. Soul Needle, on the other hand, was a rare spiritual martial art, even more precious among techniques of the same level. Holding these two martial arts books, Lin Xiao's eyes sparkled with excitement, filled with anticipation for the training journey ahead. This martial technique was specially prepared for Lin Xiao by the training camp. Originally, only 4th-level warriors could practice it because it involved externalizing one's spirit, a feat only achievable at that level. However, Lin Xiao's progress was astonishing, and his speed in cultivation could only be described as terrifying. Lin Xiao carefully flipped through the martial arts manual in his hands, his eyes gleaming with excitement. This was undoubtedly a precious treasure, capable of compensating for his shortcomings in spiritual attacks. As he recalled his past experiences, he realized that he hadn't invested much effort in developing his spiritual power, relying mostly on system upgrades to reach his current level. However, since that peculiar incident, it seemed as though a mysterious power was brewing within his spiritual realm. Eager to start practicing this new martial technique, Lin Xiao glanced at his other belongings, thinking that it would be more practical to convert his remaining money into training points. System, Lin Xiao called out in his mind. A familiar voice immediately responded. Ding, I'm here, host. Open my personal panel, Lin Xiao commanded. Ding, personal panel is now open. The system quickly executed the order. Lin Xiao carefully examined his attributes. Name, Lin Xiao. Gender, male. Age, 16. Race, human. Talent, SS level Spacetime Ability, Super SS level Spacetime, Sacred Law, Origin, Awakening 14.7, Spacetime Divine, one of the top 10 Divine Eyes, Awakening 13.8. Level, Mid-Peak 3rd level. Vitality, 1 2 3 4 5. Lin Xiao muttered to himself. Too weak, buddy. Need more training. Spiritual Power, 1199 points. Lin Xiao encouraged himself. Keep going. You'll catch up soon. Cultivation Method, Void Sutra Beginner. Martial Techniques, Blade of Nothingness, Small Completion Peak, Eye of the Divine Assists in Comprehension, Master Level, Combat Skills Master Level, Formation Master Level, Fist Intent Beginner. Training Points, 0. Just then, the system suddenly prompted. Ding, for 100,000 training points available for exchange. Would you like to proceed? Exchange. Lin Xiao answered without hesitation. Ding, exchange successful, the system confirmed. Suddenly remembering something, Lin Xiao asked. System, what is this endless space you mentioned? Ding, it is the Cosmic Endless Avenue Space, the system replied. Oh right, that's it. What exactly is it? Lin Xiao inquired further. The system explained in detail. Ding, the Cosmic Endless Avenue Space is a new mysterious space added after the system upgrade. Within this space, the host can specify any genius within the cosmic endless time and space to spar with by consuming training points. The time flow in the Avenue space is 1 to 100. Lin Xiao's eyes lit up with excitement as he confirmed. So, I can pay to have any genius train with me? Ding, the host is very perceptive. You've become much sharper in just a few days, the system teased lightly. Lin Xiao was silent for a moment, internally grumbling about how annoying his system could be. However, he quickly realized the value of the Cosmic Endless Avenue space. It was essentially a treasure trove that could rapidly enhance his strength. System, any genius? Lin Xiao confirmed once more. The system proudly replied. Ding, this system has been professionally handling systems for years, always honest and fair. As long as you can afford it, even the Cosmic Avenue can be brought to you. With these words, in the depths of the endless space-time, a great terror trembled faintly, and countless nebulae suffered an unforeseen calamity. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xiao made his decision. System, bring over someone named Yi Fan for a spar. Ding, the host's request has been received. The designated genius is from the age of decline Yi Fan. Consuming 100,000 training points, the system swiftly executed the command. Ding, the Cosmic Endless Avenue space is now open, and the host can exit at any time. As soon as the words fell, Lin Xiao found himself in a mysterious space. With his space-time talent, he immediately sensed the unusual time flow here. Every second in this space equaled 100 seconds outside. Lin Xiao's heartbeat quickened, knowing that an unprecedented training session was about to begin. A figure suddenly appeared in front of Lin Xiao, exuding an overwhelming aura that made it impossible to look directly at him. Lin Xiao instantly recognized the young man Yi Fan, the future Yi Tiandi, whose name would echo throughout the heavens and earth. Summoned by the system, Yi Fan's strength was on par with Lin Xiao's, but his physical power far exceeded Lin Xiao's expectations. Yi Fan's presence put immense pressure on Lin Xiao, yet instead of backing down, Lin Xiao was thrilled and eager to challenge him. "Come on, future Emperor of Heaven. Let me see just how strong you really are," Lin Xiao shouted, launching the first attack. Bang! Boom! The two engaged in an earth-shattering battle within this secret space. The future Emperor of Heaven versus the unprecedented king of geniuses of this world. Each punch and move was lethal. Lin Xiao quickly realized he was at a disadvantage, retreating under the relentless onslaught. So strong. Lin Xiao marveled internally. In every aspect, I'm completely overwhelmed. System, which era of Yi Fan is this? Why is he so terrifying? The system's voice chimed in at the right moment. Ding. Each summoned entity is set at 1 to 2 levels beyond the host's current strength, regardless of the era. The host must continually push beyond their limits. In this space, there is no danger of death, so the host can exert themselves freely. Lin Xiao almost swore upon hearing this. Wasn't this just a way to make him die a few more times? While he pondered, Yi Fan attacked again. His fists moved swiftly through the air, unleashing the formidable 6 paths of reincarnation fist. Before Lin Xiao could react, he was obliterated, reduced to dust. Moments later, Lin Xiao reappeared at the same spot. The experience of death had been intensely real, and a flicker of fear arose within him. Yet Yi Fan, like a tireless machine, continued to launch fierce attacks against Lin Xiao. Forced onto the defensive, Lin Xiao still couldn't escape death. Revived once more, he felt his resolve crumbling. How am I supposed to win this? The system prompted again. Ding. Only by surpassing your limits can you create miracles. As Lin Xiao struggled to hold on, he pondered the system's words. Each blow from Yi Fan inflicted tremendous damage, and each cycle of death and rebirth made Lin Xiao's heart grow colder or perhaps more fearless. Finally, Lin Xiao roared. Damn it, Emperor my ass. Just die already. He abandoned all defense, disregarding the fear of death. At this moment, Lin Xiao only wanted to give his all in a showdown with Yi Fan. In that instant, Lin Xiao felt as if an invisible shackle within him shattered. His body underwent a mysterious transformation, and his mind reached an unprecedented state of clarity and fearlessness. 6 paths of reincarnation fist. Lin Xiao shouted, unleashing the same formidable technique as Yi Fan. With a whoosh, the 2 fists collided, releasing a staggering burst of energy. The sky had already darkened in the boundless space of the universe, where Lin Xiao stood, gasping for breath. He had lost track of how long he had been fighting and how many times he had died. Countless beatings, deaths, and rebirths had caused his body to undergo remarkable changes every moment. His will had become more resilient, and a powerful confidence shone deep within his eyes. At this moment, Lin Xiao was still clashing with Yi Fan, but he was no longer as fragile as at the beginning. The two seemed evenly matched, as if they could fight until the end of time. System, that's enough. Lin Xiao decisively stopped the sparring session, as his current opponent no longer posed a threat to him. Ding! The universe space is closing. In an instant, Lin Xiao returned to the real world. He looked out at the pitch-black night sky and couldn't help but ask, System, how long have I been in the space? Ding! The duration of this training was 88 days. The host died a total of 1,754 times, with 2 extreme breakthroughs, the system promptly replied. Lin Xiao nodded, unsurprised by the outcome. Over 88 days, he had been killed 1,754 times, yet hadn't gone insane. He couldn't help but admire himself. Such reckless training had indeed produced significant results. Lin Xiao could clearly feel the changes within himself. Although his strength remained at the peak of the 3rd stage, he was confident that he could now defeat his former self in a single move. He realized that he had been too rough in his use of abilities and physical training, completely wasting his potential. The prolonged mental strain left Lin Xiao feeling extremely exhausted. I can't go on. I need a good rest, he muttered, then fell straight onto the bed, instantly falling into a deep sleep. Lin Xiao slept for a full 2 days. On the afternoon of the 3rd day, a knock on the door woke the groggy Lin Xiao. He stretched and exclaimed, that was a really good sleep. Who is it? Lin Xiao called out towards the door. It's me, Bing Xinru. Lin Xiao, am I disturbing you? Came a soft, gentle female voice from outside, instantly stirring an unusual feeling in the just awakened Lin Xiao. He quickly suppressed the thought, calmed himself, and then got up to open the door. Oh, it's you. Do you need something? Lin Xiao asked Bing Xinru, who stood at the door. Today she wore a simple, light blue dress, looking fresh and charming. Bing Xinru mustered the courage to say, yes, Lin Xiao, I want to ask for your help. Oh, what is it? I'd like you to guide me, Bing Xinru said, staring intently at Lin Xiao's face, afraid he might refuse. Lin Xiao nonchalantly replied, "Oh, that's it? Sure. It's no big deal. As long as it's not borrowing money, everything's fine." "You agreed?" Bing Xinru said in surprise, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Lin Xiao nodded in agreement, a hint of a smile in his eyes. "It's nothing, we're friends, right? I'll help you train for a bit, then head to the secret realm." Hearing this, Bing Xinru blushed slightly and turned to jog away. "Then come over to my place," she called back, looking over her shoulder to urge Lin Xiao to hurry, her excitement barely concealed in her voice. The two soon arrived at a secluded training room. Lin Xiao looked around and couldn't help but admire. "This training room is great, spacious and private. Where did you get it?" Bing Qinru proudly explained. "I requested it as a reward after winning first place in the monthly competition." She glanced at Lin Xiao, her eyes filled with admiration. "If you had been there, the first place would definitely have been yours." As she spoke, Bing Qinru had already changed into a fitted training outfit. The soft fabric clung to her body, perfectly outlining her alluring curves. Standing in front of Lin Xiao, her eyes revealed a desire to narrow the gap between them, which was the very reason she came up with this training plan. Lin Xiao stood in the training room under dim lights, observing Bing Qinru's graceful figure wrapped in tight attire. She stood there quietly before suddenly speaking. "Lin Xiao, please train me hard later." These words left Lin Xiao momentarily speechless, thinking to himself, what on earth did she just say? He steadied himself and replied, "All right, I will train you thoroughly." Bing Qinru didn't think much of it, and began to emanate a faint blue light as her ice powers activated. In an instant, the training room transformed into a world of ice and snow. Lin Xiao collected his thoughts and began to coach her seriously. "No, that's too slow. You're not controlling your strength well." Lin Xiao kept pointing out issues. "What are you doing? Where's your focus? Why are you leaving such big openings? Are you just all looks and no brains? Is this how you use your powers?" Having been tempered by the boundless universe, Lin Xiao handled Bing Qinru's attacks with ease. During the training, they inevitably had physical contact, and Lin Xiao occasionally touched some private areas, which, combined with his not-so-gentle coaching, left Bing Qinru blushing and flustered. Soon, Bing Qinru was drenched in sweat, while Lin Xiao remained composed. This level of intensity was a breeze for him, and he had long forgotten the grueling feeling of 88 days and 1,754 sessions of hard training. Hours later, Bing Qinru was soaked with sweat, revealing some indescribable areas. She collapsed on the floor, panting, Lin Xiao, I can't continue." Lin Xiao stopped and approached her, asking, "Are you okay?" "I'm fine," Bing Qinru replied breathlessly. "Lin Xiao, you're really amazing. I had no chance against you. I really can't go on." Lin Xiao scratched his head, feeling her words sounded a bit odd. He said, "Well, take a good rest. That's it for today. I'm heading out. Oh, and don't look for me anytime soon. I'm planning to train in a secret realm for a while." Bing Qinru nodded contentedly while lying on the floor. "Thank you, Lin Xiao." "No problem. We're friends after all." Lin Xiao smiled. Bing Qinru felt a surge of happiness. "Yes, we're friends." After leaving the training room, Lin Xiao headed straight for the secret realm, choosing the Blood Chi Desert. With a wave of his hand, he paid a month's worth of points. "Wow, this really is a desert of blood energy," Lin Xiao exclaimed. Within the illusion, the desert full of blood energy made him feel an intense thirst deep within. After countless times of pushing his physical limits in the vast space, Lin Xiao's body now urgently needed to replenish a significant amount of blood energy. "Only with a strong body can I use my time-space powers without restraint," Lin Xiao thought. "So, let the feast begin." His entire body seemed to transform into a giant mouth, voraciously absorbing the endless blood energy around him. Notably, after the system upgrade, the sign-in feature now allowed for cumulative sign-ins, addressing the issue of missing sign-ins while in a deep training state. At this point, Lin Xiao reluctantly acknowledged that the system had finally done something right. A month flew by, and the Tianjiao training camp was full of changes. The second monthly competition arrived as scheduled, with many talents making significant progress. The lowest rank in the camp had reached the peak of the first stage, while Bing Xinru had astonishingly advanced to the peak of the third stage. Top talents like Tooba Sure also surged to the peak of the second stage. However, Lin Xiao was absent from the competition once again, disappointing many eager spectators. Meanwhile, a minor incident quietly unfolded within the camp. Zhang Heng, a second-year student, sought out his older brother Zhang Xian, claiming he had been ambushed and injured by someone named Murong Yun, and pleaded for justice. Faced with his brother's request, Zhang Xian remained silent for a long time before coldly saying, "Zhang Heng, you foolish brother, let this matter rest. Also, if I hear of you using my name to deceive others again, I will personally deal with you." These words terrified Zhang Heng, who repeatedly promised never to dare again. Afterwards, Zhang Heng inquired around and suddenly realized that the person he had gambled with was not Murong Yun at all, but the renowned king of Tianjiao, Lin Xiao. Filled with regret, Zhang Heng thought to himself, how absurd that such a legendary talent would play tricks on someone as insignificant as me. Thus, the farce came to an end. On that day, there was a disturbance in the Blood Qi Desert. Lin Xiao sat cross-legged within, having stopped absorbing energy for several days. His entire body glowed with a yellow hue, and the blood qi coiled around him like a dragon, visibly reducing the size of the desert. After absorbing the energy without restraint for so long, Lin Xiao's body had reached an extremely saturated state, resembling a living reservoir of blood energy. Continuously cycling through absorption and refinement, Lin Xiao's blood qi value soared to an astonishing 20,000, comparable to a typical late-stage 5th-level expert. Finally, Lin Xiao opened his eyes, concluding the long training session. He looked over his body with satisfaction, feeling the overwhelming power within. At that moment, he longed to face Yi Haizi again, confident he could completely defeat him. It's time to leave, Lin Xiao thought to himself. This journey at the Tianjiao training camp is about to come to an end. He stood up, ready to face the challenges ahead. The instructor stood at the center of the training field, his gaze sharp as he surveyed the rows of trainees before him. The grueling 3-month training was about to conclude, and anticipation mixed with reluctance was etched on every face. Clearing his throat, the instructor spoke in a booming voice. Students, our 3-month training journey is nearing its end. Throughout this time, each of your improvements has not gone unnoticed. There was a hint of pride in his words as his eyes lingered briefly on each trainee. Some stood straighter, while others bowed their heads, perhaps reflecting on the experiences of the past months. The field was filled with a unique atmosphere, a blend of joy at completing the mission and a subtle sadness about the impending separation. The instructor continued. From initial clumsiness to current proficiency, from early hesitation to newfound confidence, I have witnessed each of your transformations. His voice carried a note of satisfaction, and his gaze sparkled with approval. The trainees exchanged glances, some discreetly wiping away tears from the corners of their eyes, others clenching their fists as if to muster courage. The air was thick with indescribable emotions, a mix of anticipation for the future and reluctance to leave this chapter behind. The instructor's words acted like a key, unlocking memories in each trainee's heart. The sweat-drenched training days, the warm moments of mutual encouragement, and the sense of achievement after overcoming challenges all flashed vividly through their minds. In that brief statement, there was a wealth of emotion and memories. It marked the end of a challenging yet fulfilling journey and heralded the start of new adventures for each individual. Everyone present deeply felt the weight and significance behind those words. In the central plaza, Xiao Kuang stood proudly, surrounded by first-year students. On stage, the mentor delivered a passionate speech, met with thunderous applause from the audience. Over the past 3 months, everyone had shown significant growth, but this was merely the beginning of their long journey. The mentor's voice pierced through the noise. The final competition is about to take place, which will determine each of your final grades. These grades will be recorded in your files and accompany you for life. Give it your all and show the value of your hard work over these 3 months. With the command given, everyone headed towards the Dawn Tower. This mysterious tower would determine the final rankings based on how many levels each student could clear. In front of the Dawn Tower, the crowd buzzed with excitement. Not only were freshmen gathered, but many older students also came to watch. Amidst the chatter, someone speculated, how many levels do you think the top student will reach this year? It's hard to say, a voice replied. Apart from Lin Xiao, I think Bing Qinru is the strongest. She might reach the 32nd level. I bet on 33, another person chimed in. Bing Qinru is stronger than you think. Are you overestimating her? Someone questioned. The beasts in the tower aren't weak. They're much stronger than us at the same level. Let's wait and see, the group agreed. What about Lin Xiao? How far can he go? 55, someone cautiously guessed. Suddenly, a number flashed above the Dawn Tower. Gong Sun Qin, level 30. A young man emerged, shaking his head and sighing. I did my best. Barely made it past 30. Couldn't go any further. Not bad. Watch me. A robust figure stepped forward. It was Tuoba Shur. Before long, the top of the tower flashed again. Tuoba Shur, level 32. Gasps of amazement echoed through the crowd. Achieving the 32nd level was impressive, even beyond the reach of some second-year students. Tuoba Shur walked out with his head held high, clearly satisfied with his performance. Gong Sun Qin turned away, thinking to himself, this guy just loves showing off in front of me. Why doesn't he go flaunt it in front of Lin Xiao? Look, Bing Qinru is going in, someone exclaimed. A beautiful girl with icy skin and jade-like bones stepped into the tower, drawing everyone's attention to the top, eagerly awaiting her results. She's so fast, already at the 10th level. The beasts ahead are too weak. She'll face a real challenge soon. Look, she's already at the 20th level. Bing Qinru's climbing speed was astonishing. With a gentle lift of her hand, the beasts ahead turned into ice sculptures. She's at the 30th level. She should slow down now, right? However, Bing Qinru's speed didn't decrease at all. Her innate ability began to spread, and a powerful icy world froze the entire space, turning the beasts on the 30th level into ice sculptures instantly. What's going on? How is she still so fast? Isn't she just at the early 3rd tier? What do you know? She's awakened an S-level ability, a peerless genius with strength far beyond her tier. Don't compare it to your level strength. It's not even in the same league. The person being mocked turned red and fell silent. In the blink of an eye, Bing Qinru had reached the 37th level. Incredible, Gong Sun Qin remarked. If it weren't for the anomaly that is Lin Xiao, Bing Qinru would undoubtedly be the strongest of our year. Tuoba sure nodded silently. Although he had awakened an S-level ability and was remarkably talented, he still paled in comparison to Bing Qinru. In the 40th level, Bing Qinru wore a serious expression as she faced the fierce 4th-tier beast before her. She knew well that the power of a 4th-tier beast far surpassed that of a 3rd-tier one, and she couldn't afford to be careless. Icy world, Bing Qinru shouted, and an intense cold instantly enveloped the entire space. The beast roared, and the ice around it shattered in response, clearly indicating that this level of attack was insufficient. A sharp glint appeared in Bing Qinru's eyes. Ultimate Ice 0° Snow Lotus. As soon as she spoke, a mesmerizing flower bud appeared out of thin air, emitting an energy wave that struck fear into the heart. The 4th-tier beast became restless, as if sensing a lethal threat. Go! With Bing Qinru's command, the Snow Lotus, carrying an intense chill, flew towards the beast. As it approached, a terrifying burst of energy erupted, instantly freezing the beast, which then shattered into ice fragments. Level 40, cleared. A burst of amazement erupted from the onlookers. Bing Qinru then moved forward effortlessly, breaking through the 41st and 42nd levels. However, at the 43rd level, she encountered a beast at the peak of the early 4th tier, temporarily halting her progress. In the sky, Xiao Kuang and others nodded in approval. This girl with a military background was indeed incredibly strong. Bing Qinru's performance sparked a wave of excitement among the crowd, and many who hadn't yet attempted the challenge were eager to try. When the results were announced, the older students breathed a slight sigh of relief. Most of their scores ranged between the 20th and 21st levels, which met their expectations. Where's Lin Xiao? Has he arrived? Someone began to look around, inquiring about Lin Xiao's whereabouts. Just then, a commotion arose in the crowd. Lin Xiao was seen approaching calmly, his gaze fixed on the tower before him. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, he entered without hesitation. Quick, Lin Xiao is starting the tower challenge. The older students quickly informed others, as everyone wanted to witness firsthand how many levels Lin Xiao could conquer. In the sky, Kuang Dao stood in midair, thoughtfully stroking his chin. He recalled Lin Xiao's astounding performance during his first tower challenge, where he reached the 51st level, and couldn't help but anticipate what Lin Xiao would achieve this time. Xia Qingtian furrowed his brow slightly, thought for a moment, and then said, I guess Lin Xiao should be able to match the historical record, right? 57 floors. Upon hearing this, Kuang Dao's eyes flashed with astonishment. 57 floors? That requires latest-stage 5th level strength. Do you really have that much faith in that kid? I believe Lin Xiao is no less than that Jeezy. Xiaqing Tian said firmly. Xiao Kuang didn't join the discussion. He simply squinted his eyes and quietly observed Lin Xiao's performance. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, so fast. Has he already passed 10 floors? You got it wrong. He's already passed 15 floors, another person corrected. No, you're the one who's wrong. He's already at 20, a third voice chimed in. Whoa! Everyone widened their eyes, afraid to miss a single moment. Lin Xiao, like a bolt of lightning, rushed from 0 to 50 floors in less than 5 minutes. Damn! If I remember correctly, the fastest time to reach 50 floors in history was over 8 minutes, right? Someone recalled. Whoa! I hereby declare Lin Xiao the fastest man in history, another person shouted excitedly. At the 50th floor, Lin Xiao faced the familiar human-faced lion and casually greeted it. Hi. We meet again. Recognizing Lin Xiao, the human-faced lion shook its head uneasily, clearly not wanting to engage. Although Lin Xiao felt a bit reluctant, he defeated it again for the sake of his record. Boom. The 50th floor cleared. Outside, everyone held their breath, anticipating whether Lin Xiao could surpass the previous limit. No doubt he will. So much time has passed. I bet he'll at least reach the 53rd floor. Maybe even the 54th. Is it that terrifying? That's the king of prodigies. As Lin Xiao continued to clear each level, the exclamations from the crowd rose and fell. 52nd floor cleared. 53rd floor cleared. 54th floor cleared. Damn, I underestimated him. I was wrong. 55th floor cleared. 56th floor cleared. Everyone's eyes were glued to the screen, their hearts racing. Could Lin Xiao really break the record? In the sky above, Kuang Dao squinted downwards, while Xia Qingtian appeared confident. Only Xiao Kuang remained silent, continuing his observation. Within the 57th floor, Lin Xiao finally felt the pressure. Every beast had at least latest stage 5th level strength, not to be underestimated. Suddenly, an apparition appeared, a massive azure bull python. It glared at Lin Xiao and roared, "Champion of the Dragon Kingdom, you deserve to die? All human geniuses deserve to die." With that, the azure bull python swung its enormous body, crashing down towards Lin Xiao. Faced with this overwhelming attack, Lin Xiao remained motionless. Bang! The violent collision made the space tremble. The azure bull python looked incredulously at the young man before it, only to see Lin Xiao easily blocking the unstoppable attack with one hand. "Is this all you've got?" Lin Xiao said calmly, then exerted force with both hands, lifting and spinning the azure bull python before throwing it away. Taking advantage of the moment before the azure bull python could recover, Lin Xiao suddenly appeared above its head, coldly declaring, "Mere beast, how dare you boast?" Fist of the heavens. A punch of earth-shattering power descended, as if to pierce the very fabric of space. This terrifying blow hit the azure bull python's head precisely, piercing its massive body from head to tail. 57th floor cleared. An earth-shattering cheer erupted from the crowd outside. Lin Xiao had matched the record. Guang Dao laughed. "Good kid, he really made it through." Xia Qingtian nodded in satisfaction. Then, 58th floor cleared. "Damn, he broke the record." 59th floor cleared. "I can't take it. This is unbelievable." Everyone present exclaimed, eyes wide in disbelief as they stared at the screen above. What? Could Lin Xiao actually complete the challenge? The Dawn Tower has only 60 floors. Could it be that someone will clear it today? Is this making history, creating a miracle? Guang Dao's jaw nearly dropped to the ground, rendered speechless by shock. Inside the 60th floor, Lin Xiao looked at the figure suddenly appearing before him and exclaimed in surprise, "Lin, Director Lin." Upon hearing the voice, Lin Xiao immediately recognized the floating apparition as Lin Yanran. He frowned, puzzled about what game Director Lin was playing. The apparition slowly approached, her beautiful eyes fixed on Lin Xiao as she asked, "Are you a student here?" Lin Xiao scratched his head, a bit helpless, and replied, "Director Lin, what are you up to?" The apparition seemed not to hear Lin Xiao's words and nodded to herself. "It must be, otherwise you wouldn't be able to enter. Reaching this point shows you have great strength, proving my judgment is as sharp as ever." With these words, the apparition gradually revealed its true form. It was indeed Lin Yanran. However, Lin Xiao keenly noticed that this version of Director Lin seemed different from the one he had interacted with before, giving off a more innocent vibe. Lin Xiao tentatively asked, "Director Lin, is the final challenge to defeat you?" Lin Yanran chuckled lightly at his words. "Quite ambitious, aren't you? Do you know my level of strength?" Startled, Lin Xiao maintained a calm facade. Aren't you at the peak of the 6th tier?" He asked this to confirm whether he truly needed to defeat her, knowing that if it were the case, he might have to surrender. Lin Yanran confidently replied, "You've likely encountered me outside, and at this moment, my strength should be quite formidable. But don't worry, this apparition is only at the early 6th tier. Out of curiosity, I left an imprint here." Hearing early 6th tier, ideas began to swirl in Lin Xiao's mind. He glanced at Lin Yanran's shapely figure and mused that perhaps he could collect some interest today. Lin Yanran continued, "I didn't expect anyone would make it here. You've surprised me." She kept scrutinizing Lin Xiao. "What's your name?" "The student's name is Lin Xiao," he answered respectfully. "Lin Xiao? I'll remember you." Lin Yanran nodded slightly. "What you said was both right and wrong. You don't need to defeat me in this round. You just need to last 10 minutes to pass, as the gap between the 6th and 5th tiers is quite significant." The hallmark ability of a 6th-level martial artist is the ability to fly, which seems almost miraculous to ordinary people. The gap between the 5th and 6th levels is like a chasm, and attempting to challenge across levels is as difficult as reaching the heavens. Lin Xiao nodded slightly, a trace of seriousness flashing in his eyes. He was well aware of the formidable strength of a 6th-level warrior, and even he couldn't confidently claim victory. "Then, let's begin," Lin Xiao said in a deep voice, his gaze fixed on Lin Yanran, who stood proudly in midair. Lin Yanran looked down at Lin Xiao from above, but didn't rush to make a move. She spoke calmly, "My apologies for any offense." A strange light flickered in Lin Xiao's eyes as he replied with a hint of provocation. "Give it your all. Let me see just how strong the prodigies of this era are." Freeze. With Lin Xiao's low command, it seemed as if the space around them froze. Lin Yanran's body stiffened momentarily in midair, but quickly returned to normal. A hint of surprise crossed her eyes as she murmured to herself, "Spatial abilities?" Lin Xiao didn't respond, simply gazing up at Lin Yanran. He began to run upwards, each step creating an invisible staircase in the void. Pause. The power of time erupted again, catching Lin Yanran off guard and freezing her momentarily. Although she quickly broke free, she lost her composure this time. "Time? That's impossible." Lin Yanran stared in disbelief at Lin Xiao, who was closing in on her. "Are you a dual attribute time-space ability user?" Facing the relentless approach of Lin Xiao, Lin Yanran dared not be careless. As a top talent in the Prodigy training camp, she had awakened Inscrayed ability Crimson Storm. A sharp glint flashed in her eyes as her ability burst forth. A massive crimson whirlwind roared through the air, its powerful currents disrupting the entire space. Lin Xiao had to halt his steps, yet his eyes gleamed with a peculiar light. Spatial rift. With Lin Xiao's low command, an astonishing scene unfolded. The formidable crimson storm appeared to be sliced by an invisible blade, instantly shattering into fragments. As the space continued to fracture, the terrifying storm shrank under Lin Yanran's incredulous gaze until it vanished completely. Such a display of power. Lin Xiao revealed unprecedented strength as the radiant light continued to shine, accompanied by a divine voice echoing once more. Boundless and formless, beginning from one, ending with none. This was Lin Xiao's first demonstration of the power of the Void Scripture. In an instant, it seemed as if a figure appeared from nowhere, turning its back on all beings, reigning supreme like a deity. The entire void began to collapse, with the force of rules surging endlessly. Lin Yanran's expression turned serious, realizing the extraordinary nature of the spatial power before her. She exerted all her abilities to construct a protective barrier around herself, yet still felt overwhelmed. Suddenly, Lin Xiao seemed to transform into a creator god, one hand controlling time, the other manipulating space. His eyes gleamed with a mysterious light, blending time and space into one. Under his control, the flow of time in this area became bizarre and unpredictable. In Lin Yanran's eyes, Lin Xiao's figure suddenly accelerated, charging towards her. Instinctively, she retreated, wary. She couldn't let this boy succeed. However, she quickly realized something was amiss, not that Lin Xiao had sped up, but that she had slowed down. Lin Xiao could manipulate time, trapping her in a state of sluggishness. As Lin Xiao approached, Lin Yanran forcefully activated all her abilities. Despite the high level of temporal and spatial powers, the gap in strength allowed her to barely break free from this innate suppression. Just as she breathed a sigh of relief, a warning came from behind. Director Lin, watch out behind you. Unbeknownst to her, Lin Xiao had silently appeared behind her. The space solidified in an instant, and Lin Xiao fully activated his abilities, firmly immobilizing Lin Yanran. In her incredulous gaze, Lin Xiao slapped her sharply on the raised part of her back. Smack! The crisp sound echoed in the air. The sudden slap left Lin Yanran stunned. She stood frozen, momentarily forgetting the battle. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao, having struck, fled without looking back. He thought, as long as he lasted 10 minutes, he would pass. His goal was achieved. Ah! Lin Yanran's furious roar echoed in the sky. She finally snapped back to reality, unable to believe she had been so toyed with by a young boy. Lin Xiao, she shouted, enraged, eyes blazing as she furiously chased the fleeing Lin Xiao. The edges of her earlobes, hidden by her hair, were tinged with red as she felt the burning sensation from the slap, still unable to comprehend how the boy dared to be so bold. Thus, a thrilling chase ensued in the highest level of the Dawn Tower. Although Lin Yanran was a 6th-level powerhouse, capable of flying through the air, Lin Xiao used his teleportation ability to keep her at bay. For a while, the two were evenly matched, maintaining a constant distance, neither able to close nor widen the gap. Lin Yanran's fury burned like a blazing fire as she chased after Lin Xiao, her voice filled with anger and challenge. Dare to act, but afraid to face the consequences? If you're a man, stop and confront me, heathen. Her words were like sharp arrows aimed straight at Lin Xiao's retreating figure. Lin Xiao, however, was as elusive as a nimble rabbit, constantly dodging in the space around them. Lin Yanran's shouts continued to echo. Lin Xiao, are you a rabbit with how fast you run? A true prodigy should have an invincible spirit. Stop and face me. The 10-minute chase was like a thrilling dance, with every move Lin Xiao made being calculated and every attack from Lin Yanran filled with unwillingness. Suddenly, a solemn voice echoed from above. Congratulations to Lin Xiao for clearing the 60th level for the first time. Reward, 2,000 points. This voice seemed like an invisible barrier, forcing Lin Yanran to halt her pursuit. After all, she was just an imprint here and had to abide by the rules. Lin Xiao also stopped, gasping for breath. The prolonged running had left him exhausted, his abilities nearly depleted, yet he couldn't afford any complacency, knowing the dire consequences of being caught. Lin Yanran's eyes burned like fire as she quietly observed the panting young man before her. Suddenly, a meaningful smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Lin Xiao, right? I'll remember you. Before her words had fully faded, her phantom vanished as if she had never existed. Watching this unfold, an indescribable unease surged within Lin Xiao, as if he had stirred up big trouble. At this moment, the entire space was empty except for him, and the thrilling chase had finally come to an end. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xiao adjusted his state and walked towards the tower's exit. Outside, everyone held their breath, their eyes fixed on the exit. Look, Lin Xiao's coming out, someone whispered in awe. As Lin Xiao stepped out, he exuded an invisible aura so powerful that it silenced the crowd. Instinctively, they parted to make way, watching the young powerhouse pass by. Nearby, the Dawn rankings suddenly changed. The name GZ, once at the top, disappeared, replaced by Lin Xiao's name, prominently displayed at the top. Lin Xiao, Dawn ranking 60th level. The name seemed to possess a magical quality, glowing and illuminating the entire central plaza. Everyone was bathed in this radiant light, their eyes glued to the young figure. Suddenly, someone in the crowd shouted, Lin Xiao, Lin Xiao. This call seemed to open a floodgate, and instantly, everyone raised their hands high, chanting in unison, Lin Xiao, Lin Xiao. In that moment, this ordinary day became extraordinary because of Lin Xiao, etched deeply into everyone's memory. In the void above, Xiao Kuang watched silently. His gaze lingered on the poised figure moving through the dazzling light, and a slight smile crept onto his lips. The champion of this ultimate trial had emerged, and it was Lin Xiao. It's been a long time since Lin Xiao last went home. Sitting by the window in the private car, his gaze swept over the rapidly passing scenery. The Tianjiao training camp had unknowingly lasted for 3 months, and now it had finally come to an end. Mentor Xiao Kuang had specially arranged this car to take him home, and Lin Xiao couldn't help but feel a sense of homesickness. Meanwhile, the entrance of Pinyin District's 3rd high school was bustling with excitement. Students flocked in, some even climbing the walls in disregard of their image. The reason was simple. Just yesterday, the school broadcasted a thrilling announcement: Lin Xiao was coming back. This news was like a bombshell, instantly igniting the entire campus. Lin Xiao, the undisputed prodigy of the 3rd high school, had dominated the Tianjiao Championship with overwhelming prowess. His return was akin to a divine presence for the teachers and students. From the teaching building to the playground, from the laboratory to the library, the whole school was in a frenzy. Many students had been waiting at the school gate early, eager to catch a glimpse of the godlike young man. Quite a few girls had carefully dressed up since last night, hoping to present their most beautiful side to Lin Xiao. At the same time, the principal's office was also abuzz with activity. Besides Principal Chu of the 3rd high school, there was Principal Li of the 1st high school, Principal Wu of the 2nd high school, and District Chief Ma of Pinyin District. They chatted and laughed, either sitting or standing. Principal Wu couldn't help but remark enviously, Old Chu, you really hit the jackpot. To have encountered a once-in-a-lifetime genius like Lin Xiao. It's like your ancestors are smiling upon you. Principal Chu had been smiling non-stop recently, with his crow's feet deepening. Principal Li chimed in, Pinyin District has always been dominated by our 1st high school in terms of faculty and college entrance rates. But this year, your 3rd high school has produced a double SS-level genius. It seems it's only a matter of time before you surpass us. As high-level officials in the district, they all understood what an SS-level awakener meant. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, such a person was destined to become a pillar of the Long Nation. These towering figures were once beyond their imagination. District Chief Ma couldn't contain his excitement and asked, Principal Chu, did Lin Xiao mention when exactly he'll arrive? I'm also eager to meet this young prodigy again. Principal Chu replied with a cheerful smile, it should be soon. Suddenly, a thunderous cheer erupted from outside the campus. Lin Xiao and Wang Yi exchanged a knowing smile, thinking to themselves, speak of the devil. As Lin Xiao stepped out of the car, he was stunned by the scene before him. The school entrance was packed with people, and banners reading, Welcome home, Lin Xiao, pride of 3rd high school, adorned the walls. Amidst the rising cheers from his classmates, Lin Xiao smiled slightly, though he felt a bit overwhelmed inside. Just then, a slightly chubby boy squeezed through the crowd, panting as he jogged up to Lin Xiao. Haha, my dear friend. You're back. Are you tired? Do you need a back rub? He exclaimed excitedly. Lin Xiao twitched his mouth and said helplessly, Wang Yi, get serious. I'm still a kid. Where would I get a grandson from? As he spoke, he suddenly noticed Wang Yi had slimmed down quite a bit. Have you been losing weight? How did you get so thin? Wang Yi grabbed Lin Xiao's arm with one hand and pointed to the crowded path ahead with the other, shouting, Make way, everyone. Can't you see my friend needs to get through? Hurry and clear a path, or you'll have to answer for it. The other students frowned, thinking, it's that annoying guy again. He always boasts about being Lin Xiao's close friend at school, and it turns out they really are connected. But no one dared to speak up, and a spacious path quickly opened up. With Wang Yi supporting him, Lin Xiao walked into the campus under the watchful eyes of everyone. As they walked and chatted, Lin Xiao learned why Wang Yi had lost so much weight. In their special training class, the instructor was relentless, and over 3 months, Wang Yi had lost nearly 70 pounds. Lin Xiao, you should come over for dinner sometime. My grandpa keeps asking about you. Wang Yi warmly invited. Lin Xiao nodded with a smile, promising to visit when he had the chance. Before Lin Xiao could catch his breath, the principal summoned him to the office. As soon as he entered, he heard the principal's unabashedly excited voice. Look who's here. Lin Xiao looked around and respectfully greeted. Hello, Director Ma. Principal, and esteemed leaders. Director Ma laughed heartily. As expected of the pride of Ping'an District, a true young hero. Principal Chu gestured and introduced. Lin Xiao, these are Principal Li from First High School and Principal Wu from Second High School. The principals also praised Lin Xiao as a young prodigy, indeed. Principal Chu took out a card and handed it to Lin Xiao, saying, by the way, Lin Xiao, this is the reward we promised you. You've exceeded expectations. Lin Xiao accepted the card with delight, knowing he had received 30 million. Principal Chu kept giving subtle signals to Director Ma and the other principals. Director Ma caught on and spoke first. Lin Xiao, as the pride of Ping'an District, you've brought us such honor. On behalf of the district, I'm giving you a 30 million training fund to support you. He handed over another card. Lin Xiao accepted the card gratefully, his face beaming with joy. Principals Li and Wu exchanged glances and shook their heads, thinking, that old fox Chu. They each presented 10 million as a meeting gift. Lin Xiao accepted with a smile, not holding back. With a total of 80 million gained, he gave the principal a nod of approval, thinking, this is great. After some brief pleasantries, Director Ma and the two principals took their leave. Lin Xiao stayed behind at Principal Chu's request. Good kid. It feels like ages since we last met. Principal Chu remarked. As a 6th rank martial artist, he could sense an impressive energy emanating from Lin Xiao, which surprised him. Reflecting, he thought, I'm getting old. The younger generation is surpassing us. Lin Xiao humbly replied. Thank you, Principal. I've learned a lot this time. He held deep respect for Principal Chu. After a moment of contemplation, Principal Chu asked, what are your plans next? With Lin Xiao's current skill level, continuing in the first year of high school seemed inappropriate. At 3rd high school, even the teachers might struggle to teach him anything new. Lin Xiao stood in the principal's office, his mind racing. Reflecting on his thoughts during his journey here, he asked, Principal, is it possible to skip a grade and take the college entrance exam? His voice carried a hint of anticipation. Lin Xiao candidly admitted that with his current abilities, high school no longer offered him much. He longed to enter a top university, gain access to a broader platform, and accelerate his growth. Moreover, this year's college entrance exam was fast approaching. Principal Chu listened and responded with a knowing smile. Well, young man, are you lucky, or is it just a coincidence? He paused before continuing. The Ministry of Education in the Dragon Country has just announced an important update regarding this year's college entrance exam. Lin Xiao held his breath, listening intently. Principal Chu announced, students not in their final year of high school, who possess a level 4 capability, can participate in this year's national exam, provided they are under 20 years old. With that, Principal Chu watched Lin Xiao closely, as if gauging his reaction. Lin Xiao sensed a significant opportunity unfolding. This was too coincidental. Such a situation had never occurred before. He couldn't help but wonder. Is this what they mean by the times make the man? Upon hearing the news, Lin Xiao was immediately invigorated. This meant he could participate in this year's exam. He met all the criteria. He then looked at Principal Chu with eager eyes, filled with determination. Principal Chu asked, have you thought it through? Lin Xiao replied firmly. Yes, I have. Good, Principal Chu nodded. I'll handle your registration. From now on, you can manage your own time. There's no need to attend school. Thank you, Principal. Lin Xiao expressed his gratitude. As Lin Xiao was about to leave, Principal Chu gave a meaningful reminder. Lin Xiao, don't take this lightly. This year's national exam is no simple matter. Lin Xiao nodded in agreement. He never underestimated anyone, at least not until he was truly invincible. After bidding farewell to the principal, Lin Xiao headed home. He still lived in that rundown house, a bit off the beaten path from the school, and hadn't had the chance to move to a new place. As he walked farther, the number of pedestrians on the roadside thinned. Suddenly, Lin Xiao halted. The road was now deserted, with only the sound of the wind rustling. Despite the summer heat, there was a sense of desolation. Lin Xiao stood still, his gaze calmly scanning his surroundings. His sharp eyes had already detected something amiss. No need to hide. Come out, Lin Xiao said coldly. A voice emerged. Huh. As expected of the king of prodigies. I told you all, don't play these cheap tricks in front of someone like him. It's embarrassing. As the voice faded, 10 mysterious figures in white robes appeared before Lin Xiao. One stepped forward, about to introduce himself. Lin Xiao interrupted with a cold laugh. I wondered which sneaky rats these were. Turns out it's just the riffraff from the Cult of Destiny. His smile carried a hint of menace. Hehehe, see what I told you? These so-called prodigies, praised by all, won't listen to your nonsense. A man in a white robe let out a bizarre laugh, his eyes glowing with an eerie red light that sent chills down the spine. The other white-robed figures also flashed sinister smiles. 10 white-robed figures encircled Lin Xiao, completely cutting off his escape route. Lin Xiao keenly sensed something unusual about the space, as if it were a special illusion. Seeing that they didn't attack immediately, he began to carefully observe the group. 10 of you at the peak of the 5th tier. I'm flattered. Lin Xiao calculated silently. This illusionary space, afraid of any mishaps, huh? You've really come prepared. The leading white robe spoke again, his voice laced with a false friendliness. As the king of prodigies, you are worthy of our attention. Enough with the chatter, just break his limbs. We need his body. The rest doesn't matter. Another white robe interjected impatiently, a cruel gleam in his eyes. These so-called geniuses make me sick. One of the white robes said coldly, staring at Lin Xiao with disgust for the prodigies. Why do they get to enjoy privileges and respect far beyond the ordinary? Hold on. The leader of the white robes stopped his companions, turning back to Lin Xiao with insincere sincerity. It seems you've encountered others before. I won't say much more, Lin Xiao. I now formally invite you to join us, on behalf of the Tianming sect's leader, to help humanity reach its pinnacle. Lin Xiao let out a cold laugh. Reaching the top by sacrificing the blood of our compatriots, sacrificing children's lives. Lin Xiao, we are the strong, the natural leaders, the rule makers, the white-robed leader exclaimed passionately. For ordinary people to sacrifice their lives for our great cause is an honor for them. Haha. Another white robe chimed in. Lin Xiao, you haven't yet grasped the truth of this world. One day you'll understand that only the Tianming sect is the future of humanity. Join us, with your talent. The leader of the Tianming sect will surely value you highly. Are you done talking? Lin Xiao interrupted coldly. I'm done, the white-robed leader nodded. So Lin Xiao, what's your choice? My choice is screw your Tianming sect. Lin Xiao glared at the 10 white robes in front of him, the devastation in the Fuzhou district etched in his mind. The children drained of blood and flesh, the eyes gouged out, and the dismembered corpses, all fueling his rage. Damn Tianming sect. How could you do such things? Lin Xiao growled through clenched teeth. Ha ha ha. Wasted so much time, and still have to fight, don't you? A white robe laughed mockingly. You must be out of your mind. The leading white robe sighed and shook his head. We gave you a chance, but you wasted it. So there's no other way. Should have done this from the start. Lin Xiao became unexpectedly arrogant. Villains are villains. Trash is trash. Talking so much. Don't you know villains die from talking too much? I haven't had a good workout in a while. Kid, a white robe roared. I'll tear your tendons apart and break your teeth one by one. Let's see how tough you are then. All 10 white robes simultaneously unleashed a powerful aura, the pressure of their peak 5th-tier strength instantly engulfing the space. The wind howled, and the terrifying momentum surged toward Lin Xiao like a tidal wave. A powerful pressure swept through, tearing up the ground. Lin Xiao stood firm, his body emitting a faint golden glow, his formidable physique blocking the overwhelming force entirely. The scene erupted in an instant. 10 figures in white robes launched their attacks simultaneously, each of them at the peak of the 5th tier, enough to dominate a district. Faced with the ferocious martial skills of these masters, Lin Xiao felt somewhat challenged. His eyes flickered, and his spacetime abilities surged. Following the advanced techniques recorded in Lin Yaoyan's notes, he forcibly divided the battlefield into 10 parts. This move drastically depleted his inner energy, but with every second crucial, he immediately launched a fierce assault on one of the battlefields. Naturally, the other white-robed figures refused to sit idly by, attacking the spatial barrier with all their might. Under immense pressure, Lin Xiao knew he had to finish the battle quickly. Fist of the heavens, he shouted, unleashing a punch that seemed to pierce the sky. The white-robed adversary fought desperately, but was obliterated under Lin Xiao's dual assault of time freeze. Barely pausing for breath, Lin Xiao swiftly turned to the next target. Prolonged energy expenditure had pushed his body to its limits. By the final moments, only 3 heavily injured white-robed figures remained, finally breaking through the spatial barrier. Damn kid, I'll make you wish for death. The remaining 3 launched an all-out attack. At this point, Lin Xiao was a shadow of his former self, his face pale, eyes bloodshot, but still glowing with divine light. Space annihilation. With a thunderous roar, the illusory space began to collapse, countless cracks spreading. The 3 white-robed figures halted their assault, staring in shock at the crumbling world around them. They knew this young man had already slain 7 of their comrades, and if allowed to grow, he would become unstoppable. Suddenly, Lin Xiao vanished. Just as the leftmost figure was about to warn the others, the one in the center felt a lethal presence behind him. He turned to defend, only to find it was a mere illusion. A companion shouted urgently, "Defend! Quickly, defend! He's targeting you!" Lin Xiao's true form appeared, summoning several sharp blades from above. The blades of void descended silently, severing the limbs of the white-robed figure, followed by a punch that shattered his skull. The remaining 2 white-robed figures huddled together, contemplating retreat. They were high-ranking clerics of the Celestial Order, unwilling to die here. Yet, the illusion had spiraled out of control, and escape was impossible. Lin Xiao sneered, even as divine tears of blood flowed from his eyes, unleashing time freeze once more. The 2 white-robed figures were immobilized, struggling in terror. In your next life, remember to be born as pigs. You're only fit to be food for the ordinary people you scorn. Lin Xiao stood suspended in the void, as the space around him continued to collapse, countless void blades converging. In this final judgment, the two figures were sliced into countless pieces. All 10 peak 5th-tier figures were annihilated. Exhausted of his energy, Lin Xiao stumbled forward, finally using his divine eyes to break the illusion. Cries echoed from afar. It was Principal Chu and District Chief Ma rushing over, alarmed by the disturbance. Lin Xiao, are you okay? What happened? Who tried to kill you? Principal Chu supported the staggering Lin Xiao. Upon confirming their identity, Lin Xiao could no longer hold on and collapsed to the ground. Lin Xiao? Lin Xiao? Lin Xiao floated in a sea of consciousness, surrounded by intangible mental energy. He had lingered here for quite some time, carefully observing this peculiar space. In the center stood a gigantic cocoon, with the world's mental energy continuously converging towards it. Suddenly, Lin Xiao realized this was his mental world. At that moment, a faint crack appeared on the cocoon. The crack rapidly expanded, and a dazzling light from within illuminated the entire mental world. Lin Xiao squinted his eyes. Boom! A sound like an explosion from deep within resounded as the giant cocoon shattered. Lin Xiao's consciousness began to blur, gradually dissipating in this mental realm. Lin Xiao? Lin Xiao? In a haze, Lin Xiao slowly opened his eyes to find himself lying in an unfamiliar bed. He shook his head, feeling weak and powerless, yet his mind was exceptionally clear. Principal? Where am I? Lin Xiao asked, looking around in confusion. Principal Chu approached the bed with concern. Lin Xiao, how do you feel? Are you uncomfortable anywhere? I'm fine, Principal, Lin Xiao replied. But where is this place? Director Ma sighed in relief and explained, this is your new home. Due to our oversight, you were ambushed. Your original residence has been sealed off, and this is a new place the government has purchased for you. Lin Xiao nodded, feeling his strength gradually returning. Despite the significant depletion, he hadn't suffered severe harm. Suddenly, a loud rumbling from his stomach broke the silence. Lin Xiao felt a bit embarrassed as a strong hunger surged over him. Seeing this, Principal Chu and Director Ma relaxed completely. At least it showed that Lin Xiao was not in serious trouble. After the meal, Principal Chu asked seriously, Lin Xiao, do you know who attacked you this time? Director Ma also looked grave. During Lin Xiao's days of unconsciousness, he had mobilized the entire district's security forces, yet found no clues. It was the Cult of Destiny, Lin Xiao replied succinctly, then went on to describe the situation in detail. Hearing that 10 latest-stage 5th-tier peak experts had ambushed him, the two elders felt their hearts tighten. But when Lin Xiao said he had killed all the enemies, they looked at each other, momentarily unsure how to respond. Principal Chu, in disbelief, asked again for confirmation. Lin Xiao, are you saying you alone killed all 10 latest-stage 5th-tier peak Cult of Destiny members? Lin Xiao nodded slightly, but his brows furrowed unconsciously. He said in a deep voice, I was careless, underestimated their strength, and overestimated my own abilities. His gaze sharpened as he recalled the previous actions. Looking back now, I was indeed a bit impulsive. If I had proceeded more cautiously, I wouldn't have ended up in such a passive position. At this point, a cold smile appeared on his lips, but at least I managed to deal with them all in the end. District Chief Ma shook his head with a wry smile upon hearing this. He looked Lin Xiao in the eye, his tone slightly teasing. Lin Xiao, do you hear yourself? Aren't you being a bit too humble here? Lin Xiao was taken aback for a moment, then chuckled and shrugged without arguing. Suddenly, District Chief Ma's expression turned serious. He hesitated for a moment before finally speaking. Lin Xiao, there's something I need to tell you. Sensing the change in atmosphere, Lin Xiao immediately put away his smile and said solemnly, District Chief Ma, please go ahead. District Chief Ma took a deep breath and slowly said, it's about the accident that led to your parents' death. The words hit Lin Xiao like a sledgehammer, striking his heart hard. His eyes instantly turned sharp, and his pupils slightly contracted. In the original owner's memory, he only knew that his parents had both died in some accident, but he was unaware of the specifics. A thought flashed through Lin Xiao's mind. He had once said that if he had the capability, he wouldn't hesitate to get involved in resolving the matter. After all, though he occupied this body, in a way, he had become the deceased son indirectly. Now, as District Chief Ma was about to reveal the truth, Lin Xiao felt a complex mix of emotions surging within him, both anticipation and anxiety. Lin Xiao asked word by word, are you suggesting there's more to my parents' death than meets the eye? District Chief Ma's expression grew serious as he revealed a shocking truth. At the time your parents disappeared, a huge murder case was happening in the area. Our investigation later found traces of the Tianming cult. Mentioning the Tianming cult brought a clear look of annoyance to District Chief Ma's face. This organization is always causing unexpected incidents, and they're extremely troublesome. Lin Xiao nodded without expression, but inside he was thinking, this Tianming cult has definitely become my enemy. Principal Chu stepped forward and handed a phone to Lin Xiao. By the way, I've applied for your college entrance exam spot. You have 1 week left, so take a good rest. If anything urgent comes up, contact me immediately." He pointed to the phone. "This is specially prepared for you. It contains both my and District Chief Ma's contact information." "Thank you, Principal." Lin Xiao took the phone, feeling a warmth in his heart. Even though he didn't know their exact motives, the care they showed was enough for him. After the two left, Lin Xiao began checking his system alone. System, open personal panel. Lin Xiao called out in his mind. Instantly, a virtual interface appeared before him. Name, Lin Xiao. Gender, male. Age, 16. Race, human. Talent, SS level Spacetime Ability, Super SS level Spacetime, Sacred Law, Origin, Awakening level 14.7. Spacetime Divine I-10 Great Divine Eyes Awakening level 13.8. Level, Midstage Peak of 3rd tier. Vitality, 20,438. Mental Power, 1400. Cultivation Method, Void Sutra. Martial Skills, Void Blade Minor Completion Peak, Divine Eye Minor Completion, Fist Shattering the Sky Minor Completion, Soul Needle Minor Completion. Auxiliary Comprehension, Master Level Combat Techniques, Master Level Array Mastery, Fist Intent Beginner. Cultivation Points, 200000. The system's prompt sounded. Detected that the host can redeem 800,000 cultivation points. Would you like to redeem? Redeem. Lin Xiao responded without hesitation. Redemption successful. Lin Xiao carefully reviewed his panel. After the recent battle, he realized his cultivation was lagging, or rather, his abilities were running low. System, besides improving my cultivation, is there any way to increase my ability reserves? The system quickly responded, detected the host's request, searching now. Based on the host's needs, this system has tailor-made an infinite-level cultivation method. The primordial infinite Dao scripture. Oh, sounds impressive. Tell me what this method does. Lin Xiao was intrigued. The system explained. Those who cultivate this scripture will possess boundless primordial energy. The body can contain infinite heavens and earth, becoming invincible in the universe. Simply put, once the host cultivates it, you'll never have to worry about running out of abilities again. Minor completion grants 50 times the abilities of an ordinary person. Major completion, 100 times. Full completion, the sky is the limit, inexhaustible and endless. This is the primordial infinite. How much? Lin Xiao got to the point. The system quoted, only 999,999 points. Lin Xiao was tempted. This method was indeed invincible. But the price? He began to haggle with the system. After a heated negotiation, he secured the primordial infinite Dao scripture for 600,000 cultivation points. Immediately, a series of profound cultivation patterns appeared in Lin Xiao's mind. He was at a loss, completely unable to understand them. System, the method is too difficult. What should I do? The system helplessly reminded. The host can upgrade the method using cultivation points. Such a simple solution. Are you out of your mind? Lin Xiao then noticed the sign next to the primordial infinite Dao scripture in the method section. He clicked it, and the system immediately prompted, deducting 399,900 points. Congratulations to the host for reaching the minor completion stage. Being unbeatable among peers is not a dream. With only 1 point left in cultivation, Lin Xiao suddenly realized, damn it, it's just work. I'm not losing out anyway. Indeed, he wasn't losing out. Investing nearly 1 billion points resulted in ability reserves 50 times that of his peers. At this point, Lin Xiao could confidently claim that in the history of the Dragon Nation, he was invincible at the 3rd tier. The system's notification sounded, and a line of flashing text appeared before Lin Xiao. Ding. This is an accumulated sign-in. Reward. One-time access to the universal endless Dao Space. This unexpected surprise eased his tense nerves slightly, as if he regained some energy amidst the stressful atmosphere before the college entrance exams. With only a week left until the exams, Lin Xiao was determined to fully commit to enhancing his abilities. Suddenly, an idea flashed through his mind. Being a formation grandmaster, could he combine it with his time abilities to create an environment similar to the Dao Space? This way, he could gain more time to improve his skills. Without delay, Lin Xiao began forming seals. Mysterious formation runes appeared in the air, the time god's eye flickered continuously, and powerful time laws spread around. With a serious expression, he concentrated fully on this attempt. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As the runes combined with time, a powerful wave radiated out. Lin Xiao was thrilled to find that the flow of time around him had indeed slowed down. This first attempt was a success, and he was ecstatic. Through sensing, he estimated that the time flow rate was about 3 times slower than the outside world. Although this was his current limit, he believed that with deeper understanding, he could create even more extraordinary effects in the future. Wasting no time, Lin Xiao immediately began his cultivation. He took out a large number of ability stones and awakening stones, the latter being treasures he learned about from others, which could accelerate the development of an awakened person's talents. Time flew by, and suddenly, The entire Dragon Nation was in a state of excitement. The college entrance exams had arrived. This was a pivotal moment that would determine the fate of all young martial artists. If they could enter a top university, their future as martial artists would be limitless, with the opportunity to become highly influential figures. All senior high school students had been silently working hard for this moment, hoping to change their life trajectories. Meanwhile, an important meeting was convened once again at the Supreme Hall of the Dragon Nation's capital. Numerous bigwigs entered the venue, and the elder leading the meeting took his seat first as everyone else followed suit. An elderly woman spoke first, her tone carrying a hint of disdain. It looks like those guys are trying to gauge our capabilities, huh? As a peak 9th-tier powerhouse who had stood at the forefront of the Dragon Nation since the Great Cataclysm, she had experienced countless life-and-death battles and was accustomed to grand events. Trying to test us, aren't they afraid of getting their teeth knocked out? Another peak 9th-tier council member responded. Regardless, since we've agreed, let's see who the real winner is. As leading figures in the Dragon Nation, they knew that their words and actions could determine the lives and deaths of countless people. At this moment, this group of leaders was discussing the participation of the Starry Sky Forces and the Alien Beast Alliance, two opposing forces, in the upcoming National College entrance exams, creating a tense and serious atmosphere. The elderly leader waved his hand and solemnly announced, "This matter is clear. We just need to have faith in our nation's prodigies. Today, I've gathered everyone here for another important matter. Firstly, I've decided that this year's National College entrance examination venue will be set at the battlefield beyond our borders." As soon as these words were spoken, the conference room erupted in uproar. Many 9th-tier experts frowned, and the chief directly voiced his doubts. "We can't interfere much in the battlefield beyond our borders. It's an extremely chaotic place. If anything goes wrong, it will be very troublesome." Lin Xiao, the head of the Qin family in the imperial capital and a peak 9th-tier figure, also expressed his concerns. "Wouldn't it be more convenient to set the exam in our own country?" The elderly man took a deep breath before revealing a shocking piece of information. "I've received intelligence that this time, both sides might bring limit-breaking weapons." "What? Limit-breaking weapons?" The numerous 9th-tier experts exclaimed in disbelief, their faces filled with shock. What are they planning to do? Are they preparing for war? The atmosphere in the conference room instantly became tense. Everyone understood the immense destructive power of limit-breaking weapons. Currently, there are only a few such treasures in the entire nation, each a cornerstone of national security. If a limit-breaking weapon were to cause destruction on our territory, the consequences would be dire. It seems the people they've chosen this time hold unimaginable status internally. Someone pointed out the crux of the issue. Only this reason can explain it. Otherwise, a simple contest wouldn't warrant such measures. After much discussion, everyone reluctantly agreed to the decision. Someone couldn't help but lament. "With this arrangement, I wonder how many will perish this year. These are the seeds of our nation's future. It's truly heartbreaking." However, a military leader was unfazed. "True strength is forged through countless trials. Every day, people die on our battlefields, and others survive. Only through relentless combat can one become truly strong and support our nation." Seeing the discussion was over, the chief introduced another topic. "Regarding the candidates for the sequence plan, what are your thoughts?" While the leaders were conspiring, the Ministry of Education suddenly released an important announcement, sparking an uproar online. The National College entrance exam would be held at the battlefield beyond our borders. This news left many students, who had never left their hometowns, both excited and anxious. Soon, someone online uncovered the truth about the battlefield. It's a place that devours people, a land where countless ancestors shed their blood, burying numerous heroes. It's full of danger, yet brimming with opportunities. Faced with such a perilous exam venue, many high school seniors appeared solemn. Some took to the internet, questioning why such a location was chosen. After all, they were taking an exam, not courting death. Amid the heated discussions, the Ministry of Education released another bombshell. This year's exam would include participation from the Starry Sky Forces and the Beast Alliance. This would be an unprecedented exam, not just a competition among our nation's prodigies, but a direct confrontation with opposing forces. This news hit like a bombshell, igniting a fire within every student's heart. Once oppressed by the Sakura nation, now facing these foreign invaders, a long-suppressed flame of hatred burned fiercely within everyone. "Damn, I must participate this year. I want to destroy those bastards. We must open the family tree. The primordial power within me has fully awakened. God knows how much I want to kill those beasts." Initially fearful, the youths were now filled with unwavering resolve. Facing enemies from the depths of their bloodlines, everyone wished they had been born in an era where they could fight alongside their ancestors on the front lines. Many gifted students clenched their fists tightly, reaching a tacit understanding to kill as many enemies as possible. The entire nation was in an uproar. At this crucial moment, a strong dose of motivation was administered, ensuring this year's exam would be anything but ordinary. Meanwhile, in a mysterious space, Lin Xiao was engaged in a fierce battle with a young man. His expression was extremely serious. He had thought he had no weaknesses, yet in this space, he repeatedly experienced cycles of death. This was the cosmic path space, and his opponent was a young man named Tian Di Huang. The young man appeared exceptionally calm, yet his every move carried world-destroying power. Lin Xiao had lost count of how many times he had died, but each time he resurrected, he would attack again without hesitation. So strong, Lin Xiao silently exclaimed, simultaneously unleashing his powers to the fullest. Void. Time. The power of time and space intertwined in Lin Xiao's hands, forming intricate attacks. However, against Huang, who was practically invincible, these attacks seemed utterly futile. Suddenly, Lin Xiao's vision was filled with countless phantoms, each identical to Huang. This was his self-manifestation. In this chaotic space-time domain, Lin Xiao faced countless invincible opponents alone. He died repeatedly and resurrected repeatedly, but each rebirth made him stronger. The stronger the opponent, the stronger he became, and over time, he began to withstand the opponent's attacks, no longer as vulnerable as before. From defense to offense, Lin Xiao's mastery of time and space powers deepened through prolonged practice. His vitality skyrocketed to a terrifying 30,000 points, yet he hadn't broken through to the 4th tier. Since reaching the late 3rd tier peak after a period of cultivation, Lin Xiao stopped focusing on improving his cultivation level and instead concentrated on enhancing other aspects. The awakening degree of his 2 innate abilities increased by nearly 5, consuming 10 precious awakening stones. His mental power underwent a qualitative leap, transforming into more powerful, refined, and profound thought power. The void scripture broke through to the small accomplishment stage, an emperor-level technique that significantly boosted his combat power. This comprehensive transformation led Lin Xiao to briefly believe he was invincible, but encountering Huang shattered his inflated ego. Is this the power of the invincible Tian Di? Lin Xiao silently wondered. However, through this prolonged training, Lin Xiao continuously grew stronger. His heart became more resolute, his expression calmer, and he underwent constant metamorphosis every moment. It was the embryonic form of invincible faith. It's worth noting that Huang, his opponent, was 1 or 2 tiers above him. At that moment, a faint crack sounded within Lin Xiao, as if some shackle had been broken. Instantly, he felt stronger, exuding immense pressure with every move. He fought countless Huang alone, holding his ground for a short time. Various abilities emerged endlessly, and the power of time and space rampaged mercilessly here. Even after exhausting the last bit of his stamina, he still hadn't been killed. System, that's enough. Lin Xiao called out in his heart. Ding, the cosmic path space has been closed. The system's prompt sounded, marking the end of this thrilling training session. Lin Xiao pushed open the door and took a deep breath of fresh air, a confident smile unconsciously appearing on his face. His strength had improved significantly after nearly 3 weeks of secluded training. He took out his phone and dialed Principal Chu's number. Lin Xiao, Principal Chu's voice came through the phone. This year's college entrance exams are unusual and quite dangerous. Would you like me to cancel your registration? With your talent, you could easily take it in 2 years instead. Lin Xiao heard the concern in the principal's voice, but he had already made up his mind. Principal, I've made my decision. The path of a warrior is to go against the odds and seize every moment, he declared resolutely. All right, Principal Chu sighed. In that case, someone will come to pick you up this afternoon. You can go with the senior students. Thank you, Principal. Lin Xiao replied gratefully. In the afternoon, a massive aircraft suddenly appeared in the sky over the entire Pingan district. District Chief Mr. Ma and 3 principals gathered, looking up at this strategic weapon, marveling at the importance the higher-ups in Longhua placed on this year's exams. The aircraft's hatch opened, and a figure flew out. Principal Chu was surprised to recognize the person Lin Yanran. Director Lin, have you broken through to the 7th level? Principal Chu was somewhat stunned by the powerful aura emanating from her. The 7th level was a high-tier warrior level, and reaching this realm meant being a genius among geniuses. District Chief Ma and the others immediately bowed in respect. Welcome, Martial King Envoy, to Pingan District. As a strong warrior in the late 6th level, District Chief Ma understood the terrifying power of this aircraft, and even with his strength, he couldn't breach its defenses. Lin Yanran's breakthrough only deepened their awe. Everyone present was secretly shocked. Beyond the 7th level, each level marked a vast difference. Martial King, Martial Lord, Martial Saint. The 7th level was a king, the 8th a lord, and the 9th a saint. They couldn't help but recall the recent events in Fuzhou District, where the purple-robed by Mao of the Tianming sect used blood magic to forcibly reach the peak of the 7th level, nearly taking over a city effortlessly. Now, Lin Yanran had also broken through to the 7th level, becoming a genuine martial king. In a district without any martial king-level powerhouses, her arrival undoubtedly brought immense pressure and reverence. Lin Yanran stood beside the aircraft, her gaze sharp as she surveyed the assembled students preparing for their college entrance exams. As the chief officer of the Northwest Prodigy Training Camp, her commanding presence exuded the strength of a martial king. She nodded slightly and spoke in a cool, clear voice. I will personally oversee the safe transport of the students from the Peace District for their exams. District Chief Ma stood nearby, a hint of amazement in his eyes. Having a martial king personally escort the students was far beyond his expectations. He respectfully clasped his hands and said, Thank you, Lin Martial King. The high level of attention from the Dragon Nation's leadership to this year's exams is truly surprising. The aircraft's doors were wide open, its sleek metal shell glinting coldly in the sunlight. The students boarded in an orderly fashion, their faces a mix of nervousness and anticipation. Soon, all the students taking this year's exams were seated, ready to depart. Lin Yanran stood at the cockpit door, her gaze sweeping over each student's face to ensure everyone was present. Despite her stern demeanor, there was a hint of care for the younger generation beneath her martial king's exterior. The aircraft slowly lifted off, heading towards the examination site, carrying the hopes and dreams of these young individuals. In the small area of Pinyin District alone, thousands of students were taking the college entrance exam. As Lin Xiao stepped into the examination hall, a powerful mental force swept over him, causing him to be startled. He quickly restrained his own mental power because he recognized the owner of this force, Lin Yanran. Lin Yanran stood expressionless at a high vantage point, her eyes gazing into the distance, while her mental force scanned below like radar. Suddenly, she detected an unfamiliar mental force, which surprised her slightly. Was there another 7th-level martial king here? Mental force, as an advanced form of a warrior's spiritual power, is typically mastered only at the martial king level. That unfamiliar force came and went quickly, leaving Lin Yanran unable to pinpoint its source, which made her vigilant. The importance of the college entrance exam cannot be overstated, which is why the capital sent her as an escort. After another fruitless search, Lin Yanran decided not to delay further and set off towards the battlefield beyond the domain. Inside the aircraft, the students looked through the portholes at the crowd below, sending them off. Some vaguely saw their parents cheering for them. Others noticed the encouraging banners, while some parents' faces were filled with worry, fearing their children might not return. Everyone's emotions were complex. Throughout the journey, Lin Yanran remained on high alert, concerned that the owner of the earlier unfamiliar mental force might cause trouble. Eventually, they safely reached their final destination, the battlefield beyond the domain. The perimeter of the battlefield was lined with numerous aircraft, filled with martial students from various regions, so many that they stretched as far as the eye could see. Lin Xiao looked out the window and saw a desolate scene. The ground was in ruins, and the scattered white bones hinted at endless eeriness and horror. Suddenly, a massive formation appeared in the sky. An elderly man stood in midair, his presence causing the space to become unstable, and his overpowering aura was suffocating. All the aircraft doors opened simultaneously, and from each aircraft, a martial king expert flew out. Looking around, there were over 100 martial kings gathered here. These 7th-level experts, rarely seen in ordinary times, were now assembled in such numbers at the battlefield beyond the domain. These martial king experts all hovered in the air, collectively saluting the old man. Welcome, Master Lin Wuxing, the martial sage. The elderly man who had suddenly appeared was a 9th-level martial sage, a true pinnacle-level expert. The old man nodded slightly, and the whole world seemed to fall silent because of his presence. Lin Xiao stared at the old man, feeling a sense of familiarity. Suddenly, he remembered, wasn't this the senior Lin Yaodian who had given him the time-space notes? He had been studying those notes, gaining significant insights. Unexpectedly, the other party was a martial sage. This was truly shocking, knowing that there were probably fewer than 10 known martial sages in the entire Dragon Kingdom. As Lin Xiao was marveling, the sky trembled again. In the distance, a rift in space suddenly appeared, and a massive fleet emerged from it. This fleet exuded an aura of simplicity, in stark contrast to the technological feel of the Dragon Kingdom. Lin Yaodian glanced at the newcomers calmly, waving his hand gently, and an invisible spatial barrier enveloped all the personnel from the Dragon Kingdom. This was the means of a martial sage. Lin Yaodian, I didn't expect you to still be alive, an arrogant voice echoed from the fleet. Following this, a figure with a single horn on its head and surrounded by black aura appeared, exuding a terrifying pressure that shook the heavens and the earth. Starry Sky Forces. Demon Clan, Gular. Lin Yaoyan's gray eyes swept over the figure lightly. I didn't expect that you, who were as small as an ant back then, have now grown into a martial sage. Is the demon clan lacking people? Gular's expression darkened. Lin Yaodian, do you want to die? What did you say? Speak up, I can't hear you. Lin Yaodian looked at him quietly, his tone calm, but his hands were already aimed at Gular. The space around them began to stir uneasily. Gular's expression turned serious. Having just ascended to martial sage, his strength and foundation were still shallow, and he knew he was no match for the veteran martial sage Lin Xiao. Is this all a martial sage can do? Go back to drinking milk. Lin Xiao casually dug his ear, showing no regard for Guler. Lin Xiao, don't go too far. Guler shouted angrily. At that moment, another rift appeared. This time, there was no large fleet, only a burly man leading dozens of young, inexperienced youths. Guler's expression softened slightly as he recognized the newcomer. It's you, Tula. The leader of the group was none other than Tula, the martial saint, the leader of the Exotic Beast Alliance in this mission. The two exchanged a slight nod, acknowledging their status as allies to some extent. Lin Xiao gazed at the pair opposite him, showing no sign of fear. He spoke coldly. Now that everyone is here, let's begin. Seeing his ally arrive, Guler seemed to gain a bit more confidence. Lin Xiao continued. Let me make it clear. Although this is an internal selection for your Dragon Nation, in our Demon Clan, battles are fought to draw blood. If anyone from your Dragon Nation dies at the hands of my Demon Clan, don't say, I didn't warn you. Tula added. As forces on Blue Star, our Exotic Beast Alliance has chosen to ally with the Starry Sky forces to eliminate humans and monopolize all of Blue Star's resources. Lin Xiao paused for a moment, then waved his hand. In an instant, all the martial students participating in this year's exam appeared in the void. He quietly observed these students, who in turn looked up at the revered martial saint. Pointing at Guler and Tula, Lin Xiao's voice boomed. They've come here to kill you today, what do you think about that? Countless students were left speechless. The pressure from the martial saint was overwhelming, and the atmosphere was so serious that no one dared to speak up. The tension in the air was palpable. Guler and Tula watched this scene with amusement, choosing to ignore the derogatory term trash. Their entourage also displayed mocking expressions. At that moment, Lin Xiao stepped forward from among the examinees. He looked up at the elder in the void, and with each step, a dazzling divine light shone beneath his feet. This light was so brilliant that it drew everyone's attention. The elder observed him as well. Lin Xiao spoke loudly. To the martial saint, the warriors of the Dragon Nation fear nothing. If it's trash they've brought, then it's still trash. Our nation's stance on trash has always been to trample it underfoot. Lin Xiao's words were powerful, echoing in everyone's ears. The elder nodded slightly, a look of approval in his eyes. Just then, another radiant golden light emerged from the crowd. A handsome young man stood on golden clouds. Stepping into the sky, it was Ji Xiangnan. Surrounded by supreme imperial dragon aura, he appeared like a sovereign on earth, exuding an extraordinary presence. Ji Xiangnan saluted Lin Xiao, then turned to Lin Xiao, speaking with conviction. Lin is right. As martial artists, born under heaven and earth, we must defy fate and fear no enemy. The vast Dragon Nation will not tolerate others sleeping soundly. If they dare come, they should be prepared to be buried here. One comes, one dies. Two come, two perish. The two shared a mutual understanding, their gaze sweeping over the opposing forces. In unison, Lin Xiao and Ji Xiangnan shouted, You want to play? We'll play with you. Come at us, and we'll take you down. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire examination venue erupted. Tens of thousands of martial arts candidates seemed to be ignited, shouting in unison, Come one, kill one. Come two, kill both. The deafening roar echoed through the heavens and the earth, filling the air with an unprecedented sense of unity, causing even the surrounding time and space to tremble. Lin Xiao and Ji Xiangnan, two prodigious youths, stood at the forefront alongside a martial saint. Their eyes were resolute, seemingly in sync with the candidates behind them. This awe-inspiring scene darkened the expressions of Guler and Tula on the opposite side, clearly indicating that the situation had developed beyond their expectations. Their gazes were fixed on Lin Xiao and Ji Xiangnan, cursing inwardly at these two for ruining their plans. At that moment, a young man emerged from the enemy ranks. His face was stern, with well-defined features, and his deep gray eyes were intimidating. As he stepped forward, a phenomenon appeared behind him, with demonic energy surging skyward. The young man stood at the front, his expression haughty, looking down upon everyone. Humans, such a lowly race, he said coldly, his tone filled with disdain. This statement instantly ignited the fury of all the martial artists from the Dragon Kingdom present. A burst of curses erupted from the crowd. Where did this bastard come from? Damn it! What kind of trash thinks it can get a piece of this? Unfazed by the Dragon Kingdom warriors' backlash, the young man continued in a condescending tone. You pathetic natives, prepare to welcome your master. Bow before me, your master, and show your loyalty. As your master, I might consider treating you well. His words were laced with contempt for humanity, as if everything was predestined and unchangeable. He claimed to be from a powerful race from the infinite cosmos, possessing immense heritage, a higher race. In his eyes, humans, such a lowly race, were only fit to be their slaves. Lin Xiao couldn't hold back any longer and angrily shouted, Who do you think you are, little brat? Didn't your parents teach you that kids shouldn't interrupt when adults are talking? Your mouth is like it's attached to your rear end, spewing nothing but filth. I wouldn't even dirty my hands killing you. This outburst caused all the martial exam candidates to burst into laughter. The young boy turned to look at Lin Xiao, a flash of white light flickering in his dark gray eyes. With a cold snort from Lin Xiao, the boy was instantly shaken, vomiting blood and stumbling backward, fear etched on his face. Guler pointed angrily at Lin Yaotian, shouting, "Lin Yaotian, are you trying to start a war?" Lin Yaotian ignored him, simply nodding slightly to Lin Xiao and Ji Xiangnan. The two then blended into the main group. The pre-battle declaration was over. Now it was time to ensure these damned opponents would never leave this place. The young boy, pale-faced and with venomous eyes, glared at the elder in the void, cursing silently, "Damn old man. Just you wait. And that kid, once we're inside, I'll make you wish you were dead." This boy held a high status among the demon race, his father being a martial saint-level powerhouse. He had been pampered and admired since childhood, and now, being insulted and even hurt by these lowly natives, his anger was hard to contain. Guler was also feeling frustrated. He wanted to stand firm, but lacked confidence against Lin Yaotian. Next to him, Tula remained silent, his deep eyes pondering something unknown. Lin Yaotian raised his voice to announce, "All candidates, listen up. The rules for this national examination are simple. Within the battlefield beyond, there are soul spirits of varying levels, from the first tier to the 7th. Killing a soul spirit earns you points, and final rankings are based on these points." He paused, glancing at Guler and Tula in the distance, then continued, "Additionally, killing any member of the demon race or beast alliance grants an extra 1,000 points. The stronger the opponent, the higher the points." This statement left everyone exchanging looks. Someone whispered, "Martial Saint, isn't this a bit too direct?" Guler and Tula's faces turned ominously dark, their anger turning into a sneer. "Huh? Lin Yaotian, aren't you afraid of losing your teeth?" Lin Yaotian ignored them, further enraging them. Suddenly, the entrance to the battlefield beyond began to ripple. Lin Yaotian shouted, "It's time." With a wave of his hand, he conjured a path through space, leading directly into the battlefield. "Go, children, this is your battleground." All the martial exam candidates surged forward. Lin Xiao, stepping through endless space-time, rushed in under Lin Yaotian's watchful gaze. Once all the candidates had entered, Lin Yaotian withdrew his powers. Guler and Tula exchanged glances and simultaneously exerted their strength, tearing open a passage just wide enough for their own forces. "Go in. Remember your mission." Their two factions, numbering around 400 to 500, vanished from the spot, leaving the space calm once more. Lin Xiao found himself alone in a desolate area within the battlefield beyond. The ground around him was uneven, littered with traces of heavy metals. Just as he was about to pick up a piece, a ghostly figure appeared, launching an attack imbued with a strange corrosive power. Lin Xiao squinted slightly, an invisible barrier instantly blocking the attack, simultaneously freezing the ghost in place. As he approached to examine it, he thought, "Is this the soul spirit Lin the Elder mentioned? No physical form, seems like an energy entity, with fluctuations indicating it's a first-tier soul spirit." After investigating, Lin Xiao easily dispatched the soul spirit. His token promptly displayed. Killed a first-tier early-stage soul spirit, earned 10 points. Only 10 points? That's so little, Lin Xiao frowned. I remember killing a fierce beast or demon is at least 1,000 points, right? The slain soul spirit didn't dissipate, instead transforming into a mass of energy hovering in the air. As Lin Xiao approached, his time-space eyes flickered, revealing it to be a highly pure energy form. Upon touching it, the energy was absorbed through his fingertips. Soon, Lin Xiao's eyes lit up. This energy can enhance mental power. Although the increase is small, it's only first tier. After the energy vanished, a shadow appeared in the space, the figure of a dragon kingdom ancestor. This was a predecessor from the early days of the Great Catastrophe, who had fought countless warriors here against invading forces, ultimately dying on the battlefield. This soul spirit was born of his unyielding will, a final gift to future generations. Now at peace, having completed his last mission by passing on that sliver of power, he could rest in peace. In his final moment before disappearing, Lin Xiao seemed to see the ancestor smiling at him, as if saying, "The future of the Dragon Kingdom depends on you." At this moment, Lin Xiao's eyes reddened, his heart shaken. What incredible conviction! Even in such dire circumstances, he still thought of future generations. This is true legacy. Deeply moved, Lin Xiao felt a renewed sense of purpose as a warrior of the Dragon Kingdom. A fierce determination ignited within him, his life no longer aimless, driven solely by the desire to grow stronger. He envisioned a grand mission. "I am Lin Xiao, a warrior of the Dragon Kingdom. From now on, the Dragon Kingdom shall rise." The battlefield stretched endlessly, with Lin Xiao having set foot there for quite some time without encountering anyone. During this period, he had slain numerous sudden apparitions, accumulating 1,300 points. His identity token indicated he ranked 13,471st on the leaderboard. At the top was a stranger named Qin Li, who had astonishingly amassed over 30,000 points. Suddenly, Lin Xiao's identity token vibrated, signaling the presence of someone nearby. He immediately expanded his mental awareness and sensed two people fleeing in panic, as if something terrifying was pursuing them. Without hesitation, Lin Xiao gave chase. "Don't worry about me, just run," cried a young boy, his arm missing and blood gushing out. His companion, drenched in sweat and pale as a sheet, was still clutching onto him tightly as they ran. Suddenly, his token quivered slightly, and a glimmer of hope flashed in his eyes. "Hold on a bit longer, there are allies nearby." Before long, they encountered Lin Xiao. "Classmate, he began, but suddenly froze. To his shock, the young man before him possessed cultivation at the peak of the 3rd tier. Hope shattered once more, and he quickly turned around, shouting, "Classmate, this place is dangerous, run." A mocking voice suddenly rang out, halting him again. A muscular, fierce-looking young man appeared, exuding a wild aura. A member of the Beast Alliance. His heart sank. The beast-formed young man sneered. "Run? Why aren't you running? Is this your ally? How weak." He spat disdainfully, licking his lips. "The taste of humans is quite nice. I've devoured many so-called geniuses, and the taste is unforgettable." Realizing escape was impossible, the classmate slowly approached Lin Xiao, entrusting his companion to him. "Classmate, I'll fight to hold them off. Just promise to take my companion and escape. Our main force is to the northeast." With that, he bowed deeply to Lin Xiao, and the remaining energy within him began to surge, preparing to self-destruct to buy them time to flee. The beast-formed young man laughed maniacally. "Thinking of self-destructing? Can't let you do that. Where would I find another meal like you? Your female companion, you don't know, do you? Tender and delicious, I savored her bit by bit. That feeling was truly exquisite." He continued to toy with his prey, relishing in the fear and futile struggles of humans facing death. Lin Xiao stood in the center of the battlefield, his gaze sharp and determined. In front of him were 3 humans, one at the early 4th stage, another at the peak of the late 3rd stage, and a third who was of little threat. None posed any danger to the young beast in front of them. "You beast, you deserve to die," shouted one student, his face flushed red, veins popping. His powers surged wildly within him, tears welling up in his eyes as he prepared to self-destruct, taking the enemy down with him. Just as things were about to spiral out of control, Lin Xiao gently patted his shoulder. Miraculously, the chaotic energy within the student subsided instantly. Confused, the student looked at Lin Xiao, silently regretting. "Run? Why aren't you running?" The beastly youth laughed loudly at the sight. "Ha ha, I thought you found some formidable help, but this is all you have." Smiling, Lin Xiao handed the injured student over to his companions and said softly, "Don't worry, just give me a moment." He turned to face the laughing beast youth, his eyes gleaming as he activated his spatial powers. Suddenly, the beast youth found himself unable to move, his eyes wide with terror. Lin Xiao approached step by step, his cold demeanor radiating a powerful aura, making the entire space feel frozen. "Why aren't you laughing now? Laugh. I told you to laugh, can't you hear me?" Lin Xiao's voice echoed in the space. He stood before the beast, his gaze icy. "Is the human world not funny enough for you? Then go laugh in hell before the king of hell." Before he finished speaking, Lin Xiao punched the beast square in the forehead, causing its head to explode. A system notification sounded, awarding him 10,000 training points and increasing his identity token points by 1,500, reaching a total of 2,800. The students were stunned, unable to believe what they had just witnessed. The injured companion gave a weak smile. "Li Gu, we're saved." Li Chong finally snapped out of it, collapsing to the ground, exhausted. Lin Xiao approached and asked gently, "Are you all right?" Li Chong quickly stood to thank him. Lin Xiao waved it off, retrieving healing pills from his spatial storage and handing them over. Through their conversation, Lin Xiao learned they had originally been a group of 4, but had unfortunately encountered the beast youth. The other 2 had not survived. Lin Xiao's eyes grew cold, silently vowing to seek justice for them. "I'll help you get back," Lin Xiao suggested. Li Chong gratefully accepted, and under his guidance, the group soon reached the main gathering area. Here, many martial arts candidates had gathered, even setting up makeshift safety barriers. A student named Yu Wenming approached, extending a hand in greeting. "Thank you for your help. I'm Yu Wenming, temporarily in charge of management here." He explained that the gathered candidates were from ordinary families, banding together to survive in the harsh environment. Upon learning of Lin Xiao's abilities, Yu Wenming earnestly invited him to stay, but Lin Xiao politely declined, exchanging contact information instead. After leaving the gathering area, Lin Xiao checked the rankings. Qin Li was at the top with 37,500 points, while he himself had only 2,800, ranking 9,854. Gazing at the vast land before him, Lin Xiao resolved to accelerate his progress. Meanwhile, turmoil was erupting across the battlefield. The Dragon Nation's martial candidates faced not only powerful spirits, but also attacks from demons and beasts. This battle of dragons and tigers was unfolding every moment. In the northwest, 4 or 5 martial candidates were being besieged by a group of beast youths. Suddenly, a woman named Bing Xinru unleashed her powerful ice and snow abilities, freezing the enemies in place. The other candidates took the opportunity to slay the beast youths. Phew, we really owe you one. Without you today, we'd be in serious trouble, a young man said gratefully to Bing Xinru. Bing Xinru didn't say much, only gazing into the sky with her deep blue eyes, as if contemplating something. Boom. An earth-shattering battle erupted in this desolate land. Ji Xiangnan, a handsome young man, exuded an overwhelming aura of imperial dragon energy, his golden eyes shining with resolute determination. His fist struck like thunder, each blow accompanied by the roar of the imperial dragon energy, shaking the entire battlefield. Originally, he had come to seek a soul spirit, but unexpectedly encountered a young demon here. The moment they met, it was like a spark igniting an explosion, and a fierce battle ensued. This demon youth was extraordinarily powerful, with an inherently strong physique and refined demonic energy that often outmatched his peers from the Dragon Kingdom's martial exams. The demon youth's pitch-black eyes gleamed with arrogance, his horns as sharp as blades, and his crimson face instilled fear. He exclaimed in surprise, "Didn't expect to find such a master among humans." Before he finished speaking, his body surged with demonic energy, reaching the pinnacle of the 4th tier. Ji Xiangnan remained unfazed, his expression cold. The imperial dragon energy within him surged like a tide, filling the battlefield with potent power. Imperial Dragon Sword. With a low shout, a magnificent golden sword appeared out of thin air, hovering in the air. The imperial dragon energy's powerful suppression of the demonic energy became evident, causing the demon youth's expression to turn extremely grave. What he thought was an easy opponent turned out to be a formidable adversary. The demon youth roared, channeling endless demonic energy to form a massive demonic arm. Demonic forearms. Boom. The terrifying forces collided fiercely in the sky, kicking up a dense cloud of dust. The surrounding bones were instantly pulverized by the shockwave. Ji Xiangnan clasped his hands, unleashing his abilities once more, sending countless strands of imperial dragon energy forward like swords, as if to tear the very fabric of space apart. Ah! The demon youth couldn't withstand the ferocious attack, retreating continuously, black blood pouring from his mouth. Crack! The imperial dragon sword pierced through the demonic forearms with unstoppable force, targeting the defenseless demon youth. The demon's progeny will not let you go. This was the demon youth's final roar before death. Bang! Ji Xiangnan's attack descended like divine retribution, shattering the demon youth's body. The battle was over. Retracting his powers, Ji Xiangnan maintained an innate aura of dominance. He glanced indifferently at the shattered remains, his expression unchanged. Then, the young warrior turned and walked towards the distance, as if the life-and-death struggle just now was merely an insignificant episode. The human emperor. Battles rage everywhere. Qin Li, a youth seemingly from the depths of hell, became an unstoppable force of destruction the moment he stepped onto the battlefield. His every strike was merciless and decisive, leaving nothing but devastation in his wake. The souls that perished by his hand were countless, and even the beasts and demons he encountered met their end under his blade. At this moment, Qin Li held a commanding lead, topping the leaderboard with an astounding 10,000 points. He was in the depths of a massive crater, fiercely combating several souls. With a masterful one-strike technique, he unleashed a terrifying blade aura that tore through the sky, obliterating a 4th-tier soul completely. A ghostly figure appeared, nodding with a smile, as if bidding farewell, before vanishing into oblivion. Each time this happened, Qin Li's attacks grew even more ferocious. With a thunderous shout, he swung his azure dragon crescent blade horizontally, slicing through the remaining souls with a radiant arc. Several apparitions emerged, paying their respects to Qin Li before fading away into nothingness. After a moment of silence, Qin Li absorbed the energy from these entities. With a brief pause to recover, he continued on his path. Just then, a demon-infused youth appeared, having secretly followed him for some time, fully aware of the formidable power Qin Li possessed, and waiting for the right moment to strike. "How much strength do you have left now?" the demon youth taunted. His answer was a blade intent that darkened the skies. Qin Li, wielding the azure dragon crescent blade, struck with such force that the heavens seemed to change color. Without a backward glance, he continued his journey, leaving chaos in his wake. The demon boy's body suddenly split open, a line of blood slicing him from top to bottom into 2 halves. He tried to lift his arm, but found that his entire body had lost its strength. With a heavy thud, his corpse hit the ground, and Qin Li's departing silhouette was reflected on his severed body. This scene seemed to say, A true man never looks back at an explosion. At that moment, Lin Xiao felt the energy within him reach its peak. Without hesitation, he quickly set up a simple concealment array on the spot and began his breakthrough. In an instant, his power soared to the peak of the 4th tier. Clenching his fist, Lin Xiao felt the surging power within him and thought confidently, "Now, even someone at the early 6th tier would find it hard to match me." After his successful breakthrough, Lin Xiao immediately checked his ranking. The screen displayed, Lin Xiao, 13,500 points, ranked 138th. During this period, he had been relentlessly hunting soul spirits and had also dealt with a few ambushing beasts, finally making it into the top 150. However, upon seeing Qin Li at the top of the rankings, he couldn't help but gasp. Qin Li, 40,100 points, ranked 1st. Lin Xiao was astonished. Where did this powerhouse come from? I've been killing as fast as I can, yet the top rank is over 20,000 points ahead of me. While pondering this, Lin Xiao suddenly sensed strong soul spirit fluctuations ahead. After careful investigation, he discovered a hidden natural array containing an astonishing number of soul spirits. Without a second thought, Lin Xiao, with his master-level array skills, quickly found a flaw in the array. In the next moment, he vanished from where he stood. Inside the array, Lin Xiao cautiously surveyed the drastically different surroundings, thinking to himself, "There must be something hidden here." Suddenly, countless soul spirits appeared in his view, ranging from the 1st to the 5th tier, their numbers staggering. What shocked Lin Xiao even more was the powerful soul spirit at the forefront, clad in armor and emanating the terrifying aura of a mid-6th tier. All the soul spirits turned towards Lin Xiao, their gazes vacant, yet they didn't attack immediately, like a well-trained army. The armored soul spirit slowly ascended into the air. Unlike the others, its eyes flickered with a trace of clarity. It muttered a few words incoherently. "New army. Dragon. 108. Lin Xiao's heart skipped a beat. This sounded like a military unit number. A bold guess flashed in his mind. Could this be a special squad from the ancient Dragon Kingdom? At that moment, the armored soul spirit suddenly let out a thunderous roar. Attack! With this command, countless soul spirits surged towards Lin Xiao like a tide. They coordinated seamlessly, attacking from near and far, quickly surrounding Lin Xiao. However, these attacks were now no threat to Lin Xiao, unable even to breach his defenses. Seeing this, the armored soul spirit continued to issue commands from above. The soul spirits charged at Lin Xiao recklessly, prepared to self-destruct. Lin Xiao finally made his move. "Spacetime annihilation," he muttered, unleashing the formidable power of the rules. The entire space shattered instantly, countless spatial rifts tearing through the soul spirits' remnants. With a loud boom, the space, along with countless soul spirits, was obliterated. Subsequently, numerous figures gathered in the sky. They first saluted the armored soul spirit, then turned to Lin Xiao with smiling nods, as if bidding farewell. As the space returned to normal, the original soul spirits vanished, leaving only the purest energy. This energy surged into Lin Xiao, merging with him, as if fulfilling a final mission. Lin Xiao felt his mental power rapidly increasing. This was the bloodline legacy left by his ancestors. Boom, boom. The armor emitted crisp sounds. Seeing its subordinates annihilated, the 6th-tier soul spirit decided to battle personally. Lin Xiao bowed slightly to show respect for his predecessors, then engaged in a life-and-death battle in this realm. The mid-6th-tier soul spirit was extraordinarily powerful, far surpassing ordinary early 6th-tier warriors. Fortunately, it only attacked blindly, with no other tactics. Lin Xiao fully unleashed his spacetime abilities, filling the entire space with immense power. Seeing the 6th-tier soul spirit struggling to hold on, Lin Xiao decided to send it off. "Predecessor, let the descendant see you off," he shouted, unleashing his most powerful technique. Void Scripture. Spacetime annihilation. Fist breaks the sky. With a thunderous explosion, under such a mighty assault, the armor shattered, and the 6th-tier soul spirit was utterly defeated. In its eyes, which held a trace of clarity, there was a fleeting sign of relief. Then, under Lin Xiao's gaze, a middle-aged phantom clad in armor appeared in the sky. Though his appearance was ordinary, his presence was extraordinary, his gaze filled with fearless sharpness. At this moment, he smiled with contentment, gazing deeply at the land below, his figure slowly dissipating. A massive energy body surged into Lin Xiao, his mental power increasing once more. However, Lin Xiao felt no joy, only an endless killing intent towards the starry forces and the Beast Alliance. It's time to hunt. A cold glint flashed in Lin Xiao's eyes as he embarked on a new journey. "Shaoli, why are you doing this?" Bing Xinru clutched her wound, her condition deteriorating with multiple injuries on her body. Behind her, 2 martial arts examinees lay motionless, as if dead. She was bewildered, staring at the young man in front of her who was her ally just a moment ago. As a warrior of the Dragon Nation, how can you collude with foreign enemies? Aren't you afraid of retribution? Retribution? Huh. That's just nonsense to scare fools. Why did I collude? It's all because of you. Shally glared at Bing Shinru with malice. Day in and day out, I've treated you with utmost respect, trying to please you in every way, but you never looked at me. Not even once. Am I, Shally, less than the bones on the ground in your eyes? A wicked grin appeared on Shally's face as he leered at Bing Zinris' beautiful face, his gaze roaming over her body. I never knew what retribution was, but soon I'll show you what pleasure really means. Shally suddenly changed his demeanor, looking humbly towards the figures behind him. Sir, she's already gravely injured. You promised me. He rubbed his hands together, cautiously eyeing the leading demon youth. The demon youth grinned, revealing a large tooth, and beckoned Shally forward. Sir, do you have any more orders? Shally asked eagerly. With a sudden thrust, Shally's eyes widened in terror as he looked down to see his chest pierced, blood gushing out uncontrollably. Yes, sir, why? His vision blurred. Why? He had done everything asked of him, even betraying his companions, only to end up like this. TSK, killing you dirties my hands. The demon youth flicked his hand dismissively. Such a despicable race, treating betrayal as if it's natural. In their demon culture, only the strong are revered, and they uphold the law of the jungle, but they despise traitors fiercely. Bing Shinru watched Shally die, biting her lip, trying to muster her powers for one last stand. Bang! The demon youth swiftly struck, sending Bing Shinru flying with immense force. The blow was too heavy. Her internal organs suffered severe damage. She struggled to remain standing. TSK, no wonder the demon child wanted you specifically. You're quite something. The demon youth couldn't help but praise her. If it weren't for your useless companion's help, taking you down wouldn't have been easy. Enough talk. Hurry up, don't keep the demon child waiting. Other demon youths approached, launching heavy attacks on Bing Shinru. In her heavily injured state, she was no match for them and passed out. TCH, this woman is really tough. A youth wiped his mouth. Having lost a few teeth from a punch, she managed to land. The youths tied Bing Shinru up and headed away. Similar scenes unfolded across this vast battlefield. In the northeast corner, numerous martial arts examinees gathered, most from poor backgrounds, their abilities middling among the group. Quite a crowd. A demon youth exuded dark energy, grinning at the scene. Behind him were dozens of allies, and members of the Beast Alliance appeared too. How about it? Can you handle it? A youth from the Beast Alliance stepped forward, a fierce look in his eyes. With the treasures bestowed by the demon child, dealing with this trash is a piece of cake. Hearing the name demon child, the Beast Alliance youth felt apprehensive but thought of his own leader, suppressing the fear. Then find the right moment and strike. Stop wasting time, watch me. A resting examinee noticed something amiss. Huh, why is the sky turning red? He wondered, as the battlefield was usually shrouded in gray due to special rules, so why was it turning red now? More people noticed, stopping to gaze at the reddening sky. Yu Wanming and other leaders looked serious, exchanging glances, sensing trouble. Not good. Someone's targeting us. Yu Wanming's face darkened, unsure where the enemy was. The sky's redness intensified, followed by a barrier enveloping them. All the examinees realized they were under attack. Damn, we're under attack. It must be those beasts and demons. Don't be afraid. There are many of us. Let's fight them. What's that smell? Not good. It's soul-sedative incense. Cover your noses. Don't inhale it. Chaos erupted as many inhaled the incense, becoming disoriented and weak, collapsing. Sneaky cowards. Faces hidden. Yu Wanming and others shouted into the area, feeling powerless, not knowing who or where the enemy was, making it impossible to fight. Hours passed, and most were on the ground, incapacitated. Yu Wanming and others were barely holding on, and in a last moment, he thought of someone. No choice. Desperate times call for desperate measures. Moments later, everyone fell into unconsciousness. Thousands gathered without even seeing their enemy. Pathetic, pitiful. Natives are just natives. Dozens of figures appeared, looking down at the fallen with scorn. If not for their leader's orders, they wouldn't have spared any lives. Far away, Lin Xiao was battling a beast. Freeze. The beast youth was terrified, not expecting such a formidable human opponent. It tried to beg, but Lin Xiao didn't give it a chance. Bang. Ding. Detected host killing a latest-stage 4th rank beast. Reward, 5,000 cultivation points. Retrieve the body? Retrieve. Ding. Retrieval successful. Reward, 5,000 cultivation points. Lin Xiao checked his ranking, now in second place. Lin Xiao, with 43,500 points, ranked second. The soul spirits in that secret realm had given him a massive boost, closing the gap to Qin Li by less than 3,000 points. Suddenly, his token vibrated with a message from Yu Wanming. What's this about? Lin Xiao sensed something. His eyes turning sharp, pinpointed the location, and vanished. Using his spatial ability, Lin Xiao teleported towards the memory location, hoping he was in time. He extended his mental power, covering 100 miles. Just in time. Lin Xiao sensed movement ahead, dozens of figures transporting someone, and he accelerated. These trash. I say, why not just kill them all? Who knows why the leader wants them all brought over? A demon youth dragged several limbs, tossing them aside. These people were bound like livestock for slaughter. Stop wasting time. Hurry up. Don't keep the leader waiting. Bang. Suddenly, a figure descended from the sky, the impact startling. Who's there? Everyone dropped what they were doing, looking at the approaching figure. I'm your ancestor. Lin Xiao didn't hesitate, unleashing his full power. Great void teleportation. He forcibly pulled the dozens of enemies into an alternate dimension he created. Before they could react, Lin Xiao swiftly eliminated a few figures. Not good. It's an expert. Be careful. The scene shocked the others, quickly entering combat mode. They had a numerical advantage, and as a higher race, they were inherently arrogant. In the alternate space, countless Lin Xiao figures appeared. Bang! The Demons and Beast Alliance members launched attacks. Not good. It's a mirage. Here too. Everyone stared at the shattered mirrors, becoming alert. Splat. More were instantly killed, unable to react. Who are you? How can a human be this powerful? A demon youth couldn't believe his eyes, refusing to accept that a supposedly inferior race could have someone who slaughtered them like dogs. The answer was 4 chilling words: spacetime annihilation. The space began to collapse, with countless cracks tearing apart, the immense destructive force enveloping all the Demon and Beast Alliance youths, their proud bodies rendered fragile. I don't believe it. Damn human, the demon child will avenge us. The space plunged into endless darkness, and all bodies were torn apart, drifting into the deepest parts of the universe. Ding! Detected host killing beasts. Reward 200,000 cultivation points. Outside, Lin Xiao reappeared, slapping his forehead. Damn, in the heat of the moment, I forgot to leave the bodies. He was frustrated, having wasted a potential 200,000 cultivation points. Lin Xiao didn't know that after the battle, his ranking surpassed Qin Li, placing him first. He then looked ahead at the martial arts examinees bound in chains, feeling a surge of anger. Damn, dying so easily is too good for them. After a long while, the unconscious examinees finally awoke. Yu Wenming approached excitedly. Thank you, Brother Lin, for your help. Lin Xiao stopped him. What happened here? How did you end up like this? With so many of you, you shouldn't have been overpowered by just a few enemies. Yu Wenming felt embarrassed, acknowledging their carelessness. Brother Lin, words can't express our gratitude. If you ever need anything, just say the word. Yu Wenming understood that Lin Xiao was no ordinary person. Just then, messages appeared on their tokens. Lin Xiao read it, his expression turning calm, a divine light flickering in his eyes. Demon child? On the battlefield beyond the borders, a shocking message spread like thunder to every corner. I am the child of the demon. Following this, a chilling scene unfolded before the eyes of all martial candidates. Countless comrades were shackled like livestock, brutally dragged by the young alliance of demons and beasts, their plight heart-wrenching. In the center of the scene, the child of the demon stood with the majesty of a king, wearing a 4-cornered crown, exuding an overwhelming demonic aura, and his eyes filled with unparalleled confidence. His voice cut through the air like a cold blade. Humans, if you wish to save your comrades, come here. The scene vanished, leaving countless martial candidates frozen in place, their hearts torn on how to respond. At that moment, each person's identity token vibrated violently, as if urging them to take action. I am Ji Xiangnan. Those who infringe upon the Dragon Kingdom, no matter how far, will be punished. A voice filled with a murderous aura echoed from the tokens. This name, like a banner, instantly ignited everyone's fighting spirit. Ji Xiangnan, ranked 3rd among the peerless talents. His declaration was like a trumpet call, summoning all the strong to join the battle. In no time, human warriors from all directions pledged to take on this challenge. Their determination was like a warm current, boosting the confidence of other martial candidates. Damn it, let's take them down. I was just worried about earning points. Killing 1 is a gain, killing 2 is a profit. These beasts have gone too far. I saw a brother get captured by them. We have to save him. Brothers, charge. There are so many of us. Why should we fear those damned beasts? Shouts rose one after another, as martial candidates from every corner of the battlefield converged like a tide in the same direction. Each face was marked with resolve. This was not just a war, but a battle for justice that belonged to them. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao and Yu Wenming were also preparing for the impending fight. Brother Lin. Yu Wenming looked solemnly at Lin Xiao. We've discussed with the other leaders and agreed to go together. We must win this battle. Lin Xiao said nothing, just nodded lightly. Then his figure flashed and disappeared. Yu Wenming watched the direction Lin Xiao had left, his expression growing more serious. He turned to face the others, shouting loudly. Brothers, grab your weapons. Those who offend the Dragon Kingdom, no matter how far, will be punished. Elsewhere, a young man wielding a green dragon crescent blade was walking step by step in a certain direction. His blade carved deep marks into the ground, and beneath his indifferent face lay boundless killing intent. At the same time, the demon camp was also preparing intensely. Is everything ready? The child of the demon asked coldly. A young demon replied respectfully. Yes, everything is ready, my lord. Very good. The child of the demon nodded with satisfaction. At this moment, another young man with a powerful demonic aura approached. He had horns on his head, and although his presence was not as commanding as the child of the demon, his tone lacked any reverence. Child of the demon, are you sure your plan will work? The child of the demon cast a cold glance at him. Kuwu, just follow my instructions. The young man called Kuwu's expression turned cold, ready to retort, but a single look from the child of the demon silenced him. Despite Kuwu's powerful background, with a father who was a demon martial saint, he was insignificant before the child of the demon, whom the clan leader had praised as a future martial saint. Humph! Kuwu could only leave in frustration, flicking his sleeve. The child of the demon looked disdainfully at Kuwu's retreating figure, thinking to himself, useless trash. At that moment, a robust young man with a strong presence appeared beside the child of the demon. Child of the demon, that Qinli is not easy to deal with. Are you afraid, Kalinzi? The child of the demon smiled faintly, waiting for his response. Kalinzi shook his head, his eyes shining with fearless light. I fear nothing. Then what are you worried about? The child of the demon gazed into the distance, filled with ambition. This operation was of great importance to his clan, and he could not afford to fail. Seeing this, Kalinzi said no more. If that's the case, I have nothing else to say. The Qilin departed, and with each step it took, the surrounding space seemed to tremble. As the leader of the mythical beast alliance, it exuded an unmatched aura of strength, as if it could tear through the very fabric of reality. Not far away, the demon child stood, his eyes filled with a flickering demonic energy. His gaze was fixed on the horizon, where more and more figures emerged, each emanating a formidable aura. Everyone held their breath, awaiting the unfolding events. Suddenly, a golden light streaked across the sky, accompanied by the deafening roar of countless imperial dragon spirits. Ji Xiangnan had arrived. All eyes were drawn to this powerful presence, his aura so intense that many dared not look directly at him. With each step Ji Xiangnan took, the dragon energy around him grew more solid. When he reached the forefront, the dragon energy soared skyward, and an ancient dragon coiled above, as if threatening to destroy the world. The demon child sensed the loathsome energy, his deep-set eyes flickering. The Qilin approached the demon child and whispered, this guy is no ordinary being. As peerless talents, they both felt the oppressive force emanating from Ji Xiangnan, realizing he was a rival to be reckoned with. At that moment, a piercing sound emanated from the ground. Though faint amidst the noise, it drew everyone's attention. It was Qinli. Among the warriors of the Dragon Nation, someone recognized the young man, a look of surprise and delight on their face. Since his emergence, Qinli had dominated the rankings, undefeated, and held an even higher status in their hearts than Ji Xiangnan and others. Seeing this, the demon child finally spoke. It seems everyone is here. As soon as he finished speaking, all the warriors of the Dragon Nation turned their gaze toward him, with someone unable to resist shouting, you call yourself the demon child? If you know what's good for you, release our people immediately. With the arrival of their leaders, the confidence of the Dragon Nation warriors surged, and they began to shout defiantly. Qinli and Ji Xiangnan stood side by side, exchanging a knowing glance, understanding everything without words. The demon child flashed a wicked smile and waved his hand. Suddenly, screams echoed from behind. A demon youth had swiftly slaughtered dozens of Dragon Nation warriors, their anguished cries lingering in the air. This scene completely enraged the Dragon Nation warriors, who were eager to charge forward. Just as the demon child was about to strike again, Qinli suddenly swung his blade. The powerful intent within the strike forcibly suppressed everyone. Holding his azure dragon crescent blade, Qinli stood before the crowd, pointing at the opposition, and declared, draw a line. His commanding presence intimidated many members of the Demon and Mythical Beast Alliance. The demon child looked at the imposing Qinli and said with a smile, Qinli, you're still the same. It's simple. If you cut off one of your arms, I'll release these people immediately. How about that? Before Qinli could respond, Ji Xiangnan stepped forward. His golden eyes shone with a piercing gaze, and he calmly said, I thought you were someone of substance, but you're just as brainless as the rest. These words left the demon child momentarily silent. After a brief pause, he turned his gaze to Ji Xiangnan. You're Ji Xiangnan, right? I sense a familiar aura from you. Who is GZ to you? Hearing this, Ji Xiangnan's aura visibly fluctuated, his expression turning sharp as he stared at the demon child like a knife. Seeing this, the demon child refrained from further questioning and instead again addressed Qinli. Have you made up your mind? Enough with your nonsense. Qinli responded with a sky-covering blade intent. Leaping forward, his unmatched blade intent wreaked havoc in the air. As Ji Xiangnan said, he would never agree to such a senseless demand. That's unfortunate. The demon child showed no surprise, for he had already achieved his purpose. Suddenly, the ground began to quake violently, causing many to lose their balance. Mysterious patterns emerged in the space around them. The demon child's face bore a triumphant smile as he arrogantly declared, "Foolish humans, you are destined to become my prey." The ground shook violently, the sudden upheaval throwing the martial arts examinees into chaos. Several top-ranked warriors projected a powerful aura, attempting to stabilize the situation. "Don't panic, we mustn't lose our composure," someone shouted loudly. Qinli looked up, staring intently at the mysterious patterns in the sky. He swung his blade, unleashing a terrifying sword intent, one sword style. The sword energy soared, briefly tearing through the patterns, but they quickly restored themselves. Meanwhile, the martial arts examinees bound by chains suddenly suffered severe injuries, their faces pale, with some even coughing up blood. This scene made Qinli hesitate to act rashly. He glared coldly at the demon child, demanding sharply, "What have you done?" The demon child smiled indifferently, raising his head's horn. The patterns in the sky solidified further, and his smile grew more arrogant. "Qinli, did you think I captured these people just to threaten you? At this point, I'll give you one last chance. Sever an arm, and I'll spare you. There's no need to waste words with them." Ji Xiangnan arrived on golden clouds, a giant golden dragon coiling behind him. He launched an attack without hesitation but was intercepted by a young man. "Your opponent is me." The young man was brimming with power, catching Ji Xiangnan's attack barehanded. This was Qiren Zi, wielding a terrifying bloodline power. The two engaged in fierce combat instantly. Imperial Dragon energy roared, and an Imperial Dragon robe appeared on Ji Xiangnan. Qiren Zi's every attack was mighty, distorting the entire space. The residual power of their battle deterred others from approaching. Qinli roared, "Demon child, today you will die." He swung his blade forcefully, heaven-slashing blade. The immense blade energy surged towards the demon child. The demon child snorted, and behind him appeared an immeasurable Dharma body, tens of feet high. Chemo immeasurable. The terrifying demon energy condensed, directly confronting the blade energy, erupting with unimaginable waves. The battle erupted instantly, with tens of thousands of martial arts examinees launching an attack simultaneously. Though the demon and beast alliance numbered only in the hundreds, they showed no fear, instead wearing mocking smiles. Suddenly, the sky and earth split, lightning and thunder raged. The patterns in the sky trembled violently, unleashing countless attacks. The forces of wind, fire, thunder, and lightning wreaked havoc among the crowd, catching many Dragon Kingdom warriors off guard and severely injuring them. "Not good. Defend. Watch the sky." People looked up with grave expressions. Someone suggested, "We must first destroy these patterns." Everyone agreed, mustering all their strength to launch a fierce assault on the sky. However, the captured Dragon Kingdom warriors coughed up blood again, their faces even paler. The clever ones quickly realized that these mysterious patterns were connected to their compatriots' lives. "Damn it!" Someone roared in anger. "What should we do?" Among the captives, someone shouted, disregarding their life, "Don't worry about us. Kill these bastards." Before the words were finished, they were brutally slapped by the demons, their face turned askew. Everyone was caught in a dilemma, unable to advance or retreat. The attacks from the sky continued, and they could only defend repeatedly. As time dragged on, their abilities would be exhausted, leaving them as helpless prey. All hopes were pinned on the frontline battlefield. Qin Li and the demon child were locked in battle, evenly matched. Meanwhile, Ji Xiangnan was already at a disadvantage, being pressured by Qiren Zi. "Is this all you've got? Where's the bravado from before?" Qiren Zi launched wide, powerful attacks, radiating a fifth-level aura. Ji Xiangnan could only defend continuously, his Imperial Dragon robe already dim. Despite having broken through to the fourth level, with strength comparable to late fifth level, he struggled against Qiren Zi, who bore ancestral blood. The demon child laughed loudly. "Qinli, your teammate is losing. Once Qiren Zi finishes with him, you're next. This time, humanity will lose." On the three battlefronts, two were at a disadvantage. The scales of battle seemed to tip in favor of the demons. At this moment, Ji Xiangnan's pupils sparkled with golden light, his expression turning increasingly frenzied. Ignoring Qiren Zi's fierce attacks, he conjured an Imperial Dragon sword and suddenly stabbed towards a specific spot in the sky. Qiren Zi was somewhat disappointed, thinking his opponent had given up. The demon child laughed even more wildly, as if victory was within reach. Suddenly, with a crack, the Imperial Dragon sword pierced through the patterns in the sky. This scene left the demon child and Qiren Zi stunned, knowing the formation's fearsome reputation made it seem impossible to break so easily. The crack in the sky widened. Amidst the collective shock, a strange voice echoed, "Void Blade." Countless sharp, invisible blades appeared, shattering the captive's chains. Immediately after, a powerful spatial fluctuation spread, and the captured Dragon Kingdom warriors vanished. "What?" the demon child exclaimed in shock. "How is this possible?" The patterns in the sky shattered completely, and a figure appeared out of thin air. He stood on divine light, holding a woman in his arms. With a wave of his hand, those who had been captured appeared back in the Dragon Kingdom's camp. Who are you? The demon child retreated from the battlefield, glaring at the figure. The figure ignored him, instead looking down at the girl in his arms. Are you all right? The girl raised her light blue eyes, apologetically saying, I'm fine, sorry for holding you back. This girl was Bing Shinru, feeling guilty and thinking she had embarrassed her friends. Lin Xiao suddenly appeared on the battlefield, gently placing Bing Shinru down. As a master-level formation expert, he had long sensed the anomalies here and coordinated seamlessly with Ji Xiangnan. The demon child's expression changed drastically when he saw Lin Xiao, staring at him in disbelief. Who exactly are you? The demon child demanded sharply, his eyes filled with unease. Lin Xiao didn't answer. Instead, he walked over to Ji Xiangnan. Can you still move? He asked, his eyes showing concern. Ji Xiangnan, surrounded by the aura of a dragon, answered firmly, of course. Lin Xiao gave a thumbs up and issued a succinct command. Leave this to me. You take care of the others. Ji Xiangnan paused for a moment before turning to leave, fully aware of Lin Xiao's strength. Just as the Qilin was about to advance, Lin Xiao stopped it, taunting. I hear you're quite the fighter? The remark infuriated the Qilin, who sneered. It's been a long time since anyone dared to speak to me like that. Instantly, its face darkened, and a terrifying surge of bloodline power erupted. With a thunderous crash, the two engaged in a battle that shook the heavens and earth. It was a pure physical confrontation, with Lin Xiao's body emanating a bronze golden glow, his formidable energy soaring skyward. The Qilin was forced to retreat repeatedly, and Lin Xiao pressed the advantage. Is this all you've got? Where's that bravado from before? The Qilin's face fell, angered by its own words being thrown back at it. It forcefully activated its ancestral blood, its power escalating several levels. You're courting death, it roared, launching a fierce attack. Lin Xiao deftly countered, frequently utilizing spatial teleportation, creating countless illusions in the air while launching a powerful barrage of punches. The Qilin was driven back repeatedly, and if not for its strong defense, it would have been severely injured. The demon child watched all this, his expression shifting constantly, unable to believe the situation had escalated to this point. Suddenly, a sky-covering blade intent snapped him back to reality. Qin Li, wielding a large sword, charged at him, sparking another intense battle. Meanwhile, Ji Xiangnan faced off against Kunu. Emperor Dragon Qi continuously erupted, its powerful aura forcing Kunu to retreat repeatedly. Kunu roared in disbelief. How can this human be so strong? He couldn't accept that he was losing to a human. Powerful demonic energy filled the sky and earth as a massive apparition appeared behind Kunu. Kill! He roared, launching an attack. Emperor Dragon Fist. Ji Xiangnan countered, a sky-piercing punch, enhanced by the golden dragon, became incredibly fierce, penetrating Kunu's demonic form. Kunu suffered a massive backlash, coughing up blood repeatedly. Damn it! Demon child, save me! Kunu cried out in terror, pleading for help from the demon child. The demon child surveyed the battlefield, realizing the situation was lost, and glared venomously at Lin Xiao. Kid, I'll remember you. He crushed a jade token in his hand, opening a portal to escape alone. Demon child, save me! Kunu called out in despair, but the demon child had already stepped into the portal, ignoring him. Emperor Dragon Sword. Ji Xiangnan thrust his sword through Kunu's chest, the powerful Emperor Dragon Qi raging within him. Kunu murmured in disbelief. How can I die here? His voice weakened, and he finally fell, dead. Elsewhere, the Qilin had revealed its true form, a mixed-blood Qilin covered in azure scales. It roared in fury, launching repeated assaults, but each time Lin Xiao effortlessly neutralized them. Stop! Lin Xiao once again used his spacetime abilities, freezing the Qilin in place. He instantly moved forward, delivering a fist breaking the sky, shattering countless scales on the Qilin's body, leaving it bloodied. The Qilin's invincible aura was forcibly dispersed, humiliated like a defeated dog. Lin Xiao's strength was beyond imagination. Even a Qilin with ancestral blood was defeated in physical combat. Endless punches continued to rain down, and the Qilin struggled to hold on amidst its tears of blood. Eventually, its massive body collapsed with a thunderous crash, shaking the ground. In its final moments, it barely opened its eyes, looking at the human who inspired such deep fear. Who are you? Before it could finish, Lin Xiao delivered another punch, shattering the Qilin's head. The Qilin was thus vanquished. The massive body of the Qilin crashed heavily to the ground, like a small mountain collapsing with a thunderous roar. This scene stunned everyone present, and the air was thick with tension and disbelief. Ji Xiangnan stood to the side, his expression complex. He hadn't been concerned when suppressed by the Qilin, as he was confident that given more time, he could surpass it. However, at this moment, his gaze fell on Lin Xiao, and a sense of powerlessness surged within him. Lin Xiao, you've grown stronger again. Ji Xiangnan's golden eyes fixed on the boy radiating divine light, deeply shaken. But this feeling quickly faded, replaced by an unyielding determination. He clenched his fists secretly, silently vowing to himself, I am Ji Xiangnan, the emperor of the human world. It's good to have strong opponents ahead, just when I was worried about not finding a worthy rival. Lin Xiao, one day I will surpass you. Qin Li also gazed at the dazzling figure, a flicker of something unusual in his stern eyes. He felt the battle spirit boiling within him, eager to engage this young man in a full-scale fight. The surrounding martial arts examinees stood frozen, shocked by the scene. Someone exclaimed, that boy is so powerful. I remember him, the first one to stand up without fear. Who is he? Someone asked in confusion. He's Lin Xiao. Yu Wenming shouted the name loudly from the crowd. Lin Xiao? The one who's ranked first? Even surpassing Qin Li, the unparalleled warrior? Why have I never heard of him? I remember now, Lin Xiao. He's the king of geniuses. Wasn't Qin Li the king of geniuses? Lin Xiao is this year's king of geniuses. Wow, he's only 16 and just started high school. More and more people exclaimed, and Lin Xiao's name spread like wildfire, with even exaggerated versions claiming he was under 10 years old. At this moment, Lin Xiao heard the system prompt. Ding! Detected that the host has killed a 5th-tier early-stage mixed-blood Qilin, awarding 20,000 cultivation points. Would you like to collect the corpse? Do not collect. Lin Xiao decisively refused. Letting the system collect the corpse of such a powerful beast would be a huge loss. With a gentle wave of his hand, he stored the massive body in his space. Run! The remaining members of the Demon and Beast Alliance were now filled with fear. Seeing their leader dead or fleeing, they were utterly crushed. Oh no, these bastards are trying to escape. Everyone go. Finally, someone reacted, realizing these damned creatures must not be allowed to get away. Lin Xiao moved swiftly, appearing beside a beast youth in an instant, his powerful fist intent shattering the opponent. This scene left many martial arts examinees dumbfounded, exclaiming, wow, is he really that fierce? Soon everyone understood. Brothers, charge. Killing one is worth 1,000 points. At that moment, the once dominant beasts became like homeless dogs, pursued by thousands. Lin Xiao moved as if in an empty space, single-handedly taking down all the beast youths, not even sparing their corpses. Many martial arts examinees silently labeled Lin Xiao as the beast hunter in their hearts, noticing he only targeted beasts, not demons, though the reason was unclear. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao's mind was flooded with the system's notifications. The beast youths present had cultivation levels generally above the 4th tier, and he was earning a fortune. After a fierce battle, all the demons and beasts were annihilated. This life-and-death struggle ended in victory for Longhua. At this point, all Longhua martial arts examinees focused their attention on the 3 figures at the forefront, Lin Xiao, Qin Li, and Ji Xiangnan. Without these 3, the battle would have been lost. Qin Li, holding a long knife, walked slowly to Lin Xiao, stopping about a meter away. The two stood silently, a strange tension filling the air. Lin Xiao, Qin Li's raspy voice broke the silence, his eyes glinting with an unusual light. I'm Qin Li. You're strong. I hope we can fight someday. Lin Xiao frowned slightly, wondering why this guy wanted to fight right away. Is he a martial arts fanatic? But his gaze remained calm, filled with confident strength, which pleased Qin Li. Qin Li glanced at Ji Xiangnan. You're not bad either. When you catch up to me, let's have a fight. Ji Xiangnan was taken aback. Then his body surged with imperial aura. Very well. Qin Li finished speaking, holding the Azure Dragon Crescent Blade, and turned to leave, unchallenged. Ji Xiangnan also stepped forward, dragon energy surging. Lin Xiao, you're stronger than me now. But one day, I'll reclaim my glory. His golden eyes radiated powerful confidence, the absolute belief of a human emperor. Lin Xiao felt a bit speechless, wondering why everyone was challenging him. Suddenly, he thought of a phrase. Standing with his hands behind his back, his deep eyes looked to the horizon, divine light illuminating the earth. I'll give you time to catch up, until you can no longer see me in the distance. His calm tone carried an indescribable domineering strength. Ji Xiangnan's eyes narrowed. As the human emperor, he felt a tremor in his heart at that moment. It was a fearless, grand, invincible aura, as if the boy before him truly was invincible in the world, beyond anyone's reach. Though the battle had ended days ago, many martial arts examinees still recalled the awe-inspiring scene. Lin Xiao, a name unfamiliar to most, left an indelible impression on everyone during this fight. Someone said, how can you not know Lin Xiao, the king of geniuses? Come on, all our focus is on the national exams. Who has time to pay attention to the king of geniuses that appears every year? At this moment, signals appeared on everyone's tokens. Only one day left in the national exams. Suddenly, everyone rolled up their sleeves, ready to push their rankings higher in the final moments. Lin Xiao walked aimlessly through a rugged area. He checked his ranking. Lin Xiao, 63,000 points, ranked first. Qin Li remained second, with 52,000 points, a full 10,000 points behind. With 1 day left, his position seems secure. System, open the personal panel. Ding, personal panel opened. Name, Lin Xiao. Gender, male. Age, 16. Race, human. Talent, SS level ability time and space, super SS level time and space holy law source, awakening degree 19.7. Time and space divine I-10 great divine eyes, awakening degree 18.8. Level, 4th tier, early peak. Vitality, 31,438. Mental power, 1,999. Cultivation method, Void Sutra minor achievement. Mixed primordial infinite, Dao Sutra minor achievement. Martial arts, Void Blade minor achievement peak. Divine Eye minor achievement. Fist breaks the sky minor achievement. Soul Needle minor achievement. Auxiliary insights, master level combat skills. Master level formation grandmaster. Fist intent introduction. Cultivation points, 710,001. Looking at these stats, Lin Xiao couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Killing mythical beasts really pays off. Lin Xiao looked at the numbers flashing on the system interface, feeling a surge of joy at the 710,000 cultivation points he had accumulated. Without hesitation, he decided to allocate points to his innate abilities. Ding! The system notification sounded. Points added successfully, 700,000 cultivation points deducted. As the cultivation points were invested, Lin Xiao immediately felt a mysterious power circulating within him. His control over time and space became more proficient, as if the secrets of the universe were unfolding before him. The awakening of his 2 major talents surged dramatically, with the Super SS level time-space Sacred Law Essence reaching 29.7 and the time-space Divine Eye breaking through to 28.8, a full 10 increase. Lin Xiao closed his eyes, feeling the changes within. The latent time-space Sacred Law Essence began to ripple, its surface adorned with mysterious waves, as if nurturing some powerful and enigmatic force. These abilities sure burn through resources quickly. Lin Xiao chuckled wryly, suddenly realizing that maintaining these abilities was like supporting a group of wealthy dependents, far beyond his means. To test his newly acquired power, Lin Xiao focused on the space in front of him. His gaze shimmered slightly, and a spatial rift was forcibly torn open under his watch. Such an operation would have previously consumed at least 1/5 of his energy. It's worth noting that since cultivating the primordial infinite Dao scripture, Lin Xiao's energy reserves were 50 times that of an ordinary person. Lin Xiao carefully sensed the outcome and was pleasantly surprised to find that this operation consumed significantly less energy than before, using only about 1/5 of what it previously required. This tremendous progress filled him with elation and anticipation for the future path of cultivation. Lin Xiao felt his control over time and space had reached new heights. He mused to himself that he should now be able to create a 5-fold time flow. As he was reveling in this progress, he habitually called upon the system to check in. System, check in. A clear notification sounded. Ding, check-in successful. You've been awarded a master-level comprehension of alchemy. Would you like to accept? Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow, unexpectedly scratching his head. Good stuff. But is the system trying to make me a jack-of-all-trades? First arrays, now alchemy, impressive. After a brief consideration, he decisively said, accept. With his confirmation, a familiar sensation washed over him. Lin Xiao's consciousness was instantly pulled into a strange space. Before him unfolded a heart-wrenching scene. A ragged boy knelt on the ground, tears streaming down his face, calling out to a pale, frail woman. Mother, how are you? I'm so scared, boo-hoo. The boy's voice was filled with despair and fear. The woman was indeed the boy's mother, exuding a deep aura of death, clearly not long for this world. Yet she still forced her battered body to comfort her child with her last ounce of strength. Bayer, don't cry. Mother is fine, cough cough. She gently stroked the boy's head, managing a faint, kind smile. The boy held his mother's cold hand tightly, breathing onto it in an attempt to warm it. Mother, I found a way to cure you. Hang in there, mother. I met a kind uncle in the back mountain. He said there's a legendary healer on the other side of the mountain who can surely save you. The woman's eyes were beginning to glaze over, her voice weakening. Bayer, cough cough. You must be good. Remember to eat every day. Cough. When you grow up, find a good family, and be good to her. Do you hear? Mother. The boy's cry was filled with despair and longing. Lin Xiao quietly observed this scene, his heart touched by the mother and son's parting. He watched the boy named Jun Ruobeho, alone, use the last shovel in the house to dig all day and night in the pouring rain, finally burying his mother in the desolate wilderness. Then, Lin Xiao witnessed Jun Ruobei's journey of growth. The once helpless boy left the mountains, joined a sect as a medicine boy, and with incredible talent and hard work, was soon taken as the last disciple by a powerful master, embarking on his path in alchemy. Time flew by, and Jun Ruobei grew into a renowned alchemist, surpassing even his master in the art of pill-making. Countless experts spared no expense to obtain the elixirs he crafted. Finally, on a stormy day, Jun Rabai opened a furnace to refine pills at a ley-line source. After a month of relentless effort, he successfully crafted a peerless elixir, the 9-turn tribulation-breaking pill. This pill possessed miraculous life-saving properties, even capable of healing those at death's door. As Jun Rabai gazed at the pill that encapsulated his life's work, childhood memories surged forth. He seemed to see his mother lying on her sickbed again, tears glistening in his eyes. Mother, Bayer has grown up. Bayer finally created a divine pill that can heal everything in the world. Mother, Bayer misses you so much. At that moment, Jun Ruobai's mastery of alchemy reached an unprecedented pinnacle, a feat that would echo through the ages. The scene abruptly ended, and Lin Xiao came back to his senses from the experience. He realized he had just lived through the life of an unparalleled alchemist, filled with respect. Suddenly, a phantom appeared before Lin Xiao. It was Jun Ruobai. He asked, "Have you understood?" Lin Xiao respectfully bowed and solemnly nodded. "I have understood." As Jun Ruobai's phantom dissipated, Lin Xiao's consciousness returned to reality. Upon opening his eyes, he felt a new aura of wisdom and maturity. More importantly, his mind was now filled with countless insights into alchemy and recipes, including the formula for the 9-turn tribulation-breaking pill. Lin Xiao stood up and bowed deeply to the endless starry sky, expressing his gratitude to Jun Ruobai. Thus, at the young age of 16, Lin Xiao gained yet another enviable identitia, master-level alchemy grandmaster. As the signal from the token arrived, the current National College entrance exam was nearing its end. Beyond the battlefield, 3 groups gathered together. Lin Yaodian gazed into the distance with a calm expression, while Guler gave a provoking smile. "Do you think it would be too thrilling if all your Dragon Nation martial arts candidates were to fall inside?" As he spoke, he cautiously watched Lin Yaoyan's reaction, wary of the peak martial saint's sudden move. Tula quietly stepped back to distance himself from the other two. As someone who also mastered spacetime abilities, he was well aware of Lin Yaoyan's terrifying power. Not only could he see everything within the extraterrestrial battlefield, but he was also the strongest among martial saints. Suddenly, a fluctuation came from the battlefield. Lin Yaodian immediately waved his hand, conjuring a pathway that led straight into the battlefield. The martial arts candidates began to emerge, their faces showing either joy or worry, clearly having different expectations about their results. As more candidates appeared, Guler's expression grew serious. When the last candidate had come out, Lin Yaodian retracted his ability, silently watching the group of young students. The exam had been too harsh for them, with many never returning from the battlefield. Lin Yaodian waved his hand again, transporting all the candidates to their respective aircraft. Nearly 100 Martial King experts acted swiftly, escorting these future seeds of the Dragon Nation safely back. Guler and Tula exchanged a glance and jointly tore open space, awaiting the appearance of their people. Yet, after a long wait, the space rift remained silent. Just as the two sensed something amiss, Lin Yaodian suddenly struck. Powerful space-time rules instantly pulled the 2 alien martial saints into another dimension. "Lin Yaodian, are you crazy?" they exclaimed as the 3 martial saints engaged in a colossal battle, the aftermath capable of devastating an entire area. Though the battle was brief, its impact was profound. The Starry Sky Forces and the Beast Alliance subsequently imposed sanctions on the Dragon Nation, claiming their 2 martial saints were critically injured. In response to the accusations, the Dragon Nation remained defiant. Fight or leave. Relations among the 3 forces became tense, with frequent skirmishes at the border areas. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao had already returned to the safe zone's airspace. District Chief Ma and 3 principals were receiving the returning students, while parents anxiously searched for their children. The Ministry of Education released the exam footage, and the scenes of Lin Xiao and others fighting against the alien races caused a sensation online. "Wow, Lin Xiao is incredible. That's how you deal with those beasts." Netizens were in an uproar. When news of Bing Qinru being kidnapped by the Demon Sun reached the military, fierce battles erupted on a battlefield, with even martial saints showing signs of intervening. Back at school, Principal Chu called Lin Xiao into the office. "Lin Xiao, how did you feel about the exam? Do you think you can make it into the top 10? Faced with the principal's expectations, Lin Xiao instead inquired about the reward system. Principal Chu spoke grandly. "The top 50 receive 30 million. The top 10 get 50 million. What if it's first place nationwide?" Principal Chu looked intently at Lin Xiao and said word by word, "If you achieve the national top score, the school will reward you with 100 million. A full 100 million. When Lin Xiao heard the mention of 100 million, his eyes shone with an unprecedented light. He was overwhelmed with excitement, thinking to himself, "The principal is really too good to me." He quickly extended his hand and gave Principal Chu a firm high five, as if to confirm the promise's authenticity. Principal Chu was a bit taken aback by Lin Xiao's reaction. He carefully scrutinized the young man before him, wondering to himself, could this kid really be serious? At that moment, The efficiency of the Dragon Nation's authorities was on full display. The Education Bureau swiftly issued an announcement, stating that the National College Entrance Exam rankings would be released the next day. Although the students already knew their scores, this news set the entire society abuzz. Time slipped by intense anticipation. The next morning, the sun blazed across the land as countless people sat by their computers, anxiously waiting for the exam results to be announced. Even the parents who already knew their children's scores were no exception, ready with words to boast to other parents. Suddenly, there was movement on the Ministry of Education's website. People swarmed to it, almost crashing the server. Everyone was searching for the same answer. Who is the top scorer? Oh my god, it's Lin Xiao. Am I seeing this right? A first-year high school student taking the college entrance exam is already crazy enough, and now you're telling me he topped the nation? Holy crap, it really is Lin Xiao. Qin Li only came in second. The entire Dragon Nation was instantly in an uproar. Lin Xiao's name once again became the hot topic on everyone's lips. Parents earnestly advised their children, "Son, when you grow up, you should be like Lin Xiao." Meanwhile, in the principal's office of 3rd Middle School, Principal Chu stared at the Ministry of Education's announcement, repeatedly confirming the familiar name Lin Xiao. He exited and re-entered the site multiple times, finally convinced it wasn't an illusion. Haha, my school produced a national top scorer. Principal Chu was as excited as a child, dancing around the office. Just then, a knock on the door interrupted his jubilation. Outside came the booming voice of District Chief Ma. "Old Chu, congratulations." District Chief Ma walked in with a beaming face. He had been equally incredulous when he first heard the news, but rushed over to offer his congratulations. After all, this national top scorer hailed from their very own Pingan district. At that moment, Lin Xiao was leisurely soaking in the bathtub of his new home, enjoying his first complete relaxation in days. Suddenly, the phone rang, breaking the tranquility. "Lin Xiao? Master Lin, how are you so amazing?" came a familiar voice from the other end. Lin Xiao switched to speakerphone with disdain and tossed the phone aside. "Fatty, get to the point." "Hee hee. Lin Xiao, we're like brothers. As your best friend, I had to be the first to share the good news of your national top score." Wang Yi was ecstatic, as if the honor was his own. "Anything else?" Lin Xiao asked calmly. "Hee hee, just wondering when you have time to come over for dinner. My old man said he's going to prepare an extremely lavish meal." "Sure, just let me know when your uncle is available." "Xiao, you're like a brother to me. I'll ask my old man right away and let you know the time." Just after hanging up, Lin Xiao had barely closed his eyes to relax when the phone rang again. This time, it was Principal Chu, his voice booming through the phone. "Hey, Lin Xiao, where are you?" Lin Xiao quickly held the phone away and replied, "Principal, I'm at home right now, but I'll head over to you shortly." Lin Xiao was soaking in the warm bath when the sudden ring of his phone shattered the tranquility. As he answered, he heard Principal Chu's urgent voice, "You don't need to come. Director Ma and I are heading there directly." Before he could respond, the call ended. Lin Xiao looked at his phone screen and shook his head helplessly. It seemed his bath would have to be cut short. Before long, hurried footsteps echoed from outside. "Lin Xiao, open the door." Principal Chu's voice came through the door. Lin Xiao quickly got up and went to open it. Standing at the entrance were Principal Chu and Director Ma, both looking excited, their hair disheveled by the wind, clearly having rushed over. Upon seeing Lin Xiao, Principal Chu couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Lin Xiao, you rascal. I don't even know what to say." His smile was brighter than ever, as if he'd used up a lifetime's worth of smiles in that moment. The more he looked at Lin Xiao, the more he liked him, his eyes full of admiration. "Did you already know your results?" National top scorer. Principal Chu's voice was filled with disbelief and pride. As a principal, he never dreamed his school would produce a national top scorer, and now he felt like he was walking on air. Director Ma stepped forward, looking at Lin Xiao with words unspoken. As the head of a district, he'd seen many significant events, but having a national top scorer in his jurisdiction was beyond his wildest dreams. In a country with hundreds of districts, their Pingan district was often at the bottom in various aspects, lacking resources and advantages compared to stronger districts. They didn't even have a single Marshal King level expert, so who would have believed such a remote area could produce a national top scorer? "Lin Xiao, I won't say much more. Congratulations on becoming the national top scorer." Director Ma pulled out a card from his pocket, a decision he and Principal Chu had made on the way. Knowing Lin Xiao liked money, they decided on a substantial reward. Lin Xiao's eyes lit up as he respectfully accepted the card. Seeing the balance of 100 million, he sincerely exclaimed, "Thank you, Director Ma. Your generosity is overwhelming." Then, Lin Xiao turned his gaze to Principal Chu, eyes full of expectation. Understanding, Principal Chu also handed him a card. Another 100 million. Lin Xiao was secretly delighted. 200 million in total felt incredibly rewarding. The two elders chatted with Lin Xiao about many things, mainly focusing on the topic of choosing a university. Principal Chu advised Lin Xiao not to rush his decision and to weigh his options carefully. After all, Being the national top scorer meant top universities would compete for him at any cost. Lin Xiao understood and hadn't yet made a final decision. To give Lin Xiao a more comprehensive understanding, Principal Chu introduced the top 5 universities in the Dragon Nation, hoping Lin Xiao could have a preliminary grasp. In the next couple of days, people will likely come to see you. Rest well, and contact me if you need anything. Principal Chu advised before leaving. After seeing off the jubilant Principal Chu and Director Ma, Lin Xiao had just sighed in relief when the system's notification sounded. Ding. Detected 2 million cultivation points available for exchange. Would you like to proceed? Lin Xiao frowned, wondering why the system was so eager, but he decisively responded, exchange. Watching his cultivation points soar to 2,010,001, Lin Xiao felt a surge of excitement, never having felt so wealthy before. He began contemplating how to enhance his abilities. System, open the personal panel. Lin Xiao commanded. A virtual interface appeared before him, detailing his attributes and abilities. As Lin Xiao reviewed his progress, he felt a sense of pride. However, when he noticed there was no sign next to the Hunyuan Wuji Daojing, he was puzzled. System, how many cultivation points are needed to level up the Hunyuan Wuji Daojing? Lin Xiao curiously asked. The system immediately replied, Ding, achieving mastery in Hunyuan Wuji Daojing requires 10 million cultivation points. Hiss. Lin Xiao gasped. 10 million? That's a billion. His excitement was instantly dampened by the staggering cost of cultivation. Nonetheless, Lin Xiao didn't feel discouraged. He knew the novice zone was about to end, and he was about to step onto the vast stage of the starry sky. The future path was fraught with challenges, but also held limitless possibilities. Lin Xiao resolved to make his mark on this grand stage and create his own legend. Lin Xiao suddenly remembered that he had a large number of exotic beast corpses stored in his space, and he needed to deal with them quickly. A place came to his mind: the Martial Arts Association's Peace District branch. Every day, countless low-level awakened individuals with powers ranging from the first to the second tier would gather there. The familiar scene brought back memories for Lin Xiao. He stepped forward, about to speak, when a service staff member recognized him. A flash of surprise crossed the staff member's eyes, and they quickly contacted their superior. Please wait a moment, esteemed warrior, the staff member said respectfully. Lin Xiao nodded in agreement, his gaze sweeping the surroundings as memories surged like a tide. Just as he was immersed in his thoughts, a familiar voice called out. Excuse me, are you Master Lin Xiao? Lin Xiao turned around to see the man who had always served him. The man's face was full of delight as he approached quickly. Master Lin, I didn't expect to see you here today. What brings you here? I want to process some exotic beast corpses, Lin Xiao stated directly. In a large space, Lin Xiao began to take out the beast corpses. The sheer number left the staff nearby in awe. When the body of the Qilin appeared, one staff member trembled, overwhelmed by its powerful aura. He hurried to report to his superiors, and soon, the branch manager, Sun Xian, came personally. Ha ha ha, Lin, my young brother, it's been a while. Sun Xian laughed as he approached, scrutinizing Lin Xiao. In just a few months, the young man's transformation was so profound that Sun Xian could no longer gauge him. Brother Sun, long time no see. Lin Xiao responded with a smile. Sun Xian's attention quickly turned to the pile of corpses. Wow, where did you get so many corpses? He asked in surprise, then noticed the Qilin's body. Sun Xian's expression instantly became serious. He examined the corpse closely, his brow furrowing deeper and his expression growing increasingly grave. Lin Xiao gazed at the corpse before him, his brow furrowed. This body exuded an unusual aura, and he keenly sensed that it had possessed at least a 5th-level cultivation in life. Even more astonishing, it was the remains of an extremely rare Qilin. Lin Xiao was inwardly amazed. It was the first time he had ever seen the remains of such a rare creature. He turned to look at the young man beside him, a hint of confusion in his eyes. How could a corpse of this caliber end up in the hands of a young person? Suppressing his many questions, Lin Xiao addressed Sun Xian, saying, Brother Sun, what do you think these corpses could fetch? He gestured to the bodies strewn on the ground, calculating in his mind the billion he owed Brother Sun. Upon hearing this, Sun Xian immediately crouched down to examine them closely. His fingers gently brushed over each body, his eyes gleaming with professional insight. Moments later, he stood up, his face full of astonishment. Brother Lin, his voice trembled slightly with excitement. These are worth about 4 billion altogether. Among them, this Qilin corpse is the most valuable. Alone it could sell for 3 billion. Lin Xiao couldn't help but gasp at this. The figure far exceeded his expectations. He silently thanked himself for not letting the system take these corpses away, or he would have missed out on a fortune. He composed himself and said to Sun Xian, Brother Sun, go ahead and take them. By the way, didn't I borrow 1 billion from you before? Just deduct it from this and transfer the rest to me. Sun Xian nodded repeatedly and quickly began handling the valuable corpses. He was inwardly delighted. It was the first time he had received such a large transaction. Before long, he had processed all the corpses and transferred the remaining 3 billion to Lin Xiao's account after deducting the debt. With matters settled, Lin Xiao prepared to leave. He had other important things to attend to. See you next time, brother Sun. He waved at Sun Xian and turned to leave. Sun Xian watched Lin Xiao's retreating figure, still filled with curiosity. Where had these priceless corpses come from? He opened his mouth, but ultimately refrained from asking further. After all, too many questions might affect the hard-won friendship between them. Shaking his head, he buried his questions and turned to tally today's gains. At that moment, a staff member hurried over to Sun Xian's side, whispering a shocking piece of news. What did you say? The top scorer in the national exams this year is also named Lin Xiao. Sun Xian repeated in disbelief, his eyes wide open. As the branch manager, he was always busy and rarely paid attention to such news. Sun Xian immediately opened his computer and logged onto the official website. His fingers flew across the keyboard as he stared intently at the screen, repeatedly confirming this unbelievable news. Indeed, it was true Lin Xiao. How can there be so many coincidences in the world? Sun Xian murmured to himself, deep in thought. Moments later, he suddenly realized. There are no coincidences, it must be true. Recalling the shy young man from a few months ago who wanted to borrow $1 billion, Sun Xian couldn't help but marvel at Lin Xiao's astonishing growth. A hidden dragon returning to the sea, truly a hidden dragon returning to the sea, he remarked quietly. Meanwhile, as soon as Lin Xiao returned home, he eagerly opened the system interface. He converted the 3 billion he just received into cultivation points, ready to begin a new round of comprehensive enhancement. System, add points for me. Lin Xiao commanded decisively. Immediately, a powerful aura filled the room. Lin Xiao felt the surging power within him, exuding an unprecedented aura of confidence. System, open the personal panel. Lin Xiao ordered. A virtual interface unfolded before him. Name, Lin Xiao. Gender, male. Age, 16. Race, human. Talent, SS level time-space ability. Super SS level source of time-space. Sacred Law Awakening level 36.7. Time-space divine eye, one of the 10 great divine eyes. Awakening level 35.8. Level, 4th order peak. Vitality, 40,800. Mind power, 2,134. Cultivation method, Void Sutra small success peak. Primordial limitless Dao Sutra small success. Martial skills, Blade of Void small success peak. Eye of the Divine small success peak. Fist breaking the firmament small success peak. Soul needle small success peak. Auxiliary comprehension, Master level combat skills, Master level formation master, Master level alchemy master, Fist intent small success peak. Cultivation points, 30,001. Lin Xiao carefully reviewed his latest stats, filled with a sense of accomplishment. His cultivation had reached the peak of the 4th order, with vitality exceeding 40,000, akin to a walking beast. All his martial skills had reached the small success peak, just a step away from major success. Powerful, incredibly powerful. Lin Xiao clenched his fist, feeling the surging strength within him. He was confident he could crush a 6th order early stage beast with a single punch, and even a mid-stage one wouldn't be a problem. As for the latest stage 6th order, he wasn't entirely sure, as the gap between each minor level became increasingly significant. Just as Lin Xiao was reveling in the joy of his significant power boost, a stranger's voice suddenly came from outside the door. Excuse me, is this Lin Xiao's home? Lin Xiao, we meet again. Outside Lin Xiao's room, 5 formidable martial artists stood motionless. Their eyes revealed anticipation and scrutiny, each one a renowned director of a top university. Zheng Guoqing from Longwu University was the first to speak, his smile amiable. Lin Xiao, won't you invite us in? Lin Xiao was taken aback, not expecting to see these prominent figures again so soon. He quickly and respectfully invited them into his room, his heart racing. Zheng Guoqing got straight to the point. Lin Xiao, I'm here on behalf of Longwu University to officially extend an admission offer. If you choose us, you'll receive an annual training fund of 1 billion, plus SS-level cultivation resources. His tone carried pride, as such benefits were top-notch across Longwu. Lin Xiao didn't respond immediately. He understood the rarity and value of SS-level resources, often worth billions and hard to come by. The offer was indeed tempting. Kai Rongwang from Dawn University spoke next. Lin Xiao, at Dawn University, we offer an annual training fund of 80 million. Additionally, we have various unique training environments on campus, and I can secure you a certain amount of free access. His tone carried a hint of helplessness, as Longwu University's financial power was hard to match. Lin Xiao nodded in understanding. He recalled the Shumi environment at the Genius training camp, where such special training grounds had proven highly effective. The representative from Dawn University then spoke. At Dawn University, we emphasize martial arts research. Besides the annual 80 million training fund, we can also arrange for a martial sovereign level expert to be your mentor. This offer startled Lin Xiao, as a martial sovereign represented top-tier 8th level strength, a figure he had never encountered before. Zhang Gu from Batian University saw this and quickly played his trump card. Lin Xiao, You seem physically strong. Why not pursue the path of physical strength? Our Batian University specializes in physical training, and our president is the renowned Batian martial saint. Batian martial saint, Lin Xiao exclaimed. As one of the few martial saints in Longhua, Batian martial saint was famous for his physical prowess, capable of splitting the sky with a single punch. The others were displeased, and Zheng Guoqing immediately retorted, Zhang Gu, Batian martial saint, is just a figurehead and rarely appears on campus. Such pinnacle figures aren't casually encountered. Don't scare people, offer something concrete. Zhang Gu awkwardly smiled, then added, we provide an annual training fund of 80 million, and all martial arts techniques are accessible to you for free. Of course, we can also find a martial sovereign level mentor for you. This statement made Qin Li from Dawn University grit his teeth, clearly feeling immense pressure. Lin Xiao remained silent, his gaze shifting to the most intimidating representative, Li Long from Zhenhui University. Li Long met Lin Xiao's eyes with a steady gaze. Lin Xiao, at Zhenhui University, we can only offer an annual training fund of 50 million. This statement made the others smile confidently. However, Li Long's next words shattered everyone's expectations. Moreover, we can't guarantee your safe graduation. All students will face real battlefields. Lin Xiao was momentarily stunned, and the others showed concern. Zheng Guoqing immediately opposed. Li Long, a genius like Lin Xiao isn't suited for Zhenwu. Everyone knows Zhenhui University has high casualties each year. If a prodigy like him were to fall, it would be a loss for Longhua. Li Long ignored the doubts, continuing to address Lin Xiao. Though I can't promise safe graduation, I can assure you that every Zhenwu graduate becomes a true powerhouse. We've produced 3 martial saints. These words deeply moved Lin Xiao. With fewer than 10 known martial saints in Longhua, Zhenhui University's output was terrifying. Li Long's gaze grew sharper as he spoke a name that further shocked Lin Xiao. Lin Martial Saint Lin Yaodian was also a student of Zhenhui University. Lin Yaodian. Lin Xiao's heart surged with emotion. His first true mentor had also come from Zhenhui University. The other 4 directors showed varied expressions, sensing information they were unaware of. Lin Xiao's expression fluctuated before he took a deep breath and made his decision. Thank you all for considering me. I choose Zhenhui University. This decision alarmed the other directors. Zheng Guoqing quickly said, Lin Xiao, don't rush. If money is the issue, we can increase the offer. Our Longhua University ranks first in comprehensive academic strength, and we can negotiate benefits. The others also spoke up, attempting one last effort. However, Lin Xiao shook his head, resolute. I appreciate your interest, but my decision is made. I choose Zhenhui University. Seeing Lin Xiao's unwavering determination, Zheng Guoqing and the others could only sigh and leave. Li Long remained, unfazed by the outcome as if he had expected it. He calmly said, Lin Xiao, you have 3 days to settle your affairs. After that, someone will come for you. Remember, Zhenhui students have no holidays. With that, he left with steady steps. Lin Xiao scratched his head, thinking this script seemed a bit off. As the national top scorer, shouldn't his treatment be slightly different? But having chosen this path, he was ready to embrace it. In the days that followed, Lin Xiao attended to personal matters. He visited Wang Ye's home, sharing dinner with his uncle's family. During the meal, Wang Yi hinted that the elder should step down, as it was the era of the young. After dinner, Lin Xiao left under the watchful eyes of Wang Ye's family, their gazes filled with complex emotions, envy and anticipation. Wang Ye's father couldn't help but say, if you had even a tenth of Lin Xiao's talent, I'd hand over my position to you. This made Wang Yi grit his teeth. Lin Xiao then went to his school, arriving discreetly and using spatial abilities to teleport directly to the principal's office, startling Principal Chu, who thought it was an attack. What? You chose Zhenhui University. Principal Chu's expression changed. Zhenhui University has a certain mortality rate each year. But seeing Lin Xiao's firm resolve, he calmed down. Since it was Lin Xiao's choice, as principal, he decided to fully support him. True geniuses were beyond ordinary understanding. Lin Xiao, I look forward to the day you become a true peak powerhouse. I'll always follow your growth from 3rd middle school. Principal Chu looked at the young man, already considering him as his own. The fledgling eagle will soar to the skies. The hidden dragon will return to the sea. When we meet again, you'll surely be a true extraordinary powerhouse. Watching the departing youth, Principal Chu was filled with anticipation, already envisioning that day. Lin Xiao watched as the luxurious homes of the safe zone faded into the distance, feeling a tinge of regret his long-awaited bath would have to wait. The personnel from the military university had arrived, marking the official beginning of his new journey. Inside the aircraft, there was silence. Lin Xiao closed his eyes to rest. After an indeterminate amount of time, a notification sounded in his ear. Lin Xiao, we're about to reach our destination. Opening his eyes, Lin Xiao peered out the window. A massive fortress-like structure came into view, its ancient and robust metal exterior exuding a sense of timelessness. This colossal edifice gave off an aura of indestructible security. Alone, Lin Xiao held a special introduction letter as he stepped into the military stronghold. Hey, a newcomer! A veteran greeted him with a chuckle. His arm was covered in scars, and he had lost sight in one eye, yet his face showed no sign of pain, only an intrigued look as he sized up Lin Xiao. Judging by the time, you must have just finished the college entrance exam, right? Just like the previous batch. Walking silently among the group of veterans, Lin Xiao keenly sensed a subtle, ominous aura in the air. His skin emitted a faint bronze glow, and the powerful pressure he exuded suppressed the sinister atmosphere. Oh, impressive. Most of the veterans nodded slightly at this display, then nonchalantly continued with their tasks. Lin Xiao approached the entrance of a hall. Inside stood several youths around his age, some of whom bore nervous expressions, clearly uneasy with the oppressive ambience. Isn't that Lin Xiao? I didn't expect him to choose the military university. Someone recognized him, their tone tinged with excitement. After the national college entrance exam, Lin Xiao had become quite famous. Nearly every new student knew of him. Lin Xiao calmly moved to the front of the line. Seeing this, the others stepped back, making way for the big shot. More young men joined the lineup, most with determined looks in their eyes, seemingly ready to face future challenges. Suddenly, Lin Xiao's eyes sharpened. Someone was approaching. A group of uniformed individuals headed towards them, led by a stern-looking man with a square face who exuded authority. Introduction letter? The man asked. Everyone handed over their envelopes, and Lin Xiao presented his special introduction letter as well. Choose your recruits, the square-faced man instructed. Before Lin Xiao could react, someone called his name. Looking up, he saw a person on the platform gesturing for him to follow. As the person walked, reviewing the information in his hand, he stopped and turned to scrutinize Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao, 16 years old, latest at 4th tier? Dual SS level abilities. His voice was filled with surprise and delight. I can't believe I picked a prodigious talent. Lin Xiao, right? The man introduced himself with a smile. I'm Xian Yu, the captain of military team 73843, and I will be your direct superior for the foreseeable future. Welcome to military team 73843. Noticing Lin Xiao's puzzled look, Xian Yu explained. Yes, every newcomer is randomly assigned to a team. Of course, if you become strong enough in the future, you can apply for your own team designation. Xuan Yu brought Lin Xiao to the camp, where the captain and several seasoned soldiers sat exuding a formidable aura. Xuan Yu gave a brief introduction of Lin Xiao and promptly announced that he was now a member of the 73843 military squad. Lin Xiao greeted everyone and quickly established initial connections with his teammates. The squad was quite formidable, with Captain Xuan Yu being the most advanced, having reached the peak of the 5th tier. Most of the other teammates were at the mid-5th tier level. Nieyang, an 11 awakened ability user, served as the squad's intelligence officer. As Lin Xiao was still processing this information, Xuan Yu suddenly announced that they had received an 11 mission. The entire team sprang into action, moving with practiced efficiency, and was soon ready to depart. Xuan Yu specifically instructed Lin Xiao to observe and learn this time, prioritizing his own safety. The team swiftly set out to a concealed location. Xuan Yu gathered everyone to explain the mission details. They needed to eliminate a micro-mineral site guarded by the Qingyi feathers. Lin Xiao knew nothing about the Qingyi feathers, but refrained from asking questions. Nieyang immediately used his abilities to scout and quickly reported the enemy situation. There were 23 Qingyi feathers, with the strongest being at the late 5th tier, while the rest were mostly at the early 5th tier. Xuan Yu produced a space restriction array to suppress the enemy's aerial advantage. He quickly assigned tasks, taking on the strongest enemy himself, while the others dealt with the remaining foes. Lin Xiao was assigned to observe from the rear. At Xuan Yu's command, the squad charged towards the target location like arrows released from a bow. Xuan Yu arrived first and activated the space restriction array. The Qingyi feathers plummeted from the sky, thrown into disarray. Fierce combat erupted instantly, with squad members each engaging 2 or 3 enemies. The battle was intense, and several Qingyi feathers had already fallen. The enemy leader let out a piercing cry for help, and Xuan Yu realized the urgency of the situation, ordering a faster pace. At that moment, Lin Xiao noticed reinforcements approaching from a distance. Xuan Yu was alarmed upon hearing this and immediately ordered a retreat. However, Lin Xiao suddenly suggested there was still a chance. Before Xuan Yu could respond, he appeared before the enemy leader in an instant, delivering a punch that utterly obliterated the late 5th tier Qingyi feather. This scene stunned everyone. Lin Xiao withdrew his fist, and a powerful aura swept across the area. His teammates were dumbfounded, and Xuan Yu was left speechless with shock. Lin Xiao calmly suggested trying again, as the energy within him began to surge, causing everyone present to feel a pang of trepidation. In that brief moment, the enemy's reinforcements were already closing in. Nieyang, in a panic, shouted urgently, "Not good. Captain, it's the false Immortals." Lin Xiao was taken aback at the mention of another unfamiliar race. Captain Xuan Yu snapped out of his shock, his expression turning grim once more. Seeing that the best chance for escape had slipped away, he decisively ordered, "Everyone, pair up and retreat while fighting." Xuanyu quickly moved beside Lin Xiao, staring at him intently. Lin Xiao sighed helplessly. He didn't want to disobey orders, but he truly felt that escaping was pointless. "Captain, please trust me." Before he could finish speaking, Lin Xiao could no longer hold back. He stepped onto a lotus of light, his eyes glowing with divine energy, and rose into the air. Nieyong watched in astonishment as Lin Xiao hovered above, gazing coldly at the approaching enemies. A powerful spatial ability erupted from within Lin Xiao as he softly uttered, "Temporal annihilation." It was as if death itself had been declared. The space nearby trembled violently, with countless cracks spreading like a spider's web, fragmenting the entire area. The false immortals screamed in agony as their bodies were torn apart by the terrifying power, falling into an endless abyss of darkness. The horrifying scene left the entire military squad in stunned silence, unsure of what to do. Seeing all the false immortals destroyed, Lin Xiao turned his attention to the remaining Qingyi feathered tribe. He raised his right hand, using spatial power to lift them into the air. The creatures struggled fiercely in terror, unable to break free from the shackles of death. Lin Xiao's eyes flashed again, and countless void fragments materialized, transforming into sharp, invisible blades. These blades ignored spatial barriers, directly slicing through the Qingyi feathered tribe. With the sound of tearing, another terrifying scene unfolded. To the military squad, Lin Xiao appeared like a god descending from the heavens, effortlessly vanquishing the enemy with a mere blink. The sight sent chills down their spines, causing everyone to tremble involuntarily. At that moment, a system notification echoed in Lin Xiao's mind. "Ding! Detected host has slain the Starry Sky tribes. Awarded 300,000 cultivation points." Lin Xiao's expression turned serious. The Starry Sky tribes? He slowly descended, and by now, there was no enemy left on the battlefield. All the team members looked at him, with Captain Xuanyu's hands trembling slightly as he stared at him. Nieyong couldn't help but speak up. "Captain, Lin Xiao he." But he didn't know how to describe the scene before him. Xuanyu quickly regained his composure and ordered, "Everyone, extract the mineral veins here as quickly as possible." "Yes." The team members snapped back to reality and began executing the task. Lin Xiao approached the captain, about to speak, but Xuanyu stopped him, saying, "There's no need to say more. It's my fault for not understanding your true strength." He looked at the young man with awe, patting him on the shoulder before bursting into laughter. "Ha! I knew it. I really picked a peerless talent." Lin Xiao had expected the captain to be angry, considering he had gone against orders right after joining. However, Xuanyu seemed to understand his thoughts and waved it off. "Lin Xiao, you're overthinking it. As soldiers, obeying orders is indeed our duty. But on the battlefield, if you have the power to overwhelm everything, your words become the command. This time, you weren't wrong. You weren't just right, you did an incredible job. If I had your strength, I'd be on top of the world. You're too modest." Here, being too modest isn't a good thing. Soldiers always admire the strong. Lin Xiao was taken aback by these words. Indeed, he had been acting low-key up until now, but things here seemed different from what he had imagined. It wasn't long before the small mineral vein was completely extracted. The mission was a complete success, and not a single member of the military squad was injured. On the way back, everyone was chatting and laughing, praising Lin Xiao with a hint of awe in their voices. In the following period, the military squad's missions became unusually frequent. Yet the team members were not worried but rather pleased, while Captain Xuanyu seemed deep in thought. In each mission, Lin Xiao single-handedly dealt with all the enemies. That figure standing in the void, that young man radiating brilliant divine light, continually reshaped their impressions of him. During this time, Lin Xiao constantly inquired about the situation from everyone. Xuanyu shared what he knew with Lin Xiao. "We're only on the outskirts of the battlefield. Besides our dragon country, there are countless races from beyond the stars." This broadened Lin Xiao's horizons, as he had always thought the starry forces consisted only of the demon tribe. As for deeper information, they remained unaware. Their limited strength meant they weren't qualified to know, nor could they come into contact with such information. On this day, Xuanyu approached everyone with a complex expression, his gaze settling on Lin Xiao with a hint of reluctance in his eyes. "I knew you'd eventually leave here, kid," he sighed. Lin Xiao frowned, puzzled by his words. The other teammates gathered around, their faces filled with confusion. Taking a deep breath, Xuanyu shared the news he had just received. "A big shot from above wants to transfer Lin Xiao away from here. Today is his last day with the team." The news hit everyone like a heavy blow to the heart. In the short time they had spent together, Lin Xiao's character had won everyone over. He was powerful yet unpretentious, a rare kind of teammate. A strong sense of reluctance filled the team. Seeing this, Xuanyu waved his hand to break the somber mood. All right, let's not make a spectacle for Lin Xiao." He walked over to Lin Xiao, giving him a firm pat on the shoulder, his tone full of respect. "Lin Xiao, you're different from us. You're truly extraordinary. Go shine on the battlefield that belongs to you. This young man, about to turn 17, had already earned everyone's respect in such a short time. Lin Xiao looked around, cherishing the time he had spent with them. He bowed solemnly to everyone, then turned and left. On a towering lookout, a figure stood with their back to Lin Xiao. The presence of this figure was so overwhelming that Lin Xiao almost couldn't breathe. After a moment, the pressure lifted, and the person slowly turned around. Senior Lin? Lin Xiao exclaimed in surprise. He never expected to encounter the legendary martial saint of the Dragon Nation, Lin Yaodian, here again. Lin Yaodian seemed to have transformed into an ordinary person, devoid of the airs of a martial saint. He smiled and waved to Lin Xiao. Hello again, young friend Lin. Lin Xiao quickly approached, sincerely respecting the elder. Lin Yaodian got straight to the point. Young friend Lin, do you know how many races exist in the vast cosmos? And how many are enemies of the Dragon Nation? Lin Xiao was taken aback and instinctively replied, the myriad races of the cosmos? Lin Yaodian gave him a surprised look, not expecting him to know the term. He nodded. That's right. Hundreds of years ago, a meteor descended on Blue Star, ushering in the era of the Awakened. Soon after, cosmic forces began attacking our homeland. Listening intently, Lin Xiao felt as though he was on the verge of uncovering some of the world's truths. Lin Yaodian continued. Indeed, the cosmos contains over 10,000 races. These races vary in strength, with the weak being inherently sinful, much like the Dragon Nation once was. Recalling the turbulent past, a hint of emotion flickered in Lin Yaotian's usually calm eyes. But it was that great disaster that completely changed the fate of our Dragon Nation. Countless compatriots fought fearlessly, ultimately preserving our homeland. However, the cosmic races have never abandoned their ambitions to attack us. Fortunately, they aren't united. If they were, the Dragon Nation would have long disappeared from the annals of history. These words stirred something deep within Lin Xiao, making him feel as if his fate was no longer under his control, and anything could happen at any moment. The feeling was unsettling. Lin Yaodian continued. As the Dragon Nation grows stronger, our warriors sense a kind of fortune we call racial fortune. The powerful races among the cosmic forces possess this fortune too, and theirs is even deeper. The warriors of the Dragon Nation finally understand that this is a racial struggle, a destined grand trend. Racial fortune is enduring and can persist in the world. If it dissipates, the race perishes. He looked at Lin Xiao and asked, do you know how much our Dragon Nation's fortune has grown? Lin Xiao shook his head. I don't know, sir. Lin Yaodian lifted his head, his gaze piercing through the clouds as if to see the depths of the universe. The Dragon Nation's racial fortune has reached an unprecedented peak. This is good for us, but bad for them. That's why they're anxious. Lin Xiao stood at the entrance to the source of the Gung vein, his heart filled with anticipation and nervousness. He recalled his recent conversation with Lin Yaodian, whose guidance as a martial sage had been invaluable. Lin Yaodian not only tested his control over his space-time abilities, but also entrusted him with a daunting task, to enter the source of the Gung vein and reverse the unfavorable position of the Dragon Nation in this secret realm. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xiao sensed the subtle spatial fluctuations before him. He knew that a single step forward would lead him into a whole new world. Just then, a high-ranking officer of the Martial King level approached. Lin Xiao, from here on, you must walk your own path, the officer said with a flat tone, a hint of disdain in his eyes. Clearly, he thought Lin Xiao was just another privileged young man seeking to gild his reputation. As Lin Xiao was about to express his gratitude, the officer had already turned away. Shaking his head, Lin Xiao dismissed the thought and resolutely stepped into the secret realm. A mysterious wave passed through Lin Xiao's body, as if assessing his eligibility to enter. The next moment, he found himself in an unfamiliar space. The rich metallic scent hit him, and Lin Xiao realized this was the Gung metal aura his teacher had mentioned. He surveyed his surroundings, contemplating his next move. According to my teacher, there should be other Dragon Nation martial artists in this secret realm. My priority is to find them and understand the situation here. Cautiously, Lin Xiao moved forward, each step taken with great care. He was aware that in this unknown realm, powerful adversaries from the myriad star races could appear at any moment. Yet, he felt no fear. Instead, he was excited. This was his chance to prove his strength. Gung metal, a strategic resource for the Dragon Nation. Lin Xiao muttered to himself. I must complete the task my teacher gave me and secure more resources for the Dragon Nation. He quickened his pace, searching for traces of other Dragon Nation martial artists in this mysterious space. Lin Xiao understood that in this realm where strength reigns supreme, only by uniting could they withstand the threat from the star races. He would be the key to changing the situation. As Lin Xiao dispersed his mental power, a powerful force of rules surged towards him, seemingly intent on suppressing him. This area appeared to prohibit any existence beyond the 6th tier, making it impossible even for a warrior king to wield mental power. Lin Xiao frowned, thinking to himself, Can't use mental power? Looks like I'll have to resort to that technique. He slowly closed his eyes, focusing intensely. In an instant, a gigantic divine eye appeared in the void, radiating dazzling light as it gazed down upon the world. This was Lin Xiao's long-and-used ultimate technique, the divine eye. Under Lin Xiao's mental control, the enormous divine eye in the sky began to shrink, gradually solidifying from its ethereal form. In a moment, a miniature divine eye, the size of a regular eye, appeared in his palm, glimmering with mysterious light. Lin Xiao gently tossed this shrunken divine eye above his head. Instantly, the scene within a 100-mile radius flooded into his mind. Found it! Lin Xiao felt a surge of joy and swiftly headed in a certain direction. Before long, Lin Xiao arrived at a bustling place. A woman was angrily shouting at a group of people opposite her. Don't go too far. We clearly discovered this place first. Are you trying to break our agreement? Behind her, several Dragon Nation warriors stood with grim faces, exuding a murderous aura. A handsome man on the opposite side sneered. Chu Meng, what proof do you have that your Dragon Nation warriors discovered this place first? If you can't prove it, then get lost, or we'll make you. As he spoke, a pair of pure white wings unfurled slightly behind him, indicating his extraordinary identity. Xingu, your Immortal clan is going too far. Chu Meng's face flushed with anger. This Gungjin mineral vein was the result of her team's repeated explorations, and just when it was within reach, the Immortal clan had swooped in. The Immortal clan was one of the powerful clans among the Starry Sky's myriad races. Seeing Xingu and his people continuously surround the area, Chu Meng felt a growing desire to retreat. The opposing force was clearly stronger, and if a fight broke out, her side would undoubtedly suffer. Sister Meng, maybe we should retreat for now, a companion whispered nervously beside her. Despite their anger, they felt uncertain about their chances in a confrontation. Chu Meng cast another cold glare at the other side, gritting her teeth. Let's go. Thinking of leaving now? Too late. Xingu laughed coldly, and the Immortal clan members immediately surrounded Chu Meng and the Dragon Nation warriors. Their wings spread wide, their powerful aura pressing down on Chu Meng and her team like a tidal wave. Xingu, what do you intend to do? Have you forgotten the agreement between us? Chu Meng immediately assumed a defensive stance, her expression grave. She regretted not retreating earlier. Now, if the other side truly attacked, someone on her side could die. Xingu sneered disdainfully. Chu Meng, you overestimate your Dragon Nation. I gave you a chance to leave, and you didn't take it. Now you want to go? Hand over 50 kilograms of Gungjin, and I'll let you leave. Otherwise, don't expect to leave easily today. The leading Xiangu looked down contemptuously at the surrounded martial artists of Longhua. In their eyes, these people were nothing more than lowly natives, destined to be at their beck and call. 50 kilograms, Chu Meng shouted sternly, struggling to suppress her anger. Are you crazy? It's questionable whether this mine can even produce that much. I advise you to let us go immediately, or the consequences of breaking the agreement are more than you can handle. Xiangu sneered. If there's no 50 kilograms today, you can forget about leaving. Either that, or contact Jun Nantian and have him bring it himself. Chu Meng's heart sank as she realized something was wrong. Jun Nantian was the strongest in Longhua here, a peak stage 60-year powerhouse. The fact that they were demanding his personal delivery was highly unusual. At that moment, a voice echoed out of nowhere, followed by a powerful temporal anomaly sweeping through. The Great Void Teleportation Technique. All the Xian clan experts present vanished instantly. In a twisted alternate dimension, Xiangu and the others were terrified, shouting angrily. Who are you? Do you know what you're doing? Let us go. We don't want the mine anymore. The overwhelming spatial power continued to compress the area, with destructive energy spreading everywhere. Xiangu and the others grew increasingly fearful, their voices filled with resentment. Human, are you intending to break our agreement? As the space continued to collapse, these Xian clan members ultimately perished in an alien land. Lin Xiao's figure slowly materialized. He walked up to Chu Meng and the others, asking with concern, Are you all right? Chu Meng looked at the unfamiliar Lin Xiao and suddenly thought of something, asking in a panic. Those Xian clan people just now, are they dead? All dead. Did you kill them? Lin Xiao nodded calmly. Yes. Oh no, you've caused a huge problem. Chu Meng became even more frantic. How could you kill them all? Lin Xiao furrowed his brow in confusion. They were about to attack you. Why shouldn't I have killed them? Oh, I can't explain it all at once, Chu Xiao said, stomping her foot in frustration. Anyway, you've caused a big problem this time. Seeing Lin Xiao preparing to leave, Chu Xiao quickly shouted. Wait, you can't go. I need to think of a way. Right, Jun Nantian. Find Jun Nantian. She grabbed Lin Xiao's sleeve. Hold on, you can't leave. Seeing Chu Meng and the others blocking his path, Lin Xiao's expression grew increasingly stern. His eyes sharpened, as if they could pierce through one's soul. You can't leave. Chu Meng's voice trembled with fear and urgency. She clutched Lin Xiao's sleeve tightly, afraid he might suddenly vanish. The deaths of Xingu and the others loomed like a sword over her head. She had to keep Lin Xiao here at least until Jun Nantian arrived to prove her innocence. I said move. Lin Xiao's voice was icy, the chill in his tone freezing the air around them. His gaze swept over Chu Meng, as sharp as a blade. Chu Meng felt Lin Xiao's anger, her body trembling uncontrollably. Fear surged through her, but her feet seemed rooted to the ground, blocking his way. Please, don't go. I'm begging you. Just wait a little longer. Chu Meng's tone softened, her voice tinged with tears. She abandoned all pride, showing her most vulnerable side in hopes of stirring Lin Xiao's compassion. Lin Xiao watched coldly, unaffected. This is the last time I'm saying it, move. His patience was at its limit, and if they were enemies, they would have already fallen by his hand. Amidst the tense standoff, a deafening boom suddenly echoed from the sky. A powerful sonic wave swept through, causing the air to vibrate. In the distance, countless figures appeared in the sky, clad in white with wings unfurled, blotting out the sun. The grand spectacle made everyone present gasp in shock. Chu Meng and the others turned pale, fear washing over them like a tide. It's over. They're here. We're done for. Someone exclaimed in panic. Lin Xiao looked up at the sky, his eyes narrowing slightly, yet his heart remained remarkably calm, a calm that signaled an impending storm. No one is allowed to leave, a commanding voice boomed, drawing all eyes upward. In the sky, a dense throng of celestial beings hovered. Each exuded immense power, all of them formidable fighters of the 6th rank or higher. The few at the forefront were especially unfathomable, at the peak of the late 6th rank. These celestial beings looked down upon the Dragon Nation warriors with disdain and contempt, their gaze more dismissive than if they were observing insects, less significant than their pets. The lead celestial warrior surveyed Lin Xiao and the others coldly, his arrogant voice echoing across the heavens. Who killed our people? As soon as the words were spoken, all the celestial beings in the sky fixed their icy stares on the ground. The oppressive aura they emitted was almost tangible, making it hard for Chu Meng and the others to breathe or lift their heads. Some, unable to bear the pressure, fell to their knees. The scene elicited genuine ridicule from the celestial visitors. As always, they looked down on these natives, deeming them a lowly race inherently marked by weakness. Lin Xiao calmly assessed the suddenly appearing enemies, quickly calculating the power disparity between the two sides. At his current level, mid-6th tier cultivators posed no threat to him. He was confident he could wipe out the group before him, though the few at the peak of the late 6th tier were somewhat problematic. Even if he couldn't win, his spatial abilities would allow him to retreat safely. However, as his gaze shifted to Chu Meng and the others nearby, Lin Xiao found himself in a dilemma. If he fled, these people would be doomed. Just then, he noticed Chu Meng pointing at him. Once appearing fragile, her face now bore a malicious expression. Friends of the celestial race, Chu Meng shouted. He's the one who killed your kin. It has nothing to do with us. He's new here and doesn't know the rules. Just take him away, and we. Silence. A commanding voice cut off Chu Meng. A martial artist from Long was swiftly approached, exuding righteousness and radiating a powerful late 6th tier aura. His strong presence forced the celestial beings back several steps. This newly arrived powerhouse was Jun Nantian, the strongest in this secret realm from Longhua. His face was filled with anger, yet deep in his eyes, there was a hint of helplessness. Brother Jun. Chu Meng began to explain, but Jun Nantian's cold stare froze her in place, leaving her at a loss. She internally justified herself. She just wanted to survive. Was that wrong? Lin Xiao stood silently aside, observing everything with an unreadable expression. Jun Nantian, what do you intend to do? Start a war? The leading celestial, though somewhat intimidated, questioned defiantly. It was your people who killed ours. Jun Nantian glared fiercely. Which eye of yours saw our people kill yours? He cast a harsh glance at Chu Meng and the others, then soared into the air, facing all the celestials alone without fear. The celestial leader, enraged, retorted, Jun Nantian, don't think you can ignore everything just because of your strength. It was your own people who said it, and now you deny it. He pointed at Chu Meng, seething with anger. Jun Nantian remained silent, but his unwavering gaze on the celestials clearly conveyed his stance. I said it didn't happen, so it didn't happen. The celestial leader, furious yet amused, exclaimed, Jun Nantian, you. After a prolonged standoff and seeing Jun Nantian's firm attitude, they realized they wouldn't gain anything today and prepared to leave. Jun Nantian, don't be too smug. We'll remember what happened today. Before leaving, they glanced at Lin Xiao, their lips moving slightly. Lin Xiao understood their silent threat. Kid, you're as good as dead. The Celestials had etched Lin Xiao's appearance in their minds, believing his fate was sealed and he wouldn't leave here alive. Similarly, Lin Xiao committed their faces to memory. As the enemies departed, Chu Meng breathed a sigh of relief and hurried forward to explain to Jun Nantian. However, Jun Nantian didn't spare her a glance and walked straight towards Lin Xiao. Newcomer? What's your name? Jun Nantian scrutinized Lin Xiao, sensing the powerful energy within him. Though not quite reaching his own level, It was formidable, suggesting he might be a prodigy from a prestigious family. Lin Xiao, Lin family. Jun Nantian furrowed his brow, unable to recall any prominent Lin clan. Just a lone cultivator. Ah. Jun Nantian nodded, his demeanor turning indifferent. Seems like you're a lone cultivator without a prominent background, but your strength isn't too shabby. He shook his head slightly with a hint of regret. You've just arrived. This place isn't like the outside world. Avoid killing unless absolutely necessary. I can save you once, but next time you might not be so lucky. Lin Xiao nodded expressionlessly, his gaze shifting to Chu Meng. Jun Nantian noticed Lin Xiao's look and glanced at Chu Meng, his eyes filled with disdain. Chu Meng, get over here. Jun Nantian scolded, almost losing his temper. Lin Xiao observed this scene, a slight smile playing on his lips. We're even. This remark caused Jun Nantian's expression to change subtly. He had intended for Lin Xiao to spare Chu Meng out of respect for him, but he hadn't expected Lin Xiao's firm stance. Even. Jun Nantian pondered, wondering if this was Lin Xiao's way of repaying him for the earlier intervention. This realization made him feel he had overestimated the situation. As the leading figure here, Jun Nantian had his pride. He gave Lin Xiao a brief, indifferent look and left without another word. Chu Meng and the others hurriedly fled to the distance, leaving Lin Xiao standing alone. Perhaps this is the real reason my teacher sent me here. Lin Xiao's expression turned cold. He felt the murkiness in the air and silently thought. One is influenced by those they associate with. Big brother, are we just going to let that wretched human go? One of the Immortals asked coldly, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. If it hadn't been for Jun Nantian's sudden appearance, those humans would have already met their end. Don't worry, none of them will escape. Xian Song, the one called Big Brother, replied with disdain in his voice. Ants can't jump for long. Xian Song was among the top in strength within the source of the Gung vein, but in this complex secret realm, he was merely part of the second tier. The various star races each had their own agendas, making it difficult to reach a consensus, and this situation gave Jun Nantian and the others a chance to catch their breath. The group of Immortals flew towards their base. This vast secret realm was rich in mineral resources, and for the race behind them, the Gung metal here was an indispensable and rare material for forging weapons. Before long, they arrived at a medium-sized mineral source. This area was within the power range of the Immortals and produced a large amount of Gung metal daily. After surveying the area, Xian Song and his group entered a magnificent hall. Meanwhile, not far away, a figure flickered in and out of sight. His gaze as sharp as a knife fixed on the R8 was Lin Xiao. He was never one to be magnanimous, and the Immortals were marked for death in his eyes. Following them, Lin Xiao witnessed how the powerful among the star races occupied resources while the weak were enslaved, doing the most menial tasks. Looking at the Immortals' grand hall, he had already made up his mind. Time to teach you a lesson. Lin Xiao moved continuously around the hall, his palms occasionally revealing mysterious runes that merged into the ground. After half a day, he exhaled softly, waiting patiently for nightfall. As darkness fell, Xian Song and the others entered a state of cultivation. This place was not only rich in minerals, but also abundant in energy, making it an ideal cultivation sanctuary. Lin Xiao's plan was set to unfold that night. Suddenly, a thunderous noise erupted outside the hall, startling all the celestial beings. Furious, they rushed outside to see who dared to invade their territory. The dark night sky was covered by a flickering barrier of light, each flash accompanied by a powerful attack striking the ground. Xian Song's face turned grim as he realized someone had set up a formation for an ambush. He looked at the damaged mineral veins before him, seething with anger. Break the formation quickly, Xian Song commanded, soaring into the air and launching fierce attacks on the light barrier. As a pinnacle stage 60-year expert, each of his strikes caused the barrier to tremble violently. Seeing this, a hint of joy flashed in Xian Song's eyes, and his assault became even more ferocious. Attack with me. This formation isn't that strong. While everyone worked together to break the formation, a figure quietly slipped into the opulent hall. Lin Xiao's eyes gleamed with a divine light as he teleported inside. Before him lay a mountain of golden, metallic ores, glowing brightly. It's Gung, he calculated roughly, estimating at least 1,000 kilograms. Time to take some interest. With a wave of his hand, he collected all the Gung into his spatial storage, leaving the once splendid hall dim and dull. Sensing the formation outside was about to be broken, Lin Xiao prepared to leave. Suddenly, his eyes flashed again, and the space above the hall briefly twisted before returning to normal. In the next instant, Lin Xiao and the thousands of kilograms of Gung vanished without a trace. At this moment, Xian Song and the others finally broke through the formation. They quickly searched the surroundings, but found no trace of the intruder. Xian Song surveyed the area with authority and mocked. Just a petty clown playing tricks. After several fruitless searches, they entered the hall with cold expressions, speculating on which force was responsible. However, they were met with a greater shock. The place where the Gung had been stored was completely empty. Big brother, the Gung gene we've accumulated over a year. It's all gone, one of the younger members lamented. Hearing this, Xian was thunderstruck and rushed to the original storage spot. Seeing the empty hall, he was utterly stunned. In the distance, Lin Xiao heard the anguished roars filled with rage and murderous intent, but remained indifferent as he contemplated his next target. In the following days, a series of shocking thefts occurred at the source of the Gungjin veins. Several powerful celestial clans' territories were robbed, with all signs pointing to the same culprit. However, no traces were left at the scenes, leaving the victimized clans baffled. Determined to bring the perpetrator to justice, they increased their security. It was Lin Xiao behind these deeds. At the moment, he was in a secluded spot, taking stock of his gains. Must be nearly 10,000 kilograms by now, he thought smugly. The demon with 4 horns on his head was none other than Gulis, the son of the demon, who had recently faced failure. This setback had led to criticism within the clan, with many questioning his worthiness. The title Son of the Demon was not his real name, but a coronation by the demon clan's leaders for the strongest of each generation. In this strength-revering race, only the powerful earn respect. Gulis' failure had caused significant losses for the demon clan, indirectly leading to the fall of a demon warrior saint. Doubts arose, and many questioned whether he still deserved the title of this generation's Son of the Demon. Within this powerful race, competition was fierce. Gulis came this time with a mission to redeem himself. The demon clan had also been plundered of many resources by Lin Xiao, and he needed to turn the situation around. Suddenly, a figure appeared in his mind, and his judgment grew clearer. Formations and spatial fluctuations again. Damn it. I've finally run into you again. Gulis gritted his teeth, certain that the one causing headaches for countless forces was Lin Xiao from the Dragon Kingdom, the human, who had caused him significant losses and harsh criticism from his clan's leaders. Having locked onto his target, a sinister plan formed in Gulis' mind. He headed straight to the Immortal clan's stronghold, exuding a menacing aura. Gulis, what are you doing here? Demanded Xianling, the leader of the Immortal clan, frowning. The Immortal clan and Demon clan were both powerful star races, and their relations were always tense. Xianling, I know which force is responsible. Gulis' eyes flashed with malice. Xianling stood up and flew in front of Gulis, staring intently at the son of the demon. What trick are you trying to pull? Clearly, he didn't believe Gulis had good intentions. Gulis shook his head, explaining that he came to ensure that damned human had no chance of survival. However, Xianling responded with a mocking smile. Gulis, to think you're the son of the demon and yet got played by a mere native. Xianling laughed recklessly, indifferent to Gulis' darkening expression. Just a mere ant. If we didn't know, it wouldn't matter. Now that we do, it's merely a toy in our eyes. Gulis, you're becoming more pathetic by the day. Upon learning the culprit was a warrior from the Dragon Kingdom, Xianling dismissed it entirely. To him, Dragon Kingdom warriors were no different from ants. He had already forgotten how he had been at a loss, watching his clan's resources being stolen not long ago. Xianling, I tell you this hoping you will cooperate with me. That human is no simpleton. Gulis restrained his anger, repeatedly emphasizing not to underestimate the opponent, having suffered once himself. However, Xianling waved dismissively. Gulis, go back. A mere native, my Immortal clan can eliminate them in minutes. A flicker of murderous intent flashed in his eyes, gone in an instant. You, Gulis, driven away, left the Immortal clan's territory with a face like thunder. Yet, no one saw the calmness hidden deep within him, as if everything was proceeding according to his plan. Gulis stepped into a realm that sent chills down his spine. The air was thick with an eerie, dark energy that seemed to amplify the deepest desires within one's soul. Suddenly, a young man in a black robe appeared out of thin air, exuding an aura so terrifying that no one dared to approach him. Gulis, what brings you here? The man asked coldly, his gaze sharp as a blade. Gulis trembled slightly but suppressed his fear, getting straight to the point. Yu Ming, I found out who's been sabotaging your Soul Clan's lineage source. He laid out all his deductions in detail. The man called Yu Ming listened with eyes as deep as an abyss, expressionless. After a moment of silence, he replied indifferently. That's it? Gulis was taken aback, not yet able to react when Yu Ming added. That's it. You can leave now. Sensing the unabashed coldness, Gulis felt uneasy and left in haste. Yu Ming watched him depart, then closed his eyes in meditation, as if nothing had happened. What an inscrutable guy. Gulis thought to himself. He had intended to stir things up, but found his efforts thwarted. Quickly adjusting his mindset, he decided. Never mind. Let the foolish Immortals be the ones to take the lead. Gulis pondered. Is the Dragon Kingdom really weak? If foreign forces united, the Dragon Kingdom might be vulnerable, but such an alliance is unlikely, and no single faction dares claim they can overpower the Dragon Kingdom. If the Dragon Kingdom were truly weak, it would have been annihilated long ago. Those arrogant Immortals will eventually pay for their pride. But these were not Gulis' concerns. His goal was achieved. Now he would watch as others fought. ready to play the role of the fisherman reaping the benefits. Meanwhile, in the Immortal clan's headquarters, Xian Ling, the strongest there, was deep in thought. As a figure of importance assigned by his clan's leaders, he knew his value well. Gullies, huh? Insignificant trash. Xian Ling sneered. He saw through Gullies' intentions, just trying to take advantage. But if it was indeed the Dragon Kingdom's doing, it was rather audacious. Xian Ling recalled the message from Xian Song. A Dragon Kingdom warrior had killed many of their kin, and now this incident, clearly showing no regard for the Immortal clan. If that's the case, then let the Immortal clan act as the weapon. Xian Ling's eyes flashed coldly. Someone, send out my message. The message spread swiftly. Within the Dragon Kingdom's main base at the source of the Gung vein, discussions were rampant. Did you hear? That small Gung metal vein in the western area has been seized by the Immortal clan again. Several of our veins have been forcibly taken, and the guards were captured. The only good news is that the Immortals didn't kill anyone. They just imprisoned them to mine as slaves. Suddenly, a loud noise interrupted the conversations. At the head of the group, Jun Nantian slammed the table, shattering it with anger. What is Xian Ling trying to do? Does he really think I'm afraid of him? He roared. Chu Ming stepped forward, her expression serious. Brother Jun, the Immortal clan has sent a message claiming they have enough evidence to prove the recent theft was done by one of our Dragon Kingdom warriors. They demand we hand over the culprit within 3 days, or else. Or else what? Declare war? Do they really think the Dragon Kingdom fears them? Jun Nantian shouted, looking around at the powerful warriors. You say the Immortal clan claims the Gung metal theft was our doing? What evidence do they have? Jun Nantian's brows furrowed as he scanned the room. They're accusing us falsely. I know nothing of this, and it's certainly not our doing. Everyone agreed, stating they were unaware of such actions. Chu Ming took a deep breath and spoke with difficulty. Brother Jun, it seems, it really was one of us. The room erupted in shock. All eyes focused on Chu Ming, the pressure almost suffocating her. Who? Jun Nantian's gaze was intense, locked onto Chu Ming. It was Lin Xiao? The newcomer, Lin Xiao. Chu Ming managed to say the name. The hall was abuzz with chatter, faces filled with confusion. Lin Xiao? Who is Lin Xiao? Someone whispered, only to be met with a sea of bewildered shakes of the head. Most people present were there under family orders, while a few were on missions, yet none had heard of this suddenly mentioned name. At that moment, Chu Ming's voice broke through, her tone carrying an undeniable certainty. It's Lin Xiao. Our people saw from a distance. It was him who did it. A shadow passed over her eyes. Ever since the last incident, she had felt as if unseen eyes were constantly watching her, a feeling of unease that wouldn't fade. Jun Nantian, upon hearing this, scrutinized Chu Ming with a sharp gaze. Seeing no trace of deceit in her expression, he slowly sat back down, his brow furrowed. If what Chu Ming said was true, it would undoubtedly place the Dragon Nation in an extremely precarious position. His expression darkened ominously, as if a storm were about to break. The atmosphere in the hall grew tense suddenly, with the name Lin Xiao detonating like a bomb, stirring waves of anxiety among the crowd. Although most still knew nothing about this mysterious figure, they all sensed that a storm capable of altering the situation was brewing. Jun Nantian's mind was filled with the image of that person, and he fell silent. Those who knew him understood that this demeanor meant he didn't want to get involved. However, the fact that many of his clan members were being held by the Immortals made him deeply restless. Damn those guys. Jun Nantian gritted his teeth. What will it take for them to release our people? Someone nearby cautiously replied. They said that if we hand over that person, everything will be settled. Damn it. Jun Nantian was furious again. This was clearly an open plot. Even though he was extremely displeased with Lin Xiao right now, handing over one of his own was absolutely out of the question. The others weren't fools either. They could easily understand the implications with a bit of thought. But if they didn't hand him over, the only outcome would be a battle. Once a conflict erupted in this chaotic place, anything could happen, and all of them might be in danger. For a moment, Jun Nantian found himself in a dilemma. Brother Jun. Chu Ming suddenly spoke up. Why don't we just hand Lin Xiao over? This whole mess was caused by him alone. Why should so many of us pay the price for him? Jun Nantian shot her a cold glance. If it weren't for the influence behind her, he would have slapped this foolish woman long ago. As a citizen of the Dragon Nation, he would never do anything that would harm the country's interests in the face of external threats, let alone hand over one of his own in front of all these powers, which would severely damage the nation's beliefs. If you bring it up again, don't blame me for being rude. Jun Nantian warned. Chu Ming could clearly feel the dangerous aura emanating from him. She couldn't understand why Jun Nantian wouldn't agree. Clearly, everything would end if they just handed that guy over. Did he just want to make her life difficult? The mind of a woman is unfathomable, and once caught in a mental deadlock, she can become endlessly stubborn. As time passed, there was only one day left until the deadline given by the Immortals. The warriors of the Dragon Nation hadn't taken much action, only recalling everyone from outside and reducing some unnecessary territories. It seemed they were preparing for a long-term defense. Lin Xiao naturally heard about this. Initially, He thought the people here would succumb to pressure and hand him over. Although he would step up in that case, the nature of being proactive versus reactive was different. However, so far, no one had come to find him, which made him quite reflective. A person should take responsibility for their actions, and Lin Xiao wouldn't let so many innocent people suffer because of him. System. Lin Xiao called out in his mind. Ding. I'm here, host. The system immediately responded. How many cultivation points do I have left? Ding. The host currently has 870,001 cultivation points. 870,000? That's too little. Lin Xiao frowned. System. Can Gungjin be exchanged for cultivation points? Ding. The host possesses a large amount of rare metal, which can be exchanged for 2 million cultivation points. Would you like to proceed with the exchange? Over 10,000 kilograms of Gungjin for only 2 million? System. Aren't you being a bit stingy? Lin Xiao was somewhat speechless. The Gungjin seemed very precious, so why was the exchange rate so low? Ding. This system is fair and just. Please refrain from complaining and lowering your own standards. The system responded righteously. After much consideration, Lin Xiao finally decided to exchange half of the Gungjin. His cultivation points now totaled 1,870,001. System. Increase cultivation level. Lin Xiao decisively ordered. Ding. Successfully deducted 800,000 cultivation points. Cultivation level increased successfully. A powerful energy emanated from Lin Xiao's body, and he successfully broke through from the late stage of the 4th tier to the 5th tier. His combat power soared once again, and now he was no longer afraid of a typical latest stage 6th tier existence. Not enough. System. Increase again. Lin Xiao continued to demand. Ding. Successfully deducted 1 million cultivation points. Cultivation level increased successfully. The space was once again filled with surging energy as Lin Xiao broke through to the mid-5th tier. Feeling the abundant energy within him, Lin Xiao suddenly felt an invincible mindset emerging. So strong. I'm really strong now. The breakthrough in cultivation brought him unparalleled confidence. At this moment, even a peak latest stage 6th tier was no longer a threat in his eyes. System. Am I strong? Lin Xiao couldn't help but ask. Please don't indulge too much in self-hypnosis. It's not good. The system coldly replied, immediately dampening Lin Xiao's enthusiasm. Come on, can't you just flatter me a little without shutting down? Lin Xiao complained helplessly. System. Can you predict the danger of this battle for me? Lin Xiao asked again. Ding. Detecting the host's desire to foresee the future, the system is searching. Moments later, the system responded. Ding. The system has tailored a supreme technique for the host, the Great Dream Reincarnation and Heavenly Evolution Scripture. Practitioners of this technique can peer into the cosmos and traverse endless cycles of reincarnation, coexisting with the river of time and space. It only requires 10 million cultivation points. System. Are you in debt in the system world, or something? Lin Xiao felt the frustration of a working man, as if it was never-ending. He didn't say more, nor did he want to converse with this damned system any further. Although the Great Dream Reincarnation and Heavenly Evolution Scripture sounded impressive, it was simply too expensive. He was poor and couldn't afford it, nor could he maintain it. Lin Xiao's gaze turned to the sky, where numerous immortals seemed to be gathering. Each of them had an extremely arrogant expression, looking down at the humans below. Watching the humans dig mines with their bare hands, seeing the anger and helplessness on their faces, the immortals seemed to revel in this sense of superiority. You immortal bastards. Weren't you looking for your Grandpa Lin? Grandpa Lin is here. Lin Xiao's eyes were sharp, and he was determined to fight. Jun Nantian stood in the void, staring at Xian Song and the hundreds of powerful immortals he had brought with him. Today was the final deadline, and Xian Song arrogantly threatened, if the Dragon Kingdom doesn't hand over that human, there will be consequences. The lineup sent by Xian Ling was incredibly formidable, with each member at least at the early stage of the 6th level, and more than a dozen at the late stage of the 6th level. Xian Song relied on this strength to issue a final ultimatum to the Dragon Kingdom. Jun Nantian did not back down in the slightest. Instead, he released a powerful aura. Although he wasn't the strongest in the secret realm, he wasn't someone Xian Song could easily provoke. Xian Song was taken aback, puzzled as to why this seemingly insignificant being dared to resist. Jun Nantian, don't you care about the people below? Xian Song pointed to the hundreds of Dragon Kingdom warriors being held captive. Jun Nantian remained silent, knowing that the country urgently needed Gungjin, and now was not the time to completely sever ties. Suddenly, a scream broke the deadlock. Chu Meng shouted, that person's name is Lin Xiao. Go find him. He's the one behind all this. We can't find him at all. Jun Nantian looked incredulously at this foolish woman. Xian Song and his group laughed, mocking the Dragon Kingdom warriors for their lack of backbone. This scene was observed by the myriad races of the starry sky from the shadows. The plan of the Immortals had succeeded, and the Dragon Kingdom had lost face in front of all the forces. At that moment, in a different dimension, Lin Xiao coldly watched everything unfold. He decided it was time to reveal himself. The The space suddenly twisted, and Lin Xiao appeared out of thin air, standing proudly with divine light beneath his feet. Grandsons of the Immortal clan. Your grandpa Lin is here, he said calmly. Xiansong and his group were shocked and immediately surrounded Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao remained indifferent and instead proposed a condition. Release the people below, and I won't run. Jun Nantian once again rose into the air, forcefully commanding, release them. Under the angry gaze of the Dragon Kingdom warriors, Xiansong reluctantly freed the hostages. The battle erupted instantly. Hundreds of Immortals attacked Lin Xiao simultaneously, each move imbued with unique rules of power. Lin Xiao's divine eyes flickered, and the surrounding space continuously twisted, forming layers of defense. To everyone, Lin Xiao's movements seemed to slow down, as if he would be struck at any moment. However, the Immortals at the early stage of the 6th level fell one after another, with fatal cracks appearing on their necks. Be careful, everyone. This guy can manipulate space and time. Xiansong shouted in terror. Lin Xiao suddenly activated the Great Void Relocation technique, instantly transferring the weakest batch of Immortals away. When Lin Xiao reappeared, he was covered in immortal blood. His icy gaze swept over the remaining mid-6th level Immortals, once again using space-time power to take them away. A minute later, Lin Xiao reappeared, his hands stained with blood, his aura even more formidable. He finally turned his attention to the remaining dozen or so peak late 6th level Immortals. The entire space became oppressive and twisted, losing all sense of time and space. Lin Xiao coldly declared, it's your turn now. Some sneered and questioned Lin Xiao's arrogance. They whispered, does he really think he can take on all the clans alone? Does he see himself as invincible? Little does he know, the strongest of the clans have yet to show themselves. The one he killed, Xiansong, was merely second-rate here. Lin Xiao ignored these doubts. Since he dared to show himself, he was prepared for the worst. If there was going to be trouble, he would make it monumental. He feared nothing. The world slowly returned to calm, and all the spies vanished quietly. Standing in the void, Lin Xiao cast a cold glance at Jun Nantian and others, his intentions clear. Jun Nantian and his companions remained silent. As warriors from the Dragon Nation, they carried heavy responsibilities. It wasn't that they were unwilling to act, but rather that they were helpless. Lin Xiao's eyes glimmered faintly as he locked his gaze on a woman Chu Meng. Sensing Lin Xiao's stare, Chu Meng turned ashen, her legs weak with overwhelming fear. She crawled desperately towards Jun Nantian, seeking a pitiful sense of security. Jun Nantian remained silent, while other Dragon Nation warriors either pondered or looked away. Chu Meng's fear intensified, and she trembled as she shouted, are you going to kill me? You want to kill me? No, you can't kill me. I'm from the Chu family. I'm the legitimate daughter of the Chu family. The space grew ever quieter, and Chu Meng nearly broke down, screaming about her family background to the young man in the sky. The Chu family was a prestigious clan with a martial sovereign among them. This was her last card to play for her survival. Chu Meng secretly calculated that if she survived this, she would return to her family and use all means to eliminate Lin Xiao. Only then would she feel at ease. However, her plans were destined to fail. Lin Xiao's eyes of time and space saw through all illusions, effortlessly detecting the hidden trace of malice within her. He murmured softly, his voice barely audible, and a flash of divine light flickered in his eyes. Rip! Chu Meng attempted to speak further, but suddenly felt dizzy, her eyes rolling. She reached for her neck in horror, discovering a crack. This was her last conscious thought, as her life quickly ebbed away with the flow of blood. Chu Meng was dead. The death of Chu Meng didn't cause much of a stir. Life continued as usual on this land where the warriors of Longhua gathered, and Lin Xiao's presence had vanished without a trace. However, beneath this seemingly calm surface, the source of the Gung vein was turbulent, and a storm was brewing. Lin Xiao's actions had caused an uproar among the myriad races of the starry sky. Some dismissed him, saying, Lin Xiao? Just an arrogant nobody. Another voice coldly remarked, he dared to steal from us. If he falls into our hands, we'll make him wish he were dead. Yet another added disdainfully, a native from Longhua can't make much of a splash. Let's just watch and see. Although Lin Xiao had shown remarkable strength, it wasn't enough to earn genuine attention from the strongest of the races. However, compared to these lofty beings, there was someone whose anger burned even hotter. At the Celestial Clan's base, Xian Ling's expression was terrifyingly dark. He never expected such an outcome. To be cautious, he had dispatched over 100 6th-tier experts, including those at the peak of the late 6th tier. This was his way of showing considerable regard for that native. Useless. Xian Ling was furious, clenching his fists. Over 100 6th-tier experts had been lost just like that. This loss was significant, and the responsibility rested solely on him. Damn it, you've completely enraged me. Xian Ling gritted his teeth, his eyes flashing dangerously. He no longer cared about the risks of being overshadowed. If he didn't handle this properly, he would face severe punishment from within his clan. To minimize the repercussions, he decided to take matters into his own hands and capture Lin Xiao before the clan reacted. In the days that followed, the Celestial clan seemed to have gone mad. They formed teams and launched a massive search in the source of the Gung vein. This action drew dissatisfaction from many factions. Get out. This isn't a place for you. A member of the Plastic Underworld clan shouted harshly when some Celestial clan members wandered into a region filled with ghostly aura. As a powerful race in the starry sky, the Plastic Underworld clan was even stronger than the Celestial clan and didn't fear them. Helplessly, the Celestial members had to leave in disgrace. They were there to find someone, not to cause trouble. However, they hadn't gone far when terror appeared on their faces. A figure suddenly appeared beside them, a flash of divine light. These early 6th-tier Celestial clan members didn't even have time to call for help before they vanished without a trace. Ding! Detected the host has killed members of the Starry Sky races, rewarded with 30,000 cultivation points. Would you like to recycle the bodies? Recycle. Ding! Recycling successful, rewarded with 30,000 cultivation points. This was the third batch of Celestial clan members Lin Xiao had eliminated. For him, these early 6th-tier opponents posed no threat. He pondered, what are they thinking? Aren't they just giving me a chance to pick them off one by one? Initially, he thought there might be a trap waiting for him, but after long observation, he realized it was indeed a comprehensive search operation. Never mind. Free cultivation points are not to be wasted. Since the system upgraded to version 2.0, eliminating these Starry Sky races also earned cultivation points. During this time, just by killing Celestial clan members, his cultivation points had surpassed 1 million, reaching an astounding 1,070,001. This rate of acquisition was much faster than merely selling items. While Lin Xiao was secretly pleased, far away at the base camp, Xianling suddenly opened his eyes, locking onto a particular direction. Finally found you. He immediately waved his hand, and all the Celestial clan members at the base received a summons, flying toward that direction. A monumental battle was about to unfold. Lin Xiao suddenly sensed something was off. With his divine sight, he noticed countless celestial beings rapidly approaching from all directions. Lin Xiao suddenly realized that his position had been exposed. He immediately used his spatial abilities, disappearing in an instant. As space flickered continuously, Lin Xiao jumped from place to place, trying to shake off his pursuers. However, no matter how he changed his location, the members of the Immortal clan seemed to have a tracking device, persistently following him. This unusual situation made Lin Xiao wary. He stopped and used his time-space divine eye to carefully examine himself. As expected, he discovered the problem there was a strange, imperceptible wave emanating from his body at all times. Faced with this unknown threat, Lin Xiao was at a loss. He urgently called out to the system for help. System, what is this strange wave on me? How do I get rid of it? The system quickly responded. Detected that the host is emitting the aura of Immortal Tea Poison, which can be directly eliminated through a certain secret method. Immortal Tea Poison? What is that? Lin Xiao asked, puzzled. The system explained. It is a product of a secret method used by the Immortal clan. Anyone who kills a member of the Immortal clan unknowingly becomes tainted with Immortal Tea Poison. Lin Xiao suddenly understood. It was a trap set by the Immortal clan. They were using their own people's lives as bait, a ruthless tactic. Time was running out, and Lin Xiao's divine eye sensed that a large number of powerful Immortal clan members were approaching, some with extremely strong auras. He quickly hid in an alternate dimension and urged the system. Tell me the secret method quickly. The system immediately responded. The secret method is called Reverse Immortal, requiring 100,000 cultivation points. Would you like to redeem it? Redeem it. Lin Xiao decided without hesitation, having no time to haggle with the system. The urgent task was to resolve the Immortal Tea Poison issue as soon as possible. As the system prompted, Reverse Immortal is being transmitted. Lin Xiao closed his eyes to concentrate, with words constantly flashing in his mind. Meanwhile, numerous Immortal clan members had already arrived at the scene. They sensed Lin Xiao's aura, all eyes directed towards a spot, but saw no one. Xianling also arrived, and after carefully sensing, he scanned the surroundings with a cold gaze. Lin Xiao, Xianling shouted sharply, I know you're hiding here. Don't think you can escape like this. If you dared to kill members of our Immortal clan, you should be prepared to die. With that, Xianling took out a rune from his sleeve, filled with the power of time-space laws. He glanced at the rune with a hint of reluctance, but threw it without hesitation. In an instant, the rune burst into dazzling light, spreading countless mysterious waves that ignored spatial barriers, directly penetrating the alternate dimension where Lin Xiao was. The indiscriminate attack came at Lin Xiao, who was still comprehending. Faced with the crisis, Lin Xiao was forced to open his eyes. Instinctively, he activated his spatial abilities, but caught off guard, his powers were suppressed. The collision of two spatial forces distorted the surrounding space beyond recognition. Suddenly, an unknown void crack appeared, and a strong suction pulled Lin Xiao into it. Damn it! Lin Xiao cursed under his breath. In the chaotic flow of time and space, his divine eye flickered wildly. This place was extremely dangerous, and he had to quickly find the coordinates to return or risk being lost in the endless void. Ignoring everything else, Lin Xiao unleashed his powerful mental strength. While resisting the endless pull of the void, he searched for the coordinates of the Dragon Nation. The strength of his mind revealed itself at this moment, as a mysterious call guided him. Found it! Lin Xiao rejoiced internally and immediately moved swiftly toward the coordinates. With a whoosh, Lin Xiao reappeared, finding himself away from the source of the Gung vein, in an unfamiliar place. Looking around, he saw a vast desert, somewhat desolate. Lin Xiao carefully sensed and confirmed that this was indeed the territory of the Dragon Nation. He looked into the distance, frowning slightly. Is this the north? Lin Xiao was taken aback when a chaotic void current transported him across most of the Dragon Kingdom. Before him stretched an endless desert, with the scorching sun beating down on the earth. He barely had time to react before a rumbling came from afar, and the sand beneath his feet began to shake violently, as if an earthquake were approaching. Alert! Lin Xiao quickly scanned his surroundings and soon pinpointed the anomaly not far away. He saw figures moving and heard the roars of fierce beasts, the waves of battle clearly discernible. Despite his exhausted state, Lin Xiao hesitated not a moment before rushing over. In front of him, a border patrol squad was locked in fierce combat with a pack of beasts. "Captain, these creatures' hides are too tough. We can't penetrate them," one of the team members shouted. It was clear that this squad, usually tasked with routine patrols, had encountered an unexpectedly formidable enemy. The beast's physical advantage was particularly pronounced in combat of this level. "Captain, send out a distress signal. The guys can't hold on much longer," another team member urgently called out. The one addressed as captain acted decisively, quickly drawing out a signal gun. Just as he was about to fire, a figure suddenly appeared in the center of the battlefield. Before anyone could react, the newcomer's eyes flashed with an intense, captivating light. In an instant, countless blades emanating a terrifying aura materialized out of thin air, cascading like a torrential storm toward the beasts under the person's control. With a loud bang, blood flowed like rivers. The bright red liquid instantly stained the yellow sand, leaving the patrol squad members' hearts racing with shock. Before they could gather their wits, the beasts' corpses vanished from sight, leaving only a somewhat slender figure standing in the aftermath. The squad captain hurriedly stepped forward, bowing respectfully. "Thank you, sir, for your assistance." He assumed this was some powerful master who had happened by, and quickly expressed his gratitude. The slender figure turned around, revealing a youthful and handsome face. "No need to thank me," a slightly inexperienced voice replied. "My name is Lin Xiao, and I'm not the officer you think I am." The captain looked up in surprise, not expecting their savior to be such a young man. Curious, Lin Xiao glanced around and asked, "Where is this place? Why are you under attack by fierce beasts?" Along the way, Lin Xiao learned much from the border patrol captain. This was the northern front of the Dragon Kingdom, where a long river split the vast desert in two. On the other side of the river lay the dark forest, territory of the Beast Alliance. "Captain Li, according to you, there hasn't been any friction between the Beast Alliance and the Dragon Kingdom in recent years, and there's an agreement in place. These probing attacks shouldn't be happening. Why are you being attacked by fierce beasts?" Lin Xiao asked, puzzled. Captain Li's expression was grave. "I don't know either. It's too strange. I've already sent the message back." He had patrolled here for years and had never faced an attack like this. As a mid-level third-tier warrior, his strength wasn't great. There were many like him on the vast northern front, and much of the higher-level information was beyond their reach. "Brother Lin, we've arrived." Upon hearing his companion's voice, Lin Xiao looked up and was instantly breathless at the sight before him. A magnificent border city stretched across an endless expanse, with its towering city walls reaching hundreds of meters into the sky like giants. This awe-inspiring view reminded Lin Xiao of the legendary Great Wall from his past life. Standing beneath the city, Lin Xiao felt a genuine sense of his own insignificance for the first time. He quietly followed Captain Li and the others through the city gates, stepping into this imposing fortress. At that moment, a familiar voice filled with surprise suddenly called out, "Lin Xiao." Turning to the source of the voice, Lin Xiao was equally astonished to find that it was none other than Li Long, the Dean of Military University and his mentor. Senior Li. Lin Xiao quickly stepped forward, amazed by the coincidence of meeting this mentor here. Li Long looked Lin Xiao up and down, his brow furrowed. "You say you ended up here because of a void storm?" His tone was full of disbelief. As a martial king-level powerhouse, Li Long knew well the terrifying nature of void storms. Even with his 7th-tier strength, he couldn't guarantee an escape unscathed from such peril. However, recalling that Lin Xiao possessed dual SS-level spacetime abilities and the influence of a mysterious figure, Li Long's expression gradually relaxed. He looked thoughtfully at the young man before him, as if some of his questions had found answers. Lin Xiao looked at Senior Li Long and urgently asked, Is there an entrance to the source of the Gung vein here? His eyes burned with the flames of revenge, determined to confront those from the Immortal clan. Li Long shook his head and explained, the source of the Gung vein is in the southern secret realm. We are in the north, which is too far away. Lin Xiao frowned slightly, about to say something, when Li Long suddenly seemed to remember something important. Lin Xiao, there's a matter that I need your help with. Please tell me, Senior Li. Lin Xiao immediately expressed his willingness to assist. Li Long slowly explained. The new students have started enrolling. As per tradition, the top university in the Dragon Nation will hold a competition for the new students. A competition for new students? Lin Xiao furrowed his brow. After all his experiences, his perspective had surpassed the school level, encompassing the entire starry sky. In the source of the Gung vein, he had encountered many powerful celestial beings, some of whom were beyond his reach. Li Long sensed Lin Xiao's thoughts and added without missing a beat, the rewards for the first place in past competitions have been exceptionally generous. Lin Xiao's interest was piqued. Oh, what kind of rewards? Now you've got me excited. Li Long smiled and explained. Last year, the Cultivation Fund alone was 100 million, along with other top-grade weapons and techniques. There are plenty of benefits. Hearing 100 million, Lin Xiao's eyes lit up instantly. He solemnly said, Senior Li, as a new student of the Military and Martial Arts University, I am eligible to participate. Rest assured, I will not disgrace our university. Li Long nodded. Very well. I will inform you of the time and place shortly. You should prepare to return now. Lin Xiao bid farewell to Li Long and the border guards, determined to secure first place in the competition. He quickly boarded the waiting helicopter to return inland. After Lin Xiao left, a steady voice sounded behind Li Long. Li Long immediately turned around and respectfully greeted the newcomer. The person waved their hand, their gaze following Lin Xiao's departing figure, and asked, Is he Lin Xiao? Li Long straightened up proudly and replied, Yes, Minister. He is our new student at the Military and Martial Arts University. The man nodded slightly and then instructed, They've been making some small moves recently. Keep an eye on them. Yes. Li Long's eyes were sharp, and he was secretly pleased. Receiving praise from this important figure was no small feat. This was the highest commander of the Northern Front, a pinnacle 8th rank powerhouse Toba Mu of the Tuoba family, renowned as the foremost below the martial saint. Lin Xiao embarked on his journey home, scrolling through his phone to catch up on the hottest topic of the moment, the university freshman competition. The screen was filled with eye-catching headlines. Who will be the new champion? Two prodigies going head-to-head. The internet buzzed with discussions, some about Lin Xiao, others about various new talents. However, once it was announced that Lin Xiao had chosen to attend military university, the chatter about him suddenly cooled. After all, military university traditionally did not participate in such contests, much to the disappointment of Lin Xiao's fans. Yet, insiders hinted that this year's competition would be different, with several notable names already leaked. Who is the little tyrant? Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow at this audacious moniker. Rumor had it that this young man from Batian University caused a sensation upon his arrival. In this era, to dare call oneself such a name, one either had to be incredibly arrogant or genuinely capable. Whispers suggested that the little tyrant didn't enter through the usual college entrance exams, but was a pre-selected student at Batian University, allegedly with close ties to the legendary martial saint of Batian. The martial saint, a figure at the pinnacle of power, made the connection with the little tyrant explode across the internet. Speculations ran wild. Was he the martial saint's own offspring or his last disciple? Lin Xiao continued browsing, his gaze lingering on another familiar named Qin Li. To many freshmen, Qin Li was synonymous with invincibility. Though not this year's national top scorer, Qin Li had never been defeated and had never faced Lin Xiao. Background-wise, Qin Li was equally formidable, hailing from the Qin family in the capital, a top-tier family with a martial saint in residence. Next, the name Ji Xiangnan caught his eye. Lin Xiao recalled the youth surrounded by imperial dragon aura, exuding an air of earthly royalty, whose imposing presence was indeed unforgettable. Netizens were already eagerly voting. Who was the rightful heir to the title of new king? Any of these outstanding talents could have easily claimed the title in previous years. With all of them competing this year, the intensity of the competition was sure to be unprecedented. Lin Xiao read through the comments, a slight smile playing on his lips. The image of Qin Li, the swordsman with eyes only for his blade, came to mind, likely even stronger now. And Ji Xiangnan, the first true prodigy Lin Xiao had encountered, was a figure far beyond ordinary comprehension. As for the little tyrant, the descendant of the Batian martial saint, he piqued Lin Xiao's interest. Having witnessed the awe-inspiring might of a martial saint, if this person truly was the saint's child or disciple, their strength would undoubtedly surpass that of ordinary people. Lin Xiao put away his phone, a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. It seemed this freshman competition would be anything but dull. Confident in his own abilities, he looked forward to the exciting battles ahead. With only 2 months left until the college entrance exams, Lin Xiao had astonishingly advanced from the early stage of the 4th tier to the mid-stage of the 5th tier. Such rapid progress was enough to leave anyone speechless. He was completely unaware of the high status he held in the hearts of the younger generation in Longhua, a young man from a humble family, who, with his unprecedented double SS level abilities, had claimed the title of King of Geniuses. As a first-year high school student, he participated in the National College entrance exams, violently defeating the formidable Kirin in a secret realm, ultimately earning the title of national champion. The name Lin Xiao had become synonymous with extraordinary talent. Across the nation, elders used him as an example to inspire the younger generation. This trend wasn't accidental, as if an invisible hand was pushing it forward from behind the scenes. For those from humble backgrounds, Lin Xiao had become almost a godlike figure. However, this rising star also sparked fear among the powerful and wealthy families. They viewed Lin Xiao as an anomaly, believing he threatened their interests. Yet, with Lin Xiao currently at the height of his fame, they dared not act rashly. At this moment, shocking news arrived. In the luxurious Chu family mansion, a servant nervously reported to the family head, Chu Jifeng, "Master, there's news from the secret realm. Your daughter, Chu Meng, was publicly killed by Lin Xiao." Even after Chu Meng revealed her identity, Lin Xiao still struck her down. The evidence is undeniable. Hearing this, Chu Jifeng's face darkened like ink. As Chu Meng's father, he had always protected her, never once scolding her. Now, he wished he could charge into the secret realm immediately. Murderous intent flashed in Chu Jifeng's eyes as he placed Lin Xiao on his mental hit list. Lin Xiao, Chu Jifeng gritted his teeth. "Do you think that joining the military makes you superior? You're nothing but an ignorant ant. Who gave you the audacity to kill my daughter, Chu Jifeng's daughter?" He sneered. "Once the storm passes, it will be your time to die." In Chu Jifeng's eyes, Lin Xiao was already a dead man. The Chu family had deep roots in Longhua, with resources far beyond what a mere young genius could withstand. The dignity of a powerful family was not to be trampled by a boy from a humble background. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao had arrived in the capital. He marveled at the rich presence of elemental energy here, understanding why there were so many powerful individuals. Along the way, he had encountered several 6th-tier warriors, a sight unimaginable in his hometown of Pingan District. Lin Xiao headed straight to Dawn University, where this year's freshman competition was being held. Standing at the entrance, he felt the presence of warriors converging from all directions and took a determined step forward. Freshman competition, Lin Xiao is here. No wonder this is one of the top 5 elite universities in the entire Dragon Kingdom. As soon as Lin Xiao set foot inside, he sensed a faint yet palpable energy coursing through his body. The concentration of supernatural power here was at least twice as high as outside. "Are you here to watch the freshman competition?" A handsome young man in a school uniform called out to him. "No, I'm a freshman participating in the competition," Lin Xiao replied. Lin Xiao stood alone at the new student competition venue, looking around to see that all other schools had arrived, except for the area designated for Junhui University, which was completely empty. A curious boy approached and asked, "Are you a new student for the competition? Where's your school's team?" Scratching his head awkwardly, Lin Xiao replied, "I think I'm the only one from my school." According to Senior Li, if he hadn't shown up, maybe no one would have come. The boy was surprised and asked, "Which academy are you from?" "Junhui University, Lin Xiao," he answered calmly. The boy's eyes widened in disbelief. He rubbed his ears, trying to confirm what he had heard. "Did you say you're from Junhui University?" "Junhui," Lin Xiao repeated. The boy was too shocked to speak. A new student from Junhui University competing in the new student competition? It seemed impossible. Various speculations flashed through his mind, even suspecting it was a disguise from a second-rate academy. Suddenly, he remembered something and shouted excitedly, "Wait, Lin Xiao? Did you say you're Lin Xiao from Junhui?" After Lin Xiao nodded in confirmation, the boy was thrilled, exclaiming, "Yes, yes, yes. You are Lin Xiao, you look exactly like him." Lin Xiao awkwardly interrupted his excited chatter. Could you tell me how to get to the new student competition?" "Oh, right this way." The boy snapped back to reality and enthusiastically pointed Lin Xiao in the right direction. Before parting, he eagerly asked, "Lin Xiao, could you sign an autograph for me?" Lin Xiao was surprised to find he had a fan and agreed with a smile. The boy was trembling with excitement, having climbed up from the bottom through sheer hard work to get into Dawn University. To him, Lin Xiao was a godlike figure for people like him. "Here is the new student competition venue, Lin Xiao. I'll be cheering for you." The boy reluctantly watched Lin Xiao enter the venue. The news of Lin Xiao from Junhui University participating in the new student competition spread like wildfire across the internet. "No way. Is it true? Lin Xiao is joining the new student competition." "Who knows if it's true? Junhui University never participates in these competitions." "You don't get it. Junhui University used to not participate because they didn't care. This year, sending Lin Xiao is a statement. If Junhui joins, even with just one person, they'll dominate the stage." "Wow, that makes so much sense. I'm with you on this." The arena for the new student competition was grand and magnificent, surrounded by a formation. However, to Lin Xiao, the formation was full of flaws, and he itched to fix it, his professional instincts kicking in. Seeing the other sections filled with new students, Lin Xiao quietly moved to an empty area. This was the section for Zhenhui University, empty except for him. Someone from Zhenhui University is here. Lin Xiao's presence surprised the new students from the other 4 academies. It's Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao? It's really him. As they recognized Lin Xiao, many wore serious expressions. Most of them had witnessed his terrifying power in a previous battle, where his mere presence suppressed everyone. From the direction of Batian University, a robust boy cast his gaze at Lin Xiao, his skin a faint golden bronze, exuding a strong sense of power. In the Dragon Wu University section, a man with a sword also watched Lin Xiao, his eyes full of fighting spirit. Noticing these familiar faces looking his way, Lin Xiao smiled slightly and waved back. The competition was about to start, and the air was filled with tension and excitement. In the distance, a group of formidable individuals gathered, their powerful presence unmistakable. They were all King Wu-level experts, serving as chaperones from various academies. They engaged in loud conversations, frequently showcasing their students' abilities, with an undercurrent of competition brewing. Suddenly, a shocking piece of news swept through. This year, the military academy is actually sending a student to compete. Among the crowd, someone recognized the newcomer. That looks like Lin Xiao, this year's top scholar, and he's quite strong. Another person chimed in. Just having the courage to attend the military academy sets him apart from regular students. However, some were skeptical, sending only one person from the military academy, aren't they being a bit too arrogant? As the crowd buzzed with discussion, a powerful voice resonated across the venue. The freshman tournament of the top academies is about to begin. All participants, please proceed to the waiting area. The contestants filed in orderly fashion into the designated area. The host continued to announce the competition rules. The tournament will consist of 2 main categories: individual and team competitions. The individual competition will determine the top 32 through random draws, followed by a points-based ranking. Each academy can send 3 teams for the team competition, with each team limited to 5 members. Rankings will be based on the number of victories. Lin Xiao listened quietly, pondering to himself. There's a team competition too? Can I compete alone? If possible, I wouldn't mind giving it a try. He was quite interested in the generous rewards for the first place in the team competition. I announce, the individual competition begins now. With this declaration, a massive screen appeared in the sky, displaying the names of all competitors at random. Lin Xiao quickly located his name. Arena 16, Lin Xiao versus Zhang Fan. On the platform, Lin Xiao assessed his opponent. He didn't know Zhang Fan, but Zhang Fan recognized him and thought to himself, I checked today's calendar for good luck, didn't I? It was supposed to be a lucky day. The referee, seeing both participants ready, immediately declared, begin the match. Before the words had fully left the referee's mouth, Lin Xiao had already appeared like a phantom behind Zhang Fan. With a well-measured punch, he knocked Zhang Fan off the platform. Match over, Lin Sha wins, the referee announced decisively. Zhang Fan hadn't even processed what happened, completely bewildered. I wasn't ready. What about the experience? Looking around, he saw other matches still fiercely ongoing, with him being the first to be eliminated. Overwhelmed with embarrassment, Zhang Fan quickly covered his face and slunk away. However, Zhang Fan's embarrassing moment didn't escape the media's keen eye. As a highly anticipated public figure, Lin Xiao's participation had already spread across the internet. The moment he stepped onto the platform, countless cameras were trained on Arena 16. The internet erupted. Oh my god, Lin Xiao, the legend. He's really here, and still so dashing. Let's see who the unlucky one is to face Lin firsto. It's that unfortunate guy. Wow, not bad. He lasted a whole second against Lin Xiao, worthy of praise. Most were not surprised by Lin Xiao's display of strength. The audience outside cheered wildly, while the live stream chat was flooded with comments praising Lin Xiao. Meanwhile, on another platform, 2 competitors faced off. One exuded an overwhelming aura, his powerful physique causing the surrounding space to subtly vibrate. His opponent, paralyzed with fear before even making a move, stammered, I concede. No one could truly understand the depth of fear this competitor felt at that moment, as if he were facing not a human, but a terrifying beast from ancient times. Bawang, bawang. The cheers from the crowd were deafening. On the stage, a man with a sword stood still, his expression indifferent, yet his presence as imposing as a mountain. His opponent had barely stepped onto the stage before he was overwhelmed by a fierce aura, as if the sky itself had been split open. In less than a second, the opponent raised his hand in surrender. Qin Lixing, the referee announced. This freshman from Longwu University was undoubtedly the rightful champion. On another stage, Ji Xiangnan stood with his head held high, his golden eyes shining, surrounded by an aura of imperial majesty. As the representative of Liming University, He was hailed as the emperor among men, a peerless prodigy. The strength of these top talents was so intimidating that many competitors who drew them in the lottery chose to forfeit immediately. Online experts even speculated that the Dragon Nation was on the brink of a golden era, with these extraordinary geniuses poised to lead the country to new heights. Lin Xiao also displayed astonishing prowess. His opponent conceded defeat without even stepping onto the stage. The audience buzzed with debate over who had the best chance of claiming the title of individual champion. Some supported the little Ba Wang, the biological son of the legendary warrior Ba Tian Wuxing. Others favored Qin Li, the undefeated swordmaster. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao's supporters fervently chanted, "Lin Xiao for the win." As the competition progressed, more contestants began to reveal their true abilities. A young man named Zhuge Kongming caught the audience's attention with his battles, which seemed like pre-rehearsed performances, leaving no trace of combat. When Lin Xiao faced off against the dark horse, Wang Daoran, the audience's anticipation reached its peak. Although Wang Daoran knew he was outmatched, he decided to give it his all. As the match began, Lin Xiao courteously allowed his opponent to make the first move. Wang Daoran didn't hesitate, unleashing his most powerful technique, the Heavenly Thunder Sword. Countless bolts of lightning converged into a massive sword, hurtling towards Lin Xiao with destructive force. However, with just a slight flicker of his eyes, Lin Xiao conjured an invisible barrier that trapped the Heavenly Thunder Sword. Despite his best efforts, Wang Daoran could not breach this defense and ultimately had to acknowledge the vast disparity in their abilities. He smiled bitterly and conceded defeat. Lin Xiao's strength was like an ocean, while he was merely a droplet, unable to make even the slightest splash. Lin Xiao is truly exceptional. The voice of the martial king carried a hint of surprise as his gaze remained fixed on Lin Xiao, his brow slightly furrowed. In this young man, he sensed a faintly familiar aura, which led him into contemplation. Although he was here as the chaperone from Longwu University, his thoughts involuntarily drifted back to the battlefield of the past. Back then, he had the privilege of witnessing that esteemed figure in action and had heard of his illustrious feats. Now, the demeanor emanating from Lin Xiao reminded him of that legendary figure. This discovery stirred a slight doubt in the martial king's heart. Could Lin Xiao be connected to that esteemed figure? Although they shared the same surname, Lin Xiao's identity seemed unremarkable. At that moment, another voice interrupted the martial king's thoughts. "Zhuge Kongming, I can't believe they let him out," exclaimed the martial king from Dawn University. His gaze fell upon a graceful young man on the stage, a hint of intrigue in his eyes. Interesting, truly interesting. Several martial kings from various universities stood in the void, their faces reflecting anticipation. They all thought in unison. This year's freshman competition might be the most exciting one yet. Each was filled with confidence in their own contestants, their eyes brimming with pride. Meanwhile, the online buzz reached an unprecedented peak. In the most popular live stream, the number of viewers had exceeded 1 billion, pushing the server to its limits. The chat was flooded with comments, and some affluent viewers were showering the stream with extravagant gifts, their dazzling effects nearly obscuring the screen. A closer look at these comments revealed heated debates among different fan factions. This online battle, in terms of scale, had even surpassed the live arena battles. The Overlord will win. Lin Xiao is the best. Qin Li is the undisputed rookie king. These chants rose and fell, pushing the atmosphere to a fever pitch. Currently, the top contenders for the Rookie King title were still centered around these three contestants. As for Ji Xiangnan, although he had a considerable fan base, his previous defeat against Lin Xiao in the widely circulated national exam video left his supporters lacking confidence, making his presence slightly less imposing. Lin Xiao had become the focal point of everyone's attention, his prowess widely acknowledged, earning him the title of one of the strongest prodigies of the era. As the list of the top 32 in the individual competition was announced, anticipation reached its peak. Online spectators were filled with excitement, desperately seeking tickets from scalpers just to experience the intense atmosphere of the finals in person. Ticket prices skyrocketed to exorbitant levels, beyond the reach of ordinary people. As night fell, countless people tossed and turned, eagerly awaiting the arrival of dawn. The next day, the seats were packed early with eager spectators. Lin Xiao walked alone into the empty waiting area, a sense of solitude quietly settling in. The host announced the official start of the individual competition's final, explaining the rules in detail. Matches would be determined by drawing lots based on previous round results, with winners earning 1 point and losers none. Rankings would ultimately be decided by points. Soon, the top 32 competitors entered the arena, ready for the first round of matches. Lin Xiao's opponent was Xia Qing, ranked 28th. The two ascended the stage, and Lin Xiao's swift teleportation elicited cheers from the audience. Xia Qing, a newcomer at the peak of the 4th tier with Awakens-level ability, Azure Thunder, was no less formidable. Facing Lin Xiao, Xia Qing wore a grave expression, deeply sensing the intangible pressure exuded by this extraordinary talent. The match was about to ignite, with Lin Xiao standing still, waiting for his opponent to make the first move. Xiaqing hesitated no longer, unleashing the Azure Thunder. In an instant, the sky filled with lightning and thunder, enveloping the entire stage in blue lightning. This strike reached the level of the 5th tier, showcasing the terrifying power of thunder abilities. Lin Xiao nodded slightly, deciding to showcase some skill and respect. He executed the Void Blade, causing a rift to open above, where countless void fragments coalesced into an incredibly sharp, invisible blade, emitting a chilling wave. Under the watchful eyes of the spectators, the two forces collided fiercely, the explosion deafening. After a brief standoff, the Void Blade cut through the Azure Thunder like a hot knife through butter, continuing its advance towards Xiaqing. Xiaqing found himself in a dire situation, the threat of death looming. Just as he closed his eyes, ready to accept his fate, Lin Xiao's voice rang out. Hey, aren't you going to concede? Do you really want me to bring this blade down? Jolted awake, Xiaqing opened his eyes to see the slightly youthful, yet overwhelmingly commanding figure before him, feeling a surge of admiration. He took a deep breath and decisively admitted defeat. I concede. The news of Ji Xiangnan facing off against Zhuge Kongming struck like a bolt of lightning, instantly electrifying the atmosphere. The audience held their breath, eyes fixed on these two legendary figures. On one side stood Ji Xiangnan, the acclaimed earthly emperor, and on the other, Zhuge Kongming, the dark horse of the competition whose full strength had yet to be revealed. The air was thick with tension and anticipation, even drawing the attention of formidable figures like Lin Xiao, Little Overlord, and Qin Li. Little Overlord's gaze lingered on Zhuge Kongming, his eyes reflecting an inscrutable glint. Qin Li gripped his sword tightly, a natural aura of blade intent quietly emanating from him. Although Lin Xiao was well acquainted with Ji Xiangnan, he found himself intrigued by this opponent named Zhuge Kongming. As the referee's whistle blew, the battle commenced. Ji Xiangnan took a step forward, unleashing an Emperor's Dragon aura that roared forth in golden dragon form, sweeping across the arena with terrifying pressure. Many in the audience felt this overwhelming force, their legs weakening involuntarily, nearly driving them to their knees. This showdown would determine whether the earthly emperor would continue his reign of glory or if the dark horse would prevail against all odds. Everyone held their breath, awaiting the outcome of this epic clash. He remains the unparalleled ruler of the mortal realm. Ji Xiangnan's golden eyes locked onto his opponent, his expression serious. He dared not underestimate any prodigy, especially the one before him. Imperial Dragon Fist. Ji Xiangnan made the first move, driven by his masterful combat instincts to stop seeking flaws in his opponent. His unmatched attack struck towards Zhuge Kongming like a thunderous storm. The audience held their breath, only to be shocked as they saw Zhuge Kongming completely unguarded. In that fleeting moment, an inexplicable voice echoed through the arena. I declare that all attacks here do not exist. The arena fell into sudden silence. Ji Xiangnan's pupil shrank as he swiftly retreated. His attack vanished into thin air, as if erased from existence. Zhuge Kongming remained composed, holding his folding fan as if he had never faced any danger. Ji Xiangnan's instincts screamed in alarm, and he gathered his Imperial Dragon Qi once more, activating his regal attire. This battle was proving to be far more challenging than anticipated. Imperial Dragon Sword. Ji Xiangnan unleashed an even stronger assault. A massive golden sword, surrounded by countless dragon energies, soared into the sky. He gripped this sword, a symbol of supreme power, and swung it fiercely at Zhuge Kongming. The space around seemed to hum, as if making way for this emperor. In the stands, some spectators struggled to withstand the shockwaves. I declare, vanish. The mysterious voice rang out again, clearer this time. As soon as the words were spoken, the Imperial Dragon sword truly disappeared. The audience was in an uproar, bewildered. Ji Xiangnan fell silent, while Xiao Baowang narrowed his eyes, and Qin Li gripped his knife tighter. Lin Xiao frowned in thought. Attacks couldn't simply vanish. The only explanation was Zhuge Kongming's doing. In the void, the martial king sighed. It has finally appeared again. SS-level ability word of law. He recalled legends from his youth about a prodigy who awakened this power, causing the downfall of starry races and battles, ultimately being killed by dozens of martial lords at the cost of their lives. This ability was indescribably powerful, almost godlike. Its capability was simple yet direct, word of law. If its possessor's power was limitless, it could even be considered a conceptual-level existence. At this moment, Ji Xiangnan, the mortal emperor, faced such a creator god. His martial path was fraught with obstacles. Each time he reached the peak, he encountered formidable foes. First, he was defeated by Lin Xiao, then suppressed by the Kirin child on the extraterrestrial battlefield. Now, history seemed to repeat, fate once again blocking his path. I refuse to believe it. I am Ji Xiangnan. I am the emperor of the mortal world. I won't accept being stopped here. Ji Xiangnan roared, his entire being erupting with imperial dragon chi. Dozens of golden dragons roared and coiled in the sky, imposing as the ancient heavens. Ji Xiangnan trembled all over. This was his limit. Amidst the dazzling golden light, his eyes were filled with imperial majesty as he launched his final dragon energy attack at Zhuge Kongming. The dragons intertwined in the sky, creating a grand spectacle as the audience watched intently. Ji Xiangnan's supporters shouted wildly, "The Emperor is invincible." Faced with such a terrifying onslaught, Zhuge Kongming's usually calm expression finally changed. He softly uttered, "I declare, no Emperor here." These words were like a heavenly decree, a divine judgment. The roaring golden dragons seemed to struggle against something invisible, but eventually, they all faded into nothingness. The scene fell into a dead silence. Ji Xiangnan stared intently at his opponent, once again feeling that sense of powerlessness. No matter how hard he tried, there was always someone who could effortlessly erase all his achievements, as if he was destined to be just a supporting character, a stepping stone for others. But I am Ji Xiangnan. Why have I become so weak? Or was I never strong at all? Ji Xiangnan plunged into deep self-doubt. Yet, the imperial dragon chi within him did not dissipate. Instead, it continued to gather. An emperor must contend with the heavens, the earth, and everything in the world. An emperor never fears. Since being defeated by Lin Xiao, Ji Xiangnan had been biding his time, waiting for an opportunity, a chance to utterly crush the past and face the world with a new, unrivaled stance. Ji Xiangnan looked down at his fists, recalling his vow to use these fists to crush all enemies in the world. So, I, Ji Xiangnan, how could I be this weak? How could I possibly be defeated here? Bang! A celestial phenomenon suddenly appeared. In the void, auspicious clouds gathered, dragons and phoenixes danced, and ethereal music filled the air. Countless phantasmal beasts appeared in the sky, as if the heavens were rejoicing. The powerful martial king in the void was utterly shocked, unable to believe his eyes as he watched Ji Xiangnan. All these strange signs pointed to him. This is a second awakening. Ability evolution? Several powerful warriors fixed their eyes on Ji Xiangnan, utterly shocked. In their long lives, it was the first time they had witnessed someone awakening a second time. The audience was buzzing with excitement, captivated by the spectacle before them, even if they didn't fully understand it. What the hell just happened? What's going on? Is the match over? Who won? No, look quickly, Ji Huanghe. All eyes were drawn to Ji Xiangnan on the stage. Under the gaze of the crowd, Ji Xiangnan's entire body suddenly radiated with a dazzling golden light. The air seemed to freeze, while countless phantoms of ancient sacred beasts circled above him. In the distance, colorful clouds filled the sky, as if a sage had descended into the world. The imperial dragon aura surrounding Ji Xiangnan began to transform, continually condensing and evolving, reborn from the inside out. His appearance mirrored his heart. He had truly completed a second awakening. This was a genuine awakening, and from this point forward, his path was clear and unimpeded. He had achieved enlightenment in a single moment, embarking on his own fearless and majestic imperial path. At this moment, Ji Xiangnan's mind was as clear as a mirror. Concepts like invincible prodigy and unparalleled talent no longer concerned him. His heart harbored an invincible spirit that encompassed the world. His talent had undergone a mutation, emanating an incomparable brilliance, making it impossible to look directly at him. This was the richest reward bestowed upon him by the heavens. A crisp voice echoed from deep within Ji Xiangnan. S-level Emperor breaks the shackles, defying natural laws. Beyond the Emperor, none remain, thus becoming heaven. SS-level power Heavenly Emperor. At this moment, Ji Xiangnan seemed like a peerless heavenly emperor spanning ancient and modern times, completely transformed from before. The imperial dragon aura surrounding him vanished, replaced by the supreme aura of the heavenly emperor. His imperial attire transformed into the heavenly emperor's robe, showcasing unparalleled elegance. Zhuge Kongming, Ji Xiangnan's opponent, observed this transformation with a grave expression. The fan he played within his hand disappeared, and he became serious. He was now facing an invincible heavenly emperor. Heavenly Emperor's fist. I command, vanish. This clash was a direct confrontation between two SS-level powers. No longer mysterious as before, it was vividly displayed before everyone. A stunning fist intent clashed with invisible rules, as the two forces collided in a fierce and balanced battle. Ji Xiangnan kept punching, like a young heavenly emperor, incredibly strong and fearless of any foe. Zhuge Kongming's ability to make words reality was equally terrifying. He didn't need to move, yet every command was like a decree from the heavens. Their battle erupted once more, beyond words to describe its intensity. Such a terrifying duel consumed both sides tremendously. Zhuge Kongming's hands began to tremble, as his ability to make words reality lacked absolute suppression against opponents of the same level. Prolonged use had strained him greatly. Ji Xiangnan was in a similar situation. His SS-level power as the Heavenly Emperor had just awakened, and he needed to retreat for cultivation to master it perfectly and transform it into his strength. In the depths of their souls, they exchanged a glance, both understanding that this would be the final move of the match, the decisive blow to determine victory. Heavenly Emperor's sword. I command, no heaven here. Both unleashed their innate abilities to the fullest. Who would tip the scales in their favor? Ji Xiangnan's eyes burned with determination, no longer hesitant, with boundless courage, pressing forward. Zhuge Kongming's gaze was equally fierce, exuding an aura of invincibility. Countless spectators etched their faces into memory, knowing these two peerless young prodigies were destined for greatness. A thunderous explosion resounded as the dust settled. Who won? Everyone awaited the final result. Lin Xiao watched everything unfold. He hadn't expected Zhuge Kongming to possess such an extraordinary ability. Similarly, he was amazed by Ji Xiangnan's breakthrough, reaching SS-level talent. No wonder during their first encounter, Lin Xiao sensed something unusual about his talent. The figures of the two contestants gradually became clear. Both stood on the stage, locking eyes, neither having fallen. The match concluded in a draw. Neither could overcome the other. Zhuge Kongming's ability was more auxiliary, and his raw power couldn't strictly surpass Ji Xiangnan. But his ability was too extraordinary. Ji Xiangnan, despite his immense strength, could only resist the terrifying ability, exhausting his power without inflicting substantial damage. The draw left many spectators unsatisfied. Impossible. Ji Huang is invincible. He must have won. Can't you see how terrifying Zhuge Kongming is? He was calm throughout the entire match. If you ask me, in the end, Zhuge Kongming definitely won. These fervent fans cheered wildly for their idols. Meanwhile, the two contestants quietly left the stage, seizing the opportunity to recover their strength and prepare for the next match. Qinli, behind the scenes, felt an itch. As a natural martial enthusiast, he couldn't resist the urge to challenge powerful opponents. The sudden appearance of Zhuge Kongming intrigued him, making him eager for a bout. As for Ji Xiangnan, Qinli glanced over, excited that this young man had caught up, making him equally thrilled. Qinli versus Yang Yi. Hearing his name, Qinli immediately gripped his green dragon crescent blade, eyes fixed on a figure within Batian University. Likewise, a young man looked back at him, their gazes meeting in the air. This promised to be another intense battle. Yang Yi, known as the Little Overlord, was Qin Li's opponent. Both contestants entered the arena, reigniting the fiery atmosphere. Even the referee anticipated this level of competition. The match begins. Qin Li struck first, slashing with his blade. One slash style. The blade intent swept across the battlefield, powerful and unmatched. This slash embodied Qin Li's indomitable spirit, which ordinary people couldn't withstand. Yang Yi was equally formidable. His body shimmered with golden light as he swung a punch without hesitation. He met Qin Li's slash Heaton with his fist. Bam! With a loud crash, Yang Yi caught the astonishing slash. It was like a pre-match test, as the two exchanged glances, slight smiles playing on their lips. Bring it on. Qin Li's innate ability could be summed up in one word: blade. This ability had no rank, and during the initial assessment, the testers even suspected that the machine was malfunctioning. As a prodigy from the top-tier Qin family, it was unbelievable that Qin Li's awakened ability was considered so worthless. Yet, the reality was undeniable. Countless tests confirmed the same conclusion. Qin Li's ability was simply blade. For someone of Qin Li's prestigious background, this was nothing short of a catastrophe. His mother faced endless mockery and ridicule from the family, while his father was sent to the battlefield by rival factions and ultimately perished. Since awakening his ability, Qin Li had changed. He became silent, withdrawn, and intensely combative. He showed indifference to his family's misfortunes, remained speechless about his father's death, and seemed at a loss regarding his mother's predicament. For Qin Li, it seemed that only one thing remained in his life: the blade. However, fate had its own plans. It later became evident that Qin Li's talent in the way of the blade was unparalleled, reaching heights unmatched in the Dragon Kingdom. At this moment, he stood in the arena, unleashing his battle spirit. The powerful aura of his blade radiated brilliantly in his hands, filling the arena with its fierce energy. Qin Li's performance exemplified what it meant to be a true swordsman with a heart devoted to the blade, loyal to the blade, and obsessed with the blade. This focus made his swordsmanship so formidable that he dominated his generation, undefeated since his debut. He continuously wielded his blade, launching fierce attacks at his opponent, Yang Yi. Each slash seemed to push the fabric of space to its breaking point. The referee had to repeatedly reinforce the arena's protective barriers, fearing that the aftermath of their battle might harm the innocent spectators. Yang Yi, Qin Li's opponent, was no ordinary fighter. As the son of a martial saint, Yang Yi possessed terrifying physical strength. So far, he had been fighting Qin Li barehanded, his robust physique making him fearless, his moves bold and sweeping. Yang Ye's innate ability seemed linked to his physical prowess, and combined with his father's influence, his physical strength left many who knew him in despair. The two exchanged blows relentlessly, neither yielding an inch. Heaven Slicing Blade versus Unmatched Physique. This battle was even more thrilling than the previous clash between Ji Xiangnan and Zhuge Kongming. The audience was ecstatic, shouting until their voices were hoarse, as if they were part of the action. This intense battle left other competitors in awe. Wang Daoran watched with a wry smile, realizing the vast gap between himself and these top-tier talents. Even the residual shockwaves from the fight were challenging for him to withstand. His thoughts drifted to Lin Xiao, who gave him the greatest sense of powerlessness. Though he had no concrete reason, his intuition told him that Lin Xiao might be the true new champion. Lin Xiao quietly observed the battle. He hadn't expected such an intense showdown so early in the finals. He offered a fair assessment. Both fighters' attacks were indeed fierce, with Cultivation at mid-level 5, but their actual power reached mid-level 6, a full level higher. Truly top-tier talents. In Lin Xiao's view, the two were evenly matched, and the outcome depended on who could hold out the longest. And so it was. Qin Li and Yang Yi fought tirelessly, exchanging punches and slashes with equal fervor. The battle exhilarated them both. Awesome, Yang Yi shouted. It had been a long time since he had such a satisfying fight. At home, he was either mercilessly trained by his father or sparring with mediocre opponents, which was utterly unexciting. The battle spirit in Qin Li's eyes grew even more intense. Without needing words, both fighters had given their all, making this battle a true clash of equals. But by now, they both understood that victory would come to whoever could endure the longest. Yang Yi was confident in this regard. As the son of a martial saint and a practitioner of body refinement, he believed he could outlast anyone. In contrast, Qin Li seemed at a disadvantage. He had been at peak performance, attacking with full force each time, a strategy hard to sustain. But Qin Li was undeterred. In his heart, a true swordsman feared nothing. Even knowing he might lose, he would wield his blade and charge forward. Blade, come. With this shout, accompanied by an overwhelming blade aura, it was as if he was summoning something. Qin Li's Azure Dragon Crescent blade left his hand, hovering in the air. Meanwhile, many warriors in the audience felt something amiss. Their blades were being drawn uncontrollably to the battlefield. A multitude of blades converged above Qin Li, forming a 10,000 blades to the sky formation. Yang Yi, this is my final move. If you withstand it, you win. At this moment, Qin Li was enveloped in endless blade aura. Lin Xiao, who had also comprehended such power, could sense that it was at the peak of minor mastery, just a step away from major mastery. Yang Yi looked at the sky full of blades, his expression grave. A single misstep here could lead to disaster. He hesitated no longer, unleashing a burst of golden light, his immense physical energy, forming an unparalleled barrier, the supreme sovereign defense. This was his strongest defensive technique, and he intended to take the attack head-on. Blades overwhelmed the world. Countless blades launched a ferocious strike at Yang Yi. Not good. The referee, who had been observing from the sidelines, immediately sensed the danger and quickly reinforced the arena's formations. The power of this clash was overwhelming. The arena was engulfed in smoke, the deafening explosion echoing in the air. Even with the formation's protection, the strong impact left nearby spectators covered in dust. But none of that mattered. All eyes were on the arena, waiting to see who had won. As the smoke cleared, both fighters stood in place, frozen in their final attack stances. Qin Li looked at the blade on the ground, his expression complex. He slowly approached, picked up his Azure Dragon Crescent blade, and walked off the stage without looking back. You won. This battle was Yang Ye's victory. He had ultimately withstood Qin Li's direct assault, enduring the overwhelming attack with sheer resilience. Yang Yi, watching Qin Li leave the stage, grimaced. That last strike had been tough to handle. His insides protested, though he suppressed the discomfort. Qin Li, your blade is strong. But to me, it seems to be missing something. After a moment of silence, Yang Yi spoke. He wasn't sure if he should say it, but having faced the best swordsman in the Dragon Kingdom, he noticed a difference between their blades and Qin Li's. It was as if one was alive, while the other was not. He couldn't quite articulate the feeling. Qin Li paused slightly at Yang Ye's words, then continued to leave. Regardless, the match ended with Yang Ye's victory. His fans erupted in cheers, celebrating their undefeatable champion. The subsequent matches entered a more subdued phase, with no overly intense battles, allowing the audience to relax from the earlier tension. Lin Xiao versus Zhuge Kongming. A new confrontation was about to begin. The showdown between Lin Xiao and Zhuge Kongming finally commenced, igniting the fervor of the audience. Thunderous cheers erupted around the arena, with Lin Xiao's supporters vastly outnumbering those of Zhuge Kongming, who, despite being in the minority, refused to back down. Lin Xiao suddenly appeared in the center of the ring with a swift move. His signature entrance drew gasps from the crowd, with some of the young women even crying out in excitement. Lin Xiao, I want to have your children. However, Lin Xiao remained unfazed, his eyes locked on his opponent, Zhuge Kongming. Zhuge Kongming, too, was focused on this rising young prodigy. He knew well that Lin Xiao had awakened dual SS class abilities, with talents that even surpassed his own. This duel was destined to be a grueling battle, and Zhuge Kongming was fully prepared. As the referee signaled the start, the atmosphere in the arena became tense. Neither made a hasty move. Instead, they scrutinized each other, attempting to discern the other's intentions. Lin Xiao broke the silence first. Aren't you going to make a move? His tone carried a hint of curiosity, clearly wanting to gauge his opponent's capabilities. Zhuge Kongming was momentarily surprised, but quickly understood Lin Xiao's intent. Very well, as you wish. He took a deep breath and intoned, I declare, let wind, rain, thunder, and lightning appear. As soon as the words left his mouth, the environment transformed. The forces of wind, rain, thunder, and lightning manifested simultaneously within the arena, leaving the audience in awe. These elemental powers surged under Zhuge Kongming's command, exerting an overwhelming pressure as they bore down on Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao remained unfazed by the oncoming assault. With a calm expression, he extended a finger and said, congeal. In an instant, an invisible barrier materialized, firmly containing the 4 elemental forces, rendering them immobile. Seeing this, Zhuge Kongming quickly unleashed another technique. I declare, vanish. A mysterious force quietly spread out. Lin Xiao keenly sensed that his spatial barrier was being gradually eroded by an unseen power. This was a first for him, and he was somewhat taken aback. As the spatial barrier dissipated, the 4 elemental forces launched another fierce attack on Lin Xiao. Without hesitation, Lin Xiao shouted, go. An invisible blade sliced through the air, targeting the elements, its immense power obliterating them instantly. Seizing the advantage, Lin Xiao launched several attacks at Zhuge Kongming. In the void, several ethereal blades appeared, carrying a terrifying might as they headed toward his opponent. Zhuge Kongming once again invoked his ability. I declare, vanish. However, this time, the effort clearly took its toll. The substantial energy expenditure forced him to step back, gasping for breath. His expression changed abruptly as he stared gravely at the young man before him. After a brief exchange, he found himself at a significant disadvantage, with his internal powers depleting rapidly like a flood. Lin Xiao murmured softly, his eyes flashing, as the power of time enveloped the entire scene. Zhuge Kongming's pupils contracted, and everything around seemed to slow down. The trajectory of falling dust became clearly visible, and even his thoughts turned sluggish. When he finally managed to speak, his voice was unusually drawn out. I declare, time and space do not exist. As soon as the words left his mouth, Zhuge Kongming's face turned ashen, his body trembling violently. He struggled to keep himself upright, gasping for air, with his internal powers nearly exhausted. This sudden change left the audience in shock, but only he understood the terror of that moment. Lin Xiao quietly sensed the changes in the arena, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes. Could it be that your words hold power? He recalled their previous encounter, realizing that Zhuge Kongming's abilities were quite similar to his own control over time and space. What surprised him more was the mysterious force he sensed, obstructing the deployment of time-space rules. Unwilling to accept defeat, Lin Xiao activated his time-space vision once more. With a crisp crack, the invisible barrier shattered instantly. Zhuge Kongming immediately coughed up a mouthful of blood, his eyes rolling back as he collapsed onto the platform. The referee promptly declared Lin Xiao the winner and hurriedly called for medical personnel. He was inwardly alarmed, knowing that such a prodigy must not come to harm. Turning to the composed Lin Xiao, the referee was even more incredulous. Could it be that this young man hadn't even used his full strength? Indeed, Lin Xiao had not exerted himself fully. With the combination of 2 super SS-level time-space abilities and his extraordinary power reserves, Zhuge Kongming was no match for him. In the resting area, Ji Xiangnan watched Lin Xiao with a blank expression. Although he had undergone a second awakening, elevating his powers to the SS-level Heavenly Emperor, he was still evidently not on par with Lin Xiao. However, he was not discouraged. Instead, he saw Lin Xiao as a source of motivation. Yang Yi and Qin Li's expressions also shifted. Yang Yi, in particular, was deeply contemplative, fully aware of Zhuge Kongming's strength, yet surprised by his easy defeat. It seemed Lin Xiao's reputation was indeed well-deserved. After being carried off the stage, Zhuge Kongming slowly opened his eyes while receiving treatment. He was extremely weak, as if all his strength had been drained, experiencing a profound exhaustion he had never felt before. Reflecting on the recent battle, his heart was still filled with shock and fear. The final impact had been so intense, like an ordinary person standing on the shore suddenly facing a towering wave, leaving no room for resistance. With great effort, Zhuge Kongming moved his eyes to focus on Lin Xiao, who was sitting in a deserted area. In his eyes, that solitary figure seemed incredibly tall, embodying an unbelievable and astonishing power. The competition continued to rage on. Most of the contestants were closely matched, and by now, everyone's true abilities were exposed. The contest was about who had superior combat skills, determining their chances of victory. Of course, this excluded the few elite competitors at the top of the pyramid. At this point, the match between Qin Li and Xiao Hong officially began. Xiao Hong, currently ranked 20th, was a formidable opponent. However, with a deep buzz, an overwhelming blade intent swept across the entire stage. Qin Li's blade intent was so tangible that it covered every inch of space, and the terrifying pressure made Xiao Hong sweat profusely. Qin Li wielded the Azure Dragon Crescent blade, his eyes cold and indifferent. He executed a pinnacle level one-sword style, with his blade intent spreading with a single slash. This terrifying attack shattered Xiao Hong's defense heaten, and the remaining force knocked him off the stage. The fact that the 20th ranked Xiao Hong couldn't withstand even a casual slash from Qin Li demonstrated the overwhelming power of a top-tier prodigy. After winning the match, Qin Li showed no excitement on his face. His opponent was too weak to provide any real challenge. At this moment, Yang Ye's earlier words echoed in his mind. What is my blade lacking? Qin Li pondered deeply. His obsession with the blade had reached a fanatical level. He was inseparable from his blade, even needing to hold it while sleeping to feel at ease. So what was he missing? Was he not devoted enough to his blade? Lost in thought, Qin Li finally decided to approach Yang Yi directly for guidance. After all, it was Yang Yi who pointed out that his blade was lacking something. Faced with Qin Li's earnest request for advice, Yang Yi scratched his head awkwardly and replied, I'm not really sure. It just feels like your blade is different from those of the top swordsmen. He hadn't expected Qin Li to take his casual remark so seriously. As an observer not well versed in the way of the sword, he was merely expressing his most straightforward impression. The clash between Ji Xiangnan and Yang Yi. The match reached its peak once more, igniting the long-dormant spectators into a frenzy. Cheers of Ji Emperor, and Overlord. Overlord, echoed loudly, shaking the arena. The two protagonists locked eyes, their gazes brimming with intense battle intent. It was the joy of meeting a worthy opponent and the anticipation of the fierce fight ahead. Heavenly Emperor Fist. Unmatched Overlord Body. With two fierce shouts, Ji Xiangnan and Yang Yi charged at each other. Their powerful aura swept across the arena like a tsunami, with deafening roars reverberating continuously. This was a battle between two prodigious youths giving their all. Ji Xiangnan, a peerless prodigy, had quickly stabilized his newly enhanced abilities. Now, as he swung his fists, the Heavenly Emperor's aura was even more formidable than before, an overwhelming presence of a future unrivaled emperor, suffocating in its might. Opposing him, Yang Yi, as the offspring of a martial saint, displayed astonishing strength. His golden, shimmering body resembled a humanoid beast, enduring the supreme pressure from the young emperor across from him. Every move he made was filled with terrifying power. This was their first encounter and their first direct confrontation. The powerful energy fluctuations kept rising and falling, repeatedly pushing the edge of the arena's protective formations to the brink of collapse. The referee had to continually reinforce the formations, all while marveling at the incredible performance of these two young prodigies. Bang! Another fierce clash ensued, and both retreated. At this point, their battle was evenly matched, with no clear winner. Such is often the case when masters duel. Their victory is decided in a single breath, or they fight until the end of time. Phew, so intense. Fans outside the arena exclaimed, thoroughly entertained. This evenly matched contest between geniuses had them fired up, leaving them momentarily unsure whom to cheer for. Ji Xiangnan gazed at his opponent with a satisfied smile. This was the martial path he pursued. As a peerless prodigy, encountering an equally matched opponent was a blessing. Heavenly Emperor's sword. He laughed heartily, the Heavenly Emperor's aura within him surging wildly, as a sword symbolizing unparalleled might materialized out of thin air. This was the ultimate offensive of the young emperor. Bring it on, dominion of heaven and earth. Yang Yi was equally unyielding, unleashing an astonishing aura. This was the pinnacle duel between two extraordinary talents, and their fighting spirit had reached its zenith. To be born in this era, they both felt incredibly fortunate. Boom! The powerful impact shook the entire arena once more. Countless tiles shattered into dust, silently illustrating the invincible might of the two prodigies. Cough, cough, cough. Thick smoke billowed, causing the front row spectators to cough repeatedly, yet their eyes remained fixed on the scene in the arena. Was the battle between these top prodigies about to reach its conclusion? All eyes were glued to the now cratered arena. If not for the reinforced formations, the pit might have been boundless. As the smoke gradually cleared, two figures emerged simultaneously. Their postures were strikingly impressive, the youthful arrogance evident. Ji Xiangnan looked at Yang Yi impassively. At this moment, the Supreme Heavenly Emperor aura had thinned, clearly indicating he had given his all in this battle, yet fell short by a move. However, he was not disheartened, for he had caught up. His gaze at Yang Yi was filled with strong confidence, a confidence in his boundless future. Next time we meet, we'll battle again. With that, Ji Xiaonan turned and left. He had lost this battle, but it was not the end of the road. His ultimate attack failed to breach the opponent's defense, meaning victory was unattainable this time. Yang Yi was indeed a formidable opponent. Yang Yi wins. The son of the mighty war sage once again showcased his unparalleled strength in the arena, prompting a deafening cheer from the audience. His fluid movements and overwhelming attacks left his opponent with no chance to defend. As the referee announced the result, Yang Yi's popularity soared, momentarily surpassing Lin Xiao, who had long dominated the top spot. At this moment, the entire venue buzzed with a hot topic. So far, only 2 contestants have maintained an undefeated record: Lin Xiao and Yang Yi. The audience's anticipation has reached its peak, with everyone eagerly awaiting the ultimate showdown between these 2 prodigies. It promises to be a fierce clash worthy of the history books and undoubtedly the highlight of this competition. As the crowd was still immersed in imagining this anticipated duel, the host's voice suddenly resonated throughout the arena. Next match, Lin Xiao versus Qin Li. This announcement was like a bolt of lightning, instantly igniting the crowd's excitement. Before the audience could fully process the news, Qin Li, unable to contain his excitement, quickly composed himself, ready to face this long-awaited battle. Lin Xiao's figure abruptly appeared on the stage, his signature instant movement technique once again drawing waves of applause and cheers. Meanwhile, Qin Li was not to be outdone. Gripping his green dragon crescent blade, he walked steadily onto the stage. The blade's tip carved a deep groove into the ground, as if declaring his determination and strength. The 2 formidable opponents stood facing each other, the air thick with a tense atmosphere ready to explode. Everyone held their breath, waiting for this spectacular showdown to begin. This might be yet another fierce battle of the prodigies. Yang Yi stood outside the ring, observing intently. Among all the contestants, only Lin Xiao seemed the most enigmatic to him. On the stage, Qin Li wielded the green dragon crescent blade, exuding a sharp blade intent as if it could burst forth at any moment. His eyes burned with determination, and his fighting spirit soared to the sky. I've been waiting for this moment for a long time. With the referee's command, the match officially began. Without hesitation, Qin Li drew his blade. This strike had no hint of testing. It directly showcased his technique of merging with the blade. The blade intent at its minor peak was perfectly displayed, and as the blade light passed, it tore through the air. The power of this strike was enough to cleave a 6th-rank martial artist in half. Facing such a fierce offensive, Lin Xiao advanced instead of retreating. He let out a low shout. Fist shatters the sky. In an instant, the fist intent also at its minor peak burst forth. This sudden display of martial arts shocked Ji Xiaonan in the audience, prompting him to murmur. When did Lin Xiao learn fist techniques? Yang Yi watched with growing seriousness. He realized that many were blinded by Lin Xiao's unparalleled innate abilities, overlooking his astonishing accomplishments in the path of physical cultivation. As a martial artist on the same path, Yang Yi understood the hardships of this journey. He couldn't help but whisper, Lin Xiao, just how many trump cards are you hiding? On stage, Lin Xiao's physique emitted a heart-palpitating aura. A faint golden sheen enveloped his body, and his powerful vitality imbued each strike with unimaginable force. Qin Li fought with increasing vigor, feeling a long-lost sense of exhilaration. He shouted, you are indeed strong enough. Qin Li decided to go all out. He tossed the green dragon crescent blade into the air, channeling all his cultivation. Instantly, countless blade shadows converged in the sky. His most powerful move, blade overwhelms the world. Confronted with the overwhelming blade shadows, Lin Xiao advanced instead of retreating. A divine light flashed in his eyes, and above him appeared countless sharp, hidden blades. Go, blades of the void, Lin Xiao commanded. With a thunderous crash, their attacks collided fiercely in midair. Space was torn apart, and countless fragments and dust were absorbed into the void. When the dust settled, everyone witnessed a shocking scene. Lin Xiao's blades of the void had overwhelmingly defeated Qin Li's blade overwhelms the world. A faint, sorrowful cry echoed from the sky, a lament of the green dragon crescent blade. Qin Li frowned and saw that his beloved blade was covered in cracks. He immediately halted his move and forcibly retrieved the blade, but the backlash caused him to cough up blood. Looking at his battered green dragon crescent blade, Qin Li said with a complex expression, I lost. Lin Xiao stood still, his gaze like a torch focused on Qin Li. Inwardly, he assessed that although Qin's swordsmanship was sharp, it lacked soul. With the system's support, Lin Xiao, despite his young age, had experienced the lives of several grandmasters. This battle was so easy for him that it didn't even compare to his duel with Zhuge Kongming. Surveying his surroundings, Lin Xiao's eyes finally settled on the last opponent worth his attention, Yang Yi. Coincidentally, Yang Yi was also looking at him, and their eyes met in the air. As the individual competition neared its end, the audience's enthusiasm was nearly exhausted. Today's intense battles were the most thrilling in recent years, leaving many with hoarse voices. However, when news spread of Lin Xiao facing Yang Yi, the arena erupted once more. The fans unleashed their final burst of excitement, as this showdown was the pinnacle they had been waiting for. The judges' attention was also drawn to this moment, understanding that this match could directly determine the newcomer king of this year's freshman competition. Would it be Yang Yi, the son of the martial saint, or the exceptionally gifted Lin Xiao? These two were the only undefeated contestants thus far. Yang Yi stepped onto the stage, his expression serious as he faced the instantly appearing Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao, I've been waiting for this moment, he said. Despite watching Lin Xiao in numerous matches, Yang Yi still couldn't fathom the limits of this young man, as if previous battles were mere formalities for him. Lin Xiao nodded slightly, his demeanor calm. Yang Yi suddenly spoke. Lin Xiao, the title of newcomer king will likely be decided between us. I have a request, please give it your all in this fight. His words caused a stir among the audience. Someone asked in confusion, what does he mean? Has Lin Xiao not been fighting with all his strength? What does little overlord mean by that? I don't get it. Are you dense? He's saying he doesn't think much of Lin Xiao's strength and wants him to go all out from the start. Nonsense. It's because he sensed Lin Xiao hasn't been using his full strength and made this request. The son of the martial saint has his pride. This simple statement plunged the scene into silence. If even little overlord Yang Yi said so, did it mean Lin Xiao hadn't been fighting at full capacity in his previous battles? A complex mix of emotions filled the crowd as they looked at the composed young man in the arena. A question lingered in everyone's mind. Lin Xiao, just how strong are you? Lin Xiao was taken aback. The request seemed familiar. He discreetly glanced at Ji Xiangnan outside the arena and quickly formulated a plan. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded slightly. Seeing this, Yang Yi was pleased, but his expression soon turned serious. He realized that this battle was likely far more complex than it appeared. The referee confirmed that both were ready and loudly announced. The match begins. Come on, Lin Xiao. Yang Yi shouted fiercely, his muscles tensing as he reached peak readiness. In a split second, Lin Xiao's figure vanished from his original spot. Yang Yi grew tense, his eyes scanning the surroundings urgently, but to no avail. Look! Up there! A sudden outcry erupted from the spectators. Everyone looked up in disbelief at the sky above the arena. There, Lin Xiao stood suspended in the air, his feet surrounded by divine light, his entire being radiating a dazzling brilliance, like a god descending to earth. You! Yang Yi looked up, incredulous at the sight. Have you reached the 6th tier? He couldn't believe his assessment, thinking that only 6th-tier warriors could stand in the air. Lin Xiao was younger than him. How could he have already broken through to the 6th tier? What the hell is this fight? Yang Yi cursed inwardly. Facing the skepticism, Lin Xiao remained silent. He slowly raised his right hand, his eyes flickering with temporal brilliance as powerful spatial rules fluctuated around him. A voice echoed from the void, deep and indifferent, calm yet fearless. In an instant, space was annihilated. The powerful spatial rules rampaged through the entire arena, shattering countless fragments like glass, crushed by an invisible hand. In the blink of an eye, all space vanished, replaced by endless darkness, a heart-stopping darkness from the depths of the universe, stretching beyond sight. This terrifying scene sent chills down the spines of everyone present. Yang Yi wished he could slap himself. Why had he insisted on his opponent showing their full strength? He watched helplessly as the space around him crumbled, the boundless darkness devouring everything, realizing he was powerless to resist. No matter how confident he was in his physical abilities, he couldn't survive in the cosmic void. Stop! Stop! I surrender. Just as the darkness was about to engulf him, Yang Yi completely broke down. He felt an unprecedented fear, a shiver from the depths of his soul. Unable to withstand it any longer, he decisively chose to concede. His life was more important. However, the dumbfounded referee did not immediately react. Yang Yi had to shout again, which finally snapped the referee back to reality. The referee then announced the result. Lin Sha wins. Boom. A deafening cheer erupted from the audience. Although the battle was fleeting, Lin Xiao's terrifying power left an indelible impression on everyone. Powerful, unfathomable, like a god descending. This was Lin Xiao and everyone's mysterious and powerful representative. Undoubtedly, the new king of this freshman competition was born at that moment. No one would question that Lin Xiao had claimed the title of the most fiercely contested newcomer with absolute dominance. Lin Xiao slowly descended, restoring the surrounding space to its original state. As he landed, he saw Yang Yi's incredulous expression. Yang Yi couldn't help but ask, have you already broken through to the 6th level? Even now, he couldn't believe such a prodigy existed. Lin Xiao saw the confusion in his opponent's eyes and simply shook his head, explaining, it's just a deeper application of abilities. This answer gave Yang Yi a slight sense of relief. He could accept someone being stronger than him, but if it was an unreasonable level of strength, that would be too much. He subconsciously believed that what he had just witnessed was Lin Xiao's full-strength attack. Though extremely terrifying, it hadn't completely crushed his spirit. Above the void, several martial kings stood with focused expressions, exchanging looks filled with astonishment. They were relieved that the military combat team wasn't present, as it would have surely led to some boasting. One of the martial kings lamented, "Either don't participate, or go straight for first place. This time, those guys have stolen the spotlight." Before the words had settled, a familiar voice suddenly rang out. "Who says no one from our military's here?" The martial kings were taken aback and turned to see Li Long, who had appeared without them noticing. Li Long's gaze was sharp as he looked down at the young man below, nodding in approval. Truly a genius chosen by that esteemed person. A martial king from Longwu University asked in confusion, "Li Long, weren't you stationed at the northern border? How come you're here?" Li Long shook his head, his expression serious. "I am indeed here on a mission. The Beast Alliance has been stirring lately, and I've been ordered by the minister to check on the progress of the equipment." "Humph, a bunch of beasts trying to collude with outsiders," one martial king scoffed. "If it weren't for the support of the cosmic races, Long Kingdom would have eradicated them long ago." The conversation shifted as another martial king expressed concern, "But I've heard they're facing a severe shortage of Gung metal, hindering many processes." The martial kings were at a loss, as the primary source of Gung metal was the Gung vein's origin, where Long Kingdom had always been at a disadvantage, obtaining very limited resources. Just then, an announcement came from below. "The team competition is about to begin. Will all participating teams please submit their team member lists and team names?" The individual competitions of the freshman tournament had concluded, with Lin Xiao unsurprisingly winning the title of Rookie King. Sitting alone in an isolated area, he heard the announcement from above and an idea formed in his mind. Lin Xiao approached the registration desk and asked, "Is it possible for one person to participate in the team competition? If so, I'd like to compete for the team competition rewards as well." The staff was taken aback by this unprecedented request and quickly sought guidance from higher-ups. "Lin Xiao, please wait a moment while I inquire." Soon, a message came from the judges, seemingly with instructions from above. The staff replied, "Lin Xiao, it has been decided that you are allowed to participate as a team of one. Then you'll register." Lin Xiao declared decisively. "And the team name?" After a brief thought, Lin Xiao blurted out, "Let's call it Junlong." "All right, Junlong team, Lin Xiao." And so, Lin Xiao formed a team by himself and embarked on the team competition journey. Junlong. A martial king frowned upon hearing the name. Li Long. Did the military let Lin Xiao in on those matters so quickly? They knew all too well the weight carried by the name Junlong. Li Long was momentarily stunned, looking expressionlessly downwards, though internally, he was bewildered. He hadn't mentioned anything. How did this kid know the term Junlong? Team competitions test a group's synergy and collaboration more than individual skills. Without overwhelming strength, an excellent team can play an irreplaceable role. However, it seemed Lin Xiao didn't need the Junlong squad to take on Dawn Team 3. As Lin Xiao stepped onto the stage alone, facing 5 opponents, the audience erupted. Gasps filled the air. "Wow. Is Lin Xiao planning to take down an entire team by himself?" Some expressed concern. "Isn't this a bit overconfident? After all, the other side has 5 players, and anyone who made it this far must be pretty strong." Another spectator countered, "Are you questioning the value of the Rookie King title? Do you understand what it means to win the King of Geniuses, National Champion, and Rookie King all in the same year?" As people began listing Lin Xiao's achievements over the past year, listeners were stunned. They realized that this prodigy, who had dominated an era, had amassed so many honors in just 1 year. Any one of these accolades could make someone a top-tier genius, yet Lin Xiao had achieved them all. "Incredible," someone murmured in awe. The 5 members of Dawn Team 3 were all formidable, with 2 among the top 32. Yet, facing Lin Xiao alone, they felt the odds were not in their favor despite their numbers, making the situation rather ironic. "What do we do?" one team member anxiously asked, feeling the intense pressure from Lin Xiao. Jilan, the strongest in the team and ranked among the top 15 in individual competitions, looked seriously at his teammates. "I'll engage Lin Xiao Heiden with everything I've got. You 4 spread out around him and launch your strongest attacks simultaneously. No matter what, we have to give it our all." Jilan wasn't sure how long he could hold out, but it was the best plan they had. "Remember, be quick. I can't hold on for too long," he emphasized again. As the match began, Jilan charged at Lin Xiao, his abilities pushed to the limit, forming a powerful attack. To rank in the top 15 in solo competitions, one must be exceptionally talented. However, Jilan underestimated Lin Xiao, or perhaps overestimated himself. As he launched his attack, Lin Xiao simultaneously issued swift commands to his teammates. The 4 immediately moved to the 4 corners of the stage, their powerful attacks limiting Lin Xiao's ability to dodge. Lin Xiao gazed at the battle unfolding before him, his expression as calm as still water. Jilan's attacks came at him like a violent storm, the air trembling with the force of the onslaught. This blow had reached a terrifying level 5 intensity. At the same time, attacks from 4 different directions surged towards Lin Xiao. Their coordination was awe-inspiring. Yet, Lin Xiao remained motionless. With one hand behind his back, he raised his right hand slightly, his fingertips tapping gently towards the incoming assaults. In an instant, his eyes sparkled with divine light, and an invisible spatial barrier formed around him, creating an impenetrable defense. The powerful attacks from the 5 members of Team Dawn clashed against this unseen wall, easily neutralized. Standing with his hands behind his back, Lin Xiao's unruffled demeanor silently conveyed his strength. Ji Lan's face darkened, witnessing their full-force attack being effortlessly blocked. A deep sense of helplessness washed over him. He considered himself strong, yet compared to Lin Xiao, the gap was insurmountable. My turn, Lin Xiao murmured softly. He remained still, but the divine light in his eyes grew even more dazzling. In an instant, powerful spatial rules surged forth like a tide, enveloping Ji Lan and the other 4 contestants. Trapped within the invisible space, the 5 struggled frantically, but couldn't shake off the overwhelming control. They could only watch helplessly as Lin Xiao easily tossed them out of the arena, unable to retaliate at all. It wasn't that they didn't want to resist, they simply couldn't. Whether it was a battle of abilities or strength, Lin Xiao gave them a sense of an insurmountable chasm. It was as if they were facing not a pier, but an unfathomable abyss, intimidating and profound. After his easy victory, Lin Xiao returned to his spot. A thought occurred to him: to enter the Dao Space and spar with unmatched geniuses from other dimensions. He felt as if he had reached an invincible level. System, Lin Xiao called out in his mind. Ding, I'm here, host. The system immediately responded. If I activate the infinite Dao Space now, remember to alert me when it's my turn in the outside match. Ding, the on-call service is activated. Who is the chosen genius for this session? Lin Xiao pondered for a moment, a glint flashing in his eyes. He thought of an unparalleled genius, somewhat similar to himself. I choose Yi Wuqian. While the outside match continued, Lin Xiao's consciousness entered the wondrous cosmic space. He looked at the handsome young man before him, his battle spirit surging. Bang! Lin Xiao fell. Recovering, Lin Xiao scratched his head, mocking himself for still being so easily defeated. The young man before him, renowned for being invincible across realms, had terrifying strength. Lin Xiao could sense the daunting aura emanating from him, belonging to Yi Wuqian's supreme realm glory battle. From the outside, everyone assumed Lin Xiao was merely resting his eyes. Little did they know that in this brief period, Lin Xiao had experienced multiple deaths. This practice with unrivaled geniuses from various dimensions not only rapidly enhanced Lin Xiao's strength, but also continuously revealed his shortcomings. Only by constantly pushing his limits could he avoid being too easily overpowered. Lin Xiao's strength, aside from the system's support, largely came from this relentless training. Although death in the Dao Space wasn't real, each experience of dying was vividly felt. Without an absolute belief in his invincibility and unwavering determination, he would have crumbled long ago. It was through this extreme tempering that Lin Xiao grew stronger, becoming a figure his peers feared, dominating his generation. At this moment, he was locked in a life-and-death struggle with Yi Wuqian. Bang! Lin Xiao fell again. Lin Xiao, resurrected anew, had flames of anger burning in his eyes. The system's notification chimed. Ding! Host, it's your turn to enter the battle. The infinite cosmic space is temporarily paused. Lin Xiao's consciousness swiftly returned to his body. Outwardly, he maintained a calm demeanor, yet inside, his emotions churned like turbulent waves. Hearing his name called, he walked silently to the arena. This time, his opponents were the second team from Longwu University, known simply as Longwu Second Team. The 5 members stood in formation, ready to face Lin Xiao alone. Compared to the previous Dawn Third Team, Longwu Second Team was clearly a step up in overall strength. Among them, the strongest was Wu Dongfeng, ranked 9th individually, a formidable adversary. The team members whispered among themselves about strategy. Captain, how should we approach this match? Despite their numerical advantage, they couldn't help but feel a tinge of nervousness facing a top-tier talent like Lin Xiao. As a top 10 competitor, Wu Dongfeng was acutely aware of the gap between himself and a prodigy like Lin Xiao. After quickly considering their options, he decided, once the match begins, we'll focus on defense. Hold out as long as possible. Lasting even a minute would be a victory. The team members immediately understood the captain's intent. Based on Lin Xiao's usual style, he tended to let opponents make the first move. Since victory was unlikely, lasting longer in the arena would at least preserve some dignity. Begin, declared the referee, and the atmosphere in the arena instantly grew tense. However, contrary to everyone's expectations, Lin Xiao, who had been standing still, suddenly vanished. Wu Dongfeng and his team were still poised in defensive stances, caught off guard. Not good. Lin Xiao's gone, Wu Dongfeng exclaimed, hastening his defensive maneuvers. But to Lin Xiao at that moment, their defenses were as good as non-existent. Lin Xiao's inner fury needed an outlet, and these opponents were the perfect targets for his wrath. He moved like a phantom across the arena, leaving behind a flurry of punches. Bang! Bang! A series of dull thuds echoed as Lin Xiao's powerful blows landed almost simultaneously on the 5 members of Longwu's second team. Their all-out defenses crumbled like paper against his terrifying assault, collapsing in an instant. The 5 were sent flying from the arena like kites with broken strings. The referee's voice followed swiftly. Lin Sha wins. Having secured victory, Lin Xiao didn't linger for a moment. He vanished instantly, returning to his resting area, where he closed his eyes once more, as if nothing had happened. The audience was left utterly speechless. Lin Sha had just demonstrated an astounding level of skill, eliminating all 5 players from the Longwu's second team with a single move. It's worth noting that the earlier match between Longwu's second team and Shu Guang's second team was fiercely contested, yet Lin Xiao effortlessly wiped them out. Holy crap! Lin Sha is incredible, one spectator couldn't help but exclaim. Just how strong is Lin Sha? Can someone explain? I can't quite wrap my head around it, another puzzled spectator asked. What's there to think about? Just bow down. It's that simple, someone nearby joked. Lin Xiao's swift and decisive action, showcasing such formidable strength, left everyone in awe once again. In stark contrast to the earlier intense match, Lin Xiao's easy defeat of an entire team undoubtedly elevated his status in the eyes of the crowd. The other top talents sat in their seats, exchanging looks of disbelief. As leading geniuses, they were naturally proud, but this was, after all, a team competition. If they couldn't win even in a group fight against a single person, albeit Lin Xiao, it would be quite demoralizing. However, the current situation seemed to suggest that their chances of losing were higher. Looking at Lin Xiao, who was resting with his eyes closed, Yang Yi and the others felt a mix of emotions. Suddenly, Yang Yi stood up and approached Qin Li, Zhuge Kongming, and Ji Xiangnan. The 4 of them engaged in a quiet discussion, occasionally frowning or falling silent. After some internal struggle, they eventually reached a consensus. With a slight smile, Yang Yi approached the referee to convey their decision. The referee was initially taken aback, but soon realized the significant implications this competition held. Shortly thereafter, the judges also agreed to Yang Yi's proposal. Satisfied with the affirmative response, Yang Yi returned to his place. This decision would undoubtedly make the upcoming matches even more thrilling and full of suspense. His gaze fell on Lin Xiao, who was frowning deeply, and he began to calculate in his mind. For the sake of victory, using such less than honorable tactics seemed inevitable, though it certainly felt unfair to Lin Xiao. He resolved to speak with Lin Xiao privately after the match. At this moment, Lin Xiao was unaware of these secretive maneuvers. His consciousness remained in the great Dao Space, fiercely battling Yi Wuk. Yi Wuk's overwhelming strength was suffocating, displaying unmatched prowess whether in physical combat, martial skills, or mental fortitude. Lin Xiao once again experienced the all-encompassing sensation of being overpowered, much like Wu Dongfeng and the others had felt earlier. A profound sense of helplessness enveloped him, and no matter how hard he tried, victory seemed out of reach. He couldn't help but wonder if such power truly belonged to a peer of his own age. Could this be the legendary Dragon Clan's divine powers? The martial arts displayed by the youth across from him were staggering in their might, and the oppressive force was unlike anything Lin Xiao had ever felt. Again, a powerful strike cut him down on the spot. Upon his revival, Lin Xiao absorbed the Dragon Clan's divine aura in the air, etching the scene into his memory. Dragon Clan's divine powers. Truly terrifying. Lin Xiao looked at his fists, feeling the unwavering conviction and unparalleled confidence emanating from the youth opposite him. The overwhelming force, as if capable of splitting the heavens, made him realize just how far he was from being invincible among his generation. Despite recognizing his own weakness once more, Lin Xiao was not discouraged. Instead, he fought with even more determination. Since he wasn't strong enough yet, he would continue striving to become stronger. This drive to improve never faded. Rather, it grew more resolute with each defeat. It seemed nothing in the world could shatter Lin Xiao's resolve to pursue greatness. Suddenly, with a resounding thud, his fist intent at the small success peak broke through. Driven by such an indomitable spirit, Lin Xiao's fist intent advanced to the great success realm. This was his first breakthrough achieved without relying on additional points, and the resulting surge in power was astonishing. Lin Xiao swung his fists once more, and the powerful intent seemed truly capable of shattering the sky. Fist shattering the sky. N-level martial technique he had once acquired, reached the great success realm alongside his breakthrough. The force of his punch clashed directly with the opponent's Dragon Clan powers. Fortunately, the space here was exceptionally sturdy, or it would have been torn apart. This time, Lin Xiao managed to hold his ground. The ultimate breakthrough brought by the great success in both fist intent and martial technique allowed him to temporarily reach a stalemate with the young opponent. This was an impressive achievement. Just then, a system notification sounded. Ding. Host, the outside world is calling you again. Lin Xiao's consciousness returned to reality, and if one looked closely, they would notice a sharp aura unintentionally emanating from his previously calm demeanor. This was the lingering effect of the great success fist intent, not yet fully stabilized. In an instant, Lin Xiao appeared on the competition stage, a hint of surprise in his eyes. This time, his opponents were the four exceptional talents: Yang Yi, Qin Li, Zhuge Kongming, and Ji Xiangnan. Each of their faces was filled with battle intent, as if they were about to engage in an earth-shattering duel. What? The four legendary prodigies are challenging Lin Sha at the same time? This scene has left the young audience of the Dragon Kingdom utterly astonished. Lin Xiao, the unparalleled powerhouse who has always reigned supreme, is now facing the toughest challenge of his career. In this epic battle, he will single-handedly confront four top talents, each capable of dominating on their own. The spectators held their breath, eyes glued to the arena. The air was thick with tension and excitement, as everyone speculated about the outcome of this one god versus four conquerors showdown. Meanwhile, in a humble home somewhere in the Dragon Kingdom, an ordinary-looking old man was warming himself by the stove. Yet, his seemingly cloudy eyes glimmered with an unusual light, as if piercing through time and space to focus on the distant battlefield. In a nearby office, another elderly man set aside his complex documents and gazed intently into the void. Remarkably, Lin Xiao's battle was vividly reflected in his deep-set eyes. Both of these seemingly ordinary elders were fixated on the pinnacle confrontation that was poised to change history. On the battlefield, Lin Xiao faced the unexpected challenge with a slight frown, feeling a bit surprised. When did these four get together? Are they planning to team up against me? He pondered to himself. Yang Yi was the first to break the silence, his voice carrying a hint of provocation. Lin Xiao, we all know your individual strength surpasses any of ours. In a regular team match, victory would certainly be yours. But that would be too dull. This battle is about more than just winning or losing. If you defeat the four of us, the team championship is undoubtedly yours. Lin Xiao nodded slightly at these words. Indeed, the competition had been rather tedious for him, and he wouldn't have participated if not for the enticing rewards. So why not seize this opportunity for an exhilarating fight? All right, I accept the challenge. Lin Xiao's response was firm and resolute. Good, Yang Yi shouted, as if heralding the start of a legendary battle destined to become myth. The referee quickly blew the whistle to signal the start of the match, then stepped aside, leaving the battlefield entirely to these extraordinary youths. Fight! The four prodigies stepped forward simultaneously, their powerful aura sweeping across the venue. The intense energy they emitted forced nearby spectators to retreat. Yang Yi and Ji Xiangnan launched a fierce attack first, their physical prowess seeming capable of tearing the world apart. Lin Xiao dared not be careless, fully aware that his opponents were formidable. The mighty aura of the Heaven Emperor enveloped Lin Xiao, as Yang Ye's fists thundered toward him with impeccable coordination. Lin Xiao remained vigilant, his eyes flickering with the divine power of time and space, ready to unleash his abilities to fend off the attacks. But just then, a cold voice rang out. I declare, time and space do not exist. It was Zhuge Kongming's voice. He had fully recovered and was watching Lin Xiao intently, channeling his powers to make his words reality. As he spoke, Lin Xiao's spatial abilities began to wane, struggling against an invisible rule, momentarily unable to function. While Lin Xiao dealt with Zhuge Kongming's verbal spell, Qin Li's voice echoed. Blade, come forth. A surge of pinnacle blade intent burst from within him. The Azure Dragon Crescent Blade, sensing the strong battle intent from its master, hummed eagerly in response. A terrifying blade form appeared out of thin air, slicing through space, and rushed toward Lin Xiao. Faced with the onslaught from the four prodigies, Lin Xiao remained composed yet wary. This world-shaking battle had only just begun. In an instant, Lin Xiao found himself besieged from all sides. Yang Yi and Ji Xiangnan launched a relentless assault, while Zhuge Kongming's supportive spells followed him like a shadow. Meanwhile, Qin Li's blade gleamed menacingly, targeting Lin Xiao's vital points. This breathtaking scene rendered the audience utterly silent. Amidst the encircling attacks, Lin Xiao's figure flickered continuously, each of his movements tugging at the audience's heartstrings. The atmosphere in the hall became intensely tense, as if even breathing required caution. Lin Xiao's fans, who made up the majority of the audience, clenched their fists and watched the battle intently. Their eyes were filled with worry and anticipation. Some even murmured softly, praying for their idol. Phrases like, hang in there, Lin Xiao, and you can do it, Lin Xiao, quietly spread among the audience, as if trying to channel all their strength to the lone figure fighting on the battlefield. The intensity of the battle exceeded everyone's expectations, with each clash of offense and defense captivating the entire audience. Despite Lin Xiao's perilous situation, his supporters remained steadfast in their belief that their idol would find a way to break through this predicament and perform a miracle. Amidst the chaos of battle, Lin Xiao remained unfazed, as if such scenes were nothing out of the ordinary. He spoke calmly, his voice carrying an unmatched aura, fist of the heavens. Before his words faded, the power of his perfected martial arts erupted like a tidal wave. This force soared into the sky, tearing through the combined attack of Yang Yi and Ji Xiangnan, aiming directly at Qin Li's sharp blade. Though formidable, the peak blade intent was ultimately no match for the domineering force of Lin Xiao's perfected martial arts. With this single punch, Lin Xiao not only shattered Qin Li's offensive, but also seemed to split the heavens and the earth. This one move effortlessly neutralized the combined assault of the three prodigies. Yang Yi and Ji Xiangnan exchanged glances, seamlessly launching another fierce attack. Heavenly Emperor Sword. Yang Yi shouted, as a surge of Heavenly Emperor's energy condensed into an unbeatable sword light, targeting Lin Xiao's vital points. Dominion Ambition. Ji Xiangnan unleashed a flurry of punches like a storm, each strike infused with the power to conquer and expand territories. In an instant, dozens of punches were unleashed, forming a formidable offensive force. In this moment, the two peerless prodigies shone with unparalleled brilliance, determined to defeat the young man before them, who seemed both divine and demonic. Though Qin Li was forced back several steps by the perfected martial arts force, his Azure Dragon Crescent blade trembled violently, yet his fighting spirit burned ever brighter. He shouted "Blade" 3 times, his weapon becoming utterly ferocious, vowing to battle the heavens once more with its master. A formidable blade shadow appeared out of nowhere, with the peak blade intent reaching its zenith. Qin Li leaped into the air, merging with the massive blade shadow. This strike represented the pinnacle of his abilities. "I declare unparalleled," Zhuge Kongming shouted from the rear, pushing his special powers to the limit. His cry of unparalleled instantly doubled the state of his 3 teammates, while secretly engaging in a fierce battle of spacetime abilities with Lin Xiao. Under Zhuge Kongming's enhancement, Yang Yi, Ji Xiangnan, and Qin Li seemed divinely empowered, their strength reaching its peak. Their attacks became exponentially more powerful, causing even the latest-stage 6th-tier warriors outside the arena to feel a heavy sense of threat. Faced with such a formidable assault, a slight ripple finally appeared on Lin Xiao's calm face. "Impressive," he remarked softly, as if still viewing the battle as a spectator, despite the incoming onslaught like a massive wave. Deciding to reveal a glimpse of his true strength, Lin Xiao's spacetime, sacred law origin trembled violently, and his spacetime divine eyes began to shine. Zhuge Kongming's face turned ashen, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, staggering backward with trembling hands, barely resisting the urge to faint. "Be careful, everyone," he managed to warn, as his spacetime abilities once again surpassed his command. However, Yang Yi and the others had no retreat at this point, having reached their peak state. This move would determine the outcome. Lin Xiao unleashed his spacetime abilities once more, softly uttering, "Slow." Instantly, the supreme rules of time descended, making everything on the battlefield appear in slow motion. Then, Lin Xiao ascended into the sky, a dazzling divine light shining above the arena, unmatched in brilliance. His cold voice echoed across the field, "Spacetime storm." A sense of unease crept into the hearts of Yang Yi and his companions at that moment, and they couldn't quite understand why. Despite having reached an unprecedented level of power, these talented young individuals still felt a tinge of anxiety. Their thoughts and consciousness seemed to lag slightly as they all turned their eyes to the figure above them. The powerful temporal and spatial abilities had already spread throughout the area, and they had to exert all their strength to resist this supreme force of rules. Zhuge Kongming was utterly exhausted, swearing never to experience such a feeling again. It was a storm of time and space. An endless, twisting temporal storm enveloped Yang Yi and the others completely. "Be careful, everyone," Yang Yi warned, though he couldn't deny his fear. The terrifying, boundless force of rules was relentlessly tearing at his body, and his abilities were being consumed at a frantic pace. Ji Xiangnan and Qin Li both wore serious expressions as they unleashed their formidable emperor's aura and peak blade intent, forming a massive protective shield around the group. However, Lin Xiao wasn't about to give them a moment's respite. This time, the temporal storm wasn't as extreme as before, but its power was still formidable. He was gradually increasing the pressure, his internal energy swirling wildly. The temporal storm raged mercilessly, and this space was entirely under Lin Xiao's control, with Yang Yi and his companions firmly in his grasp. The horrifying power of time and space was slowly devouring the protective shield, and Ji Xiangnan couldn't hold on for much longer. "Is this your true strength?" He looked up at the young figure above, realizing for the first time the vast gap between them, far greater than he had imagined. Yang Yi could only smile bitterly. Who was the real genius here? He had always thought himself extraordinary, but from this day forward, if anyone called him a prodigy, he would see it as mockery. Qin Li, on the other hand, still had a fierce determination in his eyes. As a swordsman, he never feared defeat, even if it meant risking his life. We must give it everything we've got. Just waiting for death isn't my style. He gripped his treasured blade, his blade intent growing fiercer with signs of a breakthrough. What was the perfected blade intent? With Qin Li's step forward, it arrived. His blade intent broke through to a perfected state, making him even stronger. His fearless, unyielding stance ignited a fighting spirit in Yang Yi and the others. Fight! I'll hold them off. You attack, Yang Yi roared, pushing his body to its limits, his greatest strength being his physical prowess. Imperial ambitions. Qin Li wielded the green dragon crescent blade, each strike now surpassing the previous ones under the enhanced blade intent. Countless blade shadows reappeared. This time, they had no retreat, only the choice between life and death. Heavenly Emperor Sword. Ji Xiangnan bellowed, the Heavenly Emperor's robe reappearing as his strongest defense, with the Emperor's aura condensing into a sword shadow vast, powerful, majestic, unparalleled. Come on! Zhuge Kongming shouted, ignoring the blood at the corner of his mouth, clasping his hands together as he engaged in a silent battle against Lin Xiao's temporal rules. Meanwhile, a brilliant light, symbolizing unparalleled power, enveloped Yang Yi and the others. This was their ultimate strike. It was so powerful that an ordinary peak 6th-tier expert couldn't withstand it. These four unparalleled talents of their era unleashed their full power, aiming to bring down the godlike youth. The scene left everyone, including the contest judges and the Void King, in awe. In a simple hut, an ordinary old man slowly stood up. What the Dragon Kingdom needed wasn't just unparalleled talents, but a truly invincible genius. His aged eyes reflected the image of a youth, possessing some exceptional elegance. The elderly man at the desk paid no attention to the urgent documents, his once cloudy eyes momentarily clearing. Could it be you? Standing in the void, Lin Xiao gazed at the scene below. The temporal storm clashed violently with the attacks, creating a stalemate with the supreme temporal rules. Watching, he took another step forward, his divine eyes flickering wildly, unleashing countless void blades toward the spaceless region, targeting Yang Yi and his companions. Block it for me. Yang Yi's eyes turned blood red, his body showing multiple cracks. Even someone as strong as him couldn't withstand such terrifying attacks. It's not over yet. Lin Xiao raised his left hand again, pointing at them, his voice soft but instilling despair in many. Spatial annihilation. Boom. The essence of the temporal holy law trembled, and under Lin Xiao's control, the spatial rules expanded again. The already twisted space vanished. Time ceased, space disappeared. The entire martial arena was severed from the real world, abandoned by its heavens and earth, with Lin Xiao as its true master. At that moment, Yang Yi and the others felt an overwhelming sense of despair. They felt as though their existence had lost all meaning and value, as if they no longer belonged to this space, abandoned by it. Zhuge Kongming spat froth, reaching his limit and collapsing into unconsciousness. Yang Yi's body was battered, bloodied, his handsome face now terrifying, unable to hold on any longer. Ji Xiangnan and Qin Li retreated continuously. They had given their all in this battle, with no regrets. A massive explosion resounded, and the space disappeared, leaving a gigantic black hole with immense suction power, absorbing everything around it, devouring mercilessly. Stop! In the void, Lin Xiao stood on divine light, his sharp voice causing the black hole to vanish under his control, stabilizing the space. Simultaneously, with a wave of his hand, a different dimension appeared, revealing several young figures, one even being carried out. They bore complex expressions, each with injuries. Lin Xiao, you won. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.